was focused on and thinking about this population. The caregiving experience comes out of her own journey, starting at 12, seeing her father struggling with cancer and her mother taking on that role.
Years later, in 1970, as the story goes, Mrs. Carter got in a campaign line with other voters in Georgia's gubernatorial race. She questioned her husband about his plans on mental health and caregiving.
And he said, we're going to have the best program in the country, and I'm going to put you in charge of it.
The First Lady's younger sister remembers where Rosalind got it from.
This is my daddy's filling station garage. He's a mechanic. Daddy's standing there with Rosalind in front of him.
Mrs. Carter became the White House godmother of mental health and caregiving.
She was focused on creating a more caring society.
And is now right in the middle of living through what she preached for decades.
They brought Jimmy in, and she tried to reach around and get his hand, but he was too far back. She couldn't do it, but she tried. I really think that they're waiting for each other.
And for us.
Our thanks to Richard for that report. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Have a great Monday.
Tragedy in Australia. 3 American Marines killed in a helicopter crash on a training mission down under. What happened? A live report coming up.
We are learning more about the horrific mass shooting in Jacksonville, Florida. All signs point to a racist motive for the senseless massacre.
The crew of the Endurance is officially on board the International Space Station, the SpaceX vessel, docking after a 30-hour trek into the final frontier.
We also break down all the biggest stories in sports, including Simone Biles' historic win.
And a story that is both enraging yet touching in the end. An American man reunited with his Chilean mother decades after being stolen from the hospital at birth. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Vanita Nair.
I'm glad you're up early with us. I'm Jessica Layton. We begin this morning with a tragedy in the U.S. military. 3 U.S. Marines have been killed in a helicopter crash in Australia. The cause of this crash still under investigation, but the helicopter the Marines were on has been involved in other fatal accidents before. For the very latest on this, we go live to our Raf Sanchez. Raf, good morning. What do we know about what led to this crash?
Jessica, good morning. We don't know very much at this stage. The investigation is still underway. Not clear if this was some kind of technical malfunction, pilot error, or something else. We do know that these U.S. Marines were taking part in a training exercise alongside Australian forces, and that there were 23 people on board the aircraft when it went down. Now, 3 were killed in the crash, and their bodies remain at the crash site. Another 5 Marines are in serious condition in hospital in northern Australia. The remaining are either still in hospital being treated for more minor injuries, or they have been released. They were on board what's called an Osprey. Now, this is an aircraft that takes off like a helicopter. It flies like a plane. The U.S. military says that makes it a versatile piece of equipment, but it has a troubled history. Just last year, there were 2 separate fatal crashes, killing 9 people. And back in 2000, the entire Osprey fleet was grounded after another series of fatal crashes. Now, the effort to recover the aircraft here, which will be crucial in terms of finding out what happened, is being complicated by the fact that it went down on a remote island about 60 miles north of the Australian mainland. President Biden and the First Lady both offering their condolences to the families of those killed overnight. Jessica.
Yeah, so tragic for all of those families. Raf, thank you.
In Georgia, one of the defendants accused of attempting to overturn the 2020 election will argue for moving his trial from state to federal court. It is a hearing that will set the stage early for a case that includes a former president and many of his men. For more on this, we go to NBC's Drew Petrimo in Washington. So, Drew, what should we expect from this hearing?
Well, good morning, Vanita. Former President Trump's one-time chief of staff, Mark Meadows, is set to appear in federal court later this morning. Meadows faces 2 felony counts as part of the 19-person indictment, which charges the defendants tried to overturn results of the 2020 election in Georgia. Shortly after the indictment was handed down, Meadows filed a motion to move his case from Georgia state court to federal court. In arguing for the move, Meadows' legal team says that the actions that led to his charges occurred during his time serving as a member of the federal government. They also argue that Meadows did nothing criminal and the charges should be dismissed. A move to federal court could give Meadows a more favorable jury pool as well as ban cameras from the proceedings. In her initial response to Meadows' request, Fulton County DA Fani Willis argued that Meadows' actions were in violation of the Hatch Act and that the case should remain in Georgia. Ahead of today's hearing, Willis has issued subpoenas for former Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and elections investigator Francis Watton, and is expected to outline some of her case against the 19 defendants while arguing against Meadows' requests. Meadows is not alone in these efforts. At least 4 other indicted co-defendants, including former DOJ official Jeffrey Clark, have also filed to move their trials to federal court. Last week, Willis proposed an October start date for the trials in this case. So far, just one defendant, Kenneth Chesebro, is set to begin his trial during that month. Back to you.
And you can see why those cameras would make a big deal in this case. Drew, thank you.
We're learning more this morning about that horrific attack in Jacksonville, Florida, where a gunman opened fire at a Dollar General store, killing 3 black victims. Police say before the rampage at the store, the shooter first stopped at a historically black university, and they believe this video shows him getting ready with a bulletproof vest. The university says he refused to identify himself, so he was told to leave. The sheriff says the gunman, identified as 21-year-old Ryan Palmetter, took his own life and that he left behind messages of racial hate. The Justice Department is investigating this as a hate crime.
Locals on Maui had another scare Saturday when a brush fire erupted mere miles from the Lahaina neighborhood. Decimated by fires just a couple of weeks ago, this latest fire burned 10 acres and forced limited evacuations before firefighters were able to put it out. Meanwhile, a devastated community is rising from the ashes and coming together by saying surf's up. Here's Steve Patterson.
Much has been said about the calm that comes.
You got it, dude.
Just from feeling the sky kiss the sea. Fitting that in its darkest hour, this small stretch of sand in West Maui is where the community is starting to come back.
This is the first time all of the families in West Maui will have been in like one place since the fire. So I just expect a lot of joy.
In Lahaina, Tamara Conniff co-founded Mana Mentors, a skate and surf after-school program. Until the wildfire took it all away. Tamara's home was destroyed. She says she's lucky her and her 3 children made it out alive, but she soon noticed, not without scars.
My 3.5-year-old always wants to talk about the fires.
That's when she knew her life's work had to continue. Now, once again, an escape. For Maui kids to be, well, Maui kids again.
You just came from the water. How's it feel?
It was fun, yeah. It feels super nice to be in the water.
Definitely like the ocean changes things.
Uncle Bully put you in the right spot.
Over the years, Lahaina legend Robert Cotter, affectionately known as Uncle Bully, has taught most of these kids how to surf. Now he's teaching them how to heal.
Joy is one of the most powerful tools as far as medicine goes to helping people recover.
Go, Greg, go!
Tamara says as long as there's a little need for a slice of joy, she'll be ready with the boards.
They don't know where they're going to live. They don't know when their kid's school is going to be ready. There's so many unknowns right now. That's one thing. We want to give some certainty in a time where there is no certainty.
A wave of ocean therapy, washing in just when it's needed most. Steve Patterson, NBC News, Maui.
Florida is bracing for a direct hit from tropical storm Idalia, expected to make landfall later this week as a hurricane. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the path of the storm. Michelle, good morning. What do we know right now?
Good morning to you both. Well, we're looking at that landfall as early as late Tuesday into early Wednesday. Could be a Cat 2 storm or a major hurricane and a Category 3 storm. Right now, we're looking at a strong tropical storm with winds at 60 miles per hour. It's stationary just east of the Yucatan, but it's going to start to move north, and then it's going to enter the Gulf of Mexico. Really warm waters. We do expect it to strengthen as it enters the Gulf. So as a result, we're looking at tropical alerts stretching from the west coast of Florida all along the west coast of Florida. We do have a hurricane watch. That is in the pink. That includes Tampa, also East Point. We're looking at rainfall up to 10 inches in some spots. So here's a track as we go throughout time here later on today, expecting to become a Category 1 storm. And then by Tuesday, we're expecting a Category 2 storm. By late Tuesday into early Wednesday, that's when we expect landfall north of Tampa, somewhere along the west coast of Florida. But we're looking at, it could be a Category 3 storm. So a major hurricane, that's going to look at the chance of some really gusty winds, some life-threatening storm surge as well. Then it's going to cross the state of Florida. It's going to bring some really heavy rains into the Carolinas as well. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at a really nice day in portions of the Ohio Valley. Temperatures in the 70s, 79 degrees today in Indianapolis. It's a warm one still in the south, not quite as warm, though, in Dallas, 95 degrees. We're looking at triple digits in Houston, Corpus Christi, and also Brownsville. All right, that's Adalia. Also looking at the week ahead, we're looking at some rain today in the southeast. That's ahead of the storm. We'll take a look at that in just a few minutes.
All right, Michelle, see you soon. Thanks so much.
Sure.
Well, after a 30-hour trek into the final frontier, SpaceX's Endurance crew is officially aboard the International Space Station. The Dragon capsule docked yesterday morning after launching Friday from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. 7 other astronauts already living on the ISS welcomed the Endurance team. The 4-person Crew 7, which is SpaceX's first all-international team, will be working on the lab for about 6 months.
We are back in 60 seconds with new questions about fairness in education, some big racial disparities among New York City's public schools.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, with summer break coming to an end, back to school time is quickly approaching. But many New York City students are facing a disparity after only a handful of Black and Latino students were admitted to the city's prestigious specialized high schools. Ron Allen has the details.
Meet Jada Halsley.
What's your favorite subject?
Math.
And Mariela Garcia Ramirez.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a neurosurgeon.
When school starts in a couple of weeks, they'll be first-year students at Stuyvesant High, one of the most elite schools in New York City, one of 8 so-called specialized public high schools ranked among the best anywhere in the country. But Jada and Mariela will be among a small percentage of Black and Latino students offered admission to those elite schools again this year. just 10% in a city where black and brown students make up more than 2/3 of all public school students.
My middle school is mostly black and Latino, so I don't know how I'm gonna feel about not having people that share the same experiences as me. I don't have any problems with that, I just don't know what to expect.
At Stuyvesant, the demographics are even more skewed. Of the 762 students offered admission, 7 are black, 20 Latino, 158 white, and 489 Asian. The student makeup in the city's top public schools again raising questions about the admissions process, based on a single 3-hour standardized test. Just over 100 questions, math and English. Students scoring highest get into the best schools. Why should a single test be the determining factor for who gets into the best schools in New York City?
It is the most objective way to determine an admissions process.
State Senator John Liu, a graduate of one of the elite schools himself, is a staunch defender of the process. It was created by the legislature in the 1970s with the goal of erasing unfair, subjective admissions policies to top schools. Over the years, critics who want the schools to better reflect the racial makeup of the city have proposed changes, but those have failed.
Many in the Asian community feel besieged by this issue, and the only solutions offered have been demonstrated to decimate the Asian American opportunity for these schools.
Why do you think this community does so well on the test?
I think it's just academic preparation. And so the academic rigor that is demanded by many of the Asian parents, particularly the more recent immigrants, I think it's unparalleled. Admissions policies at the country's top universities under a new spotlight after the Supreme Court ruling banning affirmative action, diversity, legacy, standardized testing, and extracurriculars all being heavily scrutinized. And it means more attention on the top high schools feeding those colleges as well. Many are private with opaque admissions policies. But in New York City, for thousands of top students in the public school system, it comes down to this test.
I'm not against the test. I'm against these students not being prepared for it.
Allison Shillingford runs Navigate the Maze, an academic enrichment program attended by students like Jada and Mariella trying to get into the city's most elite schools.
And I don't blame the schools. You have 25, 30 kids in a class.
You think the solution is what?
Finding students that can handle the work, who are highly motivated, that want to do it, and teach them the concepts.
Students like Mariella, ready to start a new adventure in September.
I will admit that there will be some a barrier between me and the other students, but I don't really mind that.
Do you think that's a barrier that you can overcome?
Yeah, I feel like it's a barrier we can overcome.
And our thanks to Ron Allen for that really interesting report.
Really interesting and ongoing concern for many. Well, still to come here on Early Today, an action-packed sports update. Simone Biles is not ready to stop breaking those records. The greatest of all time continues to dominate.
And we have got the rising stars on the baseball diamond, highlights from the Little League World Series.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
Man, it's great to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Curacao has not allowed a home run at the World Series. Challenged him, and this game is over.
That'll give you goosebumps. We're breaking down the biggest stories in sports this morning, starting with the biggest hit at the Little League World Series. That's Louis Lappy hitting the walk-off home run in the bottom of the sixth, giving the team from El Segundo, California, the Little League World Series title. They beat Curacao 6-5. I love that name, Louis Lappy. It sounds like a future Major League Baseball star.
And it's also just pure excitement at that age.
So cool.
You know, it's just,
Yeah.
they're just so happy. All right, let's go to the mat now. Gymnastics, the U.S. Gymnastics Championship, where Simone Biles made history. Biles won her record-setting 8th national title, finishing 4 points ahead of the runner-up. At 26, Biles is the oldest woman to win a national title since USA Gymnastics has been organizing the event 60 years. The 8th title breaks a tie with Alfred Joe Kim, who set the U.S. record with 7 national championships in the 1920s and 1930s. I don't want to call it a comeback, but remember, she had to take that time off. She had the dizziness. So it's so nice to see her come back and perform like that.
She's had a lot on her plate over the years, and it is great to see her back. And wow, she is just still so amazing. And now to another amazing play by one of baseball's brightest young stars. Corbin Carroll thought that he was about to put some runs on the board for the Diamondbacks, hitting a ball off the center field wall, but only for Reds rookie Elly De La Cruz to beam a 99-mile-an-hour relay throw to the home plate to make the play and tag the runner out. Cincinnati may have made the play, but Arizona got the win, meaning the Diamondbacks hold on to that last wild card spot in the National League with about a month left in the season. Every game matters. Those two players we just mentioned, they are the future of baseball. It's really fun to watch them play.
Yeah. Good. I wanted to see that in slow mode.
And we saw it.
All right, when we come back, Michelle Grossman has a preview of this week's weather forecast.
And a little later, a victim of child trafficking is finally learning the truth. And he's been reunited with his family after 42 years.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
Man, it's great to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today?
What is going on when we're looking at trends there?
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Monday. We need the umbrella in spots on this Monday because we're looking at a front that's kind of draped from the mid-Atlantic to the southeast. You can see some spots where you see some yellows, some reds, some oranges. That's going to indicate where we're going to see pockets of heavy rain. So we'll see that today. Could lead to some flash flooding. Really nice conditions in parts of the Midwest into the Ohio Valley. We're looking at temperatures feeling fall-like in the 70s, low 80s. Toasty, though, in the Pacific Northwest. Also some showers into parts of the Rockies, into Arizona as well, New Mexico, and also portions of the south central states. As we near Wednesday, it's all going to be about Idalia. We're looking at some heavy rain, up to 10 inches in some spots. Really gusty winds. Could see some light threatening storm surge as well. Some showers in the mid-Atlantic into the northeast as well. A fall preview still in portions of the Midwest, the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, and sunny and seasonal in portions of the inner Mountain West. Then as we near Friday to wrap up the week here, we're looking at lingering showers in parts of the southeast. Back to you both.
Thanks, Michelle.
Still ahead, a family treasure is recovered from the depths of a lake after they thought it was lost forever.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
Man, it's great to see how you've been.
So much work to be done here still.
For most couples, a wedding ring is a lasting symbol of love and commitment. But for one couple, that symbol went missing for more than a decade. Nick Van Zyl from our Wisconsin affiliate has the story.
Mike and Tracy Croning have a home on the Turtle Flambeau Flowage. In 2009, they met their neighbors and their kids on Swimmers Island. Everyone was having fun swimming and playing, and Mike was tossing one of the kids into the water when something unimaginable happened.
As I threw him, he grabbed my hand and pulled my platinum wedding band off of my hand, and it was lost. So we immediately quarantined the area, so to speak, went and got diving masks, and we looked for the wedding band for many, many hours and days.
Mike and Tracy figured that the ring was gone for good, and Tracy even purchased a replacement. They say they've been back to the island thousands of times over the past 14 years, but never really thought about the ring until Mike saw a Facebook post.
I saw a picture of a ring, and it looked just like my ring. And again, 14 years later, it was, stained with the color of the water. But I reached out to Bill Stewart.
What just blew me away was within half an hour, I had a message from Mike. First of all, I was surprised we found anybody. And second of all, I was surprised it came so quickly.
Bill had to make sure it was the right owner, so he asked what was inscribed on the band.
It's Your Love is our wedding song. So I had it engraved with those words and the date of our wedding.
So he told me what was on the inside of the ring, except that the date was not right. And I went back to him and I said, could there be another date? And he said, yes, we were married twice, once in the United States and once in Canada. What's the other date? I said. He gave me the other date, and it was correct.
Mike went to Bill's house that night and was reunited with his ring, 14 years after it had been lost.
Like a needle in a haystack or winning the lottery or something along those lines, but I haven't won the lottery yet.
And our thanks to Nick Zile for sharing that story.
Another reunion now, this one more than 4 decades that was overdue. Jimmy Thiden was born in Chile and placed in an incubator at birth. Nurses later broke the sad news to his mom that he had died, but it wasn't true. He was later adopted and raised in Arlington, Virginia. After reading an article about Chilean child trafficking during the 70s, he began to wonder if that's what happened to him. After taking a DNA test, he was connected with his first cousin who helped him reconnect with mom. His first words to her, "Hola mama, te amo mucho," meaning, "Hi mom, I love you so much." Thanks for starting your week with Early Today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Have a great Monday.
A community in Florida on edge this morning after a racially motivated rampage claimed 3 lives at a Dollar General. Why police say this was a clear act of hate.
Another training tragedy. 3 Marines killed and several more injured after an aircraft crashed during a military exercise in Australia, raising new questions about safety this morning.
A critical day in the sprawling Georgia election interference case. How today's hearing could set the stage for the trial for all 19 defendants, including former President Donald Trump.
What is the best way to stop a shoplifter? How about never letting them in the store in the first place? One city's radical new plan to crack down on retail theft.
And 50 years after the legendary Battle of the Sexes, tennis icon Billie Jean King brings a new message of equality. We're rallying into your Monday. Early Today starts right now. Good morning and thanks for joining us. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Locals on Maui had another scare Saturday when a brush fire erupted mere miles from the Lahaina neighborhood decimated by fires just a couple of weeks ago. This latest fire burned 10 acres and forced limited evacuations before firefighters put it out. Unlike last time, the fire sirens did sound in the area. Hawaiian authorities have come under intense criticism for alleged mishandling of the fires, which caught many locals off guard.
Florida is bracing for a potential hit from a hurricane. Tropical storm Idalia is expected to gain strength before making landfall along the Gulf Coast within about the next 48 hours. Governor Ron DeSantis has issued a state of emergency. He is mobilizing more than 1,000 National Guard members to help support any impacted areas. Coming up on Early Today, NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman will have an update on that storm's path.
We are learning more this morning about the horrific attack in Jacksonville, Florida, where a gunman opened fire at a Dollar General store, killing 3 black victims. Police say before the rampage at the store, the shooter first stopped at a historically black university. They believe this video shows him getting ready with a bulletproof vest. The university says he refused to identify himself, so he was asked to leave. The sheriff says the gunman, identified as 21-year-old Ryan Palmetter, took his own life, and then he left behind messages of racial hatred.
His sickening ideology is not representative of the values of this Jacksonville community that we all love so much. We are not a community of hate. We stand united with the good and decent people of this city. We reject this inexcusable violence.
President Biden releasing a statement saying that we must refuse to live in a country where black families live in fear of being gunned down because of the color of their skin. The Justice Department is investigating this as a hate crime.
Now to tragedy in the U.S. military. 3 U.S. Marines have been killed in a helicopter crash in Australia. And the helicopter the Marines were on has been involved in other fatal crashes before. 5 more Marines are in the hospital on the mainland with critical injuries. For the very latest on this, we go live to NBC News' Raf Sanchez. Raf, good morning. What exactly do we know about what led to this crash?
Jessica, good morning. We don't know very much at this stage. The investigation is still underway, so it's not clear if this was some kind of technical malfunction, if this was a pilot error, or if this was something else. We do know that these U.S. Marines were taking part in a training exercise alongside Australian forces, and that there were 23 people on board that aircraft when it crashed. 3 of them were killed. Their bodies remain at the crash site. And as you said, another 5 Marines are in serious condition in hospital in northern Australia. The remaining Marines on board either in hospital with less serious injuries or they've been discharged by this point. Now, they were flying on board what's called an Osprey. This is an aircraft that takes off like a helicopter. It flies like a plane, though. The U.S. military says that makes it a versatile piece of equipment, but it has a troubled history. There were 2 fatal crashes just last year, killing a total of 9 people. And back in 2000, the entire fleet was grounded after a series of crashes that killed more than 20 U.S. service personnel. Investigation continues, but recovering the aircraft is complicated because it went down on a remote island some 60 miles north of the mainland. President Biden overnight offering his condolences along with those of the First Lady, and the Prime Minister of Australia saying all necessary resources are being mobilized to recover the aircraft and figure out what happens here. Jessica.
And our hopes for a speedy recovery for those 5 other Marines. Raf, thank you.
In Georgia, one of the defendants accused of attempting to overturn the 2020 election will argue for moving his trial from state to federal court. It is a hearing that will set the stage for a case that includes former president and many of his men. For more on this, we go to NBC's Drew Petrimo in Washington. So, Drew, what should we expect from this hearing?
Well, good morning, Vanita. Former President Trump's one-time chief of staff, Mark Meadows, is set to appear in federal court later this morning. Meadows faces 2 felony counts as part of the 19-person indictment, which charges defendants tried to overturn results of the 2020 election in Georgia. Shortly after the indictment was handed down, Meadows filed a motion to move his case from Georgia State Court to federal court. In arguing for the move, Meadows' legal team says that the actions that led to his charges occurred during his time serving as a member of the federal government. They also argue that Meadows did nothing criminal and the charges should be dismissed. A move to federal court could give Meadows a more favorable jury pool as well as ban cameras from the proceedings. In her initial response to Meadows' request, Fulton County DA Fani Willis argued that Meadows' actions were in violation of the Hatch Act and that the case should remain in Georgia. Ahead of Tuesday's hearing, Willis has issued subpoenas for Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and elections investigator Francis Watson, and is expected to outline some of her case against the 19 defendants while arguing against Meadows' request to change venue. Meadows is not alone in these efforts. At least 4 other indicted co-defendants, including former DOJ official Jeffrey Clark, have also filed to move their trials to federal court. Last week, Willis proposed an October start date for the trials in this case. So far, just 1 defendant, Kenneth Chesebro, is set to begin his trial in that month. Back to you.
All right, Drew, thank you.
As we approach the 50th anniversary of the Battle of the Sexes, NBC's Andrea Mitchell sat down with tennis legend Billie Jean King, taking a look back at her legacy and what that match in 1973 meant for women in and outside of sports.
The tennis battle of the sexes, Billie Jean King versus Bobby Riggs.
29-year-old Billie Jean King was at the top of her game in 1973. Bobby Riggs was 55. The self-described male chauvinist had been ranked #1 and was convinced he could beat her.
The male is king, the male is supreme.
90 million people watched around the world.
Look at that crowd.
What did you need to prove in that match 50 years ago?
for women? I knew the match was much bigger than a tennis match. I knew it was about social change.
King shut down the doubters, beating Riggs in 3 straight sets.
After I won, he came up to the net and said, I underestimated you.
People underestimated you a lot as one of the very early pioneers.
I think people underestimate women in general, and I'm sure they underestimated you too.
King's victory that day cemented her status as one of the greats.
Every day since that day, someone has brought the match up. So I know that it affected a lot of people. So I think it did help change the hearts and minds of people to believe in women more, to help them more, to just get in there.
People still come up to you.
Still.
50 years later, people remember this.
Yeah, they do. They really, and it's vivid for them.
King holds 39 Grand Slam titles, but it's her advocacy for equality, including winning equal prize money for women at the U.S. Open, that is her most enduring work.
You know, I stand on the shoulders of the people that came before me, and then the younger ones stand on our shoulders.
Even Bobby Riggs eventually got it.
We stayed friends up until he passed away. And he finally understood, because I kept saying, Bobby, this is about history. This is not about money for me. This is about making history and doing the right thing. And he got it then. You know, he says, we really did make a difference, didn't we? And I said, yes.
A difference being felt by new generations every day. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, New York.
Well, millions across Florida are under a hurricane watch this morning as Tropical Storm Idalia swirls into the Gulf of Mexico. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking this storm this morning. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, today is the day to take action in Florida because we are looking at a tropical storm now. We'll become Category 1 storm later on today, so strengthening to a hurricane today, then by tomorrow, Category 2 storm. Wednesday morning, early Wednesday morning, could see landfall as a Category 2 storm or a Category 3 storm. So here's the latest, 150 miles south of the western tip of Cuba. We're looking at winds at 60 miles per hour, so it's a strong tropical storm. It is stationary right now, but it's going to start to be on the move as we go throughout today. Entering into the Gulf of Mexico, really warm waters. We're looking at sea surface temperatures really warm, bath-like. Even deep down, we're looking at some really warm waters as well. That's going to help it blossom into a Category 1 storm, and then eventually into a Cat 2, maybe a Cat 3 storm. We do have tropical alerts all up and down the west coast of Florida, into the interior parts of Florida as well. Tropical storm watch, that is in yellow, and we're looking at hurricane watch. That is in the pink. Now, here's the timing. Category 1 storm 2, Category 1 storm later on today. Then by tomorrow, we're looking at a Category 2 storm. Then by early Wednesday, that's where we're going to expect some landfall along the west coast of Florida. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, enjoy it today in parts of the Ohio Valley. Temperatures really nice into the upper 70s, the low 80s. The Northeast nice as well. We're looking at some storms in the mid-Atlantic. As we head towards the south, we're looking at steamy temperatures, 101 in San Antonio, 100 in Houston. All right, guys, we're going to take a look at the week ahead in just a few minutes. It includes some umbrellas today.
All right, Michelle, thanks for the warning. Early Today is back in a minute with how the Big Apple is tackling a rise in retail theft.
We will have more on what both small businesses and big chains are doing to crack down on shoplifters.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight.
Storms keep coming here in California.
Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, New York is cracking down on shoplifters. The city is experimenting with an aggressive new policy that targets repeat offenders. Our Tom Winter has the details.
From smash and grabs to mobs of thieves, retail theft is rampant.
I just decided that I was not going to stand for it anymore.
Bob Battipaglia went after a thief at his New York City liquor store, followed her outside when he says her partner pulled a knife.
I got into, I guess, a fit of rage when I was confronted with this woman who just didn't really care.
The problem nationwide? Repeat offenders. Here in New York City, officials say of the tens of thousands of retail thefts a year, 30% are committed by just 327 criminals. The NYPD says it's that group of criminals arrested and rearrested 6,000 times that they're focused on.
And it's a small population of people creating a large, chaotic scene.
In Queens, with its 2 million plus population, the DA and cops trying a new strategy, banning that small population of people from even entering the shops.
So what is the goal here? To put it out there just so that they know, we're not going to tolerate this behavior anymore.
Put a bottle in his pants.
If a store owner has a customer who's stolen from them or harassed customers, they can ask police to ban that person from ever setting foot in their store again. And if they do, they can be hit with more serious charges and jail time.
If you want to continue this behavior, then the charges should match.
Hi, how you doing?
How's it going?
Good. Police say many locally owned stores have signed up for the program, along with the big chains like CVS and Rite Aid, equally hit hard. 83 people now banned from stores, 7 arrested for trying to return. Battipaglia is happy the NYPD and local DA are trying to help.
They hear us, so that's great.
So he can avoid more confrontations like this. Tom Winter, NBC News, New York.
Still to come here on Early Today, a college athlete celebrating an off-the-field win with his team and his family.
And a classroom reunion gives one father the homecoming of a lifetime. Some inspiring stories right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Terry is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Terry is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. From scoring scholarships to heartwarming homecomings, we are sharing the most uplifting stories of the past week. We hope these moments of joy will start your day with a smile and maybe inspire you to start a good week of your own. Our Jose Diaz-Balart has more.
That's why you are now on scholarship.
Here's the jaw-dropping moment when University of South Carolina defensive back King Dominion Ford found out he got a full-ride scholarship.
The junior, number 27, celebrated by his teammates.
Ford then calling his dad with the good news.
I'll be able to pay you back for school.
What you mean?
They put me on scholarship today.
At this wedding, a special announcement.
So I'm giving the last couple of minutes of my song to my big sister.
New bride Carly Scarborough giving her big sister Laura the traditional dance with their dad. That's because Laura got married during the pandemic and never got that moment.
And I just hugged my dad like, this is such a surreal moment. It's so beautiful and so amazing.
Finally, as you boarded today, you've met some of our most talented flight attendants here at United.
And aboard a United Airlines flight.
One of these flight attendants in particular working with us today is not only an exceptional flight attendant, but also my exceptional mom.
It was the first time pilot Cole Doss was working with his flight attendant mom.
Today's the first time in 2 years that United were able to work together. She's been one of my biggest supporters of life and career in becoming a pilot.
There she is, standing by his side, proud as she can be.
To my mom, I love you, and to everyone on board, welcome aboard our family-friendly skies.
And at DeWitt Elementary in Ohio.
We have a visitor.
That's not just anyone in that tiger mascot costume. It's Army Sergeant Perry Chronister, who's come back from the Middle East to surprise his son Eli on his very first day of school.
That's Eli's dad. If we had a special surprise.
Hey, Papa. How did it feel to see your son's reaction?
It was a wonderful feeling. It was hard for me to not get teared up.
That's Eli's dad.
Eli, what were you thinking?
He's the greatest dad I ever had.
What is it that you want Eli to know about you?
That I will always go out of my way to make sure he has what he needs, and that I love him more than anything.
Those smiles are thanks to Jose Diaz-Balart for that story.
I got a little choked up on that one.
Absolutely, all the time.
When we come back, Michelle will catch us up on the forecast of the day ahead.
And a little later, a look at the groundbreaking career of a former First Lady as Rosalind Carter celebrates 96.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer with everything.
All right, it just me too. People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back on this Monday. We're starting wet in spots. We're looking at a front that's kind of draped from the mid-Atlantic down to the southeast. So we're going to see spots of heavy rain. Could lead to some flooding. That's a chance of rain there. We're also looking at some rain in the high plains. So from the central and southern high plains, toasty temperatures in the Pacific Northwest. Really nice throughout the Ohio Valley. We're looking at 70s and 80s. And then feeling a little fall-like there, too, by Wednesday. Back to you guys.
Fall-like. We keep hearing that word. All right, when we return, we will honor the former First Lady.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Jimmy and Rosalind Carter are still going strong. The former First Lady just turned 96 years old, making now a perfect moment to highlight her legacy. Here's NBC's Richard Louie.
At 96 years, it's a birthday milestone for Rosalind Carter and more. Her younger sister celebrating at their childhood home in Plains. grandson and great-grandson planting a remembrance tree on the Rosalynn Carter Butterfly Trail in Atlanta. The 35th First Lady marked her day with former President Jimmy Carter and their usual romance.
She always gives me a kiss in the morning. This morning it was such a big kiss.
But son Chip Carter blushed a little this morning.
I turned around because it embarrassed me. And then Dad gave her a card and he led happy birthday this morning. So it was a big deal at the house.
A big deal in how they care for each other today.
She has some dementia now. You know, once out of 100 days, I'll walk in and she won't know who I am. And I think that she's doing really well with it.
She battles the mind, he battles the body.
It wasn't what we expected. He was told he had 5 to 7 days to live when he went into hospice, and that's been 6 months ago. But he's risen from the dead a few times in his lifetime.
The teamwork endures. She physically for him, he mentally for her.
He's losing some weight, but he's still sharp and still got that big grin. You can tell happiness leaks from him.
I look forward to consulting closely with him on a regular basis.
It's an amazing love story. 77 years of being together, all the inside jokes they must have.
Jennifer Olson leads the Rosalynn Carter Institute for Caregivers.
35 years ago, before we were saying the word caregivers, Mrs. Carter was focused on and thinking about this population. The caregiving experience comes out of her own journey, you know, starting at 12, seeing her father struggling with cancer and her mother taking on that role.
Years later, in 1970, as the story goes, Mrs. Carter got in a campaign line with other voters in Georgia's gubernatorial race. She questioned her husband about his plans on mental health and caregiving.
And he said, we're going to have the best program in the country, and I'm going to put you in charge of it.
The First Lady's younger sister remembers where Rosalynn got it from.
This is my daddy's filling station garage. He's a mechanic. Daddy's standing there with Rosalynn in front of him.
Mrs. Carter became the White House godmother of mental health and caregiving.
She was focused on creating a more caring society.
And is now right in the middle of living through what she preached for decades.
They brought Jimmy in, and she tried to reach around and get his hand, but it was, he was too far back. She couldn't do it, but she tried. I really think that they're waiting for each other.
And for us.
Our thanks to Richard for that report. Thanks for watching early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Have a great Monday. Right now on Morning News Now, an unspeakable tragedy fueled by hate. This morning, a community and the country are in mourning after a weekend rampage at a Florida dollar store. The victims, 3 black shoppers killed by a white gunman who investigators say wrote a series of racist manifestos.
These manifestos detail the shooter's disgusting ideology of hate. Plainly put, this shooting was racially motivated and he hated black people.
We'll take you to Jacksonville for the latest on the investigation. Also this morning, Tropical Storm Idalia gaining strength and taking aim at the Gulf Coast, where it's forecast to become a Category 2 hurricane this week. We're tracking the system, plus when it could hit, and the preparations underway. Plus, a motion to move by Donald Trump's former chief of staff. Today, Mark Meadows is set to appear before a judge in the ongoing election interference investigation involving the former president. Why Meadows is pushing to move the case out of Georgia. Plus, what that could mean for Trump and the other defendants. And remembering an icon. He invited us to come on down for 35 years. Now tributes are pouring in for Bob Barker, the longtime host of The Price is Right, who died over the weekend just a few months shy of his 100th birthday. We'll look back on his life and how his legacy lives on.
Half a century he was on our televisions, which is absolutely amazing. We're hearing tributes from the current host, Drew Carey, even from Adam Sandler, who starred in
There
Happy
you go.
Gilmore.
And what a life well lived. Nearly 100 years old.
Exactly.
Just incredible.
We'll get to that in a little bit. Good to have you with us on this Monday morning. I'm Jill Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for joining us. We begin in Jacksonville with new details this morning in that deadly shooting of 3 black people at a Dollar General store.
Police are calling Saturday's shooting racially motivated. Authorities have identified the shooter as 21-year-old Ryan Palmer. They say that he opened fire in the parking lot, then entered the store wearing a tactical vest, armed with a handgun and an AR-15 style rifle. After he was cornered by police, authorities say the man fatally shot himself. The sheriff says the gunman left behind messages describing his ideology of hate. The FBI has launched a civil rights and hate crime investigation into the shooting. It happened on the same day that the nation commemorated the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington. And now we're learning about the victims. They've been identified as Angela Carr, Gerald Deshawn Gallion, and 19-year-old store employee A.J. Laguerre. Yesterday, the community of Jacksonville gathered for a number of prayer vigils so they could remember and honor the victims.
Persons who simply said, "I'm going to the store and I'll be right back," never left the store alive. And families' hearts are broken.
NBC News national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now with the latest. So, Jay, yesterday the sheriff, T.K. Waters, gave a timeline of how the shooting unfolded. So what new details do we have on the shooter and on the timeline?
Yeah, and Joe, you can see the scene just behind us here. It's still locked down. Investigators still looking for evidence, trying to figure out how and why. But we know this was not the first stop for that shooter. About a mile away, an historically black university, Edward Waters University, is where this shooter apparently made his first stop, pulling in there and using it at the very least as a staging area. He put on that tactical vest and a mask. He was approached by security. There was an exchange, though we don't know exactly what was said. And then he left the university. What the sheriff here in Jacksonville has told us, Joe, is that he did have the ability to take victims at that university, that there were people that he could have attacked there, but he chose not to. If it maybe was that discussion with security or something else that prompted him to leave, he drove about a mile to the store just behind us here.
So, Jay, Sheriff Waters described the gunman as a, quote, maniac, someone who wanted to kill black people. And police have indicated that he left behind a note with hate-filled writings. What do we know about all those messages?
Yeah, we know that there was a suicide note that he left for his parents, and then a number of what investigators here are calling hate-filled manifestos left for the media, left for his parents as well, and left for officials, for law enforcement officials. And in those, they are described as very direct and very descriptive notes about his desire to kill African Americans, that he was very clear with his intent and wanted to make sure that that was known before this attack.
Jay, yesterday a number of prayer services were held all across Jacksonville for the victims. How is the community remembering those three victims?
You know what, they're struggling. They're remembering the victims as people who were just out doing what we would all do on any given day, out at the store doing some shopping or working, and lost their lives. There are dramatic calls for unity from so many here. In fact, listen to what some of those that gathered just outside of the police tape said yesterday.
We are not going to let people be targeted based on their race. We are going to stand up, and we are going to do what we need to do to make sure that evil does not triumph in the state of Florida.
The division has to stop. The hate has to stop. We are all the same flesh, blood, and bones.
Yeah, and look, that's been the message throughout, a unifying message that we've got to come together here in Jacksonville as a community, according to the mayor you heard there, and others that live in this community and are struggling right now. It's a message that is going to be difficult to move through, especially with this investigation that's continuing. A lot of people, Joe, still want some more descriptive answers as to how this was carried out.
And we'll likely learn more information in the coming days. Jay Gray in Jacksonville. Jay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, an investigation is underway in Australia after 3 Marines were killed in an aircraft crash during a training exercise over the weekend. Another 5 Marines are in serious condition following the incident. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist has the details.
a military aircraft similar to this one at the center of a deadly crash in Australia. The U.S. Marine Corps confirming 3 Marines are dead and 5 are seriously hurt after their MV-22B Osprey crashed Sunday morning during a routine training exercise. The accident happened on Melville Island, just off the northern coast of Australia.
This is a regrettable incident. The Australian Defence Force are cooperating with our friends in the United States Defence Force to make sure that we provide every assistance possible.
The Marine Corps saying 23 personnel were being transported, participating in Exercise Predators Run. It's a multinational military training involving more than 2,000 troops from 5 countries. Jeff Gazzetti is a former accident investigator for the Navy and Marines.
This is a very unique aircraft, and it does have a higher accident rate than other types of aircraft used by the military for that very reason.
The tilt-rotor Osprey is a widely used support aircraft in the Marine Corps. It can lift like a helicopter and tilt the engine housing to achieve speed like a plane. But it has a controversial history of problems. March 2022, 4 Marines died in a training flight in Norway. The Marine Corps says pilot error caused the crash. June 2022, 5 more Marines died when their Osprey went down in California. Investigators say the result of a catastrophic mechanical failure. Still, Gazzetti says the Osprey is an extremely useful, life-saving tool for the military.
I think it's worth it to have these types of aircraft out there, even though they do present additional hazards that need to be mitigated.
The last word from the Marine Corps was that the 5 critically injured Marines were in serious condition at a Darwin hospital. The Australians added that there was a wide range of injuries among all 23 people on board. Back to you.
All right, Aaron Gilchrist, thank you so much. Well, now let's get to a key hearing later today in connection with the ongoing election interference investigation against former President Donald Trump in Georgia.
Lawyers for Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, are scheduled to appear before a federal judge in Atlanta today. Meadows is requesting that his trial be moved out of Georgia and into federal court. This will also be the first time we're going to hear some of the evidence against Trump. We're joined now by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dilanian and by NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Good morning to both of you. Ken, let's start with you. So explain to us why Meadows is asking for this to be moved to federal court. What's his main argument here?
Good morning, Joe. Well, there's a 1789 law that says that if a federal official is prosecuted in state court and that official was acting under color of his or her office, they can make an argument to remove the case to federal court. Now, just to be clear, it would still be the state charges. It would still be DA Fani Willis prosecuting, although she might have to get assistance with federal court experience. The main advantage for Mark Meadows would be a broader jury pool beyond heavily Democratic Fulton County. But there are significant questions here about whether this can succeed, mainly because the conduct at issue here has very little to do with government activities and everything to do with an election. And so Fani Willis is going to subpoena the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, to ask him about that call that Donald Trump made that Mark Meadows may have been listening in on, where he asked the Secretary of State to find just the exact number of votes that Trump needed to prevail in the state. And she's going to argue that that had nothing to do with Mark Meadows being the chief of staff to the president or any other government activity, Joe.
Danny, let's bring you in here and talk sort of about the pros and cons of the potential of moving this particular case to federal court. We just heard Ken mention the potential for a broader jury pool. What are other potential advantages for Meadows and the 18 others facing these federal charges? And is there really a chance this happens?
Yeah, first, there's a huge chance. And part of that misunderstanding is that people are calling it a request or a bid or a motion even to get this case into federal court. That's not how removal works. This case is removed. It is in federal court. It may be remanded today, but I think it's helpful to understand that the case it's automatic removal and it's up to the DA to get it moved back down. And all Meadows has to show is a plausible defense. What that means, I don't know. But the point is, the burden is very light. In terms of advantages, there are 2 major advantages. One is that the jury pool will draw not just from Fulton County, which went heavily for Joe Biden, but farther out within a division within the Northern District of Georgia. It won't be the entire Northern District of Georgia. If that were the case, then frankly, Meadows could almost count on a win because you'd be drawing from such a large jury pool. You'd get into those rural areas, heavy Trump areas. That's not going to happen here. The division is actually a bunch of counties that are pretty close to Fulton County. It's a mixed bag, but if you're the defendants here, any jury is better than a purely Fulton County jury. And the other major advantage is home court advantage. You take that away from the DA. The DA's office is basically on top of the Fulton County courthouse. Is that a major advantage? Home court advantage? Maybe. Who knows?
Ken, you mentioned that the court might hear today from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who, of course, took that January 2021 phone call from Trump to find the 11,000 plus votes needed to give Trump the state of Georgia. Why exactly is it he keeps getting called back? What more can he add beyond what's in that phone call we've all been hearing for 2.5 years?
Well, we're only guessing here, but the DA apparently wants him to testify about that phone call and the nature of it and how he perceived it as essentially a veiled threat. Remember, Donald Trump talked about potential criminal penalties to the Georgia officials if they didn't investigate this alleged fraud, which actually didn't happen. And it appears she's going to argue that to the extent that Mark Meadows was involved in that phone call or aware of it, helped plan it, that has nothing to do with his activities as the chief of staff to the President of the United States. It was not a governmental function at all, and it's emblematic of his activities all along the way as alleged in the indictment, and so therefore his bid to remove this case to federal court should fail, guys.
And Danny, also before we let you go, let's switch gears a little bit. A separate court hearing is set to take place today in Washington. This is in one of special counsel Jack Smith's investigations. He wants to start a particular trial in January. Trump's team wants that delayed until 2026. Walk us through what exactly this is and if we can expect a decision on that date.
There's an old saying, men plan, God laughs. And that's kind of true when it comes to court scheduling of trials. The court may schedule a trial on a set date, but a lot of things happen. A lot of things have already happened in all these cases that probably the prosecutor, I wouldn't say they didn't anticipate, but a lot of things are happening in all of these cases that are going to have all really the same effect. Almost every action creates an additional amount of time in order to react to that motion, removal, whatever the case may be. In this situation, the judge will set trial likely sooner than the defense wants it. One of the modern phenomenons, two things are going on. Number one, federal cases, the discovery is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's now measured in terabytes. And point two is judges don't seem to be too worried about it when the defense complains about it. As a defense attorney, I'm probably biased, but judges, and they're correct when they say that the Speedy Trial Act is for defendants, but it's also for the public as a whole. So the public has an interest in a speedy trial. The judge may set it for a date sooner than the defense expects, but believe me, things change, and things are going to change in one of four of the most important criminal cases in American history.
The public certainly has an interest in these ones. All right, Ken and Danny, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Well, let's get to weather now. We are tracking Tropical Storm Idalia this morning, expected to strengthen into a hurricane later today.
The Gulf Coast is getting ready. Let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman with more on that. Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we are looking at the potential impact along the west coast of Florida within the next 48 hours. So this is the time to prepare. We're looking at strengthening already. As we look at the latest information here, it's east of the Yucatan. It's 125 miles south of the western tip of Cuba. Winds are at 65 miles per hour. That is a strong tropical storm, and it's finally moving. It was stationary pretty much overnight. It's starting to move, not that fast, but still at 7 miles per hour. So what does that mean? It's going to move into the Gulf of Mexico, and that means it's moving into really warm waters, bath-like waters, not just at the sea surface, but deep down. We're looking at some really warm waters. That's going to be fuel for the storm. So we're really going to start to see it blossom over the next 24 and then especially 48 hours. Here's the track. By early Wednesday, we're looking at a Cat 3 storm. That's the latest track of what we expect to hit along the west coast of Florida, whether it's the Panhandle, the Big Bend, into portions of the northern parts of Florida. It's going to bring very heavy rain, up to 12 inches in some spots, life-threatening storm surge. What is storm surge? It's a wall of water over dry land. It's very, very dangerous. You cannot outrun this wall of water. And we're looking at some really gusty winds, hurricane force winds, as early as late Tuesday into Wednesday. And And then as we go throughout time, it's not just tomorrow, it's not just into Wednesday, it's into Thursday, because now we're talking about the Carolinas. This is going to coincide with a really high tide, so we're going to be concerned about the river levels there as well. But we're going to continue to watch that. Tropical alerts extend all the way from all along the west coast of Florida, the Gulf parts of Florida. We're looking at interior portions too under tropical alerts. Where you see the pink, that is a hurricane watch. The yellow is a tropical storm watch. So now is the time, as I said, get prepared. You have at least 36 hours, if not 48 hours, before it finally makes landfall. Storm surge alerts also stretching all up and down the coast because we are expecting feet up to 11 feet. Now, keep in mind, when we talk about storm surge, this is so important. This is the deadliest aspect of a tropical storm. So even 3 feet of water can be life-threatening. And then we're looking at 6 feet, where we could see the weight of the water breaking through doors. 9 feet, we're going to see entire neighborhoods destroyed. So as we go throughout time here, we're looking at storm surge forecasts up to 7 feet, 11 feet in some spots, especially where you see that hot pink color, and then 6 to 9 in the red area. So this is so important. This is one of the biggest takeaways when we're talking about tropical systems. That's one. The second one is rainfall. Again, we're looking at the potential for 12 inches. It's not just in Florida. It's not just the west coast of Florida. It's the interior parts of Florida into parts of the southeast and parts of the Carolinas. Again, mentioning that exceptional high tide by Wednesday into Thursday along the Carolinas. That's going to cause some problems there. Where you see the brightest colors, that's where we're expecting the heaviest amounts of rain falling. The good news in Florida, we can accept a little more water. The soil can accept more water, but still 12 inches is a lot of rain. That's going to lead to some flash flooding risks, especially where you see that pink color. So anywhere from Jacksonville to Charleston up to Wilmington, that's your moderate risk, and that's where we're expecting the likeliest chance of some really flash flooding conditions. Also, tropical storm winds. When you think of tropical systems, of course, you think of winds as well. We're looking at the chance for hurricane force winds into tropical storm winds as early as tomorrow night into Wednesday. Tracking the tropics besides Idalia, we're looking at a Hurricane Franklin. This is now a very strong storm. It's going to skirt past Bermuda, and it's going to bring the chance of some high surf along the U.S. coast. So not a direct impact for us, not a direct impact for Bermuda, but we're looking at some rough seas along the East Coast ahead of Idalia.
With Idalia, is there a question about how much it could intensify at the Gulf Coast? I mean, could that change over the next couple days?
It could change. You know, it already changed in the past, let's say 6 hours. Earlier it was, a Cat 1, and then it was a Cat 2. Now it's a Cat 3. So certainly the Gulf waters are exceptionally where we're record levels. So yeah, it could.
All right, Michelle, thank you.
Sure. Change. Thanks, Michelle. Well, turning now to the U.S. Gymnastics Championship, where Simone Biles has made history just weeks after returning to the mat. Yesterday, Biles smashed records, winning her 8th national title, finishing nearly 4 points ahead of the runner-up. Biles, at 26, is now the oldest woman to win a national title. And with this latest win, Biles has now beat the record she shared with Alfred Joe Kim, who won 7 national championships between 1925 and 1933.
So it's been a while.
Yeah.
And much more to come here in Morning News now.
Yep.
Later this hour, facing the fallout, a Spanish soccer official is now suspended after kissing a star player at the Women's World Cup. More on the controversy and how it's sparking a bigger conversation about the culture of women's sports.
But up first, Lahaina left in ruins 3 weeks since the devastating and deadly wildfires on Maui, and some families are still searching for answers. More on the recovery efforts after the break.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on the Maui wildfires. It's been nearly 3 weeks since those catastrophic fires devastated the island of Maui, and for many families, there is still no resolution when it comes to their loved ones. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock gives us a closer look at where things stand with recovery efforts and promises made to the residents of Maui moving forward.
Lining a scenic overpass near Lahaina sit a row of crosses decorated with ribbons and representing the lives lost to the wildfires. The final figures still unknown, with Tony Takafua, just 7 years old, among the latest victims identified.
He liked to play outside, like on the same street. He played with all like the neighborhood kids. Just kind of sad because they all know now, like all the kids in our neighborhood know that he passed.
For every family mourning, there are countless community members carrying a heavy heart, like Gamze Smith.
How are you balancing this?
I just can't stop crying, thinking about my daughter's school, all the people that we lost.
Smith is also confronting a growing problem for Maui, a drop in tourism. A photographer by trade, she captured these images of Lahaina after the fires.
It's been tough 2 weeks for sure.
Only weeks earlier, she was snapping wedding photos and family portraits.
How immediate was the impact on business for you?
Literally day 2, 48 hours after I had 2 cancellations, and then it just continued to cancel. 90% of my photo shoots got canceled.
The revenue brought in from tourists is Hawaii's economic engine. Now rental car lots are overflowing with vehicles. And hotel chairs by famed Kaanapali Beach sit empty, as many hotels are housing displaced residents, the governor vowing to help them.
Travelers should still come to the other parts of Maui for their holidays and their honeymoons and their vacations because their investment in Hawaii will be life-sustaining for those families who have been displaced and suffered. It's an ecosystem that has to be preserved.
Meanwhile, scientists like Chris Schuler, a hydrologist at the University of Hawaii, studying another crucial ecosystem.
They're pretty advanced weather stations. They measure temperature and humidity.
Trying to pinpoint conditions that led to historic devastation.
That high-pressure system brought in those very strong winds that drove the fires, but it also brought in a very dry air mass that allowed those fuels, those dry grasses that burned, to have such a low humidity that they caught, like tinder.
He says preparation is key as climate-fueled disasters become more commonplace.
What have we learned from this catastrophe that could help the island of Maui in the future prevent something like this from happening again?
We want to do everything that we can to mitigate climate change, but the reality is that we as a society have to adapt. And the way that we adapt to this is by making our homes, our towns, our communities more resilient. There was one water tank that was feeding the whole community. If that water tank runs dry, they're out of water.
Now it seems Maui's running out of time to provide answers to those still grieving. Surfers paddling into the Pacific Ocean on Saturday to honor the dead and keep their memories alive.
Our thanks to Sam Brock for that report. And last week, Maui officials published a list of missing people. According to police, part of the reason they published that list was to flush out duplication or inaccuracies. The police chief says they might move to weekly updates on names for accuracy.
This morning, fans of The Price is Right are fondly remembering the show's longtime host, Bob Barker. He died of natural causes at his home in the Hollywood Hills on Saturday. Barker was 99. NBC's Emily Aketa takes a look back at his life and his legendary career.
With his unflappable charm, Bob Barker electrified audiences for 35 years, hosting The Price is Right, the game show where contestants guess the price of everyday items.
Well, the thing I hear is, Bob, come on down. I hear it every place I go.
But just months shy of his 100th birthday, his publicist announcing the world's greatest MC who ever lived, Bob Barker, has left us. Born in Darlington, Washington, Barker spent his early years on a reservation in South Dakota, where his mother was a school teacher. His entertainment career began in radio with The Bob Barker Show.
Okay, I got it. All right, go. I'm going to go. All right.
The big break in television would come 6 years later, hosting the game show Truth or Consequences.
If you like excitement, you have come to the right place.
Then in 1972, it was on to the show that would make him a legend and a household name.
It's The Price is Right.
It has become the longest-running game show in television history.
33 cents.
An animal rights advocate, Barker founded an organization focused on reducing the overpopulation of domestic cats and dogs.
Help control the pet population. Have your pets spayed or neutered. I want the whole thing.
On the big screen, he took a few swings at Adam Sandler and Happy Gilmore. In 2007, the 83-year-old Barker bid a heartfelt goodbye to his decades-long career on national TV that included 19 Emmys.
I want to thank you very, very much for inviting me into your homes for the last 50 years.
Now the world says goodbye to a television legend. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
What a legacy. We'll remember him more next hour. International headlines now. Russian officials have identified all 10 people who died in last week's plane crash north of Moscow, including Wagner chief.
NBC's Raph Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with that and other world headlines. Raph, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, Russian authorities now officially confirming that Prigozhin was on that flight and killed when it crashed. They say genetic testing provided the confirmation. Prigozhin's right-hand man was also killed, and it's not clear what the mercenary group's future looks like. Russia's still not giving any official cause for the crash. In Haiti, at least 7 people are dead after a gang opened fire on a church-led protest. A crowd of hundreds, led by faith leaders, were marching against gang violence when gunmen opened fire with machine guns, according to witnesses. Haiti has been mired in violent crisis for years and has pleaded for the international community to intervene. And finally, they're not mutants and they're not teenagers, but more than 1,000 baby turtles have been released into the wild in Colombia. It's the latest stage of a 10-year conservation project meant to protect freshwater turtles from illegal wildlife trade and natural predators. Apparently, Colombian soldiers and sailors volunteered to take part in the project. And guys, you can see why they would put their hands up for that assignment.
Yeah. Wow, so cute.
Very cool to see that.
Raph Sanchez, thank you very much.
Coming up, the race for the White House is heating up as some of the top GOP contenders set their sights on a key swing state.
When we return, we'll bring you the latest from the campaign trail, plus how Donald Trump's ongoing legal troubles are impacting his lead. This is Morning News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
be an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with the latest in the race for the White House. Several Republican presidential candidates are converging on a key battleground state. We're talking about South Carolina. Natives of that state, Nikki Haley and Tim Scott, are slated to hold public events in their home state later today. Both candidates looking to keep their momentum going and make it to the next primary debate.
But all of the Republican candidates still have one major obstacle to overcome. Of course, that's former President Donald Trump. Despite his ongoing legal troubles, Trump holds a solid lead, and both Haley and Scott are polling in the single digits. Well, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is here with us now to talk through all of this, and he is back home in New York. He is on set with us, Vaughn.
Good to be here. Good morning.
It's great to have you. You've been doing such fantastic coverage over the last few days. Let's start with Nikki Haley. So her campaign says that donations have been pouring in since her performance in that debate that we saw last week, the first of them, first GOP debate. How is she using that momentum? What do you think it's going to do to carry her through here? What do you think we might see in polling?
Right. It means something that both her and Tim Scott are also from South Carolina. Of course, we pay attention to Iowa and New Hampshire, but South Carolina is that third voting state. And for these two, the former governor and the current U.S. senator, this provides them hope. But they need to make some moves when you're looking at the polling. Nikki Haley here, in the 24 hours after the debate, her campaign says they raised more money than any other 24-hour period during her campaign so far. And so for Nikki Haley, you see where she is at in the polling, up to 15%. Washington Post did a poll after the debate that showed her favorability increasing here. This is tough. Donald Trump continues to take up such a great share of the Republican electorate at this point. But for Nikki Haley and these other candidates, it's about exposure, introducing yourselves to millions of Americans. Folks in South Carolina know her, but folks largely are just really getting to meet the former UN ambassador and the former governor.
So Nikki Haley got a boost from the last debate. Tim Scott really did not. He has 4 scheduled events in South Carolina. What's his team hoping to do to try and bounce back?
Right. He spoke very little in that debate there, and folks were waiting to see whether Tim Scott would be sort of a rising voice, but you heard very little from him. He really didn't get into skirmishes. He said that, hey, I don't want to get into a food fight here among adults. That is sort of the Tim Scott approach in this race. And there is time, 4.5 months until the debate, and potentially, if folks are looking to turn away from hostility from Donald Trump to Ron DeSantis to others, potentially there's room for Tim Scott. The other hard part, though, is his campaign has already spent millions of dollars on TV advertisements. So folks are getting to know who Tim Scott is, and so at some point he's got to see some poll movement.
Absolutely. Vaughn, also, the person who's kind of been right behind Donald Trump, not right behind, but number 2, consistently polling, Ron DeSantis. We saw him step away. Of course, he's governor of Florida, from the campaign trail this weekend as he deals with the shooting that happened in Jacksonville, as well as an ongoing and upcoming hurricane threat. While it means he stepped away from the campaign trail, does this sort of give him a national stage as kind of a test for handling both the tragedy as well as that potential hurricane impact?
Right. He's not a former elected official. He's going through real-life crises in real time. Just last night, he was at a vigil after the dollar store shooting, the racist shooting that left 3 black people dead. This, for Ron DeSantis, is a reality that he is going to be facing in these months ahead. He was booed at that vigil last night. And this comes when we're expecting a hurricane to strike tomorrow, Wednesday, on the west coast of Florida here. 33 counties in Florida are under state of emergency warnings here. And so for Ron DeSantis, these are tests. We saw him go through this with the Surfside collapse. We have seen him front and center working with local jurisdictions here. But it also opens yourself up to vulnerabilities and to criticisms and critiques. And so for Ron DeSantis, well, as much as he'd like to be on the campaign trail in these months ahead, Florida's a big state. And when we're talking about hurricane season, it's going to take him away from the campaign, and he's going to have to tend to the folks back home.
All right. Vaughn Hilliard, as always, it's great to see you. Thank you very much for reporting. Well, staying on the campaign trail, this morning we're getting new insight into the mindset of likely Republican caucus goers in Iowa.
New data from the latest NBC News, Des Moines Register, and Mediacom poll shows that the 3 terms that those Republicans most identified with were pro-life, afraid for the Constitution, and disgruntled with government. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, good morning. So walk us through the results of the poll. What were your big takeaways there?
Yeah, number one, Joe, this is a conservative electorate, which shouldn't surprise anyone when past winners of the Republican Iowa caucuses were people like Mike Huckabee in 2008, Rick Santorum in 2012, and even Ted Cruz narrowly over Donald Trump in 2016. And in addition to those three findings you had where conservative 80% say they're pro-life, 77% say that they're afraid for the Constitution or dissatisfied with the current state of American politics. What also stands out to me, 46% of likely Republican Iowa caucus goers say that they are MAGA Republicans, which almost reflects Donald Trump's first choice on our ballot, where he was at 42% leading the Republican field. And also only 23% say they're anti-Trump, and that stands out to me as well.
Mark, if we can, let's dive in a little bit more on abortion. Obviously an important issue on voters' minds, something that took up quite a bit of time in the first debate that we saw last week. There is this gap here. I want to get into kind of some of the nuance between the high share of caucus goers who describe themselves as pro-life, but then also those who voice support in the survey for abortion restrictions. What can you tell us about this? Does it help us understand what exactly it is that voters want to see?
Yeah, Savannah, I think it really shows the difference between saying that you're pro-life or opposed to abortion rights versus when it comes down to, well, what can you actually support on abortion bans? Is it a federal versus state? Is it 6 weeks versus 15 weeks? And our poll shows that 80% of likely caucus goers on the Republican side call themselves pro-life, but only 54% say that they're more likely to vote for a candidate who supports a ban with exceptions federally at 15 weeks.
Interesting. So we saw this last week, and we're seeing it again now. Donald Trump commanding lead among Republicans in Iowa. Are his legal troubles having any impact one way or the other right now?
Yeah, and Joe, I think it's worth noting some of the polls that we're probably going to see after the Labor Day period. I think it's important for people to see where this race is after they've completely been able to think about his latest indictment, as well as that mugshot that he ended up getting last week and the aftermath of last week's Republican debate. And so usually the Labor Day period or post-Labor Day period is always a plush time to look and devour political polls, and I think that will be the case. I think we'll have a very good understanding where the Republican race is in a week or two.
Mark, it's important to remember, of course, this poll was just likely Republican caucus goers in Iowa, a red state. How do these results compare with what we're seeing nationally? Help us put it in context.
Yeah, as I ended up saying, that this is a much more conservative electorate than you end up seeing either even statewide in a place like Iowa or nationally overall. We're just looking at the likely Republican electorate in this very first contest in Iowa. And again, to get to kind of the measure of where the rest of the country is, you have to look more to those general election polls.
All right, Mark Murray helping us understand the polls. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, the Women's World Cup overshadowed by controversy. We're going to bring you the latest on the new fallout from a kiss involving a Spanish soccer official and a star player.
And fellow Swifties, maybe we need to calm down. Taylor Swift's enormously popular Eras Tour might not specifically be boosting the economy. We'll explain next on Morning News Now.
come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. We're continuing to follow the controversy and the fallout surrounding the Spanish soccer official who kissed a player on the mouth during the Women's World Cup awards ceremony. FIFA has now suspended that official for his conduct.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now with more on this. Hey, Kelly, good morning. So what else do we know about this suspension so far?
Yeah, so Spain's Soccer Federation today is expected to hold an emergency meeting to talk about all of this FIFA suspension. The Federation president, Luis Rubiales, has refused to resign, saying that kiss a week ago during the medal ceremony at the Women's World Cup was consensual. The player who was on the receiving end, Jenny Hermoso, said the kiss made her feel, quote, vulnerable and the victim of aggression, and also said that she felt pressured to release the original statement, which was almost a tacit support for Rubiales. So FIFA has now opened disciplinary actions against Rubiales. That happened on Thursday. On Saturday, they said he was suspended for 3 months pending an investigation. And in another strange twist this morning, guys, his mother has now locked herself in a church in Spain and announced that she is going on a hunger strike to protest what she calls her son's inhumane treatment. Savannah, Joe.
Wow. I mean, this is a topic that's really just the talk of the sports world, truly all around the globe. Can you talk about some of the support that Jenny Hermoso is receiving?
Yeah, she's gotten a lot of support, particularly over the weekend, from athletes in all different kinds of disciplines, from men and women. There have been messages of support from men's giant football teams at Barcelona and Madrid, teams and players, as well as women's soccer players in the U.S. The U.S. Women's National Basketball Players Association posted a statement of support saying, "We stand united in our condemnation of all forms of assault against women, and we reject the institutional abuse of power displayed by the RFEF," that's the Spanish Football Association, "and those enabling them. This behavior impacts us all," the statement said. It went on to say the situation involving Jenny Hermoso serves as a stark reminder that no one should escape accountability, including Luis Rubiales. This incident emphasizes the interconnectedness of our community, and went on to say that an attack on one is an attack on all, guys.
Wow. Kelly, do we know what's next here for the Spanish women's soccer team? I mean, just generally, do you think that this speaks to sort of a cultural issue in soccer or women's sports as a whole?
I think definitely a cultural issue in Spain, at least according to the people who are speaking out about this, including top members of government who are saying that this should be Spain's Me Too moment. The players are now refusing to play on the national team at all until there's a change in leadership. Their next match is next month against Sweden. And some of the coaching staff, the female coaching staff, is also refusing to work. More broadly, it has opened up a conversation about women's sport globally as well. In fact, Norway's Football Federation president, the first woman to hold that post, said over the weekend that football's journey toward inclusion, diversity, and gender equality is, quote, far from over. Guys.
All right, Kelly Kobaya, thank you so much.
Now for some financial headlines. The Biden administration is expected to announce some big changes that are coming to Medicare tomorrow.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us on that and other news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, so the Biden administration is expected to announce tomorrow 10 drugs Medicare will pay less for starting in 2026. Now, this is part of an effort to cut Medicare spending on several high-priced medicines. For the first time, Medicare can negotiate prices of certain prescriptions as part of the Inflation Reduction Act passed by Congress last year. It's widely expected the blood thinner Eliquis, made by Bristol Myers and Pfizer, will be on the list, along with Merck's diabetes drug Januvia and Amgen's Enbrel, which treats autoimmune diseases. Several drug makers and industry groups have sued to challenge the program. Mallinckrodt is filing for bankruptcy for the second time in 3 years. The move comes after the drug maker reached a deal with creditors to cut $1 billion from the amount it owes to victims of the opioid crisis. Mallinckrodt is one of the largest manufacturers of opioids. It was a defendant in more than 3,000 lawsuits alleging it used deceptive and misleading marketing practices to boost sales of the highly addictive drugs. And Paris will become one of the few cities worldwide this week to ban rentals of electric scooters after residents voted this spring to get rid of the bikes. The three operators in Paris, Lime, Dot, and Tier, tell CNBC they will have removed their scooters by the September 1st deadline. Now, they had a combined fleet of roughly 15,000 in the city. Many cities have introduced restrictions on scooters, such as speed limits and parking zones, and enforce those with fines, guys.
And here in New York, we don't have the ones that you can rent.
That's right. Yeah. I know. And in LA, where you used to live, you do, and they're like hanging from
everywhere.
trees.
They're throwing them in the water. They're doing all sorts of things. Savannah, now, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, as some people know all too well, Taylor Swift has been on her Eras Tour since March. It's predicted to become the biggest tour of all time. One widely reported study even suggested she had a $5 billion impact on the economy.
Yeah, well, we're about to get into exactly how those numbers work, but I've certainly contributed when it comes around Taylor Swift concerts, as I did this past weekend. Well, that figure caught the attention of NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky, who dug into the claims and found some blank space when it came to substantiating them.
Welcome to the Eras Tour.
Have no fear about the U.S. economy. Taylor Swift is here to boost, jolt, and revive it. No, y'all need to calm down, because economists are pretty sure Swift did not generate $5 billion for the U.S. economy. Let me explain the three key breakdowns and how a couple of economic observations were spun into the tall tale of T-Swift stimulus. First, the Philly Fed. A June report from the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia mentioned how strong hotel revenue was the weekend Taylor Swift brought 3 shows and a couple 100,000 fans to Lincoln Financial Field. Well, when that nugget found its way to the interwebs, it evolved into the Federal Reserve says Taylor Swift's Eras Tour boosted the economy. The Federal Reserve did not say that. In fact, the Philly Fed emailed us. Unfortunately, many articles reported that Swift was personally responsible for a spike in tourism. This statement is inaccurate. Swift was partially responsible for a spike in hotel revenue. See, the difference between hotels having a nice weekend and the entire U.S. economy seeing a spike is like confusing 16-year-old country singing Taylor with 33-year-old pop icon Taylor. The second thing that went awry with the tale of the Taylor Swift economy, Econ 101, or more like the failure to remember Econ 101. When an online research company put out a press release claiming the Eras Tour generated $5 billion and economic impact greater than 50 countries, nobody really asked how they came up with that number. I did. That company, QuestionPro, launched a survey to measure the wild amounts some concertgoers were spending on the T-Swift experience, north of $1,300 they found on average. Then they multiplied that by the 4 million or so Swifties, and bada boom, $5 billion in economic impact. But economists say that's not even close to how economic impact is calculated.
Did you guys have an economist working on this with you?
We had some senior researchers that we used for this, so not an economist specifically, but there was enough research effort behind it that we feel confident in the numbers.
The other thing that left economists screaming, mistaking billions in spending with billions in new spending. We don't have billions in economic benefits if Taylor Swift is just scooping up spending that would have otherwise gone to other travel or other experiences.
When I go to spend money on Taylor Swift concert tickets, it means not spending money on other things.
Economist J.C. Bradbury says, for example, when tourism in a T-Swift city wins, businesses in another American city typically lose. Actual economic analyses have found that big events just don't create that much new spending.
Maybe it's not zero, but it's not very large. And the numbers we're seeing are normally way inflated over what the actual economic benefit might be.
The last thing that fueled this tall tale, aggregators. After those first headlines started popping, various tourism and business groups around the country started doing their own reports on the Taylor Swift economy, aggregating QuestionPro's questionable conclusions to form new conclusions, spawning even more coverage, forever laundering into the mainstream those initial claims that we now know were trouble. Noah Pransky, NBC News.
So it was Taylor Swift's economy that got the boost.
Right. Well,
her checking book economy.
Yeah. Well, we know what. Exactly. That she's just gonna, do so fantastically from all this. But
and you saw her in Mexico City, and
I was just in Mexico City. I was one of those Philly hotel people, and I was also in Nashville, so I know what I spent. I don't know. I think it depends, I guess, on how you examine it. But
just the point is, you would have spent that money elsewhere if you hadn't gone to Taylor's. So
right.
Very interesting. Thanks to Noah for that.
Mexico City was great. Well, coming up, the stage is set for that opening serve.
The U.S. Open starts today right here in New York. We're gearing up for a battle of the Grand Slam GOATs. We're going to get the lowdown when we come back. You're watching Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Little League World Series Championship was yesterday with California beating Curacao 6-5, hanging on after giving up a 4-run lead. It was the first time the team from El Segundo, it's a community in the L.A. area, made the finals. California has won 8 times, which is the most for any American state. Curacao, a small island off the coast of Venezuela, has represented the championship's international side of the bracket the last 3 times that non-U.S. teams have competed. They've yet to score a win, so I kind of am pulling for them to win one of these days.
Right.
But congratulations to the team from California.
There you go. I know. Oh, very cool. Well, today is one of the most anticipated dates of the year for tennis fans.
The final Grand Slam of the year, the U.S. Open, will get underway today here in New York at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. For more, we are joined by Lucas Weiss, staff editor at The Athletic. Lucas, good to have you with us this morning. So let's start off on the women's side. Who are the favorites to win? What storyline should we be keeping an eye on there?
Well, first off, thanks so much for having me on. You're absolutely right. It's one of the great days of the sporting calendar, the start of the U.S. Open. It's going to be a fantastic 2 weeks. On the women's side, you have to look at Iga Swiatek. She's the #1 seed. She won the French Open this year, but she has a difficult draw at this tournament. In the quarterfinals, it could be a matchup between Swiatek and young American Coco Gauff. They met at Cincinnati in the semifinals. Gauff beating the world #1, and Coco Gauff winning Cincinnati makes her one of the favorites to win the U.S. Open. She would be the first American since Sloane Stephens to do so. And then for Swiatek, you have to think of Elena Rybakina, who, of course, made the Australian Open final this year, won Wimbledon a year ago. And then if Swiatek were to win that match, she has to play Aryna Sabalenka maybe in the final, the number 2 seed at this tournament, and the Australian Open champion. So a very difficult draw for Swiatek, but it's going to make for some entertaining tennis.
Oh, for sure. All right, also on the men's side, so it has been all Carlos Alcaraz. We all became obsessed. And, of course, Novak Djokovic. Last year, tennis fans got to see history when Alcaraz became the youngest player to win a men's U.S. Open since Pete Sampras in 1990. He's 20 years old. I mean, is there any reason to expect to see anything other than an Alcaraz-Djokovic final? And if so, what would you expect? What are you thinking here?
We're certainly on a collision course for another Alcaraz-Djokovic final. They had that epic Wimbledon final this summer where Alcaraz was able to beat Djokovic for the first time in 10 years on center court. That was Djokovic's first loss there. Alcaraz winning his second slam at 20 years old. And then just a few weeks later in Cincinnati, they met in another epic final, 3 sets, with Djokovic able to win that. So I think if they're able to meet again in New York, it will be an amazing moment for tennis fans to unite and watch these 2 great men play. But what I will add is that Alcaraz's draw is difficult. He may have to face Jannik Sinner in the quarterfinals at the U.S. Open. They, of course, met last year, an epic 5-setter where Alcaraz won for 5 hours, which lasted past 2 in the morning. So Alcaraz's draw is difficult. He could face Medvedev in the semifinals. Medvedev, of course, winning the U.S. Open back in 2021. So Alcaraz's draw is tricky, but this 20-year-old is special, and I think he'll have a good chance to win the U.S. Open.
All right, we'll see what happens. Lucas Weiss, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Thank you for joining us on a Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, tracking Idalia. We are watching a major tropical storm system developing in the Gulf of Mexico this morning. That storm expected to turn into a hurricane and slam into the Florida coast as early as Wednesday morning. We've got its latest movements and the damage it could bring to the Gulf Coast and to the Deep South. Also this morning, future in focus, a potentially consequential day in court today for former President Donald Trump. The dueling federal hearings set to be held in Washington and Georgia, and the outcomes in both could map out his and his co-defendants' legal futures. Plus, a dream at 60. It was a critical turning point in America's fight for civil rights. Later in the hour, we'll look back on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s pivotal I Have a Dream speech, which turned 60 today. What has changed in the decades since, and what has stayed the same? And the right stuff. This morning, we are remembering an icon of American television, Price is Right host Bob Barker, the game show legend who graced our screens for more than half a century. So many positive memories and some great reactions coming in as well. We'll take a look back.
And you are going to bring it to us, which means it'll be great.
We're going to begin this morning with Tropical Storm Idalia, which is gaining strength in the Gulf of Mexico and taking aim at the Florida coast.
That's right. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis issued a stark warning to people living in the potential target area.
Storms, of course, as we know, these things can wobble. So Floridians along our Gulf Coast should be vigilant, even if you're currently outside the cone, and indeed you could see impacts if you are in a place that's outside the cone.
Arrival of the storm comes as parts of the state handle a gas contamination crisis, which could serve as a potential roadblock for people planning on fueling up ahead of the storm. Well, the growing threat of Idalia comes nearly a year after Hurricane Ian left parts of Florida destroyed and submerged underwater. Some homeowners and business owners say they are still recovering. Today, meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking this, of course, for us. She's here with the very latest. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning. And that's why it's so important to take precautions
now. You want to get your hurricane plan in place. We only have 48 hours, even a little less than that at this hour. We're looking at a very strong tropical storm at this hour, 65-mile-per-hour winds. It's not going to take much to get it to a Cat 1 storm, eventually a Cat 2 storm, and we're expecting landfall early Wednesday as a Category 3 somewhere along the west coast, probably closer to the northern part of the west coast of Florida. So we're looking at winds at 65 miles per hour. It's moving north at 8 miles per hour. It's starting to pick up some speed, still really slow, but we were stationary just a few hours ago. It's going to merge into the Gulf of Mexico. The Gulf of Mexico is so warm. We're looking at record temperatures. We're looking at really warm waters. That's going to strengthen this, and that's why we're expecting it by Tuesday to become a Category 2 storm, by Wednesday a Category 3 storm before it makes landfall. Now notice this cone here. You want to pay attention to that. Not so much the line, but the cone. So it could kind of wobble. This is something that we're going to have to nail down over the next 24 hours or so, but still anywhere along the Big Bend, the Panhandle, down to portions of the west coast of Florida, down to the southern portions of West Coast, you want to stay on high alert. Warm waters, we're looking at a big increase in terms of the windfall once it gets into these warm waters, because we're looking at warm waters running 2 to 4 inches above average. Here is that cone as it goes throughout time. We're looking at it is strengthening into a Category 3 storm, and then eventually it's going to decrease to a tropical storm where we're going to see some flooding conditions along the North Carolina coast as well. Savannah?
All right, Michelle, we know you'll stay on it. Thank you so much. Well, this morning there are new details in that deadly shooting of 3 black people at a Dollar General store in Florida. Authorities say the shooter left behind messages of hate-filled ideology, and they're calling the shooting racially motivated. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Jacksonville on this. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Police say the shooter purchased the murder weapons legally despite being involuntarily held for a mental health evaluation years ago. Overnight, President Biden spoke with the local mayor and sheriff here, and the president has noted that this racist rampage happened on the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington.
I am tired.
This morning, a Jacksonville community is grieving the stunning loss of 3 people shot to death in what police say was a racially motivated attack. The FBI is investigating the shooting as a hate crime. Police say the gunman, 21-year-old Ryan Christopher Palmer, sent racist writings to local law enforcement, the media, even his own parents, expressing his desire to kill black people. Officials releasing video of the gunman in a tactical vest before he opened fire in the parking lot and then inside a Dollar General store Saturday afternoon.
He let several people out of the store. Why, I don't know. Some of them were white, but I do believe there was a couple that were not.
The victims identified as Angela Carr, Gerald Deshaun Gallion, and 19-year-old store employee Anult Joseph Laguerre Jr., known as AJ.
Why does he have to go now? Why so young?
Gerald Gallion's family says he worked hard to take care of his 4-year-old daughter.
My grandbaby keeps saying is, "Where's my daddy?" And all I can do is grab her because I don't have the words right now.
Before the shooting, police say the gunman stopped at nearby Edward Waters University, a historically black institution where a school security officer saw him and called police to report a suspicious person on campus.
What he did is totally unacceptable in the state of Florida.
At a prayer vigil, Governor Ron DeSantis vowing to provide more security to Florida HBCUs, but facing boos from the crowd. DeSantis has faced backlash over efforts to change black history education in public schools, with new curriculum standards including a controversial provision that some slaves developed skills that could be used for their personal benefit.
So that means they develop skills in spite of slavery, not because of slavery.
Meanwhile, authorities say the shooter, who took his own life when officers arrived, lived with his parents in this home outside Jacksonville. Adding a suicide note was found in his bedroom. An AR-style rifle and a handgun, one covered in hand-drawn swastikas, were recovered at the scene.
His sickening ideology is not representative of the values of this Jacksonville community.
Police say the gunman had no criminal arrest record, but when he was 15, he was held for 72 hours under Florida's Baker Act for an involuntary mental health evaluation. Savannah?
All right, Gabe, thank you very much. Well, there are dueling court hearings today that could determine former President Trump's legal path going forward. In Washington, we're expected to learn the trial date for Trump's federal election interference case. And in Georgia, we will hear former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows' request to move that election case to federal court. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is following it all and has the latest from Atlanta.
Well, we're talking about two different hearings in two different federal courtrooms, but former President Donald Trump is right at the center of both of them, including here in Atlanta, where today's proceedings could help decide how and where the case moves forward.
This morning, all eyes are on a federal courthouse in downtown Atlanta, where, after more than 2 years of investigating, Fulton County DA Fani Willis is expected to lay out some of her case against former President Trump and his 18 co-defendants, all charged with trying to overturn Trump's 2020 election loss in Georgia.
The defendants engaged in a criminal racketeering enterprise.
Today's hearing centers around Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and his push to move his case to federal court. But the DA has subpoenaed key witnesses, including Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, who was on the receiving end of that now infamous phone call from then President Trump.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
It comes as a federal judge in Washington is expected to rule regarding a different case against Mr. Trump, preparing to set a trial date in his federal election interference case. Special counsel Jack Smith wants to start in January 2024, but Trump attorneys pushed back, asking for April 2026, well after the presidential election in which Mr. Trump is currently the GOP frontrunner. And in Georgia, the DA wants to start in late October, though a judge has not yet signed off.
These trial dates also are going to move. It's unrealistic. It's theatrics.
All of it comes on the heels of Mr. Trump's historic surrender last week and that mugshot, which is proving to be politically profitable. The Trump campaign reports it's raised more than $7 million since last week's surrender, in what the campaign calls its most profitable 24-hour period ever.
And as for that push to move this case to federal court, former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and several others have made that request. The former president has not yet done so, though he is expected to follow suit. Now, legal experts say that that could perhaps mean a more sympathetic judge, a more politically diverse jury pool, and, of course, it would be a difference of no TV cameras being allowed inside the courtroom. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much. Well, joining us now is Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. She's a civil rights attorney and former prosecutor, as well as an NBC News legal analyst. Kristen, good morning. Thanks for being here. So let's begin with Mark Meadows' request to move his case to federal court. So his legal team cites that his alleged actions in this indictment occurred while he was chief of staff to the president. So in that sort of federal role, how much of a case does he have here?
Well, really, to succeed, he doesn't need to just prove that it happened while he was in that federal role, while he was the former White House chief of staff. He also has to prove that those actions were taken under color of his office. And what that means is that he was acting as that federal officer during that time. He also has to prove that he is a viable federal offense to allow his case to be moved into the federal courts. But keep in mind, DA Willis's argument is referencing the Hatch Act. And what that means is she is suggesting that Meadows' actions may have violated that particular federal statute, potentially making them illegal. So really, in essence, what Willis is saying, or really has to demonstrate, is that Meadows' actions not only went beyond his official duties, but also crossed potentially into illegal territory.
So, Kristen, today we're also expected this testimony from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. That is the person that was on the phone when the former president asked about finding those votes. We've heard from him several times. So how much will it move the needle regarding whether this case is tried at the state level to hear from him again today? What are you looking for?
I think it's really going to move the needle. Quite frankly, I think his testimony could really be the linchpin that would keep the trial in state court. You know, evidence of communications attempting to influence Georgia's election results really strengthens the claim that Meadows may have really overstepped his official role, emphasizing the need for the state court to retain jurisdiction. So Willis is really going to heavily rely on his testimony as well as others to really illuminate that the alleged pressure campaign to overturn the election results really overstepped Meadows's role as a federal official.
Kristen, before I let you go, if we could switch gears and talk about special counsel Jack Smith's case against Trump. This is in the federal election interference case. Well, Smith is pushing for a speedy trial. The Trump camp is asking for the opposite. How likely is a case of this magnitude to be tried before the 2024 election?
I think it is very likely. I don't think Jack Smith's going to get what he wants. You know, picking a jury in December and then starting in January. But I think Judge Chutkan is really going to pick somewhere right down the middle. But she's probably not going to give him a whole year. Listen, you know, she has to really weigh a series of things, the right to a speedy trial, but then also Trump's argument is going to be that he really deserves and has a constitutional right to competent counsel. And when you have thousands and thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of documents to review, however can he mount appropriate defense? So they have really great arguments on both sides. But again, I've heard these arguments, I've been there, and I don't think Judge Chutkan is going to give more than a year.
So, Kristen, I know that the entire nature of this is unprecedented, not something that we've seen before, but just from a legal perspective, walk us through what we know, what it could mean to have somebody, especially somebody who happens to be the front runner of the Republican Party right now, be fully running for president, appearing before crowds, making statements at campaign events, while also potentially having a date on the books that's somewhere between now and the actual election of a trial.
Well, it's interesting because Trump, his legal team, the judges, and the prosecutors are all going to have to walk that tightrope of making sure that they don't make certain statements that could implicate their own defendant. Trump shouldn't make any statements that could incriminate him. And keep in mind, he's got a number of criminal trials, 4 indictments, several other trials with regard to the Trump organization. So he really has to be careful of what he says. But it's going to be a tight line, and he has to make sure he says things that are not going to incriminate him.
Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Well, turning now to a tragedy unfolding in Australia, where 3 Marines were killed in an aircraft crash during a training exercise. Officials are now looking into what caused the accident and how to prevent future crashes from occurring. NBC News correspondent Sarah James is in Melbourne, Australia, with the very latest. Hi, Sarah. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Well, that Marine Osprey carrying 23 U.S. Marines crashed on a remote Australian island. This took place just 1 month after 4 Australian soldiers were killed in a helicopter crash that also took place during training exercise between the 2 nations.
This morning, recovery efforts still underway on Melville Island after a deadly U.S. Marine Osprey crash off the coast of mainland Australia. 3 U.S. Marines died in the tragic crash in an aircraft similar to this one, which occurred while transporting troops in a routine military exercise. Its cause still under investigation.
The Emergency Operations Centre will now focus on the recovery of the 3 deceased Marines with dignity.
All 20 survivors rushed from the remote location to the city of Darwin, where 8 remain in hospital. U.S. Ambassador to Australia Caroline Kennedy praised Australia's swift response and ongoing support.
This tragedy and the recent loss that Australia also suffered reminds us all how grateful we are to those who serve in uniform.
The crash occurred Sunday off the coast of northern Australia after the aircraft left Darwin and flew towards the Tiwi Islands about 50 miles away.
At a time like this, we reach out to our American brothers and sisters in order to express our condolences.
Some 2,500 personnel from the U.S., Australia, and nearby countries were taking part in training exercises. This is not the first fatal accident involving the Osprey, a tilt-rotor hybrid which can take off and land like a helicopter and fly like a plane. In June last year, 5 Marines died in an Osprey crash in California. Investigators say a catastrophic mechanical failure the cause. But as the investigation continues, those in Australia's Northern Territory say their first duty is to the survivors.
I would just like to reassure the families who are on the other side of the world that we're caring for your loved ones. They're getting the best care possible.
And in the United States, President Biden took to X, formerly known as Twitter, to express his condolences and that of the First Lady. But also here in Australia, defense officials tell me that those training exercises will go on. However, they will not take place on Melville Island, which is the site of that ongoing investigation. Savannah?
All right, Sarah James, thank you very much. Coming up on Morning News Now, a little bit of Loch Ness levity on this Monday morning as we take you inside the largest hunt for Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster, in half a century. But first, it's pandemonium in our nation's capital as some of its biggest stars get ready for one final trip home. And let's just say many visitors to the National Zoo aren't too happy. We'll explain after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war content.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with some international headlines, starting in Libya, where people took to the streets after their foreign minister reportedly met with an Israeli official. Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with that and more. Hey, Raf, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, major protests in Libya after the country's foreign minister apparently met with her Israeli counterpart. Official contact with Israelis remains sensitive in many Arab countries, and it's not clear why Israel made the meeting public. Libya's foreign minister has been suspended, and she's reportedly fled the country. In Greece, 2 men have been arrested for allegedly deliberately setting fires, one of dozens of arson arrests made in recent days. At least 21 people have been killed in the last week by out-of-control flames. One of those 2 men allegedly set fire to dried grass on an island, while the other is said to have torched dry areas on the mainland. And finally, astronauts aboard the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft have safely docked at the International Space Station. The astronauts hail from 4 countries, the US, Denmark, Japan, and Russia, making this SpaceX's most international mission to date. And Savannah, Elon Musk points out that when the spacecraft and the station were docking, both of them were actually traveling around 25 times the speed of sound. It's pretty amazing.
That is so amazing. Wow, it's a huge group of them, too. It's so cool to see. Raf Sanchez, thanks so much. Well, back here in the U.S., the National Zoo is preparing to bid farewell to its iconic giant pandas. They've been an attraction at the zoo for 23 years, but now the 2 adult giant pandas and their cub are scheduled to return to China at the end of the year. NBC's Ryan Nobles joins us now with more on this, not from his usual post on the Hill, instead at the zoo. Ryan, great to see you. Good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, my new job as chief panda correspondent for NBC News. But yes, you're right. It's actually been more than 50 years that these giant pandas have just enthralled zoogoers here in the nation's capital. But now the 2 adult pandas and their cub are scheduled to head back to China at the end of this year. And the future of giant pandas in the United States is very much in doubt.
They are among the biggest stars in the nation's capital.
I'm excited to see the panda.
And their time in Washington is coming to an end.
I want them to stay.
Tian Tian and Mei Xiong are giant pandas who call the Smithsonian National Zoo home. Tian Tian celebrated his 26th birthday on Sunday.
2 rare giant pandas are coming to America.
They came to Washington, D.C. in 2000 as part of a conservation and breeding partnership with China. The original agreement was for 10 years, but was extended several times. During that more than 2-decade run, the duo gave birth to a son, Shuao-Chi Ji, whose arrival was documented with a live panda cam that drew in millions of viewers. The Panda Cam's round-the-clock feed has caught the pandas climbing trees, fighting over food, playing in the water, and of course, sliding down a snow-covered hill. Those 3 pandas currently in Washington, the extension of a partnership that started more than 50 years ago.
2 Chinese pandas offered to the United States during the president's Chinese visit will go to the National Zoo.
And for people visiting D.C., seeing the pandas is a must.
They're the star of the shows here, and I mean they're a staple. I think of the Smithsonian Zoo, I think of the pandas.
But they're more than just a tourist attraction.
There's been no greater ambassador to getting people to love animals, love nature, love conservation than the giant panda.
The giant pandas raise millions of dollars, and their popularity opens the door to teach others the value of conservation efforts.
You see a panda and you feel like you can be attached to them.
The decision to bring the pandas back to China comes against the backdrop of increased political tensions between the U.S. and China. The Smithsonian is hoping a new partnership can be forged.
It's no secret that there's some tensions between the 2 governments right now. I just hope that doesn't play into this, because conservation should be apolitical.
And the situation here in Washington mirrors what's happening at zoos all across the country. In fact, Atlanta will be the last zoo in America to still have giant pandas after the pandas leave from Washington. And even that program is in doubt. It's scheduled to come to an end at the end of 2024. And Savannah, at this point, there are no plans to extend the partnership in Atlanta. Of course, here in Washington, they're planning a panda palooza to send the pandas off in style. Savannah.
All right, Brian, thank you so much.
Coming up, Martin Luther King Jr.'s iconic I Have a Dream speech was delivered 60 years ago today.
So how have civil rights in America changed in the decades since then? And how have they stayed the same? We'll dig deeper after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Welcome back. Today is the 60th anniversary of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s iconic I Have a Dream speech. That speech was part of the Civil Rights March on Washington.
In honor of that groundbreaking moment in American history, activists and civilians alike gathered once again in the nation's capital over the weekend. They honored Dr. King and the civil rights movement. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee was there this weekend, and he joins us now. Tremaine, good to have you with us. I mean, this weekend's event, which was all about unity and equality, happened as that racially motivated hate crime targeting black people took place in Florida. What was the significance of that tragedy happening when it did, and how did it impact over the weekend?
Joe, I'll tell you what, a moment that was a time to sit in history and reflect on all the hard-fought victories that the American people put forward to make this country a more equal, just place, was overshadowed by this very heinous killing by a white supremacist in Florida. And so many of the organizers of the event and those who attended said this wasn't just about a commemoration, it was a continuation of the work. And that work certainly was about shrinking the wealth gap, eroding racial segregation in this country, but it was also pushing back against a lot of the white supremacist violence that was institutionalized by police and law enforcement, but certainly through white supremacists that are part of the American citizenry. We have had decades of lynching up into the 60s that really cast a pall over the entire movement because activists, organizers, and everyday people were being murdered by white supremacists in these racially motivated attacks. And so we see 60 years later that this issue of white supremacy and violence is still, still with us. In fact, it's as American as apple pie. It's been here from the beginning, and sadly, it's just going latent, but not much has changed.
And Tremaine, what does that mean in terms of the fight for equality? How has it changed in the face of, as you point out, many things not changing from 60 years ago to now?
There's this looming threat of violence that, impedes a lot of the other progress because it sends a chill through our communities. And so while, many of the gaps and the chasms when it comes to segregation or integration and the wealth gap are as large as they were in 63, there still is this other piece here that this binding of violence that has held white supremacy together in this country. And so while organizers and folks are trying to push back against the erosion of voting rights in this country, where they're trying to restore affirmative action in this country, while they're trying to make sure that history isn't whitewashed in places like Florida and other places all across this country, who are enacting policy and legislation to kind of push history under the rug, it casts a chill over that.
Tremaine, despite the tragedy in Florida, it was still, I know, a positive weekend filled with hope, filled with the possibility of change. What were some of the highlights for you?
No, there were so many, important, beautiful moments from yesterday. I think the sheer diversity of the speakers from, members of the Jewish community, LGBTQ community, folks from the Native American community, but also the generations. You had folks who attended the original march and a new generation of voices rising up, including members of Dr. King's family, including Martin Luther King III, his wife, Andrea King, and their 15-year-old daughter, Yolanda, who kind of captured the passing of the torch of this moment. Let's take a listen.
Dad would probably say, now is the time. We must preserve, protect, and expand democracy.
I believe that my generation will be defined by action, not apathy.
If there is any light still in the movement to make America a more equal and just place, I think we've seen it there with the Dr. King family, despite the cloud of violence hanging over this country today.
Tremaine Lee, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. And in honor of today's anniversary, Today Show anchor Craig Melvin spoke to one woman who was there that day and created her own iconic moment without even knowing it.
So I was in a position where I'm looking in this direction at Dr. King and the other guests as they were speaking.
They were speaking there. Edith Lee Payne had a literal front row seat to history, and for her, it was extra special. It was obviously the March on Washington, but for you, it was something else as well. It was a big day.
It was my 12th birthday.
Edith traveled by bus with her mom, Dorothy, from Detroit to Washington. Arriving early, she wiggled her way to a barrier up front, a prime spot to eye the gathering of speakers and celebrities, including a famous actress who recognized Dorothy. And all of a sudden, Lena Horne comes over, and she starts talking to your mother. What did she say?
They reminisce of having to enter in back doors, the clubs that they entertained in.
Dorothy Lee faced discrimination in the South when she traveled as a dancer, working with the likes of Horne and Cab Calloway.
I had never heard my mother speak about those things before, probably because she didn't want me to be adversely influenced by something that affected her.
A mother's past and her daughter's future walk together in the march.
I have the pleasure to present to you Dr. Martin Luther King.
Dr. King starts to speak. What do you remember about that particular moment?
I always say this, you could hear a pin drop.
I have a dream. My 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
In the middle of that famous speech, a government photographer, Roland Sherman, turned away from the Reverend and spotted young Edith. Did you notice that there was a photographer taking your picture?
I did not.
That pennant ended up stapled to a school presentation. The march, a highlight she had to share. The dream Dr. King preached felt real to Edith.
I lived the dream that Dr. King spoke of. I went to integrated schools and lived in an integrated neighborhood.
That was until she moved farther south and looked for a job. And for the first time, felt judged by the color of her skin.
Sometimes when they would see this black woman get off the elevator or come into the office, I would be told, I don't think you'll like this job.
Edith became a civil rights activist in her local community long before she realized she was an iconic image in civil rights history. It wasn't until 2008 when a cousin spotted her picture on a calendar.
I kind of chuckled and said, why would my picture be on a Black History calendar?
That photo, part of the National Archives.
That expression says, I'm here for business.
Dr. Colleen Shogan is archivist of the United States. Why do you think that this particular photo has resonated with so many for so long?
It shows a young girl who's witnessing the march. So there's a individuality about it, but also it's capturing a historic day in time.
While this one photo of Edith has been published worldwide, it's these that are her favorite.
That's my mom.
That's Mom.
Yeah, it's like my mom always had my back.
Mm-hmm. What do you think Mom would say about all this?
She would probably cry, which is what I'm trying not to do. But she would say that she was proud, as am I.
I think we all are. As you come back 60 years later, what goes through your mind?
We have more work to do. There's more to be done. But that's how you honor him. Every single day, make a commitment to make a difference in somebody's life, to make it better.
Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that interview. Believe it or not, the March on Washington was not the first time that Edith heard that iconic "I Have a Dream" refrain. She was on hand when Dr. King first tested it out just months earlier at a march in Detroit. Well, this morning we are remembering daytime TV icon Bob Barker. The beloved host of The Price is Right passed away over the weekend at the age of 99. Barker was a fixture on television for half a century. He taped more than 5,000 shows throughout his career and helped give away hundreds of millions of dollars in prizes. He brought joy to so many, all with his unforgettable voice and his style, making him a true game show legend.
Come on down! With his resonant voice,
I need a contestant for that vacant spot. Who will it be?
And his signature smile, Bob Barker became a staple in American homes. For 35 years, he hosted The Price is Right, the game show that challenged contestants to guess the prices on everyday items.
I am going to give you the bargain of your life.
He joked about the show's consistency here on Today in 2002.
How has the show changed since you started doing it in 1972?
The biggest change is my hair.
What did not change? America's love for Barker. The longtime host was always part of the show's winning formula.
The thing I hear is, Bob, come on down. I hear it every place I go.
Barker even showcased his talents right here on our plaza.
Misty, we're going to play cliffhangers, and the lovely Al is going to help us.
50.
$50. Is that right? That is the correct price.
Born in Darrington, Washington in 1923, Barker grew up on an Indian reservation in South Dakota. He joined the Navy during World War II, then got his start in radio with that remarkable voice, and soon landed in front of the camera, hosting the popular game show Truth or Consequences.
And now, here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the star of our show, Bob Barker.
And in 1972, he scored an even bigger gig.
Now here's the star of the new Price is Right, Bob Barker.
And the rest is game show history. After 19 Emmys and a spot in the Television Hall of Fame, in 2007, Barker bid farewell.
I want to thank you very, very much for inviting me into your home.
Barker was also known for his love of animals. He famously quit as host of the Miss USA pageant in 1988 when organizers refused to remove fur coats from the prize package. He also left folks at home with this urgent message after each show.
Help control the pet population. Have your pets spayed or neutered.
Over the years, the beloved host stepped into many other roles, including a memorable cameo alongside Adam Sandler in Happy Gilmore.
I think you've had enough.
But he often returned to the role he knew best.
And now, here's your host, Drew Carey.
Making surprise appearances on The Price is Right.
I was selected by The Price is Right to be their April Fool.
Sending the crowd into a frenzy every time. This morning, so many are remembering his lasting legacy the way he always hoped.
I think I would like to be remembered as a man who loved all living things and did everything that he could to make it a better world for animals, and when he had time, did a lot of television shows, too.
Reps for Barker say that he died at his home of natural causes. Tributes, of course, are pouring in on social media. That includes Adam Sandler, his co-star in Happy Gilmore, writing, "The man, the myth, the best. He will be missed by everyone I know." We're also hearing from Drew Carey, the current host of The Price is Right. He says, "There hasn't been a day on set that I didn't think of Bob Barker and thank him. I will carry his memory in my heart forever.
Oh, and thank him. How sweet is that?
Exactly.
For the path he'd paved. Oh, incredible. Great look back, Joe. Thank you. Coming up, gymnastics phenom Simone Biles has once again proven to us that she is still the GOAT.
After the break, more on her historic eighth U.S. championship win. Stay with us. Back now with some financial headlines. 3M is nearing a multi-billion-dollar settlement to resolve claims over potentially faulty earplugs.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so 3M is nearing a more than $5 billion settlement over defective earplugs. The Wall Street Journal reports the company is close to settling more than 300,000 lawsuits alleging defective combat earplugs didn't sufficiently protect military veterans from hearing loss. The proposed settlement is about half of what experts predicted 3M could be liable for. Apple is working on the first major overhaul to the iPad Pro since 2018, which is expected to be rolled out next year. Bloomberg reports the new models will be the first tablets with OLED displays. That's the same type of screen used on the iPhone. Now, these are brighter and they reproduce colors more accurately. The iPad Pro will also have an updated Magic Keyboard, which makes it look more like a laptop and has a larger trackpad. iPad sales have slumped, now generating the least amount of revenue among Apple's major products. And Elon Musk made a surprise appearance at the finals of an esports tournament this weekend, but it didn't go well. He was attending the event in Los Angeles with one of his sons. Musk was shown on camera, and that prompted loud booing by the crowd and chants of "Bring back Twitter." The company's rebrand to X has widely been slammed. Analysts estimate the loss of the Twitter brand could reduce the company's value by as much as $20 billion, guys.
Wow. The gamers have spoken. All right.
Yeah, they have.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Well, Simone Biles has smashed another record over the weekend, proving why she is considered the GOAT of gymnastics after winning her record 8th U.S. championship.
Yeah, Biles' win comes a decade after she wowed the world with her first world title. That was back in 2013. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on her big return to the U.S. Championships. Emily, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Of course, you know I was watching every second this weekend, and it's pretty remarkable. You would never know Biles only recently returned from a 2-year break from competition. She looks better than ever and wowed judges with a nearly perfect routine in every event. And with Paris Olympics now less than a year away, it seems this is only the beginning of her historic comeback.
The greatest of all time landing another all-around crown, and this one's for the record books. The crowd roaring their approval with a standing ovation for Simone Biles, who clinched her 8th win at the U.S. Championships in San Jose, California this weekend, smashing a record first set in the 1930s.
It's really amazing. Everybody in here believes in me, and my teammates believe in me, my coaches, my family, everyone. So I just need to start believing in myself a little bit more.
She's the only woman to ever nail the incredibly difficult Yurchenko double pike vault in competition, and she did it just about flawlessly, leaving no doubts in fans and judges' minds. Biles is back. She stayed locked in through the second day of competition Sunday, and no sign remaining of the twisties that overcame Biles at the Tokyo Olympics, causing her to withdraw from most of her events.
To do something that I've done forever and just not be able to do it because of everything I've gone through is really crazy.
The 26-year-old powerhouse has been chasing this dream almost all her life, here winning the World Championships in 2013.
It hasn't really sunken in yet, but I know what I've done is a big accomplishment.
Now, a decade later, she's earned a jaw-dropping 7 Olympic and 25 World Championship medals, with the competition feeling fiercer than ever. The field of phenoms are battling for just 5 spots at the World Championships in Antwerp next month, and then the 2024 Olympics in Paris. A standout performance from Shailene Jones, the World 2022 silver medalist, earned her 2nd place behind Biles. And fellow world medalist 19-year-old Liam Wong took home 3rd. But for now, Simone Biles remains in a league of her own.
Oh, and by the way, at 26, Simone Biles is also the oldest woman to win nationals, and I think we all can agree that she has more than enough gas left in the tank. We've got World Championships next month, and of course, Paris Olympics less than a year away.
Isn't that crazy?
Just ramping up.
The world of gymnastics, like the oldest at 26.
I know.
You know, it's
Yeah.
wild.
These athletes are incredible.
26.
Yeah. But a decade-long career of winning these national
so
and
amazing.
world titles. It's amazing.
It's just what a treat to have her back. It's great.
Emily, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's bring in senior writer for The Athletic, Kaylin Kaler, for more on this. Hey, Kaylin, good morning. Thanks very much for joining us on this. So Simone Biles making history in gymnastics, winning her 8th U.S. championship, surpassing a record that she had already shared with Alfred Joachim, and as we just mentioned, the oldest woman now at this point to be doing this. Walk us through some of the major takeaways from Biles this weekend and what this moment means for her, but also the sport overall.
Yeah, so as you guys mentioned, she is better than ever before. She's not just back, but she is stronger. And her vault, I want to talk about because she is doing the Yurchenko double pike, which is a vault that no other woman in the world can do. No one has ever attempted it except for her. She brought it out 2 years ago, but she's really perfected it now. And I want to point out one part of that vault that I think is really impressive and shows just how high scoring she is and how far above the rest of the competition field she is. So she scored a 15.7 on that vault. And that is a wild score. Anything above a 14 is what you want to see for a world competitor. And in that vault, it is so dangerous that her coach actually stands on the podium to spot her, which is a 5/10 deduction, but it doesn't matter. That deduction does not matter because her score is so huge. She had a 9.8 execution score on that vault, which is out of 10 points. So she only got a 2/10 deduction on her form, which is, again, just unheard of. So that vault, I think, is just a great example of what Simone brings to this competition that nobody else can.
I mean, is Emily... Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, in the context of what does this mean, it's incredible that she's back at age 26, and it's not just her. You have Suni Lee, Jade Carey, Jordan Childs, all coming back from the last Olympic team, trying to make another Olympic team. They all went to college, and they're back in elite gymnastics, and they're all in their 20s, which I think is really a refreshing change to see.
Yeah, I want to ask you more about that. I mean, she's 26, the oldest woman to win nationals. You mentioned all the other athletes who are performing so well. I mean, peaks for gymnasts don't usually last this long. Right. So what's going on here?
Yeah, so we've seen gymnastics trending older over the last few years, and this is just more sign to that. And I think it really points to a change within USA Gymnastics. They've changed their CEO and president. They've changed their leadership structure. There's now 3 people in charge, picking the world's teams, picking the Olympics teams, selecting the national team, instead of just one person in charge. It used to be a leadership structure with just one individual at the top. Now there's 3 making that choice. And they've made a concerted effort to make things better for the athletes with mental health. physical health, really just caring for the athletes in a way that we hadn't seen USAG do before. And the athletes themselves have talked about that. I actually asked Simone about that 2 weeks ago when she was in Chicago at the US Classic, her first competition back. I asked her if all of these older women athletes returning to make a second Olympics team for Simone, it'll be her third, if that is a sign that USAG's culture is changing. And she said, yes, she thinks it is. And she thinks, this group, this generation of US gymnasts is sort of showing that, your career doesn't have to end when you're 18 years old. You can actually be better in your 20s.
Kaylin, very quickly before we let you go, we don't actually know if she's headed to the Olympics. She's remained quiet on whether that's even something that she wants. Based on this, though, what do you think? Will she give it a go?
Definitely. I think all these two competitions that she's been back for have, if not anything, they've proven to her she can do this. She talks a lot about how sometimes she doubts herself. She's not always confident in her skills and her ability. And sometimes she questions, why is she still doing gymnastics? I think these two meets showed her exactly why she is still doing gymnastics. And I would be shocked if she's not at the Paris Olympics.
All right. Kaylin Cowler, thank you so much for being with us.
Coming up, it is one of the biggest mysteries of them all.
After the break, we will bring you the largest hunt ever for the Loch Ness Monster. Stick around.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Be sure to look up to the sky as a rare super blue moon arrives this week to close out August. Well, the beginning of this month already featured a super moon, and now this full super moon is set to appear on August 30th. So the blue part doesn't mean the moon will actually be blue, look blue at all. It just means actually that it's a second full moon within a single month. This will also be the last blue moon before May 2026. So catch it if you can. We usually can't.
And play the song.
Yeah, sure. I love it. All right, well, it's one of the most famous legends around, right up there with Bigfoot and the abominable snowman.
And this weekend, a group of courageous explorers hit the chilly waters of Scotland to look for the Loch Ness Monster. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley put on his wetsuit and joined the search for Nessie.
Yeah, I'm here at beautiful Loch Ness, Scotland, and you've probably heard of this place before, and that's why everybody's here. I'm joining the largest search for the Loch Ness Monster in the past 50 years.
It's fascinated generations of curious minds, but this weekend, the Loch Ness Monster is getting another close-up. And this time, I join the hunt for what's being called the biggest Nessie quest in 50 years.
For this region of Scotland, the legend of the Loch Ness Monster is still kind of a big deal. But organizers are hoping that this weekend will excite a new generation of Nessie hunters.
It's about inspiration.
For a very selfish reason, I don't want the Loch Ness mystery or the interest in Loch Ness itself to diminish in any way whatsoever at all. So this is why I'm hoping to inspire a new generation of not just Loch Ness, Nessie hunters, if you want to call them that, sorry, but just those who are interested in the natural environment.
It'll be hard for Nessie to hide from this high-tech hunt. They're launching drones overhead, scouring the surface, while also listening below.
So we're dropping a hydrophone, which is an underwater microphone, about 60 feet down below the depth. So we're going to be doing some audio testing to find out what noises exist down there.
This is our history behind us.
And they're using sonar to map the lake, which has a depth of nearly 800 feet.
If we were right now to sail our way over the top of the Loch Ness Monster, say Nessie herself decided to swim under the boat right now, we are going to get to see her on the screen.
Somewhere in all this dark water, there's a monster lurking, but it's up to us to find it.
Or find her.
What do you think he's like? She, he, we don't know.
I think she has babies and she's looking after them right now, so nobody's seen her.
Oh, she has babies? Okay.
Yeah.
Little Nessies?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's, so that's why she's hiding?
Yes.
The first time they launched it...
Ken Gerhard traveled from the U.S. for the hunt. He researches animals that live on the fringes of our known reality.
But you've studied Bigfoot, Chupacabra, Mothman, all of these other fantastical ideas. Where does Nessie rank in terms of likelihood?
Personally, I'm 90% convinced that Nessie exists. I've never had a sighting or an observation, but if you immerse yourself in the evidence, you have over 1,000 good sightings that are very consistent descriptions.
Spoiler alert, nobody found the monster this weekend, not even me. And not for lack of trying. But maybe that's not what this is all about. What if it's not real? Would that be annoying?
Maybe, yes. It might be annoying for some people, might be not. It's just a fun myth.
It's just a fun myth?
Yeah, if it's not real.
But are you a believer or not a believer?
I'm a believer.
In a world of high tech and hard facts, it's nice to know there's still a place for magic and mystery.
What would it take for you to decide there's no such thing as the Loch Ness Monster? To put away your binoculars for good?
Well, they would probably need to drain the loch and just prove that nothing has been there and nothing is there. But I think there's always going to be a small part of me that wants to believe.
So short of draining one of the world's largest lakes and checking out every nook and cranny, you're going to believe?
Yeah, I think with everything, someone's always going to say there's going to be something that makes you believe, that wants you to believe. And again, it's the same with every myth out there. It just takes one person to believe in it, it just continues.
So it might not surprise you, but the weekend ended and nobody found the monster. But the search continues, and as you can see, none of these people are giving up anytime soon.
Matt Bradley.
Seems to include you, Matt,
exactly.
in your wetsuit and gear. Thanks.
That does it for this hour Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, an unspeakable tragedy fueled by hate. This morning, a community and the country are in mourning after a weekend rampage at a Florida dollar store. The victims, 3 black shoppers killed by a white gunman who investigators say wrote a series of racist manifestos.
These manifestos detail the shooter's disgusting ideology of hate. Plainly put, this shooting was racially motivated and he hated black people.
We'll take you to Jacksonville for the latest on the investigation. Also this morning, Tropical Storm Idalia gaining strength and taking aim at the Gulf Coast, where it's forecast to become a Category 2 hurricane this week. We're tracking the system, plus when it could hit, and the preparations underway. Plus, a motion to move by Donald Trump's former chief of staff. Today, Mark Meadows is set to appear before a judge in the ongoing election interference investigation involving the former president. Why Meadows is pushing to move the case out of Georgia. Plus, what that could mean for Trump and the other defendants. And remembering an icon. He invited us to come on down for 35 years. Now tributes are pouring in for Bob Barker, the longtime host of The Price is Right, who died over the weekend just a few months shy of his 100th birthday. We'll look back on his life and how his legacy lives on.
half a century he was on our televisions, which is absolutely amazing. We're hearing tributes from the current host, Drew Carey, even from Adam Sandler, who starred in
There
Happy
you go.
Gilmore
And what a
with
life
Bob
well
Barker.
lived. Nearly 100 years old.
Exactly.
Just incredible.
We'll get to that in a little bit. Good to have you with us on this Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for joining us. We begin in Jacksonville with new details this morning in that deadly shooting of 3 black people at a Dollar General store.
Police are calling Saturday's shooting racially motivated. Authorities have identified the shooter as 21-year-old Ryan Palmer. They say that he opened fire in the parking lot, then entered the store wearing a tactical vest, armed with a handgun and an AR-15 style rifle. After he was cornered by police, authorities say the man fatally shot himself. The sheriff says the gunman left behind messages describing his ideology of hate. The FBI has launched a civil rights and hate crime investigation into the shooting. It happened on the same day that the nation commemorated the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington. And now we're learning about the victims. They've been identified as Angela Carr, Gerald Deshaun Gallion, and 19-year-old store employee A.J. Laguerre. Yesterday, the community of Jacksonville gathered for a number of prayer vigils so they could remember and honor the victims.
Persons who simply said, "I'm going to the store and I'll be right back," never left the store alive. And families' hearts are broken.
NBC News national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now with the latest. So, Jay, yesterday the sheriff, T.K. Waters, gave a timeline of how the shooting unfolded. So what new details do we have on the shooter and on the timeline?
Yeah, and Joe, you can see the scene just behind us here. It's still locked down. Investigators still looking for evidence, trying to figure out how and why. But we know this was not the first stop for that shooter. About a mile away, an historically black university, Edward Waters University, is where this shooter apparently made his first stop, pulling in there and using it at the very least as a staging area. He put on that tactical vest and a mask. He was approached by security. There was an exchange, though we don't know exactly what was said. And then he left the university. What the sheriff here in Jacksonville has told us, Joe, is that he did have the ability to take victims at that university, that there were people that he could have attacked there, but he chose not to. If it maybe was that discussion with security or something else that prompted him to leave, he drove about a mile to the store just behind us here.
So, Jay, Sheriff Waters described the gunman as a, quote, maniac, someone who wanted to kill black people. And police have indicated that he left behind a note with hate-filled writings. What do we know about all those messages?
Yeah, we know that there was a suicide note that he left for his parents, and then a number of what investigators here are calling hate-filled manifestos left for the media, left for his parents as well, and left for officials, for law enforcement officials. And in those, they are described as very direct and very descriptive notes about his desire to kill African Americans, that he was very clear with his intent and wanted to make sure that that was known before this attack.
Jay, yesterday a number of prayer services were held all across Jacksonville for the victims. How is the community remembering those 3 victims?
You know what, they're struggling. They're remembering the victims as people who were just out doing what we would all do on any given day, out at the store doing some shopping or working, and lost their lives. There are dramatic calls for unity from so many here. In fact, listen to what some of those that gathered just outside of the police tape said yesterday.
We are not going to let people be targeted based on their race. We are going to stand up, and we are going to do what we need to do to make sure that evil does not triumph in the state of Florida.
The division has to stop. The hate has to stop. We are all the same flesh, blood, and bones.
Yeah, and look, that's been the message throughout, a unifying message that we've got to come together here in Jacksonville as a community, according to the mayor you heard there, and others that live in this community and are struggling right now. It's a message that is going to be difficult to move through, especially with this investigation that's continuing. A lot of people, Joe, still want some more descriptive answers as to how this was carried out.
And we'll likely learn more information in the coming days. Jay Gray in Jacksonville. Jay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, an investigation is underway in Australia after 3 Marines were killed in an aircraft crash during a training exercise over the weekend. Another 5 Marines are in serious condition following the incident. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist has the details.
A military aircraft similar to this one at the center of a deadly crash in Australia. The U.S. Marine Corps confirming 3 Marines are dead and 5 are seriously hurt after their MV-22B Osprey crashed Sunday morning during a routine training exercise. The accident happened on Melville Island, just off the northern coast of Australia.
This is a regrettable incident. The Australian Defence Force are cooperating with our friends in the United States Defence Force to make sure that we provide every assistance possible.
The Marine Corps saying 23 personnel were being transported participating in Exercise Predators Run. It's a multinational military training involving more than 2,000 troops from 5 countries. Jeff Gazzetti is a former accident investigator for the Navy and Marines.
This is a very unique aircraft, and it does have a higher accident rate than other types of aircraft used by the military for that very reason.
The tilt-rotor Osprey is a widely used support aircraft in the Marine Corps. It can lift like a helicopter and tilt the engine housing to achieve speed like a plane. But it has a controversial history of problems. March 2022, 4 Marines died in a training flight in Norway. The Marine Corps says pilot error caused the crash. June 2022, 5 more Marines died when their Osprey went down in California. Investigators say the result of a catastrophic mechanical failure. Still, Gazzetti says the Osprey is an extremely useful, life-saving tool for the military.
I think it's worth it to have these types of aircraft out there, even though they do present additional hazards that need to be mitigated.
The last word from the Marine Corps was that the 5 critically injured Marines were in serious condition at a Darwin hospital. The Australians added that there was a wide range of injuries among all 23 people on board. Back to you.
All right, Aaron Gilchrist, thank you so much. Well, now let's get to a key hearing later today in connection with the ongoing election interference investigation against former President Donald Trump in Georgia.
Lawyers for Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, are scheduled to appear before a federal judge in Atlanta today. Meadows is requesting that his trial be moved out of Georgia and into federal court. This will also be the first time we're going to hear some of the evidence against Trump. We're joined now by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dilanian and by NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Good morning to both of you. Ken, let's start with you. So explain to us why Meadows is asking for this to be moved to federal court. What's his main argument here?
Good morning, Joe. Well, there's a 1789 law that says that if a federal official is prosecuted in state court and that official was acting under color of his or her office, they can make an argument to remove the case to federal court. Now, just to be clear, it would still be the state charges. It would still be DA Fani Willis prosecuting, although she might have to get assistance with federal court experience. The main advantage for Mark Meadows would be a broader jury pool beyond heavily Democratic Fulton County. But there are significant questions here about whether this can succeed, mainly because the conduct at issue here has very little to do with government activities and everything to do with an election. And so Fani Willis is going to subpoena the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, to ask him about that call that Donald Trump made that Mark Meadows may have been listening in on, where he asked the Secretary of State to find just the exact number of votes that Trump needed to prevail in the state. And she's going to argue that that had nothing to do with Mark Meadows being the chief of staff to the president or any other government activity, Joe.
Danny, let's bring you in here and talk sort of about the pros and cons of the potential of moving this particular case to federal court. We just heard Ken mention the potential for a broader jury pool. What are other potential advantages for Meadows and the 18 others facing these federal charges? And is there really a chance this happens?
Yeah, first, there's a huge chance. And part of that misunderstanding is that people are calling it a request or a bid or a motion even to get this case into federal court. That's not how removal works. This case is removed. It is in federal court. It may be remanded today, but I think it's helpful to understand that the case it's automatic removal and it's up to the DA to get it moved back down. And all Meadows has to show is a plausible defense. What that means, I don't know. But the point is, the burden is very light. In terms of advantages, there are 2 major advantages. One is that the jury pool will draw not just from Fulton County, which went heavily for Joe Biden, but farther out within a division within the Northern District of Georgia. It won't be the entire Northern District of Georgia. If that were the case, then frankly, Meadows could almost count on a win because you'd be drawing from such a large jury pool. You'd get out into those rural areas, heavy Trump areas. That's not going to happen here. The division is actually a bunch of counties that are pretty close to Fulton County. It's a mixed bag, but if you're the defendants here, any jury is better than a purely Fulton County jury. And the other major advantage is home court advantage. You take that away from the DA. The DA's office is basically on top of the Fulton County courthouse. Is that a major advantage? Home court advantage? Maybe. Who knows?
Ken, you mentioned that the court might hear today from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who, of course, took that January 2021 phone call from Trump to find the 11,000 plus votes needed to give Trump the state of Georgia. Why exactly is it he keeps getting called back? What more can he add beyond what's in that phone call we've all been hearing for 2.5 years?
Well, we're only guessing here, but the DA apparently wants him to testify about that phone call and the nature of it and how he perceived it as essentially a veiled threat. Remember, Donald Trump talked about potential criminal penalties to the Georgia officials if they didn't investigate this alleged fraud, which actually didn't happen. And it appears she's going to argue that to the extent that Mark Meadows was involved in that phone call or aware of it, helped plan it, that has nothing to do with his activities as the chief of staff to the President of the United States. It was not a governmental function at all, and it's emblematic of his activities all along the way as alleged in the indictment, and so therefore his bid to remove this case to federal court should fail, guys.
And Danny, also before we let you go, let's switch gears a little bit. A separate court hearing is set to take place today in Washington. This is in one of special counsel Jack Smith's investigations. He wants to start a particular trial in January. Trump's team wants that delayed until 2026. Walk us through what exactly this is and if we can expect a decision on that date.
There's an old saying, men plan, God laughs. And that's kind of true when it comes to court scheduling of trials. The court may schedule a trial on a set date, but a lot of things happen. A lot of things have already happened in all these cases that probably the prosecutor, I wouldn't say they didn't anticipate, but a lot of things are happening in all of these cases that are going to have all really the same effect. Almost every action creates an additional amount of time in order to react to that motion, removal, whatever the case may be. In this situation, the judge will set trial likely sooner than the defense wants it. One of the modern phenomenons, two things are going on. Number one, federal cases, the discovery is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's now measured in terabytes. And point two is judges don't seem to be too worried about it when the defense complains about it. As a defense attorney, I'm probably biased, but judges, and they're correct when they say that the Speedy Trial Act is for defendants, but it's also for the public as a whole. So the public has an interest in a speedy trial. The judge may set it for a date sooner than the defense expects, but believe me, things change, and things are going to change in one of four of the most important criminal cases in American history.
The public certainly has an interest in these ones. All right, Ken and Danny, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Well, let's get to weather now. We are tracking Tropical Storm Idalia this morning, expected to strengthen into a hurricane later today.
The Gulf Coast is getting ready. Let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman with more on that. Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we are looking at the potential impact along the west coast of Florida within the next 48 hours. So this is the time to prepare. We're looking at strengthening already. As we look at the latest information here, it's east of the Yucatan. It's 125 miles south of the western tip of Cuba. Winds are at 65 miles per hour. That is a strong tropical storm, and it's finally moving. It was stationary pretty much overnight. It's starting to move, not that fast, but still at 7 miles per hour. So what does that mean? It's going to move into the Gulf of Mexico, and that means it's moving into really warm waters, bath-like waters, not just at the sea surface, but deep down. We're looking at some really warm waters. That's going to be fuel for the storm. So we're really going to start to see it blossom over the next 24 and then especially 48 hours. Here's the track. By early Wednesday, we're looking at a Cat 3 storm. That's the latest track of what we expect to hit along the west coast of Florida, whether it's the Panhandle, the Big Bend, into portions of the northern parts of Florida. It's going to bring very heavy rain, up to 12 inches in some spots, life-threatening storm surge. What is storm surge? It's a wall of water over dry land. It's very, very dangerous. You cannot outrun this wall of water. And we're looking at some really gusty winds, hurricane force winds, as early as late Tuesday into Wednesday. And And then as we go throughout time, it's not just tomorrow, it's not just into Wednesday, it's into Thursday, because now we're talking about the Carolinas. This is going to coincide with a really high tide, so we're going to be concerned about the river levels there as well. But we're going to continue to watch that. Tropical alerts extend all the way from all along the west coast of Florida, the Gulf parts of Florida. We're looking at interior portions too under tropical alerts. Where you see the pink, that is a hurricane watch. The yellow is a tropical storm watch. So now is the time, as I said, get prepared. You have at least 36 hours, if not 48 hours, before it finally makes landfall. Storm surge alerts also stretching all up and down the coast because we are expecting feet up to 11 feet. Now, keep in mind, when we talk about storm surge, this is so important. This is the deadliest aspect of a tropical storm. So even 3 feet of water can be life-threatening. And then we're looking at 6 feet, where we could see the weight of the water breaking through doors. 9 feet, we're going to see entire neighborhoods destroyed. So as we go throughout time here, we're looking at storm surge forecast up to 7 feet, 11 feet in some spots, especially where you use that hot pink color, and then 6 to 9 in the red area. So this is so important. This is one of the biggest takeaways when we're talking about tropical systems. That's one. The second one is rainfall. Again, we're looking at the potential for 12 inches. It's not just in Florida. It's not just the west coast of Florida. It's the interior parts of Florida into parts of the southeast and parts of the Carolinas. Again, mentioning that exceptional high tide by Wednesday into Thursday along the Carolinas. That's going to cause some problems there. Where you see the brightest colors, that's where we're expecting the heaviest amounts of rain falling. The good news in Florida, we can accept a little more water. The soil can accept more water, but still 12 inches is a lot of rain. That's going to lead to some flash flooding risks, especially where you see that pink color. So anywhere from Jacksonville to Charleston up to Wilmington, that's your moderate risk, and that's where we're expecting the likeliest chance of some really flash flooding conditions. Also, tropical storm winds. When you think of tropical systems, of course, you think of winds as well. We're looking at the chance for hurricane force winds into tropical storm winds as early as tomorrow night into Wednesday. Tracking the tropics besides Idalia, we're looking at a Hurricane Franklin. This is now a very strong storm. It's going to skirt past Bermuda, and it's going to bring the chance of some high surf along the U.S. coast. So not a direct impact for us, not a direct impact for Bermuda, but we're looking at some rough seas along the East Coast ahead of Idalia.
With Idalia, is there a question about how much it could intensify at the Gulf Coast? I mean, could that change over the next couple days?
It could change. You know, it already changed in the past, let's say 6 hours. Early it was, a Cat 1, and then it was a Cat 2. Now it's a Cat 3. So certainly the Gulf waters are exceptionally where we're record levels. So yeah, it could.
All right, Michelle, thank you.
Sure. Change. Thanks, Michelle. Well, turning now to the U.S. Gymnastics Championship, where Simone Biles has made history just weeks after returning to the mat. Yesterday, Biles smashed records, winning her 8th national title, finishing nearly 4 points ahead of the runner-up. Biles, at 26, is now the oldest woman to win a national title. And with this latest win, Biles has now beat the record she shared with Alfred Joe Kim, who won 7 national championships between 1925 and 1933.
So it's been a while.
Yeah.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, facing the fallout, a Spanish soccer official is now suspended after kissing a star player at the Women's World Cup. More on the controversy and how it's sparking a bigger conversation about the culture of women's sports.
But up first, Lahaina left in ruins 3 weeks since the devastating and deadly wildfires on Maui, and some families are still searching for answers. More on the recovery efforts after the break.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize, should we wait the dishes, should we?
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on the Maui wildfires. It's been nearly 3 weeks since those catastrophic fires devastated the island of Maui, and for many families, there is still no resolution when it comes to their loved ones. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock gives us a closer look at where things stand with recovery efforts and promises made to the residents of Maui moving forward.
Lining a scenic overpass near Lahaina sit a row of crosses decorated with ribbons and representing the lives lost to the wildfires. The final figures still unknown, with Tony Takafua, just 7 years old, among the latest victims identified.
He liked to play outside, like on the same street. He played with all the neighborhood kids. Just kind of sad because they all know now, all the kids in our neighborhood know that he passed.
For every family mourning, there are countless community members carrying a heavy heart, like Gamze Smith.
How are you balancing this?
I just can't stop crying, thinking about my daughter's school, all the people that we lost.
Smith is also confronting a growing problem for Maui, a drop in tourism. A photographer by trade, she captured these images of Lahaina after the fires.
It's been tough 2 weeks for sure.
Only weeks earlier, she was snapping wedding photos and family portraits.
How immediate was the impact on business for you?
Literally day 2, 48 hours after I had 2 cancellations, and then it just continued to cancel. 90% of my photo shoots got canceled.
The revenue brought in from tourists is Hawaii's economic engine. Now rental car lots are overflowing with vehicles. And hotel chairs by famed Kanapali Beach sit empty, as many hotels are housing displaced residents, the governor vowing to help them.
Travelers should still come to the other parts of Maui for their holidays and their honeymoons and their vacations because their investment in Hawaii will be life-sustaining for those families who have been displaced and suffered. It's an ecosystem that has to be preserved.
Meanwhile, scientists like Chris Schuler, a hydrologist at the University of Hawaii, studying another crucial ecosystem.
They're pretty advanced weather stations. They measure temperature and humidity.
Trying to pinpoint conditions that led to historic devastation.
That high-pressure system brought in those very strong winds that drove the fires, but it also brought in a very dry air mass that allowed those fuels, those dry grasses that burned, to have such a low humidity that they caught, like tinder.
He says preparation is key as climate-fueled disasters become more commonplace.
What have we learned from this catastrophe that could help the island of Maui in the future prevent something like this from happening again?
We want to do everything that we can to mitigate climate change, but the reality is that we as a society have to adapt. And the way that we adapt to this is by making our homes, our towns, our communities more resilient. There was one water tank that was feeding the whole community. If that water tank runs dry, they're out of water.
Now it seems Maui's running out of time to provide answers to those still grieving. Surfers paddling into the Pacific Ocean on Saturday to honor the dead and keep their memories alive.
Our thanks to Sam Brock for that report. And last week, Maui officials published a list of missing people. According to police, part of the reason they published that list was to flush out duplication or inaccuracies. The police chief says they might move to weekly updates on names for accuracy.
This morning, fans of The Price is Right are fondly remembering the show's longtime host, Bob Barker. He died of natural causes at his home in the Hollywood Hills on Saturday. Barker was 99. NBC's Emily Ikeda takes a look back at his life and his legendary career.
With his unflappable charm, Bob Barker electrified audiences for 35 years, hosting The Price is Right, the game show where contestants guess the price of everyday items.
Well, the thing I hear is, Bob, come on down. I hear it every place I go.
But just months shy of his 100th birthday, his publicist announcing the world's greatest MC who ever lived, Bob Barker, has left us. Born in Darlington, Washington, Barker spent his early years on a reservation in South Dakota, where his mother was a school teacher. His entertainment career began in radio with The Bob Barker Show.
Okay, I got it. All right, go. I'm going to go. All right, go.
The big break in television would come 6 years later, hosting the game show Truth or Consequences.
If you like excitement, you have come to the right place.
Then in 1972, it was onto the show that would make him a legend and a household name.
It's The Price is Right.
It has become the longest-running game show in television history.
33 cents.
An animal rights advocate, Barker founded an organization focused on reducing the overpopulation of domestic cats and dogs.
Help control the pet population. Have your pets spayed or neutered. I want the whole thing.
On the big screen, he took a few swings at Adam Sandler and Happy Gilmore. In 2007, the 83-year-old Barker bid a heartfelt goodbye to his decades-long career on national TV that included 19 Emmys.
I want to thank you very, very much for inviting me into your home for the last 50 years.
Now the world says goodbye to a television legend. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
What a legacy. We'll remember him more next hour. International headlines now. Russian officials have identified all 10 people who died in last week's plane crash north of Moscow, including Wagner chief.
NBC's Raph Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with that and other world headlines. Raph, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, Russian authorities now officially confirming that Prigozhin was on that flight and killed when it crashed. They say genetic testing provided the confirmation. Prigozhin's right-hand man was also killed, and it's not clear what the mercenary group's future looks like. Russia's still not giving any official cause for the crash. In Haiti, at least 7 people are dead after a gang opened fire on a church-led protest. A crowd of hundreds, led by faith leaders, were marching against gang violence when gunmen opened fire with machine guns, according to witnesses. Haiti has been mired in violent crisis for years and has pleaded for the international community to intervene. And finally, they're not mutants and they're not teenagers, but more than 1,000 baby turtles have been released into the wild in Colombia. It's the latest stage of a 10-year conservation project meant to protect freshwater turtles from illegal wildlife trade and natural predators. Apparently, Colombian soldiers and sailors volunteered to take part in the project. And guys, you can see why they would put their hands up for that assignment.
Yeah. Wow, so cute.
Very cool to see that.
Raph Sanchez, thank you very much.
Coming up, the race for the White House is heating up as some of the top GOP contenders set their sights on a key swing state.
When we return, we'll bring you the latest from the campaign trail, plus how Donald Trump's ongoing legal troubles are impacting his lead. This is Morning News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with the latest in the race for the White House. Several Republican presidential candidates are converging on a key battleground state. We're talking about South Carolina. Natives of that state, Nikki Haley and Tim Scott, are slated to hold public events in their home state later today. Both candidates looking to keep their momentum going and make it to the next primary debate.
But all of the Republican candidates still have one major obstacle to overcome. Of course, that's former President Donald Trump. Despite his ongoing legal troubles, Trump holds a solid lead, and both Haley and Scott are polling in the single digits. Well, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is here with us now to talk through all of this, and he is back home in New York. He is on set with us.
Good
Vaughn,
to be here. Good morning.
It's great to have you. You've been doing such fantastic coverage over the last few days. Let's start with Nikki Haley. So her campaign says that donations have been pouring in since her performance in that debate that we saw last week, the first of them, first GOP debate. How is she using that momentum? What do you think it's going to do to carry her through here? What do you think we might see in polling?
Right. It means something that both her and Tim Scott are also from South Carolina. Of course, we pay attention to Iowa and New Hampshire, but South Carolina is that third voting state. And for these two, the former governor and the current U.S. senator, this provides them hope. But they need to make some moves when you're looking at the polling. Nikki Haley here, in the 24 hours after the debate, her campaign says they raised more money than any other 24-hour period during her campaign so far. And so for Nikki Haley, you see where she is at in the polling, up to 15%. Washington Post did a poll after the debate that showed her favorability increasing here. This is tough. Donald Trump continues to take up such a great share of the Republican electorate at this point. But for Nikki Haley and these other candidates, it's about exposure, introducing yourselves to millions of Americans. Folks in South Carolina know her, but folks largely are just really getting to meet the former UN ambassador and the former governor.
So Nikki Haley got a boost from the last debate. Tim Scott really did not. He has 4 scheduled events in South Carolina. What's his team hoping to do to try and bounce back?
Right. He spoke very little in that debate there, and folks were waiting to see whether Tim Scott would be sort of a rising voice, but you heard very little from him. He really didn't get into skirmishes. He said that, hey, I don't want to get into a food fight here among adults. That is sort of the Tim Scott approach in this race. And there is time, 4.5 months until the debate, and potentially, if folks are looking to turn away from hostility from Donald Trump to Ron DeSantis to others, potentially there's room for Tim Scott. The other hard part, though, is his campaign has already spent millions of dollars on TV advertisements. So folks are getting to know who Tim Scott is, and so at some point he's got to see some poll movement.
Absolutely. Vaughn, also, the person who's kind of been right behind Donald Trump, not right behind, but number 2, consistently polling, Ron DeSantis. We saw him step away. Of course, he's governor of Florida from the campaign trail this weekend as he deals with this shooting that happened in Jacksonville, as well as an ongoing and upcoming hurricane threat. While it means he stepped away from the campaign trail, does this sort of give him a national stage as kind of a test for handling both the tragedy as well as that potential hurricane impact?
Right. He's not a former elected official. He's going through real-life crises in real time. Just last night, he was at a vigil after the dollar store shooting, the racist shooting that left 3 black people dead. This, for Ron DeSantis, is a reality that he is going to be facing in these months ahead. He was booed at that vigil last night. And this comes when we're expecting a hurricane to strike tomorrow, Wednesday, on the west coast of Florida here. 33 counties in Florida are under state of emergency warnings here. And so for Ron DeSantis, these are tests. We saw him go through this with the Surfside collapse. We have seen him front and center working with local jurisdictions here. But it also opens yourself up to vulnerabilities and to criticisms and critiques. And so for Ron DeSantis, well, as much as he'd like to be on the campaign trail in these months ahead, Florida's a big state. And when we're talking about hurricane season, it's going to take him away from the campaign, and he's going to have to tend to the folks back home.
All right. Bon Hilliard, as always, it's great to see you. Thank you very much for your reporting. Well, staying on the campaign trail, this morning we're getting new insight into the mindset of likely Republican caucus goers in Iowa.
New data from the latest NBC News Des Moines Register and Mediacom poll shows that the three terms that those Republicans most identified with were pro-life, afraid for the Constitution, and disgruntled with government. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, good morning. So walk us through the results of the poll. What were your big takeaways there?
Yeah, number one, Joe, this is a conservative electorate, which shouldn't surprise anyone when past winners of the Republican Iowa caucuses were people like Mike Huckabee in 2008, Rick Santorum in 2012, and even Ted Cruz narrowly over Donald Trump in 2016. And in addition to those three findings you had where you conservative 80% say they're pro-life, 77% say that they're afraid for the Constitution or dissatisfied with the current state of American politics. What also stands out to me, 46% of likely Republican Iowa caucus goers say that they are MAGA Republicans, which almost reflects Donald Trump's first choice on our ballot, where he was at 42% leading the Republican field. And also only 23% say they're anti-Trump, and that stands out to me as well.
Mark, if we can, let's dive in a little bit more on abortion. Obviously, an important issue on voters' minds, something that took up quite a bit of time in the first debate that we saw last week. There is this gap here. I want to get into kind of some of the nuance between the high share of caucus goers who describe themselves as pro-life, but then also those who voice support in the survey for abortion restrictions. What can you tell us about this? Does it help us understand what exactly it is that voters want to see?
Yeah, Savannah, I think it really shows the difference between saying that you're pro-life or opposed to abortion rights versus when it comes down to, well, what can you actually support on abortion bans? Is it a federal versus state? Is it 6 weeks versus 15 weeks? And our poll shows that 80% of likely caucus goers on the Republican side call themselves pro-life, but only 54% say that they're more likely to vote for a candidate who supports a ban with exceptions federally at 15 weeks.
Interesting. So we saw this last week, and we're seeing it again now. Donald Trump commanding lead among Republicans in Iowa. Are his legal troubles having any impact one way or the other right now?
Yeah, and Joe, I think it's worth noting some of the polls that we're probably going to see after the Labor Day period. I think it's important for people to see where this race is after they've completely been able to think about his latest indictment, as well as that mugshot that he ended up getting last week and the aftermath of last week's Republican debate. And so usually the Labor Day period or post-Labor Day period is always a plush time to look and devour political polls, and I think that will be the case. I think we'll have a very good understanding where the Republican race is in a week or two.
Mark, it's important to remember, of course, this poll was just likely Republican caucus goers in Iowa, a red state. How do these results compare with what we're seeing nationally? Help us put it in context.
Yeah, as I ended up saying, that this is a much more conservative electorate than you end up seeing either even statewide in a place like Iowa or nationally overall. We're just looking at the likely Republican electorate in this very first contest in Iowa. And again, to get to kind of the measure of where the rest of the country is, you have to look more to those general election polls.
All right, Mark Murray helping us understand the polls. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, the Women's World Cup overshadowed by controversy. We're going to bring you the latest on the new fallout from a kiss involving a Spanish soccer official and a star player.
And fellow Swifties, maybe we need to calm down. Taylor Swift's enormously popular Eras Tour might not specifically be boosting the economy. We'll explain next on Morning News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're continuing to follow the controversy and the fallout surrounding the Spanish soccer official who kissed a player on the mouth during the Women's World Cup awards ceremony. FIFA has now suspended that official for his conduct.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now with more on this. Hey, Kelly, good morning. So what else do we know about this suspension so far?
Yeah, so Spain's Soccer Federation today is expected to hold an emergency meeting to talk about all of this FIFA suspension. The Federation president, Luis Rubiales, has refused to resign, saying that kiss a week ago during the medal ceremony at the Women's World Cup was consensual. The player who was on the receiving end, Jenny Hermoso, said the kiss made her feel, quote, vulnerable and the victim of aggression, and also said that she felt pressured to release the original statement, which was almost a tacit support for Rubiales. So FIFA has now opened disciplinary actions against Rubiales. That happened on Thursday. On Saturday, they said he was suspended for 3 months pending an investigation. And in another strange twist this morning, guys, his mother has now locked herself in a church in Spain and announced that she is going on a hunger strike to protest what she calls her son's inhumane treatment. Savannah, Joe.
Wow. I mean, this is a topic that's really just the talk of the sports world, truly all around the globe. Can you talk about some of the support that Jenny Hermoso is receiving?
Yeah, she's gotten a lot of support, particularly over the weekend, from athletes in all different kinds of disciplines, from men and women. There have been messages of support from men's giant football teams at Barcelona and Madrid, teams and players, as well as women's soccer players in the U.S. The U.S. Women's National Basketball Players Association posted a statement of support saying, We stand united in our condemnation of all forms of assault against women, and we reject the institutional abuse of power displayed by the RFEF, that's the Spanish Football Association, and those enabling them. This behavior impacts us all, the statement said. It went on to say the situation involving Jenni Hermoso serves as a stark reminder that no one should escape accountability, including Luis Rubiales. This incident emphasizes the interconnectedness of our community, and went on to say that an attack on one is an attack on all, guys.
Wow. Kelly, do we know what's next here for the Spanish women's soccer team? I mean, just generally, do you think that this speaks to sort of a cultural issue in soccer or women's sports as a whole?
I think definitely a cultural issue in Spain, at least according to the people who are speaking out about this, including top members of government who are saying that this should be Spain's Me Too moment. The players are now refusing to play on the national team at all until there's a change in leadership. Their next match is next month against Sweden. And some of the coaching staff, the female coaching staff, is also refusing to work. More broadly, it has opened up a conversation about women's sport globally as well. In fact, Norway's Football Federation president, the first woman to hold that post, said over the weekend that football's journey toward inclusion, diversity, and gender equality is, quote, far from over. Guys.
All right, Kelly Kobaya, thank you so much.
Now for some financial headlines. The Biden administration is expected to announce some big changes that are coming to Medicare tomorrow.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us on that and other news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, so the Biden administration is expected to announce tomorrow 10 drugs Medicare will pay less for starting in 2026. Now, this is part of an effort to cut Medicare spending on several high-priced medicines. For the first time, Medicare can negotiate prices of certain prescriptions as part of the Inflation Reduction Act passed by Congress last year. It's widely expected the blood thinner Eliquis, made by Bristol Myers and Pfizer, will be on the list, along with Merck's diabetes drug Januvia and Amgen's Enbrel, which treats autoimmune diseases. Several drug makers and industry groups have sued to challenge the program. Mallinckrodt is filing for bankruptcy for the second time in 3 years. The move comes after the drug maker reached a deal with creditors to cut $1 billion from the amount it owes to victims of the opioid crisis. Mallinckrodt is one of the largest manufacturers of opioids. It was a defendant in more than 3,000 lawsuits alleging it used deceptive and misleading marketing practices to boost sales of the highly addictive drugs. And Paris will become one of the few cities worldwide this week to ban rentals of electric scooters after residents voted this spring to get rid of the bikes. The 3 operators in Paris, Lime, Dot, and Tier, tell CNBC they will have removed their scooters by the September 1st deadline. Now, they had a combined fleet of roughly 15,000 in the city. Many cities have introduced restrictions on scooters, such as speed limits and parking zones, and enforce those with fines, guys.
And here in New York, we don't have the ones that you can rent.
That's right. Yeah, I know. And in LA, where you used to live, you do, and they're like hanging from the trees. And
They're throwing them in the water. They're doing all sorts of things. Savannah, now, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, as some people know all too well, Taylor Swift has been on her Eras tour since March. It's predicted to become the biggest tour of all time. One widely reported study even suggested she had a $5 billion impact on the economy.
Yeah, well, we're about to get into exactly how those numbers work, but I've certainly contributed when it comes around Taylor Swift concerts, as I did this past weekend. Well, that figure caught the attention of NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky, who dug into the claims and found some blank space when it came to substantiating them.
Welcome to the Eras Tour.
Have no fear about the U.S. economy. Taylor Swift is here to boost, jolt, and revive it. No, y'all need to calm down, because economists are pretty sure Swift did not generate $5 billion for the U.S. economy. Let me explain the 3 key breakdowns and how a couple of economic observations were spun into the tall tale of T-Swift stimulus. First, the Philly Fed. A June report from the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia mentioned how strong hotel revenue was the weekend Taylor Swift brought 3 shows and a couple 100,000 fans to Lincoln Financial Field. Well, when that nugget found its way to the interwebs, It evolved into the Federal Reserve says Taylor Swift's Eras Tour boosted the economy. The Federal Reserve did not say that. In fact, the Philly Fed emailed us. Unfortunately, many articles reported that Swift was personally responsible for a spike in tourism. This statement is inaccurate. Swift was partially responsible for a spike in hotel revenue. See, the difference between hotels having a nice weekend and the entire U.S. economy seeing a spike is like confusing 16-year-old country singing Taylor with 33-year-old pop icon Taylor. The second thing that went awry with the tale of the Taylor Swift economy, Econ 101, or more like the failure to remember Econ 101. When an online research company put out a press release claiming the Eras Tour generated $5 billion and economic impact greater than 50 countries, nobody really asked how they came up with that number. I did. That company, QuestionPro, launched a survey to measure the wild amounts some concertgoers were spending on the T-Swift experience, north of $1,300 they found on average. Then they multiplied that by the 4 million or so Swifties, and bada boom, $5 billion in economic impact. But economists say that's not even close to how economic impact is calculated.
Did you guys have an economist working on this with you?
We had some senior researchers that we use for this, so not an economist specifically, but there was enough research effort behind it that we feel confident in the numbers.
The other thing that left economists screaming, mistaking billions in spending with billions in new spending. We don't have billions in economic benefits if Taylor Swift is just scooping up spending that would have otherwise gone to other travel or other experiences.
When I go to spend money on Taylor Swift concert tickets, it means not spending money on other things.
Economist J.C. Bradbury says, for example, when tourism in a T-Swift city wins, businesses in another American city typically lose. Actual economic analyses have found that big events just don't create that much new spending.
Maybe it's not zero, but it's not very large. And the numbers we're seeing are normally way inflated over what the actual economic benefit might be.
The last thing that fueled this tall tale, aggregators. After those first headlines started popping, various tourism and business groups around the country started doing their own reports on the Taylor Swift economy, aggregating QuestionPro's questionable conclusions to form new conclusions, spawning even more coverage, forever laundering into the mainstream those initial claims that we now know were trouble. Noah Pransky, NBC News.
So it was Taylor Swift's economy that got the boost.
Right. Well,
her checking book economy.
Yeah. Well, we know what. Yeah, exactly. That she's just gonna, do so fantastically from all this. But
and you saw her in Mexico City, and
I was just in Mexico City. I was one of those Philly hotel people, and I was also in Nashville, so I know what I spent. I don't know. I think it depends, I guess, on how you examine it. But
just the point is, you would have spent that money elsewhere if you hadn't gone to Taylor's. So
right.
Very interesting. Thanks to Noah for that.
Mexico City was great. Well, coming up, the stage is set for that opening serve.
The U.S. Open starts today right here in New York. We're gearing up for a battle of the Grand Slam GOATs. We're going to get the lowdown when we come back. You're watching Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum. It's a very critical situation.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included.
allegations of Russian warplanes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Little League World Series Championship was yesterday with California beating Curacao 6-5, hanging on after giving up a 4-run lead. It was the first time the team from El Segundo, it's a community in the LA area, made the finals. California has won 8 times, which is the most for any American state. Curacao, a small island off the coast of Venezuela, has represented the championship's international side of the bracket the last 3 times that non-U.S. teams have competed. They've yet to score a win, so I kind of am pulling for them to win one of these days.
Right.
But congratulations to the team from California.
There you go. I know. Oh, very cool. Well, today is one of the most anticipated dates of the year for tennis fans.
The final Grand Slam of the year, the U.S. Open, will get underway today here in New York at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. For more, we are joined by Lucas Weiss, staff editor at The Athletic. Lucas, good to have you with us this morning. So let's start off on the women's side. Who are the favorites to win? What storyline should we be keeping an eye on there?
Well, first off, thanks so much for having me on. You're absolutely right. It's one of the great days of the sporting calendar, the start of the U.S. Open. It's going to be a fantastic 2 weeks. On the women's side, you have to look at Iga Swiatek. She's the #1 seed. She won the French Open this year, but she has a difficult draw at this tournament. In the quarterfinals, it could be a matchup between Swiatek and young American Coco Gauff. They met at Cincinnati in the semifinals. Gauff beating the world #1, and Coco Gauff winning Cincinnati makes her one of the favorites to win the U.S. Open. She would be the first American since Sloane Stephens to do so. And then for Swiatek, you have to think of Elena Rybakina, who, of course, made the Australian Open final this year, won Wimbledon a year ago. And then if Swiatek were to win that match, she has to play Aryna Sabalenka maybe in the final, the #2 seed at this tournament, and the Australian Open champion. So a very difficult draw for Swiatek, but it's going to make for some entertaining tennis.
Oh, for sure. All right. Also on the men's side, so it has been all Carlos Alcaraz. We all became obsessed. And, of course, Novak Djokovic. Last year, tennis fans got to see history when Alcaraz became the youngest player to win a men's U.S. Open since Pete Sampras in 1990. He's 20 years old. I mean, is there any reason to expect to see anything other than an Alcaraz-Djokovic final? And if so, what would you expect? What are you thinking here?
We're certainly on a collision course for another Alcaraz-Djokovic final. They had that epic Wimbledon final this summer where Alcaraz was able to beat Djokovic for the first time in 10 years on center court. That was Djokovic's first loss there. Alcaraz winning his second slam at 20 years old. And then just a few weeks later in Cincinnati, they met in another epic final, 3 sets, with Djokovic able to win that. So I think if they're able to meet again in New York, it will be an amazing moment for tennis fans to unite and watch these 2 great men play. But what I will add is that Alcaraz's draw is difficult. He may have to face Jannik Sinner in the quarterfinals at the U.S. Open. They, of course, met last year, an epic 5-setter where Alcaraz won for 5 hours, which lasted past 2 in the morning. So Alcaraz's draw is difficult. He could face Medvedev in the semifinals. Medvedev, of course, winning the U.S. Open back in 2021. So Alcaraz's draw is tricky, but this 20-year-old is special, and I think he'll have a good chance to win the U.S. Open.
All right, we'll see what happens. Lucas Weiss, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Thank you for joining us on a Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, tracking Idalia. We are watching a major tropical storm system developing in the Gulf of Mexico this morning. That storm expected to turn into a hurricane and slam into the Florida coast as early as Wednesday morning. We've got its latest movements and the damage it could bring to the Gulf Coast and to the Deep South. Also this morning, future in focus, a potentially consequential day in court today for former President Donald Trump. The dueling federal hearings set to be held in Washington and Georgia, and the outcomes in both could map out his and his co-defendants' legal futures. Plus, a dream at 60. It was a critical turning point in America's fight for civil rights. Later in the hour, we'll look back on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s pivotal I Have a Dream speech, which turned 60 today. What has changed in the decades since, and what has stayed the same? And the right stuff. This morning, we are remembering an icon of American television, Price is Right host Bob Barker, the game show legend who graced our screens for more than half a century. So many positive memories and some great reactions coming in as well. We'll take a look back.
And you are going to bring it to us, which means will be great.
We're going to begin this morning with Tropical Storm Idalia, which is gaining strength in the Gulf of Mexico and taking aim at the Florida coast.
That's right. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis issued a stark warning to people living in the potential target area.
Storms, of course, as we know, these things can wobble. So Floridians along our Gulf Coast should be vigilant, even if you're currently outside the cone, and indeed you could see impacts if you are in a place that's outside the cone.
Arrival of the storm comes as parts of the state handle a gas contamination crisis, which could serve as a potential roadblock for people planning on fueling up ahead of the storm. Well, the growing threat of Idalia comes nearly a year after Hurricane Ian left parts of Florida destroyed and submerged underwater. Some homeowners and business owners say they are still recovering. Today, meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking this, of course, for us. She's here with the very latest. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, and that's why it's so important to take precautions now. You want to get your hurricane plan in place. We only have 48 hours, even a little less than that at this hour. We're looking at a very strong tropical storm at this hour, 65-mile-per-hour winds. It's not going to take much to get it to a Cat 1 storm, eventually a Cat 2 storm, and we're expecting landfall early Wednesday as a Category 3 somewhere along the west coast, probably closer to the northern part of the west coast of Florida. So we're looking at winds at 65 miles per hour. It's moving north at 8 miles per hour. It's starting to pick up some speed, still really slow, but we were stationary just a few hours ago. It's going to merge into the Gulf of Mexico. The Gulf of Mexico is so warm. We're looking at record temperatures. We're looking at really warm waters. That's going to strengthen this. And that's why we're expecting it by Tuesday to become a Category 2 storm. By Wednesday, a Category 3 storm before it makes landfall. Now, notice this cone here. You want to pay attention to that. Not so much the line, but the cone. So it could kind of wobble. This is something that we're going to have to nail down over the next 24 hours or so. But still, anywhere along the Big Bend, the Panhandle, down to portions of the west coast of Florida, down to the southern portions of West Coast, you want to stay on high alert. Warm waters, we're looking at a big increase in terms of the windfall once it gets into these warm waters, because we're looking at warm waters running 2 to 4 inches above average. Here is that cone as it goes throughout time. We're looking at it is strengthening into a Category 3 storm, and then eventually it's going to decrease to a tropical storm where we're going to see some flooding conditions along the North Carolina coast as well. Savannah?
All right, Michelle, we know you'll stay on it. Thank you so much. Well, this morning there are new details in that deadly shooting of 3 black people at a Dollar General store in Florida. Authorities say the shooter left behind messages of hate-filled ideology, and they're calling the shooting racially motivated. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Jacksonville on this. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Police say the shooter purchased the murder weapons legally despite being involuntarily held for a mental health evaluation years ago. Overnight, President Biden spoke with the local mayor and sheriff here, and the president has noted that this racist rampage happened on the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington.
I am tired.
This morning, a Jacksonville community is grieving the stunning loss of 3 people shot to death in what police say was a racially motivated attack. The FBI is investigating the shooting as a hate crime. Police say the gunman, 21-year-old Ryan Christopher Palmer, sent racist writings to local law enforcement, the media, even his own parents, expressing his desire to kill black people. Officials releasing video of the gunman in a tactical vest before he opened fire in the parking lot and then inside a Dollar General store Saturday afternoon.
He let several people out of the store. Why, I don't know. Some of them were white, but I do believe there was a couple that were not.
The victims identified as Angela Carr, Gerald Deshaun Gallion, and 19-year-old store employee Anolt Joseph Laguerre Jr., known as AJ.
Why does he have to go now? Why so young?
Gerald Gallion's family says he worked hard to take care of his 4-year-old daughter.
My grandbaby keeps saying is, "Where's my daddy?" And all I can do is grab her because I don't have the words right now.
Before the shooting, police say the gunman stopped at nearby Edward Waters University, a historically black institution where a school security officer saw him and called police to report a suspicious person on campus.
What he did is totally unacceptable in the state of Florida.
At a prayer vigil, Governor Ron DeSantis vowing to provide more security to Florida HBCUs, but facing boos from the crowd. DeSantis has faced backlash over efforts to change black history education in public schools, with new curriculum standards including a controversial provision that some slaves develop skills that could be used for their personal benefit.
So that means they develop skills in spite of slavery, not because of slavery.
Meanwhile, authorities say the shooter, who took his own life when officers arrived, lived with his parents in this home outside Jacksonville. Adding a suicide note was found in his bedroom. An AR-style rifle and a handgun, one covered in hand-drawn swastikas, were recovered at the scene.
His sickening ideology is not representative of the values of this Jacksonville community.
Police say the gunman had no criminal arrest record, but when he was 15, he was held for 72 hours under Florida's Baker Act for an involuntary mental health evaluation. Savannah?
All right, Gabe, thank you very much. Well, there are dueling court hearings today that could determine former President Trump's legal path going forward. In Washington, we're expected to learn the trial date for Trump's federal election interference case. And in Georgia, we will hear former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows' request to move that election case to federal court. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is following it all and has the latest from Atlanta.
Well, we're talking about two different hearings in two different federal courtrooms, but former President Donald Trump is right at the center of both of them, including here in Atlanta, where today's proceedings could help decide how and where the case moves forward.
This morning, all eyes are on a federal courthouse in downtown Atlanta, where, after more than 2 years of investigating, Fulton County DA Fani Willis is expected to lay out some of her case against former President Trump and his 18 co-defendants, all charged with trying to overturn Trump's 2020 election loss in Georgia.
The defendants engaged in a criminal racketeering enterprise.
Today's hearing centers around Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and his push to move his case to federal court. But the DA has subpoenaed key witnesses, including Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, who was on the receiving end of that now infamous phone call from then President Trump.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
It comes as a federal judge in Washington is expected to rule regarding a different case against Mr. Trump, preparing to set a trial date in his federal election interference case. Special counsel Jack Smith wants to start in January 2024, but Trump attorneys pushed back, asking for April 2026, well after the presidential election in which Mr. Trump is currently the GOP frontrunner. And in Georgia, the DA wants to start in late October, though a judge has not yet signed off.
These trial dates also are going to move. It's unrealistic. It's theatrics.
All of it comes on the heels of Mr. Trump's historic surrender last week and that mugshot, which is proving to be politically profitable. The Trump campaign reports it's raised more than $7 million since last week's surrender, in what the campaign calls its most profitable 24-hour period ever.
And as for that push to move this case to federal court, former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and several others have made that request. The former president has not yet done so, though he is expected to follow suit. Now, legal experts say that that could perhaps mean a more sympathetic judge, a more politically diverse jury pool, and, of course, it would be a difference of no TV cameras being allowed inside the courtroom. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much. Well, joining us now is Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. She's a civil rights attorney and former prosecutor, as well as an NBC News legal analyst. Kristen, good morning. Thanks for being here. So let's begin with Mark Meadows' request to move his case to federal court. So his legal team cites that his alleged actions in this indictment occurred while he was chief of staff to the president. So in that sort of federal role, how much of a case does he have here?
Well, really, to succeed, he doesn't need to just prove that it happened while he was in that federal role, while he was the former White House chief of staff. He also has to prove that those actions were taken under color of his office. And what that means is that he was acting as that federal officer during that time. He also has to prove that he is a viable federal offense to allow his case to be moved into the federal courts. But keep in mind, DA Willis's argument is referencing the Hatch Act. And what that means is she is suggesting that Meadows' actions may have violated that particular federal statute, potentially making them illegal. So really, in essence, what Willis is saying, or really has to demonstrate, is that Meadows' actions not only went beyond his official duties, but also crossed potentially into illegal territory.
So, Kristen, today we're also expected this testimony from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. That is the person that was on the phone when the former president asked about finding those votes. We've heard from him several times. So how much will it move the needle regarding whether this case is tried at the state level? To hear from him again today, what are you looking for?
I think it's really going to move the needle. Quite frankly, I think his testimony could really be the linchpin that would keep the trial in state court. You know, evidence of communications attempting to influence Georgia's election results really strengthens the claim that Meadows may have really overstepped his official role, emphasizing the need for the state court to retain jurisdiction. So Willis is really going to heavily rely on his testimony as well as others to really illuminate that the alleged pressure campaign to overturn the election results really overstepped Meadows' role as a federal official.
Kristen, before I let you go, if we could switch gears and talk about special counsel Jack Smith's case against Trump. This is in the federal election interference case. Well, Smith is pushing for a speedy trial. The Trump camp is asking for the opposite. How likely is a case of this magnitude to be tried before the 2024 election?
I think it is very likely. I don't think Jack Smith's going to get what he wants. You know, picking a jury in December and then starting in January. But I think Judge Chutkan is really going to pick somewhere right down the middle. But she's probably not going to give him a whole year. Listen, you know, she has to really weigh a series of things, the right to a speedy trial, but then also Trump's argument is going to be that he really deserves and has a constitutional right to competent counsel. And when you have thousands and thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of documents to review, however can he mount appropriate defense? So they have really great arguments on both sides. But again, I've heard these arguments, I've been there, and I don't think Judge Chutkan is going to give more than a year.
So, Kristen, I know that the entire nature of this is unprecedented, not something that we've seen before, but just from a legal perspective, walk us through what we know, what it could mean to have somebody, especially somebody who happens to be the front runner of the Republican Party right now, be fully running for president, appearing before crowds, making statements at campaign events, while also potentially having a date on the books that's somewhere between now and the actual election of a trial.
Well, it's interesting because Trump, his legal team, the judges, and the prosecutors are all going to have to walk that tightrope of making sure that they don't make certain statements that could implicate their own defendant. Trump shouldn't make any statements that could incriminate him. And keep in mind, he's got a number of criminal trials, 4 indictments, several other trials with regard to the Trump organization. So he really has to be careful of what he says. It's going to be a tight line, and he has to make sure he says things that are not going to incriminate him.
Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Well, turning now to a tragedy unfolding in Australia, where 3 Marines were killed in an aircraft crash during a training exercise. Officials are now looking into what caused the accident and how to prevent future crashes from occurring. NBC News correspondent Sarah James is in Melbourne, Australia, with the very latest. Hi, Sarah. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Well, that Marine Osprey carrying 23 U.S. Marines crashed on a remote Australian island. This took place just 1 month after 4 Australian soldiers were killed in a helicopter crash that also took place during training exercise between the two nations. This morning, recovery efforts still underway on Melville Island after a deadly U.S. Marine Osprey crash off the coast of mainland Australia. 3 U.S. Marines died in the tragic crash in an aircraft similar to this one, which occurred while transporting troops in a routine military exercise. Its cause still under investigation.
The Emergency Operations Centre will now focus on the recovery of the 3 deceased Marines with dignity.
All 20 survivors rushed from the remote location to the city of Darwin, where 8 remain in hospital. U.S. Ambassador to Australia Caroline Kennedy praised Australia's swift response and ongoing support.
This tragedy and the recent loss that Australia also suffered reminds us all how grateful we are to those who serve in uniform.
The crash occurred Sunday off the coast of northern Australia after the aircraft left Darwin and flew towards the Tiwi Islands about 50 miles away.
At a time like this, we reach out to our American brothers and sisters in order to express our condolences.
Some 2,500 personnel from the U.S., Australia, and nearby countries were taking part in training exercises. This is not the first fatal accident involving the Osprey, a tilt-rotor hybrid which can take off and land like a helicopter and fly like a plane. In June last year, 5 Marines died in an Osprey crash in California. Investigators say a catastrophic mechanical failure the cause. But as the investigation continues, those in Australia's Northern Territory say their first duty is to the survivors.
I would just like to reassure the families who are on the other side of the world that we're caring for your loved ones. They're getting the best care possible.
And in the United States, President Biden took to X, formerly known as Twitter, to express his condolences and that of the First Lady. But also here in Australia, defense officials tell me that those training exercises will go on. However, they will not take place on Melville Island, which is the site of that ongoing investigation. Savannah?
All right, Sarah James, thank you very much. Coming up on Morning News Now, a little bit of Loch Ness levity on this Monday morning as we take you inside the largest hunt for Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster, in half a century. But first, it's pandemonium in our nation's capital as some of its biggest stars get ready for one final trip home. And let's just say many visitors to the National Zoo aren't too happy. We'll explain after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with some international headlines, starting in Libya, where people took to the streets after their foreign minister reportedly met with an Israeli official. Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with that and more. Hey, Raf, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, major protests in Libya after the country's foreign minister apparently met with her Israeli counterpart. Official contact with Israelis remains sensitive in many Arab countries, and it's not clear why Israel made the meeting public. Libya's foreign minister has been suspended, and she's reportedly fled the country. In Greece, 2 men have been arrested for allegedly deliberately setting fires, one of dozens of arson arrests made in recent days. At least 21 people have been killed in the last week by out-of-control flames. One of those 2 men allegedly set fire to dried grass on an island, while the other is said to have torched dry areas on the mainland. And finally, astronauts aboard the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft have safely docked at the International Space Station. The astronauts hail from 4 countries, the US, Denmark, Japan, and Russia, making this SpaceX's most international mission to date. And Savannah, Elon Musk points out that when the spacecraft and the station were docking, both of them were actually traveling around 25 times the speed of sound. Pretty amazing.
That is so amazing. Wow, it's a huge group of them, too. It's so cool to see. Raf Sanchez, thanks so much. Well, back here in the U.S., the National Zoo is preparing to bid farewell to its iconic giant pandas. They've been an attraction at the zoo for 23 years, but now the 2 adult giant pandas and their cub are scheduled to return to China at the end of the year. NBC's Ryan Nobles joins us now with more on this, not from his usual post on the Hill, instead at the zoo. Ryan, great to see you. Good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, my new job as chief panda correspondent for NBC News. But yes, you're right. It's actually been more than 50 years that these giant pandas have just enthralled zoogoers here in the nation's capital. But now the 2 adult pandas and their cub are scheduled to head back to China at the end of this year. And the future of giant pandas in the United States is very much in doubt.
They are among the biggest stars in the nation's capital.
I'm excited to see the panda.
And their time in Washington is coming to an end.
I want them to stay.
Tian Tian and Mei Xiong are giant pandas who call the Smithsonian National Zoo home. Tian Tian celebrated his 26th birthday on Sunday.
2 rare giant pandas are coming to America.
They came to Washington, D.C. in 2000 as part of a conservation and breeding partnership with China. The original agreement was for 10 years, but was extended several times. During that more than 2-decade run, the duo gave birth to a son, Shuao Qi Ji, whose arrival was documented with a live panda cam that drew in millions of viewers. The Panda Cam's round-the-clock feed has caught the pandas climbing trees, fighting over food, playing in the water, and of course, sliding down a snow-covered hill. Those 3 pandas currently in Washington, the extension of a partnership that started more than 50 years ago.
2 Chinese pandas offered to the United States during the president's Chinese visit will go to the National Zoo.
And for people visiting D.C., seeing the pandas is a must.
They're the star of the shows here, and I mean they're a staple. I think of the Smithsonian Zoo, I think of the pandas.
But they're more than just a tourist attraction.
There's been no greater ambassador to getting people to love animals, love nature, love conservation than the giant panda.
The giant pandas raise millions of dollars, and their popularity opens the door to teach others the value of conservation efforts.
You see a panda and you feel like you can be attached to them.
The decision to bring the pandas back to China comes against the backdrop of increased political tensions between the U.S. and China. The Smithsonian is hoping a new partnership can be forged.
It's no secret that there's some tensions between the 2 governments right now. I just hope that doesn't play into this, because conservation should be apolitical.
And the situation here in Washington mirrors what's happening at zoos all across the country. In fact, Atlanta will be the last zoo in America to still have giant pandas after the pandas leave from Washington. And even that program is in doubt. It's scheduled to come to an end at the end of 2024. And Savannah, at this point, there are no plans to extend the partnership in Atlanta. Of course, here in Washington, they're planning a Panda Palooza to send the pandas off in style. Savannah.
All right, Brian, thank you so much.
Coming up, Martin Luther King Jr.'s iconic I Have a Dream speech was delivered 60 years ago today.
So how have civil rights in America changed in the decades since then? And how have they stayed the same? We'll dig deeper after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, and
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Today is the 60th anniversary of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s iconic I Have a Dream speech. That speech was part of the Civil Rights March on Washington.
In honor of that groundbreaking moment in American history, activists and civilians alike gathered once again in the nation's capital over the weekend. They honored Dr. King and the civil rights movement. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee was there this weekend, and he joins us now. Tremaine, good to have you with us. I mean, this weekend's event, which was all about unity and equality, happened as that racially motivated hate crime targeting black people took place in Florida. What was the significance of that tragedy happening when it did, and how did it impact over the weekend?
Joe, I'll tell you what, a moment that was a time to sit in history and reflect on all the hard-fought victories that the American people put forward to make this country a more equal, just place, was overshadowed by this very heinous killing by white supremacists in Florida. And so many of the organizers of the event and those who attended said this wasn't just about a commemoration, it was a continuation of the work. And that work certainly was about shrinking the wealth gap, eroding racial segregation in this country, but it was also pushing back against a lot of the white supremacist violence that was institutionalized by police and law enforcement, but certainly through white supremacists that are part of the American citizenry. We have had decades of lynching up into the 60s that, really cast a pall over the entire movement because activists, organizers, and everyday people were being murdered by white supremacists in these racially motivated attacks. And so we see 60 years later that this issue of white supremacy and violence is still, still with us. In fact, it's as American as apple pie. It's been here from the beginning, and sadly, it's just going latent, but not much has changed.
And Tremaine, what does that mean in terms of the fight for equality? How has it changed in the face of, as you point out, many things not changing from 60 years ago to now?
There's this looming threat of violence that, impedes a lot of the other progress because it sends a chill through our communities. And so while, many of the gaps and the chasms when it comes to segregation or integration and the wealth gap are as large as they were in 63, there still is this other piece here that this binding of violence that has held white supremacy together in this country. And so while organizers and folks are trying to push back against the erosion of voting rights in this country, where they're trying to restore affirmative action in this country, while they're trying to make sure that history isn't whitewashed in places like Florida and other places all across this country, who are enacting policy and legislation to kind of push history under the rug, it casts a chill over that.
Tremaine, despite the tragedy in Florida, it was still, I know, a positive weekend filled with hope, filled with the possibility of change. What were some of the highlights for you?
No, there were so many, important, beautiful moments from yesterday. I think the sheer diversity of the speakers from, members of the Jewish community, LGBTQ community, folks from the Native American community, but also the generations. You had folks who attended the original march and a new generation of voices rising up, including members of Dr. King's family, including Martin Luther King III, his wife, Andrea King, and their 15-year-old daughter, Yolanda, who kind of captured the passing of the torch of this moment. Let's take a listen.
Dad would probably say, now is the time. We must preserve, protect, and expand democracy.
I believe that my generation will be defined by action, not apathy.
If there is any light still in the movement to make America a more equal and just place, I think we've seen it there with the Dr. King family, despite the cloud of violence hanging over this country today.
Tremaine Lee, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. And in honor of today's anniversary, Today Show anchor Craig Melvin spoke to one woman who was there that day and created her own iconic moment without even knowing it.
So I was in a position where I'm looking in this direction at Dr. King and the other guests as they were speaking.
They were speaking there. Edith Lee Payne had a literal front row seat to history, and for her, it was extra special. It was obviously the March on Washington, but for you, it was something else as well. It was a big day.
It was my 12th birthday.
Edith traveled by bus with her mom, Dorothy, from Detroit to Washington. Arriving early, she wiggled her way to a barrier up front, a prime spot to eye the gathering of speakers and celebrities, including a famous actress who recognized Dorothy. And all of a sudden, Lena Horne comes over, and she starts talking to your mother. What did she say?
They reminisce of having to enter in back doors, the clubs that they entertained in.
Dorothy Lee faced discrimination in the South when she traveled as a dancer, working with the likes of Horne and Cab Calloway.
I had never heard my mother speak about those things before, probably because she didn't want me to be adversely influenced by something that affected her.
A mother's past and her daughter's future walk together in the march.
I have the pleasure to present to you Dr. Martin Luther King.
Dr. King starts to speak. What do you remember about that particular moment?
I always say this, you could hear a pin drop.
I have a dream. My 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
In the middle of that famous speech, a government photographer, Roland Sherman, turned away from the Reverend and spotted young Edith. Did you notice that there was a photographer taking your picture?
I did not.
That pennant ended up stapled to a school presentation. The march, a highlight she had to share. The dream Dr. King preached felt real to Edith.
I lived the dream that Dr. King spoke of. I went to integrated schools and lived in an integrated neighborhood.
That was until she moved farther south and looked for a job, and for the first time felt judged by the color of her skin.
Sometimes when they would see this black woman get off the elevator or come into the office, I would be told, I don't think you'll like this job.
Edith became a civil rights activist in her local community long before she realized she was an iconic image in civil rights history. It wasn't until 2008 when a cousin spotted her picture on a calendar.
I kind of chuckled and said, why would my picture be on a Black History calendar?
That photo, part of the National Archives.
That expression says, I'm here for business.
Dr. Colleen Shogan, is Archivist of the United States.
Why do you think that this particular photo has resonated with so many for so long?
It shows a young girl who's witnessing the march. So there's a individuality about it, but also it's capturing a historic day in time.
While this one photo of Edith has been published worldwide, it's these that are her favorite.
That's my mom.
That's Mom.
Yeah, it's like my mom always had my back.
Mm-hmm. What do you think Mom would say about all this?
She would probably cry, which is what I'm trying not to do. But she would say that she was proud, as am I.
I think we all are. As you come back 60 years later, what goes through your mind?
We have more work to do. There's more to be done. But that's how you honor him. Every single day, make a commitment to make a difference in somebody's life, to make it better.
Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that interview. Believe it or not, the March on Washington was not the first time that Edith heard that iconic I Have a Dream refrain. She was on hand when Dr. King first tested it out just months earlier at a march in Detroit. Well, this morning we are remembering daytime TV icon Bob Barker. The beloved host of The Price is Right passed away over the weekend at the age of 99. Barker was a fixture on television for half a century. He taped more than 5,000 shows throughout his career and helped give away hundreds of millions of dollars in prizes. He brought joy to so many, all with his unforgettable voice and his style, making him a true game show legend.
Come on down!
With his resonant voice,
I need a contestant for that vacant spot. Who will it be?
And his signature smile, Bob Barker became a staple in American homes. For 35 years, he hosted The Price is Right, the game show that challenged contestants to guess the prices on everyday items.
I am going to give you the bargain of your life.
He joked about the show's consistency here on Today in 2002.
How has the show changed since you started doing it in 1972?
The biggest change is my hair.
What did not change? America's love for Barker. The longtime host was always part of the show's winning formula.
The thing I hear is, Bob, come on down. I hear it every place I go.
Barker even showcased his talents right here on our plaza.
Misty, we're going to play cliffhangers, and the lovely Al is going to help us.
50.
$50. Is that right? That is the correct price.
Born in Darrington, Washington in 1923, Barker grew up on an Indian reservation in South Dakota. He joined the Navy during World War II, then got his start in radio with that remarkable voice and soon landed in front of the camera, hosting the popular game show Truth or Consequences.
And now, here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the star of our show, Bob Barker.
And in 1972, he scored an even bigger gig.
Now here's the star of the new Price is Right, Bob Barker.
And the rest is game show history. After 19 Emmys and a spot in the Television Hall of Fame, in 2007, Barker bid farewell.
I want to thank you very, very much for inviting me into your home.
Barker was also known for his love of animals. He famously quit as host of the Miss USA pageant in 1988 when organizers refused to remove fur coats from the prize package. He also left folks at home with this urgent message after each show.
Help control the pet population. Have your pets spayed or neutered.
Over the years, the beloved host stepped into many other roles, including a memorable cameo alongside Adam Sandler in Happy Gilmore.
I think you've had enough.
But he often returned to the role he knew best.
And now, here's your host, Drew Carey.
Making surprise appearances on The Price is Right.
I was selected by The Price is Right to be their April Fool.
Sending the crowd into a frenzy every time. This morning, so many are remembering his lasting legacy the way he always hoped.
I think I would like to be remembered as a man who loved all living things and did everything that he could to make it a better world for animals, and when he had time did a lot of television shows too.
Reps for Barker say that he died at his home of natural causes. Tributes, of course, are pouring in on social media. That includes Adam Sandler, his co-star in Happy Gilmore, writing, "The man, the myth, the best. He will be missed by everyone I know." We're also hearing from Drew Carey, the current host of The Price is Right. He says, "There hasn't been a day on set that I didn't think of Bob Barker and thank him. I will carry his memory in my heart forever."
Oh, and thank him. How sweet is that?
Exactly.
For the path he'd paved. Oh, incredible. Great look back, Joe. Thank you. Coming up, gymnastics phenom Simone Biles has once again proven to us that she is still the GOAT.
After the break, more on her historic eighth U.S. championship win. Stay with us.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammond and Everton.
All right, it just me too.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Back now with some financial headlines. 3M is nearing a multi-billion-dollar settlement to resolve claims over potentially faulty earplugs.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so 3M is nearing a more than $5 billion settlement over defective earplugs. The Wall Street Journal reports the company is close to settling more than 300,000 lawsuits alleging defective combat earplugs didn't sufficiently protect military veterans from hearing loss. The proposed settlement is about half of what experts predicted 3M could be liable for. Apple is working on the first major overhaul to the iPad Pro since 2018, which is expected to be rolled out next year. Bloomberg reports the new models will be the first tablets with OLED displays. That's the same type of screen used on the iPhone. Now, these are brighter and they reproduce colors more accurately. The iPad Pro will also have an updated Magic Keyboard, which makes it look more like a laptop and has a larger trackpad. iPad sales have slumped, now generating the least amount of revenue among Apple's major products. And Elon Musk made a surprise appearance at the finals of an esports tournament this weekend, but it didn't go well. He was attending the event in Los Angeles with one of his sons. Musk was shown on camera, and that prompted loud booing by the crowd and chants of "Bring back Twitter." The company's rebrand to X has widely been slammed. Analysts estimate the loss of the Twitter brand could reduce the company's value by as much as $20 billion, guys.
Wow. The gamers have spoken. All right.
Yeah, they have.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Well, Simone Biles has smashed another record over the weekend, proving why she is considered the GOAT of gymnastics after winning her record 8th U.S. championship.
Yeah, Biles' win comes a decade after she wowed the world with her first world title. That was back in 2013. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on her big return to the U.S. Championships. Emily, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Of course, you know I was watching every second this weekend, and it's pretty remarkable. You would never know Biles only recently returned from a 2-year break from competition. She looks better than ever and wowed judges with a nearly perfect routine in every event. And with Paris Olympics now less than a year away, it seems this is only the beginning of her historic comeback.
The greatest of all time landing another all-around crown, and this one's for the record books. The crowd roaring their approval with a standing ovation for Simone Biles, who clinched her 8th win at the U.S. Championships in San Jose, California this weekend, smashing a record first set in the 1930s.
It's really amazing. Everybody in here believes in me, and my teammates believe in me, my coaches, my family, everyone. So I just need to start believing in myself a little bit more.
She's the only woman to ever nail the incredibly difficult Yurchenko double pike vault in competition, and she did it just about flawlessly, leaving no doubts in fans and judges' minds. Biles is back. She stayed locked in through the second day of competition Sunday, and no sign remaining of the twisties that overcame Biles at the Tokyo Olympics, causing her to withdraw from most of her events.
To do something that I've done forever and just not be able to do it because of everything I've gone through is really crazy.
The 26-year-old powerhouse has been chasing this dream almost all her life, here winning the World Championships in 2013.
It hasn't really sunken in yet, but I know what I've done is a big accomplishment.
Now, a decade later, she's earned a jaw-dropping 7 Olympic and 25 World Championship medals, with the competition feeling fiercer than ever. The field of phenoms are battling for just 5 spots at the World Championships in Antwerp next month, and then the 2024 Olympics in Paris. A standout performance from Shailene Jones, the World 2022 silver medalist, earned her 2nd place behind Biles. And fellow world medalist 19-year-old Liam Wong took home 3rd. But for now, Simone Biles remains in a league of her own.
Oh, and by the way, at 26, Simone Biles is also the oldest woman to win nationals, and I think we all can agree that she has more than enough gas left in the tank. We've got World Championships next month, and of course, Paris Olympics less than a year away.
Isn't it crazy?
Just ramping up.
The world of gymnastics, like the oldest at 26.
I know.
You know, it's
Yeah.
wild.
These athletes are incredible. Yeah. But a decade-long career of winning these national and
amazing.
world titles, it's amazing.
It's just what a treat to have her back. It's great.
Emily, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's bring in senior writer for The Athletic, Kaylin Kaler, for more on this. Hey, Kaylin, good morning. Thanks very much for joining us on this. So Simone Biles making history in gymnastics, winning her 8th U.S. championship, surpassing a record that she had already shared with Alfred Joachim, and as we just mentioned, the oldest woman now at this point to be doing this. Walk us through some of the major takeaways from Biles this weekend and what this moment means for her, but also the sport overall.
Yeah, so as you guys mentioned, she is better than ever before. She's not just back, but she is stronger. And her vault, I want to talk about because she is doing the Yurchenko double pike, which is a vault that no other woman in the world can do. No one has ever attempted it except for her. She brought it out 2 years ago, but she's really perfected it now. And I want to point out one part of that vault that I think is really impressive and shows just how high scoring she is and how far above the rest of the competition field she is. So she scored a 15.7 on that vault. And that is a wild score. Anything above a 14 is what you want to see for a world competitor. And in that vault, it is so dangerous that her coach actually stands on the podium to spot her, which is a 5/10 deduction, but it doesn't matter. That deduction does not matter because her score is so huge. She had a 9.8 execution score on that vault, which is out of 10 points. So she only got a 2/10 deduction on her form, which is, again, just unheard of. So that vault, I think, is just a great example of what Simone brings to this competition that nobody else can.
I mean, is Emily...
And
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, in the context of what does this mean, it's incredible that she's back at age 26, and it's not just her. You have Suni Lee, Jade Carey, Jordan Childs, all coming back from the last Olympic team, trying to make another Olympic team. They all went to college, and they're back in elite gymnastics, and they're all in their 20s, which I think is really a refreshing change to see.
Yeah, I want to ask you more about that. I mean, she's 26, the oldest woman to win nationals. You mentioned all the other athletes who are performing so well. I mean, peaks for gymnasts don't usually last this long. Right. So what's going on here?
Yeah, so we've seen gymnastics trending older over the last few years, and this is just more sign to that. And I think it really points to a change within USA Gymnastics. They've changed their CEO and president. They've changed their leadership structure. There's now 3 people in charge, picking the world's teams, picking the Olympics teams, selecting the national team, instead of just one person in charge. It used to be a leadership structure with just one individual at the top. Now there's 3 making that choice. And they've made a concerted effort to make things better for the athletes with mental health, physical health, really just caring for the athletes in a way that we hadn't seen USAG do before. And the athletes themselves have talked about that. I actually asked Simone about that 2 weeks ago when she was in Chicago at the U.S. Classic, her first competition back. I asked her if all of these older women athletes returning to make a second Olympics team for Simone, it'll be her 3rd, if that is a sign that USAG's culture is changing. And she said, yes, she thinks it is. And she thinks, this group, this generation of U.S. gymnasts is sort of showing that, your career doesn't have to end when you're 18 years old. You can actually be better in your 20s.
Kaylin, very quickly before we let you go, we don't actually know if she's headed to the Olympics. She's remained quiet on whether that's even something that she wants. Based on this, though, what do you think? Will she give it a go?
Definitely. I think all these 2 competitions that she's been back for have, if not anything, they've proven to her she can do this. She talks a lot about how sometimes she doubts herself. She's not always confident in her skills and her ability. And sometimes she questions, why is she still doing gymnastics? I think these 2 meets showed her exactly why she is still doing gymnastics. I would be shocked if she's not at the Paris Olympics.
All right, Kaylin Cowler, thank you so much for being with us.
Coming up, it is one of the biggest mysteries of them all.
After the break, we will bring you the largest hunt ever for the Loch Ness Monster. Stick around.
Top Story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
this is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Be sure to look up to the sky as a rare super blue moon arrives this week to close out August. Well, the beginning of this month already featured a super moon, and now this full super moon is set to appear on August 30th. So the blue part doesn't mean the moon will actually be blue, look blue at all. It just means actually that it's a second full moon within a single month. This will also be the last blue moon before May 2026. So catch it if you can. We usually can't.
And play the song while you're
true. I love it. All right, well, it's one of the most famous legends around, right up there with Bigfoot and the Abominable Snowman.
And this weekend, a group of courageous explorers hit the chilly waters of Scotland to look for the Loch Ness Monster. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley put on his wetsuit and joined the search for Nessie.
Yeah, I'm here at beautiful Loch Ness, Scotland, and you've probably heard of this place before, and that's why everybody's here. I'm joining the largest search for the Loch Ness Monster in the past 50 years.
It's fascinated generations of curious minds, but this weekend, the Loch Ness Monster is getting another close-up. And this time, I join the hunt for what's being called the biggest Nessie quest in 50 years.
For this region of Scotland, the legend of the Loch Ness Monster is still kind of a big deal. But organizers are hoping that this weekend will excite a new generation of Nessie hunters.
It's about inspiration. For a very selfish reason, I don't want the Loch Ness mystery or the interest in Loch Ness itself to diminish in any way whatsoever at all. So this is why I'm hoping to inspire a new generation of not just Loch Ness Nessie hunters, you want to call them that, sorry, but just those who are interested in the natural environment.
It'll be hard for Nessie to hide from this high-tech hunt. They're launching drones overhead, scouring the surface, while also listening below.
So we're dropping a hydrophone, which is an underwater microphone, about 60 feet down below the depth. So we're going to be doing some audio testing to find out what noises exist down there.
This is our history behind us.
And they're using sonar to map the lake, which has a depth of nearly 800 feet.
If we were right now to sail our way over the top of the Loch Ness Monster, say Nessie herself decided to swim under the boat right now, we are going to get to see her on the screen.
Somewhere in all this dark water, there's a monster lurking, but it's up to us to find it.
Or find her.
What do you think he's like? She, he, we don't know.
I think she has babies and she's looking after them right now, so nobody's seen her.
Oh, she has babies? Okay.
Yeah.
Little Nessies?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's, so that's why she's hiding?
Yes.
The first time they launched it...
Ken Gerhardt traveled from the U.S. for the hunt. He researches animals that live on the fringes of our known reality.
But you've studied Bigfoot, Chupacabra, Mothman, all of these other fantastical ideas. Where does Nessie rank in terms of likelihood?
Personally, I'm 90% convinced that Nessie exists. I've never had a sighting or an observation, but if you immerse yourself in the evidence, you have over 1,000 good sightings that are very consistent descriptions.
Spoiler alert, nobody found the monster this weekend, not even me. And not for lack of trying, but maybe that's not what this is all about. What if it's not real? Would that be annoying?
Maybe, yes. It might be annoying for some people, might be not. It's just a fun myth.
It's just a fun myth?
Yeah, if it's not real.
But are you a believer or not a believer?
I'm a believer.
In a world of high tech and hard facts, it's nice to know there's still a place for magic and mystery.
What would it take for you to decide there's no such thing as the Loch Ness Monster? To put away your binoculars for good?
Well, they would probably need to drain the loch and just prove that nothing has been there and nothing is there. But I think there's always going to be a small part of me that wants to believe.
So short of draining one of the world's largest lakes and checking out every nook and cranny, you're going to believe?
Yeah, I think with everything, someone's always going to say there's going to be something that makes you believe, that wants you to believe. And again, it's the same with every myth out there. It just takes one person to believe in it, and it just continues.
So it might not surprise you, but the weekend ended and nobody found the monster. But the search continues, and as you can see, none of these people are giving up anytime soon.
Matt Bradley.
Seems to include you, Matt,
exactly.
in your wetsuit and gear. Thanks.
That does it for this hour morning news now.
But the news continues right now.
Welcome Welcome back. The Little League World Series Championship was yesterday with California beating Curacao 6-5, hanging on after giving up a 4-run lead. It was the first time the team from El Segundo, it's a community in the LA area, made the finals. California has won 8 times, which is the most for any American state. Curacao, a small island off the coast of Venezuela, has represented the championship's international side of the bracket the last 3 times that non-U.S. teams have competed. They've yet to score a win, so I kind of am pulling for them to win one of these days.
Right.
But congratulations to the team from California.
There you go. I know. Oh, very cool. Well, today is one of the most anticipated dates of the year for tennis fans.
The final Grand Slam of the year, the U.S. Open, will get underway today here in New York at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. For more, we are joined by Lucas Weiss, staff editor at The Athletic. Lucas, good to have you with us this morning. So let's start off on the women's side. Who are the favorites to win? What storyline should we be keeping an eye on there?
Well, first off, thanks so much for having me on. You're absolutely right. It's one of the great days of the sporting calendar, the start of the U.S. Open. It's going to be a fantastic 2 weeks. On the women's side, you have to look at Iga Swiatek. She's the #1 seed. She won the French Open this year, but she has a difficult draw at this tournament. In the quarterfinals, it could be a matchup between Swiatek and young American Coco Gauff. They met at Cincinnati in the semifinals. Gauff beating the world #1, and Coco Gauff winning Cincinnati makes her one of the favorites to win the U.S. Open. She would be the first American since Sloane Stephens to do so. And then for Swiatek, you have to think of Elena Rybakina, who, of course, made the Australian Open final this year, won Wimbledon a year ago. And then if Swiatek were to win that match, she has to play Aryna Sabalenka maybe in the final, the #2 seed at this tournament, and the Australian Open champion. So a very difficult draw for Swiatek, but it's going to make for some entertaining tennis.
Oh, for sure. All right. Also on the men's side, so it has been all Carlos Alcaraz. We all became obsessed. And, of course, Novak Djokovic. Last year, tennis fans got to see history when Alcaraz became the youngest player to win a men's U.S. Open since Pete Sampras in 1990. He's 20 years old. I mean, is there any reason to expect to see anything other than an Alcaraz-Djokovic final? And if so, what would you expect? What are you thinking here?
We're certainly on a collision course for another Alcaraz-Djokovic final. They had that epic Wimbledon final this summer where Alcaraz was able to beat Djokovic for the first time in 10 years on center court. That was Djokovic's first loss there. Alcaraz winning his second slam at 20 years old. And then just a few weeks later in Cincinnati, they met in another epic final, 3 sets, with Djokovic able to win that. So I think if they're able to meet again in New York, it will be an amazing moment for tennis fans to unite and watch these 2 great men play. But what I will add is that Alcaraz's draw is difficult. He may have to face Jannik Sinner in the quarterfinals at the U.S. Open. They, of course, met last year, an epic 5-setter where Alcaraz won for 5 hours, which lasted past 2 in the morning. So Alcaraz's draw is difficult. He could face Medvedev in the semifinals. Medvedev, of course, winning the U.S. Open back in 2021. So Alcaraz's draw is tricky, but this 20-year-old is special, and I think he'll have a good chance to win the U.S. Open.
All right, we'll see what happens. Lucas Weiss, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Throughout time, we're looking at it is strengthening into a Category 3 storm, and then eventually it's going to decrease to a tropical storm where we're going to see some flooding conditions along the North Carolina coast as well. Savannah?
All right, Michelle, we know you'll stay on it. Thank you so much. Well, this morning there are new details in that deadly shooting of 3 black people at a Dollar General store in Florida. Authorities say the shooter left behind messages of hate-filled ideology, and they're calling the shooting racially motivated. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Jacksonville on this. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Police say the shooter purchased the murder weapons legally despite being involuntarily held for a mental health evaluation years ago. Overnight, President Biden spoke with the local mayor and sheriff here, and the president has noted that this racist rampage happened on the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington.
I am tired
This morning, a Jacksonville community is grieving the stunning loss of 3 people shot to death in what police say was a racially motivated attack. The FBI is investigating the shooting as a hate crime. Police say the gunman, 21-year-old Ryan Christopher Palmer, sent racist writings to local law enforcement, the media, even his own parents, expressing his desire to kill black people. Officials releasing video of the gunman in a tactical vest before he opened fire in the parking lot and then inside a Dollar General store Saturday afternoon.
He let several people out of the store. Why, I don't know. Some of them were white, but I do believe there was a couple that were not.
The victims identified as Angela Carr, Gerald Deshaun Gallion, and 19-year-old store employee Anult Joseph Laguerre Jr., known as AJ.
Why does he have to go now? Why so young?
Gerald Gallion's family says he worked hard to take care of his 4-year-old daughter.
All my grandbaby keeps saying is, "Where's my daddy?" And all I can do is grab her because I don't have the words right now.
Before the shooting, police say the gunman stopped at nearby Edward Waters University, a historically black institution where a school security officer saw him and called police to report a suspicious person on campus.
What he did is totally unacceptable in the state of Florida.
At a prayer vigil, Governor Ron DeSantis vowing to provide more security to Florida HBCUs, but facing boos from the crowd. DeSantis has faced backlash over efforts to change black history education in public schools with new curriculum standards, including a controversial provision that some slaves develop skills that could be used for their personal benefit.
So that means they develop skills in spite of slavery, not because of slavery.
Meanwhile, authorities say the shooter, who took his own life when officers arrived, lived with his parents in this home outside Jacksonville. Adding a suicide note was found in his bedroom. An AR-style rifle and a handgun, one covered in hand-drawn swastikas, were recovered at the scene.
His sickening ideology is not representative of the values of this Jacksonville community.
Police said the gunman had no criminal arrest record, but when he was 15, he was held for 72 hours under Florida's Baker Act for an involuntary mental health evaluation. Savannah?
All right, Gabe, thank you very much. Well, there are dueling court hearings today that could determine former President Trump's legal path going forward. In Washington, we're expected to learn the trial date for Trump's federal election interference case. And in Georgia, we will hear former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows' request to move that election case to federal court. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is following it all and has the latest from Atlanta.
Well, we're talking about 2 different hearings in 2 different federal courtrooms, but former President Donald Trump is right at the center of both of them, including here in Atlanta, where today's proceedings could help decide how and where the case moves forward.
This morning, all eyes are on a federal courthouse in downtown Atlanta, where, after more than 2 years of investigating, Fulton County DA Fani Willis is expected to lay out some of her case against former President Trump and his 18 co-defendants, all charged with trying to overturn Trump's 2020 election loss in Georgia.
The defendants engaged in a criminal racketeering enterprise.
Today's hearing centers around Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and his push to move his case to federal court. But the DA has subpoenaed key witnesses, including Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, who was on the receiving end of that now infamous phone call from then President Trump.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
It comes as a federal judge in Washington is expected to rule regarding a different case against Mr. Trump, preparing to set a trial date in his federal election interference case. Special counsel Jack Smith wants to start in January 2024, but Trump attorneys pushed back, asking for April 2026, well after the presidential election in which Mr. Trump is currently the GOP frontrunner. And in Georgia, the DA wants to start in late October, though a judge has not yet signed off.
These trial dates also are going to move. It's unrealistic. It's theatrics.
All of it comes on the heels of Mr. Trump's historic surrender last week and that mugshot, which is proving to be politically profitable. The Trump campaign reports it's raised more than $7 million since last week's surrender, in what the campaign calls its most profitable 24-hour period ever.
And as for that push to move this case to federal court, former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and several others have made that request. The former president has not yet done so, though he is expected to follow suit. Now, legal experts say that that could perhaps mean a more sympathetic judge, a more politically diverse jury pool, and, of course, it would be a difference of no TV cameras being allowed inside the courtroom. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much. Well, joining us now is Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. She's a civil rights attorney and former prosecutor, as well as an NBC News legal analyst. Kristen, good morning. Thanks for being here. So let's begin with Mark Meadows' request to move his case to federal court. So his legal team cites that his alleged actions in this indictment occurred while he was chief of staff to the president. So in that sort of federal role, how much of a case does he have here?
Well, really, to succeed, he doesn't need to just prove that it happened while he was in that federal role, while he was the former White House chief of staff. He also has to prove that those actions were taken under color of his office. And what that means is that he was acting as that federal officer during that time. He also has to prove that he is a viable federal offense to allow his case to be moved into the federal courts. But keep in mind, DA Willis's argument is referencing the Hatch Act. And what that means is she is suggesting that Meadows' actions may have violated that particular federal statute, potentially making them illegal. So really, in essence, what Willis is saying, or really has to demonstrate, is that Meadows' actions not only went beyond his official duties, but also crossed potentially into illegal territory.
So, Kristen, today we're also expected this testimony from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. That is the person that was on the phone when the former president asked about finding those votes. We've heard from him several times. So how much will it move the needle regarding whether this case is tried at the state level? To hear from him again today, what are you looking for?
I think it's really going to move the needle. Quite frankly, I think his testimony could really be the linchpin that would keep the trial in state court. You know, evidence of communications attempting to influence Georgia's election results really strengthens the claim that Meadows may have really overstepped his official role, emphasizing the need for the state court to retain jurisdiction. So Willis is really going to heavily rely on his testimony as well as others to really illuminate that the alleged pressure campaign to overturn the election results really overstepped Meadows' role as a federal official.
Kristen, before I let you go, if we could switch gears and talk about special counsel Jack Smith's case against Trump. This is in the federal election interference case. Well, Smith is pushing for a speedy trial. The Trump camp is asking for the opposite. How likely is a case of this magnitude to be tried before the 2024 election?
I think it is very likely. I don't think Jack Smith's going to get what he wants. You know, picking a jury in December and then starting in January. But I think Judge Chutkan is really going to pick somewhere right down the middle. But she's probably not going to give him a whole year. Listen, you know, she has to really weigh a series of things, the right to a speedy trial, but then also Trump's argument is going to be that he really deserves and has a constitutional right to competent counsel. And when you have thousands and thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of documents to review, however can he mount appropriate defense? So they have really great arguments on both sides. But again, I've heard these arguments, I've been there, and I don't think Judge Chutkan is going to give more than a year.
So, Kristen, I know that the entire nature of this is unprecedented, not something that we've seen before, but just from a legal perspective, walk us through what we know, what it could mean to have somebody, especially somebody who happens to be the front runner of the Republican Party right now, be fully running for president, appearing before crowds, making statements at campaign events, while also potentially having a date on the books that's somewhere between now and the actual election of a trial.
Well, it's interesting because Trump, his legal team, the judges, and the prosecutors are all going to have to walk that tightrope of making sure that they don't make certain statements that could implicate their own defendant. Trump shouldn't make any statements that could incriminate him. And keep in mind, he's got a number of criminal trials, 4 indictments, several other trials with regard to the Trump organization. So he really has to be careful of what he says. But it's going to be a tight line, and he has to make sure he says things that are not going to incriminate him.
Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Well, turning now to a tragedy unfolding in Australia, where 3 Marines were killed in an aircraft crash during a training exercise. Officials are now looking into what caused the accident and how to prevent future crashes from occurring. NBC News correspondent Sarah James is in Melbourne, Australia, with the very latest. Hi, Sarah. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Well, that Marine Osprey carrying 23 U.S. Marines crashed on a remote Australian island. This took place just 1 month after 4 Australian soldiers were killed in a helicopter crash that also took place during training exercise between the two nations.
This morning, recovery efforts still underway on Melville Island after a deadly U.S. Marine Osprey crash off the coast of mainland Australia. 3 U.S. Marines died in the tragic crash in an aircraft similar to this one, which occurred while transporting troops in a routine military exercise. Its cause still under investigation.
The Emergency Operations Centre will now focus on the recovery of the 3 deceased Marines with dignity.
All 20 survivors rushed from the remote location to the city of Darwin, where 8 remain in hospital. U.S. Ambassador to Australia Caroline Kennedy praised Australia's swift response and ongoing support.
This tragedy and the recent loss that Australia also suffered reminds us all how grateful we are to those who serve in uniform.
The crash occurred Sunday off the coast of northern Australia after the aircraft left Darwin and flew towards the Tiwi Islands about 50 miles away.
At a time like this, we reach out to our American brothers and sisters in order to express our condolences.
Some 2,500 personnel from the U.S., Australia, and nearby countries were taking part in training exercises. This is not the first fatal accident involving the Osprey, a tilt-rotor hybrid which can take off and land like a helicopter and fly like a plane. In June last year, 5 Marines died in an Osprey crash in California. Investigators say a catastrophic mechanical failure the cause. But as the investigation continues, those in Australia's Northern Territory say their first duty is to the survivors.
I would just like to reassure the families who are on the other side of the world that we're caring for your loved ones. They're getting the best care possible.
And in the United States, President Biden took to X, formerly known as Twitter, to express his condolences and that of the First Lady. But also here in Australia, defense officials tell me that those training exercises will go on. However, they will not take place on Melville Island, which is the site of that ongoing investigation. Savannah?
All right, Sarah James, thank you very much. Coming up on Morning News Now, a little bit of Loch Ness levity on this Monday morning as we take you inside the largest hunt for Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster, in half a century. But first, it's pandemonium in our nation's capital as some of its biggest stars get ready for one final trip home. And let's just say many visitors to the National Zoo aren't too happy. We'll explain after this.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivered.
All right, it just did too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivered.
All right, it just did too.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We are back now with some international headlines, starting in Libya, where people took to the streets after their foreign minister reportedly met with an Israeli official. Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with that and more. Hey, Raf, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, major protests in Libya after the country's foreign minister apparently met with her Israeli counterpart. Official contact with Israelis remains sensitive in many Arab countries, and it's not clear why Israel made the meeting public. Libya's foreign minister has been suspended, and she's reportedly fled the country. In Greece, 2 men have been arrested for allegedly deliberately setting fires, one of dozens of arson arrests made in recent days. At least 21 people have been killed in the last week by out-of-control flames. One of those 2 men allegedly set fire to dry grass on an island, while the other is said to have torched dry areas on the mainland. And finally, astronauts aboard the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft have safely docked at the International Space Station. The astronauts hail from 4 countries, the US, Denmark, Japan, and Russia, making this SpaceX's most international mission to date. And Savannah, Elon Musk points out that when the spacecraft and the station were docking, both of them were actually traveling around 25 times the speed of sound. Pretty amazing.
That is so amazing. Wow, it's a huge group of them, too. It's so cool to see. Raf Sanchez, thanks so much. Well, back here in the U.S., the National Zoo is preparing to bid farewell to its iconic giant pandas. They've been an attraction at the zoo for 23 years, but now the 2 adult giant pandas and their cub are scheduled to return to China at the end of the year. NBC's Ryan Nobles joins us now with more on this, not from his usual post on the Hill, instead at the zoo. Ryan, great to see you. Good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, my new job as chief panda correspondent for NBC News. But yes, you're right. It's actually been more than 50 years that these giant pandas have just enthralled zoogoers here in the nation's capital. But now the 2 adult pandas and their cub are scheduled to head back to China at the end of this year. And the future of giant pandas in the United States is very much in doubt.
They are among the biggest stars in the nation's capital.
I'm excited to see the panda.
And their time in Washington is coming to an end.
I want them to stay.
Tian Tian and Mei Xiong are giant pandas who call the Smithsonian National Zoo home. Tian Tian celebrated his 26th birthday on Sunday.
2 rare giant pandas are coming to America.
They came to Washington, D.C. in 2000 as part of a conservation and breeding partnership with China. The original agreement was for 10 years, but was extended several times. During that more than 2-decade run, the duo gave birth to a son, Shuao Qi Ji, whose arrival was documented with a live panda cam that drew in millions of viewers. The Panda Cam's round-the-clock feed has caught the pandas climbing trees, fighting over food, playing in the water, and of course, sliding down a snow-covered hill. Those 3 pandas currently in Washington, the extension of a partnership that started more than 50 years ago.
2 Chinese pandas offered to the United States during the president's Chinese visit will go to the National Zoo.
And for people visiting D.C., seeing the pandas is a must.
They're the star of the shows here, and I mean they're a staple. They're, you know, I think of the Smithsonian Zoo, I think of the pandas.
But they're more than just a tourist attraction.
There's been no greater ambassador to getting people to love animals, love nature, love conservation than the giant panda.
The giant pandas raise millions of dollars, and their popularity opens the door to teach others the value of conservation efforts.
You see a panda and you feel like you can be attached to them.
The decision to bring the pandas back to China comes against the backdrop of increased political tensions between the U.S. and China. The Smithsonian is hoping a new partnership can be forged.
It's no secret that there's some tensions between the two governments right now. I just hope that doesn't play into this, because conservation should be apolitical.
And the situation here in Washington mirrors what's happening at zoos all across the country. In fact, Atlanta will be the last zoo in America to still have giant pandas after the pandas leave from Washington. And even that program is in doubt. It's scheduled to come to an end at the end of 2024. And Savannah, at this point, there are no plans to extend the partnership in Atlanta. Of course, here in Washington, they're planning a panda palooza to send the pandas off in style. Savannah.
All right, Brian, thank you so much.
Coming up, Martin Luther King Jr.'s iconic I Have a Dream speech was delivered 60 years ago today.
So how have civil rights in America changed in the decades since then? And how have they stayed the same? We'll dig deeper after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that you should have the dishes,
allegations of Russian workmen.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
Welcome back. Today is the 60th anniversary of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s iconic I Have a Dream speech. That speech was part of the Civil Rights March on Washington.
In honor of that groundbreaking moment in American history, activists and civilians alike gathered once again in the nation's capital over the weekend. They honored Dr. King and the civil rights movement. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee was there this weekend, and he joins us now. Tremaine, good to have you with us. I mean, this weekend's event, which was all about unity and equality, happened as that racially motivated hate crime targeting black people took place in Florida. What was the significance of that tragedy happening when it did, and how did it impact over the weekend?
Joe, I'll tell you what, a moment that was a time to sit in history and reflect on all the hard-fought victories that the American people put forward to make this country a more equal, just place, was overshadowed by this very heinous killing by a white supremacist in Florida. And so many of the organizers of the event and those who attended said this wasn't just about a commemoration, it was a continuation of the work. And that work certainly was about shrinking the wealth gap, eroding racial segregation in this country. But it was also pushing back against a lot of the white supremacist violence that was institutionalized by police and law enforcement, but certainly through white supremacists that are part of the American citizenry. We have had decades of lynching up into the 60s, that really cast a pall over the entire movement, because activists, organizers, and everyday people were being murdered by white supremacists in these racially motivated attacks. And so we see 60 years later that this issue of white supremacy and violence is still, still with us. In fact, it's as American as apple pie. It's been here from the beginning, and sadly, it's just going latent, but not much has changed.
And Tremaine, what does that mean in terms of the fight for equality? How has it changed in the face of, as you point out, many things not changing from 60 years ago to now?
There's this looming threat of violence that, impedes a lot of the other progress, because it sends a chill through our communities. And so while, many of the gaps and the chasms when it comes to segregation or integration and the wealth gap are as large as they were in 63, there still is this other piece here, that this binding of violence that has held white supremacy together in this country. And so while organizers and folks are trying to push back against the erosion of voting rights in this country, where they're trying to restore affirmative action in this country, while they're trying to make sure that history isn't whitewashed in places like Florida and other places all across this country, for enacting policy and legislation to kind of push history under the rug, it casts a chill over that.
Tremaine, despite the tragedy in Florida, it was still, I know, a positive weekend filled with hope, filled with the possibility of change. What were some of the highlights for you?
No, there were so many, important, beautiful moments from yesterday. I think the sheer diversity of the speakers from, members of the Jewish community, LGBTQ community, folks from the Native American community, but also the generations. You had folks who attended the original march and a new generation of voices rising up, including members of Dr. King's family, including Martin Luther King III, his wife, Andrea King, and their 15-year-old daughter, Yolanda, who kind of captured the passing of the torch of this moment. Let's take a listen.
Dad would probably say, now is the time. We must preserve, protect, and expand democracy.
I believe that my generation will be defined by action, not apathy.
If there is any light still in the movement to make America a more equal and just place, I think we've seen it there with the Dr. King family, despite the cloud of violence hanging over this country today.
Tremaine Lee, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. And in honor of today's anniversary, Today Show anchor Craig Melvin spoke to one woman who was there that day and created her own iconic moment without even knowing it.
So I was in a position where I'm looking in this direction, and Dr. King and the other guests, as they were speaking.
They were speaking there. Edith Lee Payne had a literal front row seat to history, and for her, it was extra special. It was obviously the March on Washington, but for you, it was something else as well. It was a big day.
It was my 12th birthday.
Edith traveled by bus with her mom, Dorothy, from Detroit to Washington. Arriving early, she wiggled her way to a barrier up front, a prime spot to eye the gathering of speakers and celebrities, including a famous actress who recognized Dorothy. And all of a sudden, Lena Horne comes over, and she starts talking to your mother. What did she say?
They reminisce of having to enter in back doors, the clubs that they entertained in.
Dorothy Lee faced discrimination in the South when she traveled as a dancer, working with the likes of Horne and Cab Calloway.
I had never heard my mother speak about those things before, probably because she didn't want me to be adversely influenced by something that affected her.
A mother's past and her daughter's future walk together in the march.
I have the pleasure to present to you Dr. Martin Luther King.
Dr. King starts to speak. What do you remember about that particular moment?
I always say this, you could hear a pin drop.
I have a dream. My 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
In the middle of that famous speech, a government photographer, Roland Sherman, turned away from the Reverend and spotted young Edith. Did you notice that there was a photographer taking your picture?
I did not.
That pennant ended up stapled to a school presentation. The march, a highlight she had to share. The dream Dr. King preached felt real to Edith.
I lived the dream that Dr. King spoke of. I went to integrated schools and lived in an integrated neighborhood.
That was until she moved farther south and looked for a job, and for the first time felt judged by the color of her skin.
Sometimes when they would see this black woman get off the elevator or come into the office, I would be told, I don't think you'll like this job.
Edith became a civil rights activist in her local community long before she realized she was an iconic image in civil rights history. It wasn't until 2008 when a cousin spotted her picture on a calendar.
I kind of chuckled and said, why would my picture be on a Black History calendar?
That photo, part of the National Archives.
That expression says, I'm here for business.
Dr. Colleen Shogan is archivist of the United States.
Why do you think that this particular photo has resonated with so many for so long?
It shows a young girl who's witnessing the march. So there's a individuality about it, but also it's capturing a historic day in time.
While this one photo of Edith has been published worldwide, it's these that are her favorite.
That's my mom.
That's Mom.
Yeah, it's like my mom always had my back.
Mm-hmm. What do you think Mom would say about all this?
She would probably cry, which is what I'm trying not to do. But she would say that she was proud, as am I.
I think we all are. As you come back 60 years later, what goes through your mind?
We have more work to do. There's more to be done. That's how you honor him. Every single day, make a commitment to make a difference in somebody's life, to make it better.
Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that interview. Believe it or not, the March on Washington was not the first time that Edith heard that iconic I Have a Dream refrain. She was on hand when Dr. King first tested it out just months earlier at a march in Detroit. Well, this morning we are remembering daytime TV icon Bob Barker. The beloved host of The Price is Right passed away over the weekend at the age of 99. Barker was a fixture on television for half a century. He taped more than 5,000 shows throughout his career and helped give away hundreds of millions of dollars in prizes. He brought joy to so many, all with his unforgettable voice and his style, making him a true game show legend.
Come on down!
With his resonant voice,
I need a contestant for that vacant spot. Who will it be?
And his signature smile, Bob Barker became a staple in American homes. For 35 years, he hosted The Price is Right, the game show that challenged contestants to guess the prices on everyday items.
I am going to give you the bargain of your life.
He joked about the show's consistency here on Today in 2002.
How has the show changed since you started doing it in 1972?
The biggest change is my hair.
What did not change? America's love for Barker. The longtime host was always part of the show's winning formula.
The thing I hear is, Bob, come on down. I hear it every place I go.
Barker even showcased his talents right here on our plaza.
Misty, we're going to play cliffhangers, and the lovely Al is going to help us. $50. Is that right? That is the correct price.
Born in Darrington, Washington in 1923, Barker grew up on an Indian reservation in South Dakota. He joined the Navy during World War II, then got his start in radio with that remarkable voice and soon landed in front of the camera, hosting the popular game show Truth or Consequences.
And now, here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the star of our show, Bob Barker.
And in 1972, he scored an even bigger gig.
Now here's the star of the new Price is Right, Bob Barker.
And the rest is game show history. After 19 Emmys and a spot in the Television Hall of Fame, in 2007, Barker bid farewell.
I want to thank you very, very much for inviting me into your home.
Barker was also known for his love of animals. He famously quit as host of the Miss USA pageant in 1988 when organizers refused to remove fur coats from the prize package. He also left folks at home with this urgent message after each show.
Help control the pet population. Have your pets spayed or neutered.
Over the years, the beloved host stepped into many other roles, including a memorable cameo alongside Adam Sandler in Happy Gilmore.
I think you've had enough.
But he often returned to the role he knew best.
And now, here's your host, Drew Carey.
Making surprise appearances on The Price is Right.
I was selected by The Price is Right to be their April Fool.
Sending the crowd into a frenzy every time. This morning, so many are remembering his lasting legacy the way he always hoped.
I think I would like to be remembered as a man who loved all living things and did everything that he could to make it a better world for animals, and when he had time, did a lot of television shows, too.
Reps for Barker say that he died at his home of natural causes. Tributes, of course, are pouring in on social media. That includes Adam Sandler, his co-star in Happy Gilmore, writing, "The man, the myth, the best. He will be missed by everyone I know." We're also hearing from Drew Carey, the current host of The Price is Right. He says, "There hasn't been a day on set that I didn't think of Bob Barker and thank him. I will carry his memory in my heart forever."
Oh, and thank him. How sweet is that?
Exactly.
For the path he'd paved. Oh, incredible. Great look back, Joe. Thank you. Coming up, gymnastics phenom Simone Biles has once again proven to us that she is still the GOAT.
After the break, more on her historic eighth U.S. championship win. Stay with us.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with some financial headlines. 3M is nearing a multi-billion-dollar settlement to resolve claims over potentially faulty earplugs.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so 3M is nearing a more than $5 billion settlement over defective earplugs. The Wall Street Journal reports the company is close to settling more than 300,000 lawsuits alleging defective combat earplugs didn't sufficiently protect military veterans from hearing loss. The proposed settlement is about half of what experts predicted 3M could be liable for. Apple is working on the first major overhaul to the iPad Pro since 2018, which is expected to be rolled out next year. Bloomberg reports the new models will be the first tablets with OLED displays. That's the same type of screen used on the iPhone. Now, these are brighter and they reproduce colors more accurately. The iPad Pro will also have an updated Magic Keyboard, which makes it look more like a laptop and has a larger trackpad. iPad sales have slumped, now generating the least amount of revenue among Apple's major products. And Elon Musk made a surprise appearance at the finals of an esports tournament this weekend, but it didn't go well. He was attending the event in Los Angeles with one of his sons. Musk was shown on camera, and that prompted loud booing by the crowd and chants of "Bring back Twitter." The company's rebrand to X has widely been slammed. Analysts estimate the loss of the Twitter brand could reduce the company's value by as much as $20 billion, guys.
Wow. The gamers have spoken. All right.
Yeah, they have.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Well, Simone Biles has smashed another record over the weekend, proving why she is considered the GOAT of gymnastics after winning her record 8th U.S. championship.
Yeah, Biles' win comes a decade after she wowed the world with her first world title. That was back in 2013. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on her big return to the U.S. Championships. Emily, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Of course, you know I was watching every second this weekend, and it's pretty remarkable. You would never know Biles only recently returned from a 2-year break from competition. She looks better than ever and wowed judges with a nearly perfect routine in every event. And with Paris Olympics now less than a year away, it seems this is only the beginning of her historic comeback.
The greatest of all time landing another all-around crown, and this one's for the record books. The crowd roaring their approval with a standing ovation for Simone Biles, who clinched her 8th win at the U.S. Championships in San Jose, California this weekend, smashing a record first set in the 1930s.
It's really amazing. Everybody in here believes in me, and my teammates believe in me, my coaches, my family, everyone. So I just need to start believing in myself a little bit more.
She's the only woman to ever nail the incredibly difficult Yurchenko double pike vault in competition, and she did it just about flawlessly, leaving no doubts in fans and judges' minds. Biles is back. She stayed locked in through the second day of competition Sunday, and no sign remaining of the twisties that overcame Biles at the Tokyo Olympics, causing her to withdraw from most of her events.
To do something that I've done forever and just not be able to do it because of everything I've gone through is really crazy.
The 26-year-old powerhouse has been chasing this dream almost all her life, here winning the World Championships in 2013.
It hasn't really sunken in yet, but I know what I've done is a big accomplishment.
Now, a decade later, she's earned a jaw-dropping 7 Olympic and 25 World Championship medals, with the competition feeling fiercer than ever. The field of phenoms are battling for just 5 spots at the World Championships in Antwerp next month, and then the 2024 Olympics in Paris. A standout performance from Shailene Jones, the World 2022 silver medalist, earned her 2nd place behind Biles. And fellow world medalist 19-year-old Liam Wong took home 3rd. But for now, Simone Biles remains in a league of her own.
Oh, and by the way, at 26, Simone Biles is also the oldest woman to win nationals, and I think we all can agree that she has more than enough gas left in the tank. We've got World Championships next month, and of course, Paris Olympics less than a year away.
Isn't that crazy?
Just ramping up.
The world of gymnastics, like the oldest at 26.
I know.
You know, it's
yeah.
wild.
These athletes are incredible. Yeah. But a decade-long career of winning these national and world titles. It's amazing.
It's just what a treat to have her back. It's great.
Emily, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's bring in senior senior writer for The Athletic, Kaylin Kaler, for more on this. Hey, Kaylin, good morning. Thanks very much for joining us on this. So Simone Biles making history in gymnastics, winning her 8th U.S. championship, surpassing a record that she had already shared with Alfred Joachim, and as we just mentioned, the oldest woman now at this point to be doing this. Walk us through some of the major takeaways from Biles this weekend and what this moment means for her, but also the sport overall.
Yeah, so as you guys mentioned, she is better than ever before. She's not just back, but she is stronger. And her vault, I want to talk about because she is doing the Yurchenko double pike, which is a vault that no other woman in the world can do. No one has ever attempted it except for her. She brought it out 2 years ago, but she's really perfected it now. And I want to point out one part of that vault that I think is really impressive and shows just how high scoring she is and how far above the rest of the competition field she is. So she scored a 15.7 on that vault. And that is a wild score. Anything above a 14 is what you want to see for a world competitor. And in that vault, it is so dangerous that her coach actually stands on the podium to spot her, which is a 5/10 deduction, but it doesn't matter. That deduction does not matter because her score is so huge. She had a 9.8 execution score on that vault, which is out of 10 points. So she only got a 2/10 deduction on her form, which is, again, just unheard of. So that vault, I think, is just a great example of what Simone brings to this competition that nobody else can.
I mean, is Emily... Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, in the context of what does this mean, it's incredible that she's back at age 26, and it's not just her. You have Suni Lee, Jade Carey, Jordan Childs, all coming back from the last Olympic team, trying to make another Olympic team. They all went to college, and they're back in elite gymnastics, and they're all in their 20s, which I think is really a refreshing change to see.
Yeah, I want to ask you more about that. I mean, she's 26, the oldest woman to win nationals. You mentioned all the other athletes who are performing so well. I mean, peaks for gymnasts don't usually last this long. Right. So what's going on here?
Yeah, so we've seen gymnastics trending older over the last few years, and this is just more sign to that. And I think it really points to a change within USA Gymnastics. They've changed their CEO and president. They've changed their leadership structure. There's now 3 people in charge, picking the world's teams, picking the Olympics teams, selecting the national team, instead of just one person in charge. It used to be a leadership structure with just one individual at the top. Now there's 3 making that choice. And they've made a concerted effort to make things better for the athletes with mental health, physical health, really just caring for the athletes in a way that we hadn't seen USAG do before. And the athletes themselves have talked about that. I actually asked Simone about that 2 weeks ago when she was in Chicago at the U.S. Classic, her first competition back. I asked her if all of these older women athletes returning to make a second Olympics team for Simone, it'll be her 3rd, if that is a sign that USAG's culture is changing. And she said, yes, she thinks it is. And she thinks, this group, this generation of U.S. gymnasts is sort of showing that, your career doesn't have to end when you're 18 years old. You can actually be better in your 20s.
Kaylin, very quickly before we let you go, we don't actually know if she's headed to the Olympics. She's remained quiet on whether that's even something that she wants. Based on this, though, what do you think? Will she give it a go?
Definitely. I think all these 2 competitions that she's been back for have, if not anything, they've proven to her she can do this. She talks a lot about how sometimes she doubts herself. She's not always confident in her skills and her ability. And sometimes she questions, why is she still doing gymnastics? I think these 2 meets showed her exactly why she is still doing gymnastics. And I would be shocked if she's not at the Paris Olympics.
All right. Kaylin Kaler, thank you so much for being with us.
Coming up, it is one of the biggest mysteries of them all.
After the break, we will bring you the largest hunt ever for the Loch Ness Monster. Stick around.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the
All right, it just me too.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here all are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Thanks
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Be sure to look up to the sky as a rare super blue moon arrives this week to close out August. Well, the beginning of this month already featured a super moon, and now this full super moon is set to appear on August 30th. So the blue part doesn't mean the moon will actually be blue, look blue at all. It just means actually that it's a second full moon within a single month. This will also be the last blue moon before May 2026. So catch it if you can. We usually can't.
And play the song while you're...
Yeah, sure. I love it. All right, well, it's one of the most famous legends around, right up there with Bigfoot and the Abominable Snowman.
And this weekend, a group of courageous explorers hit the chilly waters of Scotland to look for the Loch Ness Monster. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley put on his wetsuit and joined the search for Nessie.
Yeah, I'm here at beautiful Loch Ness, Scotland, and you've probably heard of this place before, and that's why everybody's here. I'm joining the largest search for the Loch Ness Monster in the past 50 years.
It's fascinated generations of curious minds, but this weekend, the Loch Ness Monster is getting another close-up. And this time, I join the hunt for what's being called the biggest Nessie quest in 50 years.
For this region of Scotland, the legend of the Loch Ness Monster is still kind of a big deal. But organizers are hoping that this weekend will excite a new generation of Nessie hunters.
It's about inspiration. For a very selfish reason, I don't want the Loch Ness mystery or the interest in Loch Ness itself to diminish in any way whatsoever at all. So this is why I'm hoping to inspire a new generation of not just Loch Ness Nessie hunters, if you want to call them that, sorry, but just those who are interested in the natural environment.
It'll be hard for Nessie to hide from this high-tech hunt. They're launching drones overhead, scouring the surface, while also listening below.
So we're dropping a hydrophone, which is an underwater microphone, about 60 feet down below the depth. So we're going to be doing some audio testing to find out what noises exist down there.
This is our history behind us.
And they're using sonar to map the lake, which has a depth of nearly 800 feet.
If we were right now to sail our way over the top of the Loch Ness Monster, say Nessie herself decided to swim under the boat right now, we are going to get to see her on the screen.
Somewhere in all this dark water, there's a monster lurking, but it's up to us to find it.
Or find her.
What do you think he's like? She, he, we don't know.
I think she has babies and she's looking after them right now, so nobody's seen her.
Oh, she has babies? Okay.
Yeah.
Little Nessies?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's, so that's why she's hiding?
Yes.
The first time they launched it...
Ken Gerhardt traveled from the U.S. for the hunt. He researches animals that live on the fringes of our known reality.
But you've studied Bigfoot, Chupacabra, Mothman, all of these other fantastical ideas. Where does Nessie rank in terms of likelihood?
Personally, I'm 90% convinced that Nessie exists. I've never had a sighting or an observation, but if you immerse yourself in the evidence, you have over 1,000 good sightings that are very consistent descriptions.
Spoiler alert, nobody found the monster this weekend, not even me. And not for lack of trying, but maybe that's not what this is all about. What if it's not real? Would that be annoying?
Maybe, yes. It might be annoying for some people, might be not. It's just a fun myth.
It's just a fun myth?
Yeah, if it's not real.
But are you a believer or not a believer?
I'm a believer.
In a world of high tech and hard facts, it's nice to know there's still a place for magic and mystery.
What would it take for you to decide there's no such thing as the Loch Ness Monster? To put away your binoculars for good?
Well, they would probably need to drain the loch and just prove that nothing has been there and nothing is there. But I think there's always going to be a small part of me that wants to believe.
So short of draining one of the world's largest lakes and checking out every nook and cranny, you're going to believe?
Yeah, I think with everything, someone's always going to say there's going to be something that makes you believe, that wants you to believe. And again, it's the same with every myth out there. It just takes one person to believe in it, it just continues.
So it might not surprise you, but the weekend ended and nobody found the monster. But the search continues, and as you can see, none of these people are giving up anytime soon.
Matt Bradley.
Seems to include you, Matt,
exactly.
in your wetsuit and gear. Thanks.
That does it for this hour Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Monday to you. We're so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today's Monday, August 28th, Florida fatal shooting. New details today in the killing of 3 black people at a Dollar General store in Jacksonville, Florida. Why police now say the attack was racially motivated.
Tragic incident. Recovery efforts underway on Melville Island after U.S. Marine aircraft crashed during military exercises off the coast of mainland Australia. But we're learning right now from officials about the cause of the collision.
Crime crackdown trade associations estimate that stores will lose almost $100 billion in profit this year because of shoplifters. How police departments across the country are working to combat rampant organized retail theft.
Tough transition. Menopause is a pretty jarring time for all women, but research shows that women of color experience more intense symptoms. The reason behind the discrepancy and how it can affect quality of care.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin in Jacksonville, Florida, where the community is heartbroken after a gunman opened fire at a Dollar General store on Saturday, killing 3 people. All of them were black. The FBI is investigating this case as a racially driven hate crime.
Yeah, police say that the suspect, a white man in his early 20s, killed himself on site. He left messages for his parents, the media, federal law enforcement officials, all detailing racial hatred. Swastikas were also drawn on his guns.
His sickening ideology is not representative of the values of this Jacksonville community that we all love so much. We are not a community of hate. We stand united with the good and decent people of this city. We reject this inexcusable violence.
Down in Jacksonville, Florida, we have NBC News correspondent George Solis live on the scene there. George, first off, tell us about the victims.
Yeah, it's a very tragic scene here in Jacksonville. The community still reeling after this act of hate. Found them here in their community, right there on their doorsteps. The victims, all 3 of them identified. We had the opportunity to speak with some of the family members of Gerald Gallion, who, as you can imagine, are just heartbroken. They were at that large vigil here yesterday where hundreds were in attendance. They did a balloon release commemorating his life. Leaves behind a child. This community is just completely shattered by this act of violence. These people, one of the people that was killed was an employee here at the Dollar General, we have learned. And so as more and more details come out about these victims, you know this community is just hurting. You can feel it. You can see it on people's faces. The crime scene here, just to set the scene, has actually started to condense a little bit here. This whole area where I'm standing now is still under a police perimeter. When we first arrived on scene, you can see it's now just centered around the Dollar General as police continue to investigate. As I mentioned, I spoke with the relative of Gerald Gallion there. Here's what he told me.
He didn't deserve this at all, you know what I'm saying? The only thing he did was work and take care of his kids. He didn't deserve it. I'm really hurt, and I'm really hurt for his mother. Just trying to do the best I can to stay up for him and his family and look out for his little girl.
Yeah, guys, and as we're here, we're seeing up there. Looks like they're about to put a fence up here around the Dollar General, letting you know that this scene is still very much active and part of this investigation, guys.
George, what more are you learning about the suspect and his hate messages that he left behind?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, we learned the shooter is a man in his 20s. We know that this rampage lasted about 11 minutes. And as you mentioned, Sheriff T.K. Waters here had mentioned that he left a number of racist writings to the police, to the media, and to his parents. We also know that there was a potential suicide note that was left after this shooting. We know that he targeted specifically black people here at the Dollar General. There's some reports that he let some people out of the store before the shooting, some of them white, some of them may have even been black, but authorities are quickly combing through his background to learn more about the shooting. We know that there was a domestic incident a few years ago, and he was also Baker acted, which was involuntarily mental screen, but there was nothing that would have prevented him from obtaining those guns, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent George Solis. George, thank you.
Well, staying down in Florida, Vicki, we're also closely following Tropical Storm Idalia. It's expected to become a major Category 3 hurricane, and that's before reaching the Gulf Coast. Forecasters say it's on track to make landfall there sometime Wednesday morning. The National Hurricane Center warned that Idalia could bring a mix of life-threatening storm surge and dangerous winds. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is live in Tampa for us. Marissa, it's good to see you this Monday. First off, where is Idalia heading?
Yeah, so we know it's traveling through the Gulf right now, the Gulf of Mexico. Those waters are so warm, and there's a concern that, of course, could make this right now stronger than it already is projected to be. We talked about how forecasts are showing it could be a Category 3 by the time it makes landfall, which we're expecting to be early Wednesday morning, Morgan.
And Marissa, Idalia is also threatening parts of Florida that are frankly still recovering from Hurricane Ian. If you recall, that hit less than a year ago. So how much harder does that sort of make things now this time around?
Significantly harder. We talked about how the waters that are so warm right now, we've been talking all summer about how the heat wave has had several impacts, and there were fears about how this could make storms more significant. And so the Gulf of Mexico has seen record high temperatures in their waters. And so right now it's a little unpredictable in terms of how this storm is going to impact Florida. But, you know, parts of the coast here are still recovering from Ian, as we talked about. It's not just the areas that are in the direct path of what could be a Cat 3 hurricane. It's also the surrounding areas. Right now, Tampa, where we are, is not directly in that cone, at least as of right now, but there is still threat of a storm surge. That is something that we saw with Hurricane Ian. So I want to take you first to what we heard from Governor DeSantis not long ago, earlier this morning.
If you are in the path of this storm, anywhere on that Gulf Coast, from the Tampa Bay area all the way up to Franklin County in Northwest Florida, just prepare for major impacts. Now's the time to take the appropriate precautions. We do expect Hurricane Idalia to be a major hurricane.
There's already been a disaster declaration. I'll just point out behind me over my shoulder here, you can see sandbags being taken by families who need them. Back to you guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra out there. Marissa, stay safe.
Morgan, tragedy in Australia over the weekend after 3 U.S. Marines died in a plane crash during routine training exercises. 8 surviving Marines who were on board, they're still in the hospital. NBC's Dateline correspondent Sarah James has our report.
Recovery efforts still underway on Melville Island after a deadly U.S. Marine Osprey crash off the coast of mainland Australia. 3 U.S. Marines died in the tragic crash in an aircraft similar to this one, which occurred while transporting troops in a routine military exercise. Its cause still under investigation.
The Emergency Operations Centre will now focus on the recovery of the 3 deceased Marines with dignity.
All 20 survivors rushed from the remote location to the city of Darwin, where 8 remain in hospital. U.S. Ambassador to Australia Caroline Kennedy praised Australia's swift response and ongoing support.
This tragedy and the recent loss that Australia also suffered reminds us all how grateful we are to those who serve in uniform.
The crash occurred Sunday off the coast of northern Australia after the aircraft left Darwin and flew towards the Tiwi Islands about 50 miles away.
At a time like this, we reach out to our American brothers and sisters in order to express our condolences.
Some 2,500 personnel from the U.S., Australia, and nearby countries were taking part in training exercises. This is not the first fatal accident involving the Osprey, a tilt-rotor hybrid which can take off and land like a helicopter and fly like a plane. In June last year, 5 Marines died in an Osprey crash in California. Investigators say a catastrophic mechanical failure the cause. But as the investigation continues, those in Australia's Northern Territory say their first duty is to the survivors.
I would just like to reassure the families who are on the other side of the world that we're caring for your loved ones. They're getting the best care possible.
That was NBC Dateline correspondent Sarah James for us.
It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Consumers are getting hit with pretty high prices at the pump, with a gallon of regular gas now costing about $3.82 on average. And that's about 60 cents more than it was at the beginning of just this year. All that is according to the Oil Price Information Service.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So Deirdre, prices are climbing to the highest levels we have seen this year. What's pushing up gas prices now as we head into the end of summer? And what's the impact on Americans?
Vicki Morgan, gas prices, they are soaring again this week, and that's due to oil production cuts by Saudi Arabia and Russia, sending prices up to around $80 a barrel, a cost that Americans are feeling at the pump. The spike in prices is hitting small business owners, with some companies postponing upgrades or losing workers due to more expensive commuter costs. Meanwhile, 3M is nearing a more than $5 billion settlement over defective earplugs. Bloomberg reports the company is close to settling over 300,000 lawsuits alleging defective combat earplugs didn't sufficiently protect military veterans from hearing loss. And finally, breakfast lovers are in for a treat if you like this kind of thing. IHOP's biscuit menu is now available nationwide for the first time. IHOP's chief marketing officer says the company's looking to boost sales with the fan favorite featured items like the buttermilk biscuit and a chicken biscuit sandwich with gravy. Got to be hungry for those.
I'm like a biscuit aficionado. I mean, nothing compares to Biscuitville down in North Carolina, but I mean, this sounds like it could be a strong competitor.
No, there's a whole place called Biscuitville. IHOP's getting in on it.
That's right.
It's a big biscuit. Did you see it to the size of the plate there, Deirdre?
I'm not mad at it.
It doesn't surprise me. I have to get your review, Vicki, when you have it.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa for us. Deirdre, thanks.
Coming up, gymnastics icon Simone Biles making history again. How she managed a near perfect score at the U.S. Gymnastics Championships. You are watching NBC News Daily.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's
Simone Simone Biles once again made history after winning a record 8th all-around national title at the U.S. Gymnastics Championships just over the weekend.
8th. Can you even believe that? She's 26-year-old. She's obviously a powerhouse. She wowed judges with a nearly perfect score in every single event. This all comes on the heels of a return from a 2-year mental health break. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now. Emily, good to have you. So clearly, Biles is back. She seems to be better than ever with this performance this weekend. Tell us about some of the highlights.
Okay, I think the better question is, what isn't a highlight? What isn't a standout? I literally watched every second, and I feel like I'm so invested already. My heart is pounding. From the floor to the beam to the vault, every event, she is just absolutely amazing. You said it, nearly landing these flawless performances, and she's really stunned, and we saw that in the score. And I think what really underscores the thing that is wowing so many people is the fact that she's just coming off of a 2-year break from competition, and here she is performing moves that literally no one else, no other woman in the world can do. The Yurchenko double pike, she's literally flipping in the air 2.5 times before landing. My brain has trouble computing that. I mean, like, understanding how that's physically possible. So it's really, it was an incredible 2-day competition, and she stunned a lot of people. Of course, her 8th national all-around title. That is a record, and a record first set back in the 1930s. Yeah. So pretty amazing.
And can we all also just say, I mean, talk about the benefit of taking care of yourself, right? That you're better, back better than ever after she took this moment that she needed, right?
Absolutely. And she said she's feeling stronger physically and mentally.
Right? I mean, that's just a win-win all around. And now at 26, she's interestingly the oldest woman to win at nationals. Did she say anything about how she's preparing now for the Paris Olympics?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, one, she won't confirm she's going to the Paris Olympics, even though we are all crossing our fingers and hoping. She's kind of a shoo-in if she wants to do it, right? So she's going to she'll have Worlds later this year. She's just made the national team. There's a bunch of competitions leading up ahead of Olympic trials. So it is a long, difficult road, but here's more from Simone reacting to last night.
It's really amazing. Everybody in here believes in me, and my teammates believe in me, my coaches, my family, everyone. So I just need to start believing in myself a little bit more.
And on top of Simone Biles, there are a number of other Olympians that had also competed over the weekend, the 2-day competition. So it is a field of fierce competition. Remember, just 5 spots to go to Paris 2024.
She is just as sparkly as her outfit. She's dazzling us, and I hope to see her do it all the way.
She said she needs to believe in herself. We believe in you, Simone.
Right? We're here for her. Yeah.
All right. NBC News, Emily Ikeda. Emily, thank you so much.
Thank you, Em. All right, the shopping mall may be making a comeback, though the number of malls across the U.S. has dropped significantly. Recent sales data brings some really good news for the ones still standing.
Yeah, according to Green Street, which is a real estate analytics firm, sales per square foot are up 5% at malls this year, and so is conversion. Now, that means more shoppers are going in with the actual intention to buy. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan joins us now. Courtney, it's good to see you this Monday. What exactly is driving this uptick in sales at malls, but also who exactly is shopping there?
Yeah, I think these are really interesting statistics. And of course, there's a lot going on under the surface. Now, look, not all malls are thriving. And I would certainly say we've probably passed peak mall and we are potentially on the downside. But the ones that are still standing, really, many of them are doing very well. So sales are up about 5% over last year. To be fair, inflation certainly likely plays a part there. But I like what you mentioned about conversion, meaning more shoppers are going to the mall with the intent to buy. And so they're leaving with something. Maybe they've done some of that pre-shopping in advance on the app, but then they're going into the store to complete the transaction. And look, malls are still really popular with teenagers. A lot of teenagers still prefer to shop in the stores. So Abercrombie, of course, is changed over the years. It is not the Abercrombie that I remember from high school. It's now actually geared more towards individuals, professionals in their 20s. However, its Hollister brand still really attracts teenagers. And the CEO recently told me, yeah, teens actually buy in-store much more than they do online, specifically from that Hollister brand.
I can testify. We were literally at a mall this weekend. American Eagle and Aerie, they're the teens. They are buying in person, trust me. Courtney, Green Street upgraded ratings for 250 malls that it evaluates each year. So walk us through what that actually means, the ratings for these malls. And also, when shoppers are going in, I saw your graphic, it said that outlet malls are seeing a big increase in sales. What can shoppers expect from that experience?
Yeah, exactly. So Green Street looks at about 1,000 malls, and they evaluate them annually, and they grade them. The top malls get an A++, and the bottom malls are ranked in the C range. And so you've got about I would say the top quarter of malls in the country get that A range. And then the next range is the B range. And those are the ones that, in a way, could go one way or the other. And this year, when Green Street did their evaluation, they actually gave more upgrades than downgrades, and most of them came in that B mall area, saying, actually, these malls fared a little bit better than we had thought. They are more stable, and they came out of the pandemic a little bit stronger. And so I think that that is sort of important to understand when you're looking at the mall grades.
All right, well, we're doing our part to keep those malls alive. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan, always good to see you.
Thanks, Courtney. And later on this hour, shoplifting in the U.S. Speaking of that, well, it's nearly doubled in the last 5 years. We'll take a look at the NYPD's plans to take on the criminal epidemic next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see that again.
Yeah, so much work to be done here still.
For the families of the missing in Hawaii, finding a loved one is often just the first step in a very long grieving process. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the story of one survivor who lost 4 family members to the fires, including the youngest confirmed victim.
The grief is still fresh for Holly Tone.
Some days I wake up and I forget, you know? So it's hard to accept it all again. This picture was from my college graduation.
Her parents, sister, and 7-year-old nephew died in the Hawaii wildfires, trapped in a vehicle as they tried to escape the flames.
They left at the same time, but only one of the cars made it out.
Holly's brother was in a car ahead of them, but the smoke was so thick, they got separated.
And we kind of spent the day like looking for my parents. I went to all the shelters and the hospitals.
Her brother eventually going back to Lahaina, only to find their remains in that burned out car.
And I remember just hanging up because I could hear his voice cracking.
The aftermath of the wildfires now keeping the family from even being able to plan the funerals.
When you don't have the remains in your possession, we don't want to set a date and then have to push it back.
Holly, like so many others left picking up the pieces after these fires, is dealing with a great deal of trauma.
This is one of the only pictures I took. You can kind of see like the smoke getting a little thicker on this side.
Living day by day, not sure what the future will hold.
But I think everything all at once is super hard, like your childhood home, the town that you know so well, as everything starts adding up, you know?
She's finding it difficult to stay in a place with so many now painful memories, but she's also not willing to give up on her home.
But I think that everyone should get the opportunity to have what we had before. Like, obviously it's not going to be the same, but we can try, you know?
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
The resurgent spread of COVID is now impacting schools across the country. Classes are being delayed, and now some colleges and even hospitals, they're announcing new mask mandates. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has the latest on what health officials are saying.
Across the country, kids are filing into classrooms. And with students back at a handful of schools, so is COVID.
Almost all the precautions, including regular testing, have been taken down in schools. We're also seeing kids with all sorts of other colds and coughs and viruses, which make it very easy to pass a number of things, including COVID.
In Lee County, Kentucky, school attendance dipped by roughly 20% within the first 2 weeks, prompting the district to close for several days. In Atlanta, Morris Brown College announced a 2-week mask mandate because of an uptick in positive cases. And some hospitals in New York, Massachusetts, and California are also bringing back mask requirements. CDC Director Mandy Cohen has this warning for the months ahead.
COVID is here, and we need to make sure that we stay vigilant.
The CDC's data show hospitalizations have been on the rise since July, jumping more than 20% earlier this month. Still, when you zoom out to consider what it was like during the height of the pandemic, health officials aren't sounding the alarm yet. They're closely watching a highly mutated emerging variant and hoping the next booster will help slow its spread. Those shots are expected out by the end of next month. And now, with the flu and RSV also likely to ramp up this fall, doctors recommend having COVID tests at home to help tell the difference. Experts believe COVID tests can detect all current strains, but before you go pulling out an old kit stored away in your pantry, you're going to want to double check the expiration date. Doctors caution expired tests may not be as effective. Peace of mind to help protect yourself and others. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Now turning our eyes to the skies, NASA's SpaceX crew, 7 astronauts, they have made it to the International Space Station.
That's right. The 4-person crew docked at the ISS yesterday after a 30-hour journey from Earth. They'll be there for 6 months to conduct new scientific research.
It is always amazing to see, right? That never gets old.
Incredible.
All right, up next, today's high-stakes hearing for former President Donald Trump and why his former chief of staff is trying to move his case to federal court. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can do it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey there, good Monday and welcome back to NBC News Daily. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. Louisiana experiencing some of the biggest wildfires the state has ever seen. A bone-dry summer has left plenty of fuel, and more than 400 fires have been reported this month alone. The Tiger Island fire is the state's largest, having already consumed 26 square miles. That's an area about the size of Manhattan. More than 200 National Guard soldiers have been brought in to help control the fires.
Flights in and out of the United Kingdom are being canceled and delayed today over what's being called a technical issue. Britain's National Air Traffic Service said they're trying to identify and ultimately fix a problem involving how flight plans are put into their system. They're now having to actually do that manually on the first day of the summer bank holiday, one of the busiest travel days of the entire year.
Rough timing. Sir Elton John's back home after spending the night in a hospital following a fall in his home in the south of France. A spokesman told the BBC he was taken to the orthopedic department of Princess Grace Hospital, where Elton John was treated for minor injuries and then released. The spokesman said the hospital visit was, quote, a precautionary measure. Sir Elton just wrapped his farewell Yellow Brick Road tour in July.
Russian investigators say new DNA tests confirmed that former Wagner mercenary boss Yevgeny Prigozhin was, in fact, among the 10 people killed in a plane crash just last week.
But still today, unanswered questions of what actually took that plane down. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella with more on the fatal crash.
Yeah, Russian investigators now say that DNA tests confirm Yevgeny Prigozhin was on that doomed flight last week, along with his right-hand man, Dmitry Yutkin, who helped found and run the Wagner mercenary group. Russia's investigative committee released a statement on the Telegram messaging app Sunday saying that DNA tests showed that all 10 people on the flight manifest were actually on board and died in that crash last Wednesday. There had been speculation on pro-Wagner Telegram channels about whether Prigozhin really was on board that flight from Moscow to St. Petersburg. The question now, though, what caused the plane to crash? U.S. officials and Western officials believe it was sabotage. One leading theory, according to a U.S. official, is some sort of explosion on board. The Pentagon has said there's no evidence the jet was hit by a surface-to-air missile. Russian investigators say they've recovered the plane's flight data and cockpit voice recorders, but they haven't yet commented on potential cause. That crash came exactly 2 months after Prigozhin's failed mutiny, which Russian President Vladimir Putin called a stab in the back. The Kremlin says Putin sent his condolences to families of those killed on Thursday, and the Kremlin also dismissed speculation that Moscow or Putin personally was behind the crash. Putin's spokesperson calling those suggestions a, quote, absolute lie. The Russian president paid tribute to Prigozhin last week. He described him as a talented businessman, but also said that he was a flawed person who made serious mistakes in life. Putin also ordered all Wagner Group and other mercenaries to swear an oath of allegiance to the Russian state. So the question then, what happens to the Wagner Group? It is now leaderless. Some of the mercenaries had already moved to Belarus. Moscow is trying to absorb others into the Russian military.
All right, Kelly, thank you. The National Retail Federation estimates stores will lose more than $95 billion in profits to shoplifters this year. And across the U.S., incidents of theft have nearly doubled in the last 5 years.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter has more on the new approach that NYPD is now using to crack down on shoplifting in the nation's largest city.
From smash and grabs to mobs of thieves, retail theft is rampant.
I just decided that I was not going to stand for it anymore.
Bob Battipaglia went after a thief at his New York City liquor store, followed her outside when he says her partner pulled a knife.
I got into, I guess, a fit of rage when I was confronted with this woman who just didn't really care.
The problem nationwide? Repeat offenders.
Here in New York City, officials say of the tens of thousands of retail thefts a year, 30% are committed by just 327 criminals.
The NYPD says it's that group of criminals arrested and rearrested 6,000 times that they're focused on.
And it's a small population of people creating a large, chaotic scene.
In Queens, with its 2 million plus population, the DA and cops trying a new strategy, banning that small population of people from even entering the shops.
So what is the goal here?
To put it out there just so that they know, we're not going to tolerate this behavior anymore.
Put a bottle in his pants.
If a store owner has a customer who's stolen from them or harassed customers, they can ask police to ban that person from ever setting foot in their store again. And if they do, they can be hit with more serious charges and jail time.
If you want to continue this behavior, then the charges should match.
Hi, how you doing? Yeah, how's it going? Good.
Police say many locally owned stores have signed up for the program, along with the big chains like CVS and Rite Aid, equally hit hard. 83 people now banned from stores, 7 arrested for trying to return. Battipaglia is happy the NYPD and local DA are trying to help.
They hear us, so that's great.
So he can avoid more confrontations like this. Tom Winter, NBC News, New York.
All right, an important occasion. Today marks 60 years since Martin Luther King Jr. stood on the Lincoln Memorial and said, "I have a dream." That iconic speech and the subsequent March on Washington back in 1963, it drew up to 250,000 people to our nation's capital.
Well, now with hate crimes escalating and more efforts to reverse civil rights progress, advocates say the fight for freedom is more important than ever to make sure we take steps forward and not backward. We have with us MSNBC correspondent Tremaine Lee. Tremaine, it is good to see you here on set. So, Martin Luther King III, his family, and other civil rights leaders are meeting with the president and the vice president today, as a matter of fact. Talk to us about what that conversation will entail. What are they hoping to see?
What's amazing is 60 years ago today, just hours after the March on Washington, Dr. Martin Luther King and other organizers of the march actually met with President John F. Kennedy in the White House to make their case for sweeping civil rights legislation. And today, that mission continues. Over the weekend with the March on Washington, organizers kept saying it's not about a commemoration, it's a continuation. So today, the King family and others will be back in the White House to make their case that, the job isn't finished, the dream has not been fulfilled, and America needs to reckon with the unmet promises that, were so prevalent during the 60s in Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech.
You talk about unmet promises and how, Tremaine, this is a continuation. I know that you talked to the King family specifically. What did they say when we sort of take stock of where we are? I think a lot of us had hope that after George Floyd, things would change, it would last, it would be meaningful. What do they say? Where are we right now?
What's sad and shocking to some is that the inequalities that existed in the 60s when it comes to racial segregation and the racial wealth gap are either on par or greater than they were in 1963. And so when talking with Martin Luther King III and the family, they say we're really at a crisis point where America has to choose its direction. Let's take a listen.
What concerns me most is we're at a boiling point where we could go in a direction where we will destroy ourselves. Darkness, Dad said, can't put out darkness. Only light can do that. Violence will never stamp out violence. Only love and nonviolence can do that. So it's creating the climate for that to happen.
Trying to work on this climate of love and reconciliation.
I mean, I can't help but note this all coming in the shadow of the hate crimes that happened in Jacksonville, Florida on this weekend, right, Saturday. So we know 100,000 people were at the Lincoln Memorial. Is it possible to narrow it down to one single thing, one single action that everyone thinks we need to get behind to work on that continuation rather than that commemoration of civil rights progress?
Not unlike the original march that was for jobs and freedom, and it was a catch-all. You had labor unions and civil rights organizers working together. When I talk to folks out there, they feel like the big picture is there's an erosion and a rollback of rights that so many fought and died for, lest we forget that less than 5 years after the March on Washington, a white supremacist murdered Dr. King. Right? So here we are once again, commemorating and remembering and reflecting on a moment that really, it seems like a lifetime ago, some black and white faraway past, but really it's yesterday in so many ways. And here we go having that latent white supremacist violence revisiting us again on this day especially.
And I think the FBI reported that hate crimes are up 18% this year in this country. So it's not a good trend.
Yeah, Tremaine, it's interesting. I can't help but notice when we're talking about these and the people you interview, they're all black. And I think a lot of the burden of progress sort of falls on the backs of black people. What can people who are non-black do right now to help further this cause for progress?
I think on one hand, we saw this during the march. Actual bodies. There were people from the Jewish community, people from the LGBT community, people from the Native American community, the Hispanic community, UNIDOS, all standing together. So I think, one, it needs to be a show of force that Americans believe in this kind of progress, but also being allies and listening to what the needs of black folks in particular need.
All right, Tremaine Lee. Tremaine, thank you so much for taking the time. We really appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Tremaine. Well, more students are heading back to school this week, but some districts are still facing a major shortage of teachers. That's
right. NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece has more on how it's impacting classrooms really across the country.
1, 2, 3.
It's back to school time in Mifflin County, Pennsylvania. But one thing that'll be missing from some classrooms, fully certified teachers.
Definitely a sports town.
Mifflin County Superintendent Vance Varner has spent the final days of summer scrambling to find staff.
Has it ever been this hard to find teachers?
No. I'm very scared. I'm worried. This is a real emergency in public education. I think everyone needs to pay attention. It's going to take more than just the educational system to fix this. Okay, we were able to find somebody.
To start the school year, he's hired 9 non-professional teachers with no classroom experience, and a high school English teacher job remains vacant. Across the country, teacher and other staff shortages fueled by the pandemic are showing no signs of easing. There were more than 300,000 education jobs open as of June, up 38% from this time in 2019. Students say they're feeling the effects of a trend that's been building.
I think it'd be pretty rare to not have 4 or 5 substitute teachers a week.
At one point we had a teacher quit out at the beginning of the year, and we just were switching substitutes every day.
Neil and Katie Brenneman, whose kids will be entering 7th and 9th grade, have seen the staffing shortages firsthand. Neil, a local pastor,
That's how we do hills.
And the cross-country team coach will be driving a school bus for a second year because of a shortage of bus drivers.
So was that intimidating, getting in that seat behind the wheel for the first time?
It is, because it's larger than my little Honda Civic.
Katie, a reading teacher, has had to juggle her job while also filling in for vacancies at her elementary school. She says she's seeing growing burnout among her colleagues.
There's a lack of respect of teachers, and that is very frustrating, especially when you're dealing with a parent and you're dealing with a child that is disrespectful. That is very hard on teachers. There you go.
As a parent, she worries about what it means for her own kids.
I just always kind of hope and pray that it's going to be somebody that's good in the classroom and is going to treat my kids with kindness.
And you have to hope and pray for that. You don't feel confident.
I don't always. I just don't know who's coming in.
Go slow if you need to.
An uncertainty she and so many parents will be facing for yet another school year. Shannon Pettypiece, NBC News, Mifflin County, Pennsylvania.
Straight ahead, menopause can be difficult for many women, but the inequity in medical care for women of color can make that experience even more difficult. Why their concerns are most often dismissed. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we wait for dishes? Should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, for the hundreds of millions of women across the world, menopause, it can be one of those confounding milestones that makes life a little harder, or a lot harder in some cases. But for women of color, it can be even more difficult.
A landmark report from the study of women's health across the nation found the racial disparities in menopause include how early, how severe, and how long Black and Hispanic women experience menopause compared to white women. Women of color also tend to be dismissed far more often by medical providers when they actually do raise these concerns. Joining us now to discuss, we have CEO of Advancing Health Equity and Emergency Medicine Dr. Uche Blackstock. Dr. Blackstock, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
First off, what exactly are the symptoms of menopause? And it comes in stages, correct?
Right. So there are a myriad of symptoms, but what's important for people to know, it's a natural, normal part of aging. Hot flashes, night sweats, urinary symptoms, also vaginal dryness, even mood changes people can get, as well as bone loss. So those are a lot of the common symptoms. The stages are perimenopause is when those symptoms start that can last for several years. And then there's menopause, which is when you go without a period for 12 months consecutively. So in a row. And then there's postmenopause, when those symptoms kind of get a little bit milder and sometimes even go away.
So, Dr. Blackstock, let's get down to it. Why is it that women of color are disproportionately affected by the symptoms of menopause? And from what you just told us, it lasts a long time.
I know. We're getting a sort of better understanding of how health manifests. And we know that a lot of systemic factors like racism, like socioeconomic factors, like poverty, healthcare access, that can actually influence when the symptoms start. So we know that Black women and Hispanic women and Asian women actually develop symptoms at different stages. We know those symptoms are different. Black women are more likely to develop hot flashes. Hispanic women are more likely to develop vaginal dryness. Asian women are more likely to develop chronic pain and anxiety with their hot flashes. And so that's all because of sort of the wear and tear of living in a society where women of color have to undergo more stress just in their daily life than other people.
Wow. That's interesting, the different symptoms per racial group. I guess which begs the question, sort of what happens then if those symptoms go untreated? Is there treatment for menopause?
So that is the key. So yes, there is treatment available. There's hormonal treatment. The most common one is estrogen replacement, essentially replacing the estrogen that women are losing as they age. There are non-hormonal treatments, and then there are treatments of the specific symptoms, like the bone loss or the mood anxiety. But the issue is that we need to diagnose it, menopause or perimenopause, when it happens, because if you don't give the right treatment, then cardiovascular disease, stroke, cognitive impairments can happen if menopause is not diagnosed correctly in patients.
Wow, so it can lead to a host of other serious health concerns. What do you do if your doctor doesn't seem to be taking you seriously or isn't listening to you when you describe your symptoms? How do you advocate for yourself?
So I think what's really important is for people to seek out people who are physicians who are specialized in women's health and have a specialization in menopause treatment. You know, unfortunately, I know that in medical school and in training, we hardly got any training and education on menopause, and that's what we really do need. So there are women's health physicians out there who specialize in caring for this particular patient population.
I'm so glad we're having this conversation on this show and having you on to speak about it and really make it clear for women.
It affects so many women and we don't talk about it. And they feel uncomfortable talking about it. And frankly, this is also not just for women, but also partners, loved ones, brothers, fathers. Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Dr. Uche Blackstock, emergency medicine physician and CEO Advancing Health Equity. Dr. Blackstock, thanks again so much.
We appreciate it. All right, you're watching NBC News Daily.
The eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
As football season kicks off, two players already turning heads. Two middle school girls in West Virginia are playing full contact football, proving they can hit and tackle with the best of the guys. Here's Robert Castillo with our NBC affiliate, WVVA.
Sienna Waldron and Chloe LaRue are not typical 8th graders here at Montcalm Middle School. They both are members of their school's football team. Waldron will be found lining up as a wide receiver, running back, and cornerback on the field, while LaRue will post up on defense and offense, where she'll play right tackle and defensive end. Each one shares their motivation to become a member and why they got into the sport.
My brother, mostly. I grew up just watching his football games, and then I guess my dad got me into it. Then I played.
I just never liked cheerleading, so I just like playing football.
LaRue says she's been playing football since she was 5 and loves the physicality of the sport. Waldron says she began playing football in 6th grade, but has always played basketball.
This is my first year playing running back, but last year I played a little bit of running back. I just like proving a point that you can play any sport you want to play.
They don't really notice until like after the game you got to shake hands. They just look at me weird. Makes me feel like proud. They didn't expect a girl.
Both girls' parents say they were never worried about their daughters playing the contact sport.
We're very proud of me and her mom both, to see a girl out there playing a boys sport, and to be just as tough as the boys, she does great. So like I said, we're really taking, we encourage any other girl to join the teams and take off with us.
Let them do it. They'll either find their place or they won't. They'll like it or they won't. She found hers, that's for sure.
LaRue says she's going to play at the high school level next year, while Waldron says she's likely going to focus more of her attention on basketball during her high school days.
All right, that was Robert Castillo with our NBC affiliate, WVVA, reporting.
Well, Morgan, this next story is one of loss and remarkable recovery. More than a decade after one man lost his wedding ring while swimming on vacation, it was found in the same lake. Nick Van Zyl from our NBC affiliate WJFW shows us how it all happened.
Tracy Croning have a home on the Turtle Flambeau Flowage. In 2009, they met their neighbors and their kids on Swimmers Island. Everyone was having fun swimming and playing, and Mike was tossing one of the kids into the water when something unimaginable happened.
As I threw him, he grabbed my hand and pulled my platinum wedding band off of my hand, and it was lost. So we immediately quarantined the area, so to speak, went and got diving masks, and we looked for the wedding band for many, many hours and days.
Mike and Tracy figured that the ring was gone for good, and Tracy even purchased a replacement. They say they've been back to the island thousands of times over the past 14 years, but never really thought about the ring until Mike saw a Facebook post.
I saw a picture of a ring, and it looked just like my ring. And again, 14 years later, it was, stained with the color of the water. But I reached out to Bill Stewart.
What just blew me away was within half an hour, I had a message from Mike. First of all, I was surprised we found anybody. And second of all, I was surprised it came so quickly.
Bill had to make sure it was the right owner, so he asked what was inscribed on the band.
It's Your Love is our wedding song. So I had it engraved with those words and the date of our wedding.
So he told me what was on the inside of the ring, except that the date was not right. And I went back to him and I said, could there be another date? And he said, yes, we were married twice, once in the United States and once in Canada. What's the other date? I said. He gave me the other date, and it was correct.
Mike went to Bill's house that night and was reunited with his ring 14 years after it had been lost.
Like a needle in a haystack or winning the lottery or something along those lines, but I haven't won the lottery yet.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Nick Van Zyl.
I kind of just love that story. Little plot twist. He's like, actually,
right?
that's not the right date.
Gotta wait
they
till
got
the
married
end.
twice.
Right, I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7. We have a streaming network. It is called NBC News Now, and you can watch it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, look at that, Fire TV, Android TV. You got the Roku and the Plex. All of those places. Your news continues right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
Hey there, good Monday to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, August 28th. Storm Tracker. We're monitoring Tropical Storm Idalia as it barrels toward Florida's Gulf Coast. When it's expected to make landfall and why it's giving us flashbacks to a very similar storm from 2018.
New details any minute now. Officials in Jacksonville, Florida will hold a press conference with the very latest on that deadly Dollar General shooting. More this hour on the investigation into what police are calling a racist rampage.
Rocket Man. Singer Elton John was rushed to the hospital yesterday after falling over at his French villa. What we're learning about the 76-year-old's current condition.
Sleep study. New research found that the optimal bedroom temperature for people over the age of 50, well, it is higher than health experts previously recommended. We will talk to a doctor about the secret to getting a good night's rest.
Thank you so much for joining us this Monday, and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now in Florida, where communities along the Gulf Coast, they're bracing for Idalia. The tropical storm is expected to keep strengthening today before slamming the state as a major Category 3 hurricane. It's forecast to make landfall early Wednesday morning in northern Florida.
The National Hurricane Center is warning people to prepare for life-threatening storm surge and dangerous winds. Right now, about 21 million people are under tropical storm and hurricane alerts, some already facing mandatory evacuation orders. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is live in Tampa, Florida for us. Marissa, how are people preparing, and what is the messaging today from officials there? This sounds like a very serious storm.
Yeah, and that's actually the messaging that we're seeing across all of the counties. And we've been seeing press conferences happening all up and down the coast. Of course, we're on the west coast of Florida here, where the Gulf of Mexico is. That's where Idalia is making her way slowly but surely. So there have been so many press conferences, including from the city of Tampa. We're in Hillsborough County right near, this right now is expected to hit just north of where we are. The messaging being that as of right now, even though this is a tropical storm, it is expected to become a Category 3. We'll get into that in just a moment. But regardless, what authorities are saying is to take this seriously. Regardless of what it looks like right now, we saw what happened last year with Hurricane Ian, how it strengthened so much, so quickly at the very last second, and how that turned disastrous. So what they're saying is take this seriously. We heard this from the top down. We've heard that from President Biden. This was something, there's an emergency declaration approved by President Biden, by Governor DeSantis, who we heard from earlier this morning. Listen for yourself.
If you are in the path of this storm, anywhere on that Gulf Coast, from the Tampa Bay area all the way up to Franklin County in Northwest Florida, just prepare for major impacts. Now's the time to take the appropriate precautions. We do expect Hurricane Idalia to be a major hurricane.
So something to keep in mind here, there is the path of what we're expecting to be a Category 3 hurricane that is north of us. But the other danger here is the storm surge, and that is something that affects, especially when we look at south and east of the projected path of that storm. So where we are right now is an example of how people are getting prepared. There's, of course, emergency shelters already opening their doors. You'll see folks maybe lining up. I'm going to turn my shoulder here. You might be able to see some people picking up sandbags in preparation for what could be some flooding that they hope doesn't turn deadly, but we know in the past it has before. Guys. All right, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parr for us. Marissa, thank you.
Morgan, staying in Florida, let's turn to Jacksonville now. Any minute, officials will update the public on the very latest surrounding the Dollar General shooting that left 3 black people dead over the weekend. Police have said the attack was racially motivated, and they are now investigating it as a hate crime. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from Jacksonville, Florida. So, George, this shooting we know lasted 11 minutes. It allegedly ended when the gunman shot himself. What else are we learning about the suspect and his motives?
Yeah, good afternoon, Vicki. So as you mentioned, Edward Waters University holding that press conference any moment now. We might actually hear from the security guard that chased him away before he carried out this heinous act here at the Dollar General behind me. We know from authorities that he left racist writings not only to law enforcement, to the media, but also to his parents who made that 911 call before it was unfortunately too late when that shooting was carried out. That rampage, as you mentioned, lasting 11 minutes here at the Dollar General, where he gunned down those 3 victims in this predominantly black neighborhood. The community, as you can imagine, completely at a loss. We're also learning that the shooter purchased these weapons legally, according to the sheriff's office. We know that he had an issue with a domestic violence call with his brother, and that he was Baker Acted, which was an involuntary mental health screening, but nothing that would have prevented him from purchasing these weapons. Meanwhile, Vicki, this investigation is still ongoing because obviously the question here is what could have led to this shooting. As we all know right now, at least from according to authorities, this is appearing to be racially motivated. Vicki?
George, the latest FBI data shows the U.S. has seen nearly a 12% increase in hate crimes. What can you tell us about the people who were killed in this heinous shooting? And what are authorities doing to curb the rise in hate?
Yeah, so we have learned a little bit more about the victims with the passing days here in this tragedy. They've been identified as Angela Carr, who was an Uber driver, Anol Laguerre, or AJ as he went. He was the employee at the Dollar General that was shot, and Gerald Gallion, who went by Little D, and we were told he was the manager of a fast food restaurant. He leaves behind a young child. They actually had a conversation with a relative of his, and you can imagine it was just a heartfelt, very emotional chance and opportunity to speak with a family member during the vigil that was held here yesterday, and it was the weight of the world on their shoulders right now as they're processing this grief, not just the family, but the entire community here. Here's a part of my conversation with him.
He didn't deserve this at all, you know what I'm saying? The only thing he did was work and take care of his kids. He didn't deserve it. I'm really hurt, and I'm really hurt for his mother. Just trying to do the best I can to stay up for him and his family, and look out for his little girl.
So as far as what's being done to stem the violence, these are some of the things that we usually hear after a terrible tragedy like this. There's calls for renewed gun reform legislation. You heard Governor DeSantis pledge $100,000 for the victims and pledging about $1 million to Edward Waters University to increase security there. The community here is just thankful that this did not evolve into what we've seen in some cases of mass shootings with a racial component, in that there was no unrest, there was no violence. This community just came together, and they are now working through that long grieving process that we have unfortunately seen play out in many other communities across the country, Vicki.
Just senseless and heartbreaking. NBC News correspondent George Solis live in Florida. Thank you, George.
Let's go overseas now to Australia, where 3 U.S. Marines were killed in a plane crash during routine training exercises just over the weekend. 8 of the 20 survivors are still in the hospital. NBC's Dateline correspondent Sarah James has more.
That Marine Osprey carrying 23 U.S. Marines crashed on a remote Australian island just 1 month after 4 Australian soldiers were lost in a helicopter crash during separate training exercises between the two nations. Recovery efforts still underway on Melville Island after a deadly U.S. Marine Osprey crash off the coast of mainland Australia. 3 U.S. Marines died in the tragic crash in an aircraft similar to this one, which occurred while transporting troops in a routine military exercise. Its cause still under investigation.
The Emergency Operations Centre will now focus on the recovery of the 3 deceased Marines with dignity.
All 20 survivors rushed from the remote location to the city of Darwin, where 8 remain in hospital. U.S. Ambassador to Australia Caroline Kennedy praised Australia's swift response and ongoing support.
This tragedy and the recent loss that Australia also suffered reminds us all how grateful we are to those who serve in uniform.
The crash occurred Sunday off the coast of northern Australia after the aircraft left Darwin and flew towards the Tiwi Islands about 50 miles away.
At a time like this, we reach out to our American brothers and sisters in order to express our condolences.
Some 2,500 personnel from the U.S., Australia, and nearby countries were taking part in training exercises. This is not the first fatal accident involving the Osprey, a tilt-rotor hybrid which can take off and land like a helicopter and fly like a plane. In June last year, 5 Marines died in an Osprey crash in California. Investigators say a catastrophic mechanical failure the cause. But as the investigation continues, those in Australia's Northern Territory say their first duty is to the survivors.
I would just like to reassure the families who are on the other side of the world that we're caring for your loved ones. They're getting the best care possible.
President Biden took to X, formerly known as Twitter, to say, "Jill and I send our deepest condolences to the families of the Marines who lost their lives in this deadly crash." Meantime, defense officials here in Australia tell me that those training exercises will continue, but they will not take place on the island that was the site of the crash. The investigation continues. Back to you.
Sarah James, thank you. We go now to our CNBC Money Minute. Americans are increasingly going without home insurance, claiming the risk of disaster is not high enough to justify the cost. The average premium for policies with $250,000 in coverage, it is up 20% from last year. This is according to consumer financial services company Bankrate.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, it's great to see you this Monday. We know that people are choosing to save money instead of sort of paying these costly premiums for home insurance. So what exactly is driving the price up, and frankly, how risky is it if you actually choose not to have the coverage?
Those are very good questions, Morgan, Vicki. I mean, there are multiple factors here, but 2 of the biggest ones affecting what's happening right now are climate change overall and the rising cost of actually replacing the homes themselves. So some insurers are pulling back in states like California and Florida, where we've seen a lot more of the big natural disasters. They're a little bit more common. What they're doing is they're passing on the increasing cost of home repairs to policyholders all over. Insurance experts tell the Wall Street Journal it's very risky, though, to go without home insurance in the event of a fire or storm damage or burglary. You'd be left to foot the bill yourself. And all of this is very important as we have a tropical storm bearing down possibly on Florida in the coming days and weeks. The Department of Transportation fined American Airlines $4.1 million for keeping passengers on board planes for hours at a time during long delays. The Transportation Department says it's the largest tarmac violation fine ever. And if you're looking for cheaper flights, speaking of, Google wants to help. The tech giant announced a new feature to Google Flights today. It will now advise you on the best time to book your travel based on some of the pricing trends and historical averages. Google will also guarantee the prices of certain eligible flights, so if the fares drop, the company will pay back the difference via Google Pay.
Wow.
That sounds like a win-win if you're a traveler, if you want to use Google. But I mean, again, this is a reason why, right? Google wants to drive all these travelers to use its services.
Absolutely. Dom, do you think AI is behind that? Them looking at the price trends of when the best times are to buy?
I'll tell you what, artificial intelligence, machine learning, it's predicated on historical data, right? It has to use troves of data. So I got to imagine AI is going to be a huge driver of traffic going forward as soon as they know what all of our travel trends really are.
Yeah, there's a lot of data here to work with.
All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu, we always learn something from you. Thank you.
Well, the greatest of all time, making history yet again, the record-breaking Simone Biles. She's smashing even more records just this past weekend as the Olympics marches closer. Right when we come back, you're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Simone Biles proving that she is still the greatest of all time when it comes to gymnastics. The superstar gymnast won her 8th U.S. championship over the weekend, setting a new record. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has more on Simone Biles' victorious return to the mat.
The greatest of all time landing another all-around crown, and this one's for the record books. The crowd roaring their approval with a standing ovation for Simone Biles, who clinched her 8th win at the U.S. Championships in San Jose, California this weekend, smashing a record first set in the 1930s.
It's really amazing. Everybody in here believes in me, and my teammates believe in me, my coaches, my family, everyone. So I just need to start believing in myself a little bit more.
She's the only woman to ever nail the incredibly difficult Yurchenko double pike vault in competition, and she did it just about flawlessly, leaving no doubts in fans' and judges' minds. Biles is back. She stayed locked in through the second day of competition Sunday, and no sign remaining of the twisties that overcame Biles at the Tokyo Olympics, causing her to withdraw from most of her events.
To do something that I've done forever and just
not be able to do it because of everything I've gone through is really crazy.
The 26-year-old powerhouse has been chasing this dream almost all her life, here winning the World Championships in 2013.
It hasn't really sunken in yet, but I know what I've done is a big accomplishment.
Now, a decade later, she's earned a jaw-dropping 7 Olympic and 25 World Championship medals, with the competition feeling fiercer than ever. The field of phenoms are battling for just 5 spots at the World Championships in Antwerp next month, and then the 2024 Olympics in Paris. A standout performance from Shailise Jones, the World 2022 silver medalist, earned her 2nd place behind Biles. And fellow world medalist 19-year-old Liam Wong took home 3rd. But for now, Simone Biles remains in a league of her own.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
The Rocket Man, Sir Elton John, has been discharged from a Monaco hospital after being kept overnight following a fall at his home in the south of France. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett has more details. Maura, it's good to see you this Monday. Do we have any sense about Elton John's current condition and really how he ended up in this space in the hospital?
Yeah, Morgan, there aren't a lot of details on exactly what happened, but his representative and spokespeople confirmed that there was what they categorize as a slip on Sunday at some point, and he was taken to the hospital in the south of France, as you mentioned, and he was treated and successfully discharged. We have a statement from his team reading that he visited the local hospital as a precautionary measure following checkups. He was immediately discharged this morning and is now back at home and in good health. So we don't really know what exactly might have been injured or if he is facing any injuries, but it seems like he was in a good enough condition to return home. And as a reminder, he's been in the south of France with his family since wrapping up his farewell tour just last month, Morgan.
And speaking of tour, the 76-year-old music icon postponed parts of his Yellow Brick Road tour back in 2021, also due to health issues. Can you give us a little bit more context on that, Maura?
Yeah, it was a huge disappointment to his fans, obviously, especially after COVID, and is why this fall might have been more concerning. He did suffer a more serious fall back in 2021 that made him delay that tour until 2023 because he suffered a severe enough injury to his hip. He had said at the time that he needed a more serious procedure, and he took an extended amount of time off the road so that he could recover, because he does shows that are about 3 hours long, and he needs to be in a good physical condition in order to do that. He has said that this was his final and last tour, though he might do odd shows here and there because of his health, because of his age, and because he wants to spend more time with his family.
All right, certainly important priorities there. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett for us. Maura, thank you.
Coming up, the secret to getting quality sleep. What a new study says about how room temperature impacts getting a good night's rest. That is coming up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, well, as you've probably noticed, more students are heading back to school this week, but some districts are still facing a major shortage of teachers. NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece has more on how this is all impacting classrooms across the country.
1, 2, 3.
It's back to school time in Mifflin County, Pennsylvania. But one thing that'll be missing from some classrooms, fully certified teachers.
Definitely a sports town.
Mifflin County Superintendent Vance Varner has spent the final days of summer scrambling to find staff.
Has it ever been this hard to find teachers?
No. I'm very scared. I'm worried. This is a real emergency in public education. I think everyone needs to pay attention. It's going to take more than just the educational system to fix this. Okay, we were able to find somebody.
To start the school year, he's hired 9 non-professional teachers with no classroom experience, and a high school English teacher job remains vacant. Across the country, teacher and other staff shortages fueled by the pandemic are showing no signs of easing. There were more than 300,000 education jobs open as of June, up 38% from this time in 2019. Students say they're feeling the effects of a trend that's been building.
I think it'd be pretty rare to not have 4 or 5 substitute teachers a week.
At one point we had a teacher quit out at the beginning of the year, and we just were switching substitutes every day.
Neil and Katie Brenneman, whose kids will be entering 7th and 9th grade, have seen the staffing shortages firsthand. Neil, a local pastor,
That's how we do hills.
And the cross-country team coach will be driving a school bus for a second year because of a shortage of bus drivers.
So was that intimidating, getting in that seat behind the wheel for the first time?
It is, because it's larger than my little Honda Civic.
Katie, a reading teacher, has had to juggle her job while also filling in for vacancies at her elementary school. She says she's seeing growing burnout among her colleagues.
There's a lack of respect of teachers, and that is very frustrating, especially when you're dealing with a parent and you're dealing with a child that is disrespectful. That is very hard on teachers. There you go.
As a parent, she worries about what it means for her own kids.
I just always kind of hope and pray that it's going to be somebody that's good in the classroom and is going to treat my kids with kindness.
And you have to hope and pray for that. You don't feel confident.
I don't always. I just don't know who's coming in.
Go slow if you need to.
An uncertainty she and so many parents will be facing for yet another school year. Shannon Pettypiece, NBC News, Mifflin County, Pennsylvania.
Turning now to Minnesota, where the iconic State Fair is drawing huge crowds. A record number of visitors stopped by last Friday for live music, amusement park rides, and of course, the food. Gordon Severson from our NBC affiliate KARE 11 spoke with fairgoers.
Opening day at the fair, and there's so much to do. For first-timers,
I've never been opening day.
where do you even start?
Everything today. I've never been here before, so I'm gonna live it up.
You can play it safe and go with the classics,
It was really bumpy and really crazy.
or try something new.
One of the cool ones up on the north end is Can Wonderland has built a new custom mini golf course.
With every hole inspired by a popular fair attraction. And then there's the food.
Blueberry mini donuts.
Pickle lemonade and that pickle waffle stuff.
Yes, one couple even came all the way from Philadelphia to try cheese curds for the first time.
I've seen them, and I hear they squeak, which makes me think they're alive.
There are even a few spots where you can escape the heat.
We have a variety of different water bottle refill stations throughout the fairgrounds. Getting dehydrated at the fair is no fun. We've also got misting stations at various locations throughout the fairgrounds.
Thank God they have these.
So there's no excuse not to swing by the fair this year.
It's a great day here. Perfect.
Because there's something for everyone.
There's some great energy on the fairgrounds. I think everyone's just really excited to be back.
You know, they call this the Great Minnesota Get-Together, but fair organizers tell me that last year they actually saw visitors from all 50 states and 38 countries. So it's kind of a worldwide thing at this point, with people around the world knowing which state has the best state fair. For NBC News Daily, I'm Gordon Severson.
Well, speaking of long lines to get into a ballpark could soon be a thing of the past. How the MLB's new technology lets you walk right into your seat without even having to show your ticket. Pretty cool. And it's coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back on this Monday, so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here is what's making news right now. China is no longer requiring a negative COVID test for incoming travelers. Now, this decision marks a pretty big milestone in the country's opening up after 3 years of strict COVID rules. The new policy goes into effect starting on Wednesday.
NASCAR driver Ryan Preece is returning home after a frightening crash at the Daytona International Speedway this weekend. His car rolled over nearly a dozen times in the middle of Saturday night's race. Emergency workers put him in an ambulance and rushed him to the hospital. Shortly after the race, the 32-year-old tweeted, "If you want to be a race car driver, you better be tough." Look at that picture.
Extremely tough. Look at that. All right. Well, California has taken home yet another championship win in the Little League World Series, beating Curacao 6-5. This marks the very first time the team from El Segundo made it to the finals. California has now won 8 Little League titles, many of them, most of any U.S. state.
Let's go, Golden State.
All right.
Congrats to those Little Leaguers. All right, we begin this half hour in Hawaii, where 99% of the disaster area in Lahaina has now been searched. The elite search teams are now heading home after spending nearly 10 days combing through the ash and rubble.
That's right. Now, they say the catastrophe is unlike really anything they've ever seen. The community is still struggling just to move forward. Almost 3 weeks after the fires erupted, nearly 400 people are still missing, with 115 confirmed dead. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has been following this all from the very beginning there in Maui. Steve, it is good to see you this Monday. I know that you spoke with the leader of that elite search team that flew in all the way from Maryland. What do they say?
I did. I spoke to that leader on his way out. That flight should be taking off, I think, today. He just described how difficult this was. You have to understand, these are the people that are clawing through basically an entire town that has been decimated by hand. They cannot use heavy machinery in the hours after the fire because of how delicate the scene is, because of how badly the remains are burned, because of how widespread it is, and just by how it takes a real investigative effort to get to those remains, including cadaver dogs, including hard hours in the sun. That is very, very difficult, not only on the physicality of doing it, but also emotionally. Here's what he told me when I asked him. Listen to this.
We would send the dogs in, and then we would just sift through wherever the dogs would hit at.
Yeah. I imagine some of that must be tough.
Very. It was the scope of the mission was very mentally tough mission to work through.
Tough, but he said they were supported, that there were peer support teams offering sort of mental help, that there were shifts that they brought in multiple people. And of course, this effort is not over. The search and rescue operation does continue, but it's just shifting to a new phase, obviously. Guys.
Steve, I'm glad you showed the emotional toll and the human side of what's happening with these search and rescue crews. We know there are nearly 400 people still listed as missing. What happens now?
So that is the latest frustration, and maybe the final frustration for residents in the immediate aftermath, just wondering if there are still so many people missing. Why isn't a list updated to account for the dead that they may be finding? The question may be the answer that people don't want to hear, which is that this fire was so hot, it was so destructive that remains may never be discovered here. So we may be in a period where over the next few months or even a year or so that they continue to have a list of missing that will never be identified. And at some point they will have to call that effort, which will be heartbreaking for a lot of families, but it's just sort of the scene of the devastation that's here.
Steve Patterson live in Hawaii for us today. Steve, thank you so much.
Well, a major development today in the federal election interference case against former President Donald Trump. Now, just hours ago, a judge in D.C. set a trial date for March 4th of next year, right in the middle of the Republican presidential primaries and one day before Super Tuesday, when 15 primaries are held. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley is following this all for us. Ryan, we know that the timeline has been such a big deal here. The special counsel was pushing for a start date in January. The Trump team wanted in 2026. Why did the judge settle on this date, on March 4th?
Well, she said that the proposal from the special counsel's office was a little bit too aggressive, but she really sort of smacked down the proposal from the Trump team here, who's saying that they needed endless sort of amount of time to review these millions of pages of discovery. And what she sort of said is that that's not the way that discovery works in 2023, where you're able to search through these things and you're not sitting in a warehouse, she said, flipping through these pages individually. She compared Donald Trump. She sort of drew a metaphor between him and a sports player, a professional athlete who might be appearing in her courtroom, and she wouldn't adjust the schedule for him based on his day job. So she's not going to do it in this case either. So it really is just sort of not taking into consideration the calendar at all. In fact, if you were to bring that out from that March 4th date and look at when you might see a jury verdict, that would be in mid-April. And then if you go 3 months out from that, which is typically how long it takes to get to a sentencing, you could see sentencing smack dab in the middle of the Republican National Convention, so long as this theory holds and these dates ultimately hold.
And Ryan, I mean, we're also keeping an eye on another hearing today down in Georgia. A judge there set to decide whether to approve Mark Meadows' request to move the case to federal court. What's the main argument here? I mean, how could that sort of impact the other defendants if, in fact, that does happen?
The big question is whether or not Mark Meadows was acting in his capacity as a government official when he was doing all these things on behalf of Donald Trump's campaign. You don't need to make too much of an argument along those ways, but, you know, theoretically, at least, the White House chief of staff isn't supposed to be serving the interests of a political campaign. He's supposed to be serving the interests of the United States of America. So that's basically what this is going to ultimately boil down to. But it will have repercussions for a larger number of individuals who've said that they are actually acting on behalf of the president. I think Mark Meadows has a much more solid argument than some of these other defendants do in that case, who weren't actually government officials. But it's not a nonsense argument off the bat, right? He does have some merits to be able to make here. So it'll be interesting to see how this ultimately falls and could determine how these cases are seen down the line.
That's right. A lot to unpack there. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley following it all for us there in D.C. Ryan, thank you.
Morgan, Major League Baseball is saying goodbye to tickets and hello to new technology. The league is unveiling a new feature that will allow fans to essentially walk right in by just using a photo. NBC News correspondent George Solis got a chance to try it out.
Right off the bat, baseball fans finding themselves in a game of hardball while just trying to get into the stadium, fidgeting with phones, or even worse, paper, but no more. Your face, now your only ticket into the ballpark.
Yeah, it was much quicker. Almost seems too good to be true, doesn't it?
Major League Baseball rolling out Go-Ahead Entry, which allows fans 18 and older to upload a photo and register on the MLB Ballpark app.
All set.
Once tickets are also uploaded, Go-Ahead technology at the gate will recognize those opted-in fans, letting them simply just walk in.
Everyone should just be moving straight through this, right?
Just keep walking.
Just keep walking.
Just as you would normally walk in life, you just keep walking.
MLB partnering with the Philadelphia Phillies, who stepped up to the plate to launch this high-end facial authentication tech exclusively at Citizens Bank Park.
Facial recognition, you guys can come through right over here.
Lines as long as ever with Philly fans looking for another World Series run.
It's been packed, the energy's like never before, and this is another way for our fans to enter quickly and get right to the game.
All right, so we're going to give this thing a test run. I have no paper ticket, my phones are in my pocket, so here we go.
Officials hope to expand the tech to ballparks across the country.
All right, I'm coming.
Based on feedback from fans like Jenna Mertzig, who was first in line.
So it's just go ahead?
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Is this the future of all stadium entry, you think?
I think so. Yep.
Use of similar facial recognition technology has been under scrutiny over concerns of privacy. Madison Square Garden's parent company sued for its use of the tech to ban entire law firms out of its venues. MLB officials say their machines won't be used the same way.
So anyone that is worried that this is linked to some law enforcement database somewhere, not the case.
It's not linked to any law enforcement. It's not even linked to the security scanning on site.
MLB reps say facial scans are deleted, and all that remains is some digital data on your account for future entry.
Is there any going back for you now that you've used Go Ahead?
No, I got it on the ballpark app, so if there's a stadium that offers it, I'm all in.
America's pastime, now moving into the future.
I made history.
George Solis, NBC News, Philadelphia.
History indeed. All right, so a new sleep study released by Harvard today recommends that people older than 50 should sleep in a room that's somewhere between 68 and 77 degrees, and that's up from previous recommendation of 65 degrees.
Yeah, well, experts say changing the temperature of the room by just a few degrees can majorly impact your sleep efficiency. That is the number of times that you toss and turn in one night. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now to break down what we learned from this new study. Dr. Azar, great to see you. So here's this recommendation. It's kind of surprising, but for all adults, it used to be 65 degrees. That was the magic number. Why is it that older people are being recommended to sleep in warmer temperatures?
Yeah, I know. I think we've been told for years that it's always better to sleep in cooler temperatures, but for older adults, it might be different. And this is what the study suggested. You know, there are a lot of biological changes that happen to us as we age, and one of those is temperature regulation as we get older. So it's harder for older folks to stay warm. You can sort of picture, you know, older people wearing blankets and things like that. It's not any different here, but like a lot of things in medicine, there's a little bit of a Goldilocks number, because more than 77 degrees, they can actually start to lose sleep efficiency by about 5 to 10%, which can amount to 1 hour a night. That's not an insignificant amount. But of course, also like many things in medicine, it's very personal. If you're older and you feel like you're getting a good night's sleep and your temperature's cooler, by no means do you need to change it, guys.
Got it.
But why is age such a critical factor here? Specifically, why is it so important for people over the age of 50 to really get that good quality sleep?
I know, and we talk about, and really sleep is important at every age, right, Morgan? You have a little one at home. You know how important sleep is for us when we're young, but when we're older also. And sleep, you know, deficiencies, whether it's too much sleep or too little sleep, can lead to a whole host of physical as well as psychological or mental issues. So cardiovascular disease can be an increased risk for diabetes. There can be physical as well as cognitive decline. And as we all know, too little sleep, irritability, you know, poor stress reactions to things. So again, too little, too much. We actually want to have a kind of a Goldilocks amount of good, restful sleep every night, guys, for maximum health.
We love some maximum health.
Yeah.
And some good sleep, which I miss quite dearly. NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, thanks so much. You really appreciate it.
Well, 60 years after Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech, we spotlight one woman who was there, and she became the face of the March on Washington. That's next. More NBC News Daily coming up right after this.
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Today marks 60 years since Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. gave his historic speech fighting for jobs and for racial freedom. There we go.
Indeed. And of the nearly 250,000 people who gathered to support him, one young girl became the iconic face for the March on Washington. Decades later, Today anchor Craig Melvin is sharing her story about that pivotal moment in history.
So I was in a position where I'm looking in this direction at Dr. King and the other guests as they were speaking.
They were speaking there. Edith Lee Payne had a literal front row seat to history, and for her, it was extra special. It was obviously the March on Washington, but for you, it was something else as well. It was a big day.
It was my 12th birthday.
Edith traveled by bus with her mom, Dorothy, from Detroit to Washington. Arriving early, she wiggled her way to a barrier up front, a prime spot to eye the gathering of speakers and celebrities, including a famous actress who recognized Dorothy.
And all of a sudden, Lena Horne comes over, and she starts talking to your mother. What did she say?
They reminisce of having to enter in back doors, the clubs that they entertained in.
Dorothy Lee faced discrimination in the South when she traveled as a dancer, working with the likes of Horne and Cab Calloway.
I had never heard my mother speak about those things before, probably because she didn't want me to be adversely influenced by something that affected her.
A mother's past and her daughter's future walk together in the march.
I have the pleasure to present to you Dr. Martin Luther King.
Dr. King starts to speak. What do you remember about that particular moment?
I always say this, you could hear a pin drop.
I have a dream. My 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
In the middle of that famous speech, a government photographer, Roland Sherman, turned away from the Reverend and spotted young Edith.
Did you notice that there was a photographer taking your picture?
I did not.
That pennant ended up stapled to a school presentation. The march, a highlight she had to share. The dream Dr. King preached felt real to Edith.
I lived the dream that Dr. King spoke of. I went to integrated schools and lived in an integrated neighborhood.
That was until she moved farther south and looked for a job. And for the first time felt judged by the color of her skin.
Sometimes when they would see this black woman get off the elevator or come into the office, I would be told, I don't think you'll like this job.
Edith became a civil rights activist in her local community long before she realized she was an iconic image in civil rights history. It wasn't until 2008 when a cousin spotted her picture on a calendar.
I kind of chuckled and said, why would my picture be on a Black History calendar?
That photo, part of the National Archives.
That expression says, I'm here for business.
Dr. Colleen Shogan is archivist of the United States.
Why do you think that this particular photo has resonated with so many for so long?
It shows a young girl who's witnessing the march. So there's a individuality about it, but also it's capturing a historic day in time.
While this one photo of Edith has been published worldwide, it's these that are her favorite.
That's my mom.
That's Mom.
Yeah, it's like my mom always had my back.
Mm-hmm. What do you think Mom would say about all this?
She would probably cry, which is what I'm trying not to do. But she would say that she was proud, as am I.
I think we all are. As you come back 60 years later, what goes through your mind?
We have more work to do. There's more to be done. But that's how you honor him. Every single day, make a commitment to make a difference in somebody's life, to make it better.
Craig Melvin, NBC News.
Imagine seeing yourself at that moment in time, in that moment in history, so many years later.
And she remembers it with such clarity. And to Tremaine Lee's point in the last hour, it's not just about the commemoration of Martin Luther King, but it's about the continuation of what he was doing. Beautiful. Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report.
All right, you're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Explorers are braving Scotland's chilly waters to look for the fabled and long sought after Loch Ness Monster. They have launched the largest search for the mythical creature in the last 50 years. NBC News correspondent Matt Bradley put on his wetsuit to join the hunt.
It's fascinated generations of curious minds. But this weekend, the Loch Ness Monster is getting another close-up. And this time, I joined the hunt for what's being called the biggest Nessie quest in 50 years.
For this region of Scotland, the legend of the Loch Ness Monster is still kind of a big deal. But organizers are hoping that this weekend will excite a new generation of Nessie hunters.
It's about inspiration. For a very selfish reason, I don't want the Loch Ness mystery or the interest in Loch Ness itself to diminish.
It'll be hard for Nessie to hide from this high-tech hunt. They're launching drones overhead, scouring the surface, while also listening below. And they're using sonar to map the lake, which has a depth of nearly 800 feet.
St. Nessie herself decided to swim under the boat right now. We are going to get to see her on the screen.
They launched it.
Ken Gerhardt traveled from the U.S. for the hunt. He researches animals that live on the fringes of our known reality.
But you've studied Bigfoot, Chupacabra, Mothman, all of these other fantastical ideas. Where does Nessie rank in terms of likelihood?
Personally, I'm 90% convinced that Nessie exists. I've never had a sighting or an observation, but if you immerse yourself in the evidence, you have over 1,000 good sightings that are very consistent descriptions.
Spoiler alert, nobody found the monster this weekend, not even me. And not for lack of trying, but maybe that's not what this is all about.
It's just a fun myth.
Yeah, if it's not real.
But are you a believer or not a believer?
I'm a believer.
In a world of high tech and hard facts, it's nice to know there's still a place for magic and mystery.
Someone's always going to say there's going to be something that makes you believe. It's the same with every myth out there. It just takes one person to believe in it, and it just continues.
Matt Bradley, NBC News, Loch Ness, Scotland.
So for decades, the giant pandas at DC's National Zoo, they've drawn huge crowds, but now they're scheduled to return home to China, threatening the future of conservation efforts right here in the United States. NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles has the story.
They are among the biggest stars in the nation's capital.
I'm excited to see the panda.
And their time in Washington is coming to an end.
I want them to stay.
Tian Tian and Mei Xiong are giant pandas who call the Smithsonian National Zoo home. Tian Tian celebrated his 26th birthday on Sunday.
2 rare giant pandas are coming to America bound.
They came to Washington, D.C. in 2000 as part of a conservation and breeding partnership with China. The original agreement was for 10 years, but was extended several times. During that more than 2-decade run, the duo gave birth to a son, Shuao Qi, whose arrival was documented with a live panda cam that drew in millions of viewers. The panda cam's round-the-clock feed has caught the pandas climbing trees, fighting over food, playing in the water, and of course, sliding down a snow-covered hill. Those 3 pandas currently in Washington, the extension of a partnership that started more than 50 years ago.
2 Chinese pandas offered to the United States during the president's Chinese visit will go to the National Zoo.
And for people visiting D.C., seeing the pandas is a must.
They're the star of the shows here, and I mean, they're a staple. I think of the Smithsonian Zoo, I think of the pandas.
But they're more than just a tourist attraction.
There's been no greater ambassador to getting people to love animals, love nature, love conservation than the giant panda.
The giant pandas raise millions of dollars, and their popularity opens the door to teach others the value of conservation efforts.
We see a panda and
you feel like you can be attached to them.
The decision to bring the pandas back to China comes against the backdrop of increased political tensions between the U.S. and China. The Smithsonian is hoping a new partnership can be forged.
It's no secret that there's some tensions between the two governments right now. I just hope that doesn't play into this, because conservation should be apolitical.
All right, that was NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles reporting.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. And that's wherever you stream, YouTube, Hulu, Roku, you name it. Your news continues right after this.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it love that.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, August 28th, 2023, bracing for impact. Tropical storm Idalia is on the verge of intensifying into a full-blown hurricane. The urgent preparations underway in Florida as millions face the chance for torrential rains and high winds.
Inside the attack, more details beginning to emerge about the deadly shooting in Jacksonville, how the community is remembering the lives lost as we learn more about the gunman's past.
The menopause divide, all women deal with it, but new research shows women of color face more intense symptoms. Our doctor is here with what all women need to know.
And living the dream. 60 years after Dr. Martin Luther King's iconic speech, we look back at its powerful legacy 6 decades later. Have we lived up to his message?
Welcome, everyone. Very good to be back after a couple of weeks of relaxation and getting a kid to college and all that.
Congratulations. So good to have you back here.
Great to be here. And we are talking about this major storm making a beeline toward Florida.
Yeah, we are talking about Idalia right now. It's a tropical storm, but it's intensifying pretty rapidly. Forecasters say it's expected to hit as a major hurricane, and already evacuation orders are in effect in 2 counties. Flood alerts are also being issued along the Gulf Coast of Florida.
Listen to this. If the storm hits during high tide, Idalia could bring 7 to 11 feet of storm surge flooding. Right now, people are filling up sandbags, as you can see, and preparing, just getting ready for the possibility of all that. We're going to get to the latest on the ground from Marissa Parra. She's with us in a moment, but let's begin with NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, we just got an update on Idalia from the National Hurricane Center, as I understand. What do you know?
We thought maybe they would increase it up to a hurricane, but they haven't. They went from 65 to 70 mile per hour maximum sustained wind. So these are the last final hours that it'll be a tropical storm. 5 p.m. almost certainly heading to a hurricane, if not by 11 p.m. And so the storm is exiting the warm waters of the Caribbean to the even warmer waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Record warmth, not just at the surface, but even below the surface. So even if this storm mixes it up, we're not going to see cold upwelling. I mean, this is going to be incredible how much warm water the storm has to use. And if it takes advantage of that, we could see that rapid intensification right to land. That's why the Hurricane Center is saying a major hurricane making landfall under 48 hours from right now. So the big question is, we know we're going to have this devastating storm. Who's it going to hit? As of now, all of the guidance is up towards the Big Bend of Florida early Wednesday morning with a Category 3, possibly getting up towards a Category 4 hurricane. Our computer models are in pretty good agreement with that. The black line here is the National Hurricane Center. All the other squiggly lines are different computer models. So from Tallahassee to just north of Tampa is kind of that window that we're focusing on. And of course, just right of the track, the biggest issue, storm surge, especially with a major hurricane. The potential is there for a significant inland water moving maybe 2-3 miles inland. We saw that with Ian. We could see that with this storm too. So that 7 to 11 feet is north of the Tampa area here. But the slightest shift to the east could take the 7 to 11 and 6 to 9 southward down towards Tampa Bay. So that's why we have to watch this so carefully that there's no surprises in this forecast. And then, of course, flash flooding is going to be a huge issue as the storm makes its way right along the southeast coast, where also they have huge issues Wednesday night with a full moon and storm surge. A lot of issues with this storm coming.
Ooh, and the key word there, surge, the unexpected potential. Could be pretty deadly in some cases. Marissa, how about Florida? How are they bracing there for what's to come this week?
Yeah, so this morning we've seen back-to-back press conferences across all of the counties that are in the path, and even those of us that were in the Tampa area, we're not in the direct path that is at least projected for this tropical storm that we're expecting to become a hurricane. But as we just heard from Bill, there is still a concern for those areas, even if they aren't in that direct cone with that storm surge. So what you see behind me are people filling up sandbags. This is just one of many ways people are preparing. I'll get to all of the different types of prep that we're seeing and hearing about in just a moment. But first, I want to take you to what we heard from the people who are actually lining up to get these sandbags.
We've been extremely lucky here in Tampa and have been bypassed by bad ones. And I'm just afraid that our luck is going to run out. We're not going to be prepared one time, and that's when the luck's going to run out.
Tampa and the hurricanes, I'm not used to that. So my job let me get off early to come get some sandbags and, you know, just repairs. And we went and got water and everything and just want to be safe.
So what we have heard time and time again from whether it's the Governor DeSantis, who we've heard from several times today alone, or the counties themselves, or even the mayor here, they're asking people to evacuate. There are some evacuation orders depending on the area, especially those in the direct path of the tropical storm. But then they're asking people, even in this area, to get out if they can. There are people who are choosing to stick it out, many of them in the line behind me, prepping their homes to stick it out, guys.
So critical to heed those warnings. Marissa Parra and Bill Cairns, thank you both so much.
We are learning more today about what the local sheriff said was clearly a racist attack in Jacksonville, Florida.
3 people were killed when a white shooter, who police say was targeting black people, opened fire at a Dollar General store. The FBI now investigating the attack as a hate crime. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from Jacksonville. George, of course, our heart aches with these families. The youngest, just a teenager, 19. What more are we learning about the people who were killed, and how's the community doing?
Yes, in Clay, this community, as you can imagine, reeling from this tragedy. Yesterday, hundreds gathered at a vigil not far from where the Dollar General is, right behind me here. And many of them told me, look, this could have been me. This is the store that I go to all the time. Hate came right to their doorstep here. They are all banding together. They say, look, our community is not going to resort to violence. We're not going to resort to unrest. We are better than that. We want to show the world that we are going to try and get through this heinous act of violence, this racially motivated attack, as the sheriff put it. The victims, they've all been identified. They are Angela Carr. We are learning she was an Uber driver. Anot Laguerre went by AJ. He was the employee here at Dollar General that lost his life. And we also spoke with a relative of Gerald Gallion, who went by Lil D. I spoke with a man who said that was his brother, someone who he loved, someone who he grew up with from childhood. He said he did not deserve this. He leaves behind a little girl. It was a very heartbreaking and emotional interview. Here's a little bit more of my conversation with him.
Didn't deserve this at all, you know what I'm saying? The only thing he did was work and take care of his kids. He didn't deserve it. I'm really hurt, and I'm really hurt for his mother. Just trying to do the best I can to stay up for him and his family, and look out for his little girl.
So today, there's actually another vigil that is being planned to honor these victims that lost their lives here. Again, this community just in those very, very early stages of that healing process, guys.
Yeah, and George, I hesitate to even talk about the shooter, but we are learning more about the weapons, an AR-15 style rifle, a Glock handgun, and that he apparently bought those legally. Can you explain?
Yeah, that's right, Kate. The sheriff saying there were no red flags here, that he obtained these weapons legally. We do know a little bit more about his past. We know that he had a domestic violence call with the shooter's brother, and in 2017 he was subject to what's called the Baker Act, which meant he was screened for an involuntary mental health screening, but there was nothing on his record that would have prevented him from owning these guns. We know that he was a 21-year-old man that lived with his parents in Clay County, Florida. That's about 30 minutes here from where the shooting took place. The sheriff's saying it's going to be really hard to decipher what the motivation here was. But again, at this point, the FBI investigating this as a hate crime. Guys?
George Solis, thank you.
We're also following 2 court hearings today in the election interference cases involving former President Donald Trump.
First one in Washington, D.C., where a federal judge has just set a trial date in the special counsel's case for next March. And then in Georgia, a judge is holding a hearing today over whether to move former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows' state case into federal court. We also just learned when the former president is set to be arraigned in that Georgia case. It is set now for September 6th at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That's a week from this Wednesday.
So let's bring in NBC News justice reporter Ryan Riley in Washington and NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. Ryan, let's start with you on the federal case. March 4th is when that trial is going to start. How are both sides reacting to the judge's decision?
Well, you know, this is pretty close to what the special counsel's office wanted. They wanted jury selections to start in December, with the trial to actually begin in January. So really only a little over a couple months off of the schedule that they had proposed here. But obviously, Donald Trump's team is pretty upset with it. The lawyer even said in court, sort of making the record straight, that he did not think that that was enough time for him to prepare for trial, even though it's 7 months down the line. But the judge said that essentially what they were bringing to the table, saying that it would take all of this time to work through these millions of pages of discovery, wasn't how discovery really works in the year 2023, and that there are all sorts of search protocols and ways that you can make your way through these documents. On top of that, a lot of this evidence was already available to Trump because it either came from Trump himself or from his entities, or it was already made public by the January 6th committee. So essentially what Judge Chutkan said is that this is a reasonable schedule, and that the former president is getting a lot more than many defendants do in terms of his legal support, and having the ability to pay for it compared to a lot of criminal defendants. So we're all set for March of 2024, which if you work that out, about 4 weeks for trial, maybe 6 weeks for trial, that would set a decision in mid-April, and then 3 months down the line from that, theoretically, if he's convicted, sentencing would be in mid-July of 2024, which is smack dab in the middle of the Republican convention there.
Yeah, and that March date is one day before Super Tuesday as well. Let me switch over to Laura. And Laura, I want to talk about Georgia. So remind our viewers why Mark Meadows, the former chief of staff, wants to move the case from Georgia to federal court, and how did the judge react?
So it's actually not clear, Kate, why he thinks that federal court is a more favorable venue. Obviously, it pulls from a wider jury pool than just Fulton County, which tends to lean slightly Democratic. You also don't have cameras in the courtroom in federal court. It's unclear exactly why he thinks it's more favorable. Perhaps it just might be he thinks a judge might be more inclined to buy his arguments. But it's interesting that he actually did take the witness stand. There had been a question mark about whether, in fact, he would do that. But he actually did testify for nearly 3 hours this morning and is set to get his cross-examination underway there for about another 40 minutes, Kate.
All right, Laura Jarrett and Ryan Riley with important analysis. Thank you both so much.
Time for today's CNBC Money Minute. Now, the end of an era for a major retailer.
And could Barbie be boxed out?
Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Hey, Christina.
Hi, Kate and Clay. Well, let's talk about home insurance first. Home insurance premiums are climbing, but instead of paying up, many Americans are reportedly taking the risk of going without coverage. According to Bankrate, the national average for home insurance based on $250,000 in coverage is now around $1,500, and that's $1,500 a year, which is actually a 20% increase compared to last year. Some tell the Wall Street Journal, though, they can't afford the rates. Others say they've had enough money saved up if something happens to their home. That's why they're choosing not to get it. Nordstrom closed its flagship store in San Francisco on Sunday. The retailer isn't the only one pulling out of the city's downtown area following a post-pandemic downturn. Whole Foods, Anthropologie, and Old Navy also shut down locations there. Barbie is finally getting some box office competition. Gran Turismo slightly edged out the blockbuster, according to studio estimates, but Warner Brothers officials say Barbie still sold more tickets in its 5th weekend, which fell on the discounted National Cinema Day. So that may have helped.
Ah, gotcha.
I mean, those $4 tickets is quite the incentive to go to the movie.
Yeah, they're not normally
anything
normally
like that. And I'm sure it's
Definitely
a great movie.
not in New York.
Yeah, and everyone's in pink. I mean, Barbie still has some good influence for
yeah,
sure.
Yeah, I still have friends going to see Barbie. I finally saw it myself, Christina.
And
I loved it.
Verdict?
I loved it.
Loved it. What's not to love? All right, Christina, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, coming up, the major legal trouble a Spanish soccer official is now facing after kissing a player on the mouth during the Women's World Cup.
Plus, Elton John rushed to the hospital after falling at his home. What we're learning about how he's doing. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
A 20-year-old University of South Carolina student is dead after police say he tried to enter the wrong house. It happened early Saturday morning about 2 miles from campus. Police say the student lived on the street and had just moved in days earlier. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren joins us now with the latest. So, Kristen, what do we know about this shooting and the young victim?
Right, Zinklai. Well, at this point, it appears to be an accident gone terribly wrong. The 20-year-old sophomore at the University of South Carolina has been identified as Nicholas Donofrio. He is from Connecticut originally. This happened at about 2 a.m. on Sunday morning. Originally, the call came in as a burglary. It was then upgraded to shots fired. When Columbia police arrived on the scene, they found Donofrio deceased with a single gunshot wound to the chest. He apparently, as you said, lived nearby on this street. He had just gotten to school a few days before that. He's being remembered today as an exceptional athlete and student. As of now, the police say that they continue to work with the solicitor's office. No charges have been filed. South Carolina has what's called a castle doctrine. And so in some cases, people are allowed to defend force with force when it comes to protecting their home, or if they're in a car or a place of business. It's still unclear at this point what those circumstances were with him trying to get into that home. So the investigation continues at this point. Zinklai?
I'm sure we'll get a lot more answers in the days to come, and just sending our thoughts and prayers to that community and his family. Kristen Dahlgren, thank you so much.
Elton John is back home and in good health, reportedly, after a trip to the hospital this weekend. A representative for Elton John says he slipped and fell yesterday at his home in the south of France. NBC's Maura Barrett is following that story for us. So, Maura, I guess, do we know anything more about what happened and any more details about how he's doing now?
Well, luckily, and I want to reassure you, it does seem like he's doing okay. He is back home and resting with his family in the south of France. We did get some details from a representative. He said that they can confirm that Elton John had slipped yesterday at his home in the south of France, visited a local hospital as a, quote, precautionary measure. And then following checkups, he was immediately discharged this morning and is now back at home. And as you mentioned, in good health. So he did spend the night overnight at a hospital. But again, sounds like it was just precautionary after what was categorized as just a slip. But this might have been concerning to the 76-year-old star because he did suffer a more intense fall just a few years ago. He had to get a serious hip procedure that took some time to recover from. He had to put his farewell tour on hold, actually, following that because of the length of recovery. But he puts on a 3-hour show when he's performing like this, so it's understandable why he needed to pause. But again, this might have just been an inconsequential fall or slip that he just wanted to get double-checked, given that past with his health. He has been staying in the south of France with his husband and his two children after wrapping up his farewell tour in July. And as we know, Elton John has said that he wants to continue creating music, but might put a hold on touring, with the exception of some odd shows here and there because of his physical health and because he wants to spend time with his family, Kate.
Yeah, but we're wishing him all the best. I mean, that wrap-up tour was unbelievable in July when he had his final performance. Maura Barrett, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, coming up, the deadly plane crash off the coast of Australia that killed 3 U.S. Marines. What we're learning about what went wrong. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming for free. You can find us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on NBC News Now. You can watch us at all the places you see on your screen there or wherever you stream live. The news will continue right after this break.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It's the first day of classes for students at New College of Florida. The small state university was once considered one of Florida's most liberal colleges, but students now say campus feels much different today because Florida Governor Ron DeSantis got rid of key school leadership back in January. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky is on New College of Florida's campus right now in Sarasota. So, Noah, what are some of the changes that have taken place at this school, and what are you hearing from students?
I guess it's a different kind of first day jitters here at what has essentially become ground zero for the culture wars on the educational front, higher education at least, in Florida. And what we've seen in just the last 8 months, we saw Governor DeSantis help replace the Board of Trustees, the provost here, the president here. He's helped lead the guidance to change the curriculum. And what we saw this summer, dozens of faculty members left, a big problem on a very small university. And we've seen them dismantle DEI initiatives as well as the gender studies program here. Tons of changes, some that were actually appealing to many new students, but also ones that left a lot of anxiety with existing students. Here's what one new student and one existing student told us.
Conservatives make up a large population of the country, and they want to go to school too, and they want to go without having to have different ideas forced down upon them, which happens a lot.
It feels like I'm a pawn. It feels like New College has become a political playground to try out what these people want the country to be. I'm upset. This is my education.
So there is some optimism on campus, especially from the interim president, who is campaigning to get the full-time job. But in the meantime, he is working with the Board of Trustees, potentially also with the governor, to try and overhaul this school and move it even further to the right. Tonight on Hallie Jackson at 5 o'clock, we'll sit down with the interim president and hear what comes next, his vision for turning what was one of the most liberal schools in the South into maybe one of its most conservative. Guys, we'll see you later.
All right, Noah Pransky, thanks so much. And as you heard from Noah, you'll see more of that reporting on Hallie Jackson now tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern, streaming right here on NBC News Now.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. For the 77th time, Rosalynn Carter celebrated her birthday with her husband by her side. I should have said Rosalynn Carter. The former First Lady turned 96 years old over the weekend. NBC's Richard Louie spoke with the Carter family in their hometown of Plains, Georgia.
At 96 years, it's a birthday milestone for Rosalynn Carter and more. Her younger sister celebrating at their childhood home in Plains. Grandson and great-grandson planting a remembrance tree on the Rosalynn Carter Butterfly Trail in Atlanta. The 35th First Lady marked her day with former President Jimmy Carter and their usual romance.
She always gives me a kiss in the morning. This morning it was such a big kiss.
But son Chip Carter blushed a little.
I turned around because it embarrassed me. And then Dad gave her a card and he led happy birthday this morning. So it was a big deal at the house.
A big deal in how they care for each other today.
She has some dementia now. Once out of 100 days I'll walk in and she won't know who I am. And I think that she's doing really well with it.
She battles the mind, he battles the body.
It wasn't what we expected. He was told he had 5 to 7 days to live when he went into hospice, and that's been 6 months ago. But he's risen from the dead a few times in his lifetime.
The teamwork endures. She physically for him, he mentally for her.
He's losing some weight, but he's still sharp and still got that big grin. You can tell happiness leaks from him.
I look forward to consulting closely with him on a regular basis.
It's an amazing love story. 77 years of being together. All the inside jokes they must have.
Jennifer Olson leads the Rosalynn Carter Institute for Caregivers.
35 years ago, before we were saying the word caregivers, Mrs. Carter was focused on and thinking about this population.
Mrs. Carter became the White House godmother of mental health and caregiving.
She was focused on creating a more caring society.
And is now right in the middle of living through what she preached for decades.
They brought Jimmy in, and she tried to reach around and get his hand, but it was, he was too far back. She couldn't do it, but she tried. I really think that they're waiting for each other.
And for us.
Richard Louie, NBC News, Plains, Georgia.
Just a beautiful story by Richard and a love story.
I was going to say, a good reminder that love exists and can endure.
For 77 years.
Wow. That's what I say. Hashtag goals there.
There you go.
Well, coming up, it's one of the world's biggest mysteries. Does the Loch Ness Monster exist? We'll take you inside the largest hunt for him. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should the expedition should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Just weeks after that devastating fire in Lahaina, a brush fire in Maui forced some evacuations over the weekend. Warning sirens sounded on Saturday afternoon. The grass burned close to a number of homes, but was brought under control, and people did eventually return home after a few hours. The wildfires earlier this month killed at least 115 people. Close to 400 people are still unaccounted for.
Jury selection begins today for the first trial of two teenagers charged with murder after a shooting at an alternative school in Iowa back in January. Two students were killed and the program's founder was hurt. The alleged shooter on trial this week is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, attempted murder, and criminal gang participation. The other suspect is expected to stand trial on the same charges in October.
Presidential candidates are hitting the campaign trail in South Carolina today. The state's former governor, Nikki Haley, is hosting a town hall. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott will speak at an annual Republican gathering, and Ron DeSantis was also set to speak there, but decided to stay in Florida to help prepare for Tropical Storm Idalia. South Carolina, of course, one of the earliest states to vote in the election. This year's primary is scheduled for February 24th.
We turn now to Australia. Investigators are working to figure out just what went wrong during a military training mission that led to the deaths of 3 Marines. It happened on Sunday. Several other service members were injured in the training mission that involved troops from multiple countries. And there are new questions today about the aircraft that crashed. It's called an Osprey, and this is not the first time the troops have been killed or injured in an incident involving one. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube joins us now with the latest. So, Courtney, where exactly does the investigation into the cause of the crash stand right now?
So, Zinclay, at this point, it's still ongoing, and it probably will be for at least another 7 to 10 days on the site there. And the reality is a lot of these sorts of crashes can take weeks and even months until there's a real final determination of what caused here. So at this point, we still don't know. What we do know is that 3 U.S. Marines were killed in this training incident. Another 20 were on board at the time. At least 8 of them remain in the hospital, some of them in pretty serious condition. It occurred on Melville Island, or near Melville Island, which has been one of the sites of this training exercise that's been ongoing now and was scheduled to last for about another week, a little bit more than that, actually, with the U.S., with Australia, and with several other partner nations there in the region. The U.S. military has about 150 Marines who are stationed in Darwin, in Australia. It's been a presence that they've had for several years now, as part of an effort to have more U.S. military, more U.S. troops in the Pacific region as sort of a show of presence and to work with allies there. The reality is that much of the effort there is to show presence against China, who is one of the largest competitors in the region, Zinclay.
And Courtney, let's dig in a bit on this vehicle that crashed, the Osprey. I know there have been other incidents related to it, right?
It's been, I mean, it was plagued with a lot of safety concerns and crashes, deadly crashes, frankly, early on in the program decades ago. But then just in the last year, in 2022, there were 2 deadly crashes that occurred, killing some U.S. Marines. The Osprey, for people who aren't really familiar with it, you can see it here in this video. It looks like a helicopter when it's down on the ground or when it's taking off or even hovering over the ground. But then you can see those rotors there. It's called a tilt rotor aircraft. And what that means is those rotors actually tilt, and then it can fly like an airplane, almost like a prop plane, people might think of. So it's something that's used in most cases by the U.S. Marine Corps and actually by the Air Force as a people mover. So it can carry more than 20 individuals at a time. It's frequently used to move Marines, airmen, and others from place to place. That's why there were so many. In this case, there were so many Marines on board. They were physically moving them from one location to another, Zinclay.
All right, Courtney QB with the latest on this investigation. Thank you so much.
60 years ago today, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his famous speech on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial.
Because I have a dream. My 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
That right there, of course, is Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech, highlighted on the March on Washington, August 28, 1963. It was at the height of the Civil Rights Movement.
On Saturday, thousands of people gathered in our nation's capital to mark the 60th anniversary of that event. And today, President Biden is meeting with members of King's family at the White House.
NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee was at Saturday's march, and we're lucky to have him now. So, Tremaine, I understand you actually spoke with one of Dr. King's children, Martin Luther King Jr. III, and many of them have continued his legacy. What are they saying now?
That's right, continuing the legacy. That was the big takeaway from the march, that it's not a commemoration, it's a continuation. And when we see that old footage of Dr. King, it seems like some far-off universe, some distant time, but really that space in history was very short. And unfortunately, so much of what Dr. King fought for still needs some fighting for today, and that's what his family is doing. Let's take a listen.
What concerns me most is we're at a boiling point where we could go in a direction where we will destroy ourselves. Darkness, Dad said, can't put out darkness. Only light can do that. Violence will never stamp out violence. Only love and nonviolence can do that. So it's creating the climate for that to happen.
Only nonviolence and love can stamp out violence, and unfortunately, we see the shadow of that kind of white supremacist, hate-filled violence rearing its head time and again. Once we think it's gone, it's always latent just under the surface, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, just talking about Jacksonville and the shooting there today. I want to ask about the parallels, because 60 years ago, you think about the fight for equality and the fight for the right to vote and economic inequality, so many issues that are still pervasive as we sit here now. So do you see them sort of as parallel movements?
I think objectively, the progress you've made or the lack of progress should be shameful. We are still a deeply segregated society. The wealth gap is only larger. The crown jewels of the civil rights movement, including the Voting Rights Act, Section 5, was gutted in 2013. So we've seen an erosion of voting rights and access to the franchise, where it's harder to vote now than it was, in the years after the Voting Rights Act. And so when you think about the deep pain that folks are feeling all across this country, and not to just go back to the manifestation manifestation of that kind of racial hate, that violence. But the specter of violence is always there, but there is abstract violence. The abstract violence of not being able to have access to clean water, right, or air, or quality school, or health care. All of the things that Dr. King fought for, unless we forget that he also fought against police brutality. And sadly, less than 5 years after the march, Dr. King was cut down in an act of racial violence in 1968. So, you know, as much as things have changed, sadly, they remain the same.
I mean, with that said, there were so many elders at the march this past weekend who were there 60 years ago. What are they saying?
Well, you know, it's interesting. I think one of the highlights for me being there amongst those thousands of people was to see that generation, the elders who, you know, fought so hard. And then you see a younger generation. And I remember there was an anniversary to one of the Selma marches where President Barack Obama said that when you think there hasn't been much progress, talk to someone who sat at a segregated lunch counter, right? So even though we're talking about how, you know, tough things remain in this country when it comes to racial equity, you know, so many people from a generation before us fought. And now you have young people who are not so angsty as we like to describe them all the time. They're ready to fight and push the needle forward.
Yeah, and pretty cool that we're all sitting here today.
And we're talking about it. And the fact that so many people showed up over the weekend, right?
Thousands.
Yeah.
Speaks to it.
Jermaine Lee, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now to the growing fallout over the Spanish soccer official who kissed a player on the mouth during the Women's World Cup award ceremony. Spanish prosecutors today say they have opened an investigation into Luis Rubiales, the nation's soccer federation chief, and there are calls for him to resign. They're mounting. In a strange twist today, Rubiales' mother announced that she's holding a hunger strike to protest against what she calls her son's, quote, inhumane treatment. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now to break all this down. So, Molly, first of all, what do we know about this investigation by Spanish prosecutors?
Yeah, Kate, there are a lot of moving parts, and that late development about his mother is another twist in this ongoing story. Of course, we have been following it hour by hour. Really, it's only been going, of course, in the last week for about 7 days. There are a lot of different bodies involved. I'll get to the prosecutors in just 1 second. What we're waiting for right now, Kate, in the evening, of course, over here in Europe, is the Spanish FA is meeting, and we are waiting for some kind of outcome or decision from them. There's also a government-linked body, Kate, the Spanish Sports Tribunal. They're also meeting. And, of course, over the weekend, we know that FIFA, the governing body, suspended Rubiales for 90 days, banned him from talking to Jenni Hermoso, of course, the player in question. What we know about the prosecution and about what they are doing, they have opened what they call pre-trial inquiries into the kiss. So they announced today, quote, they believe the facts may constitute an offense of sexual harassment. Now, what happens next? Jenni Hermoso has 15 days to formalize the complaint, Kate. The complaints, though, and the calls for him to resign, Kate, as you mentioned, they're not only mounting, they are getting louder and louder globally.
And Molly, talk about some of the support that Jenni Hermoso is receiving. I mean, how are other men and women's teams across the world responding?
Yeah, not just in Spain, where I am, of course, here in the UK. The Lionesses, of course, they lost to the Spanish in the final. They put out a statement. I think we have that graphic, actually, to put up on the screen. They said unacceptable actions allowed to happen by a sexist and patriarchal organization. Abuse is abuse, and we have all seen the truth. Over the weekend, a lot of pro soccer teams, women's pro soccer teams, the NWSL, all held up signs. They wore wristbands, Kate, saying Contigo, Jenni, we are with you, Jenni. They held up signs. I think we have a picture, actually, of the San Diego Wave doing that. And then we also got a statement in support as well of that FIFA ban from U.S. Soccer. Kate?
All right, Molly Hunter tracking all of that for us. Molly, thanks so much. Let's talk about another dramatic sports moment. It was the end of this year's Little League World Series. California and Curacao all tied up at 5 in the bottom of the 6th inning.
And then this happened.
Challenged him, and this game is over. Louis Lappy does it again. California, your Little League World Series champs on a walk-off home run.
That's right. Louis Lappy with the game-winning home run as the team from El Segundo, California, wins it all 6-5. Here's what Lappy had to say about the clutch homer after the game.
I just knew it was gone. Even before the ball hit the bat, I just knew I put a good swing on it and it was going to go a long way. Take the homer.
I love it. California, by the way, has now won the Little League World Series 8 times, which is the most by any other team in the United States.
Honestly, I'd be jumping up and down, too. That's
right?
pretty cool.
It's the best part of the video is when the whole team is like, yeah!
collective elation, and clearly the announcer was excited.
Yes, I love it all.
All right, well, coming up, we're going to talk about health, because menopause is tough enough, but there's new research showing the transition is even more challenging for women of color. Our doctor will explain why.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. This is the inside of a hot air balloon. Can you see it? A pilot inspecting the balloon at this weekend's Yorkshire Balloon Fiesta in England. The annual festival began in 2017. It features musical acts and balloons from all over Europe. Heavy rain thwarted Sunday's mass launch, but then visitors were able to see the balloons take to the sky on Friday and Saturday before the rain came. So that's good. I used to live in New Mexico. Albuquerque has the Balloon Fiesta. I've been inside a balloon like that.
Whoa, I've been to the festival, not inside. Pretty beautiful. You could call it an optical ballusion.
Oh,
you missed that. You missed that.
More NBC News Daily, more jokes right after this.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammond with everything.
All right, it just did too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, I'll take it, sorry. Aging and the toll that it takes on a woman's body can sometimes feel overwhelming, and the transition can be particularly difficult for women of color.
That's right. New research finds racial disparities in menopause, including how early, how severe, and how long Black and Hispanic women experience menopause compared to their white counterparts. That's according to the Study of Women's Health Across the Nation, also known as SWAN. Joining us now to discuss is CEO of Advancing Health Equity and Emergency Medicine physician Dr. Uche Blackstock. Dr. Blackstock, always good to see you. So first, remind our viewers what the common symptoms of menopause are and what makes the experience different for women of color.
Sure. Thank you, Sinclair, for having me. So menopause, first of all, I want to say it's a natural, normal part of aging. There is a constellation of symptoms: hot sweats, night sweats, mood changes, difficulty with urinating, vaginal dryness, loss of bone strength as well. So it's a lot going on. And there are 3 stages. So there is the perimenopause phase where those symptoms start coming, and that could be from the early 30s 30s to early 40s, and there's menopause where you don't have a period for 12 months consecutively, followed by postmenopause where those symptoms really start resolving and you feel a little bit better.
All right, I'm going to be honest. None of it's great, right? but I wonder, particularly for women of color, are there treatments, are there things you can do to alleviate any of what you just described?
Well, yeah, so there are definitely treatments out there. And so what the research showed, though, is for women of color, they're more likely to have these symptoms earlier onset. So hot flashes for Black women will occur earlier and they're longer duration and be more intense. For Asian women, we're finding chronic pain and anxiety associated with their hot flashes. And for Hispanic women, they're having issues with vaginal dryness. And so we need to make sure that we are alerting our medical professionals to the fact that you can have these array of symptoms. They can start actually earlier than white women, and that there are these treatments out there. There are estrogen treatments replacing the estrogen that is lost as women age. There also are non-hormonal treatments, as well as treatments that target those specific menopausal symptoms.
And in this case, knowledge really is power. I mean, we've talked about menopause on this show before, but I wonder, for women of color, what happens if this goes unmanaged and undiagnosed?
And so that is really like the key. And health professionals need to be educated about this. If we miss perimenopausal and menopausal symptoms, women and patients can go on to develop heart disease. They can go on to develop stroke. They can go on to develop cognitive impairment, so depression and anxiety due to hot flashes, preventing them from being able to have 8 hours of sleep at night. You know, they can't rest. Yeah. And so that's why it's super important that we're able to recognize these symptoms earlier, because we have patients in their late 30s saying, I'm having menopausal symptoms, and health professionals saying, are you sure? I don't think so.
That's what I was just going to ask, because we've done other stories on this broadcast about people of color in particular saying, I'm not being listened to. I'm not being heard by my doctor. So what's your best advice on this issue? How do you get attention if you feel you're not being heard?
Yeah, I actually had a friend reach out to this for the same point and said, my doctor's not listening to me. I said, one, get a second opinion, but also you have to seek out health professionals that actually have expertise in managing menopause. And they're hard to find, but they are out there. They're gynecologists, women health professionals who really focus on menopausal symptoms. They are going to be the ones that are going to be able to correctly diagnose you. So talk to your gynecologist, talk to your friends, go online and find these health professionals who are able to treat your specific symptoms. The fact is that most medical residents only get some training, like an hour or two in treating menopause. 20% of medical residents don't get any training.
So to that end, really briefly here, how can we make sure our doctors are learning culturally competent care?
I know. So very, very important that we know that trainings help to some degree, right, in terms of implicit bias, but we really need for health professionals to listen actively to their patients and respond to their patients' concerns. Otherwise, patients will have to go on and find another professional to talk to.
Dr. Uche Blackstock, thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's much more news ahead.
You're watching Daily.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I saw a large object come right out of the water in front of me. I was wading in the river fishing with fly fishing, and when I got out onto the bank, by the time I got down to the bank, it had disappeared.
Ooh, for centuries, the answer has eluded us, mystified us, made us wonder, could the Loch Ness Monster really actually exist?
Well, this weekend, hundreds of people gathered in Scotland to renew the hunt for the mythical, or perhaps not so mythical, creature. Our Matt Bradley suited up to join the search.
Yeah, I'm here at beautiful Loch Ness, Scotland, and you've probably heard of this place before, and that's why everybody's here. I'm joining the largest search for the Loch Ness Monster in the past 50 years.
It's fascinated generations of curious minds, but this weekend, the Loch Ness Monster is getting another close-up. And this time, I join the hunt for what's being called the biggest Nessie quest in 50 years.
For this region of Scotland, the legend of the Loch Ness Monster is still kind of a big deal. But organizers are hoping that this weekend will excite a new generation of Nessie hunters.
It's about inspiration. For a very selfish reason, I don't want the Loch Ness mystery or the interest in Loch Ness itself to diminish in any way whatsoever at all. So this is why I'm hoping to inspire a new generation of not just Loch Ness Nessie hunters, if you want to call them that, sorry, but just those who are interested in the natural environment.
It'll be hard for Nessie to hide from this high-tech hunt. They're launching drones overhead, scouring the surface, while also listening below.
So we're dropping a hydrophone, which is an underwater microphone, about 60 feet down below the depth. So we're going to be doing some audio testing to find out what noises exist down there.
This is our history behind us. And they're using sonar to map the lake, which has a depth of nearly 800 feet.
If we were right now to sail our way over the top of the Loch Ness Monster, say Nessie herself decided to swim under the boat right now, we are going to get to see her on the screen.
Somewhere in all this dark water, there's a monster lurking, but it's up to us to find it.
Or find her.
What do you think he's like? She, he, we don't know.
I think she has babies and she's looking after them right now, so nobody's seen her.
Oh, she has babies? Okay.
Yeah.
Little Nessies?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's, so that's why she's hiding?
Yes.
The first time they launched it...
Ken Gerhardt traveled from the U.S. for the hunt. He researches animals that live on the fringes of our known reality.
But you've studied Bigfoot, Chupacabra, Mothman, all of these other fantastical ideas. Where does Nessie rank in terms of likelihood?
Personally, I'm 90% convinced that Nessie exists. I've never had a sighting or an observation, but if you immerse yourself in the evidence, you have over 1,000 good sightings that are very consistent descriptions.
Spoiler alert, nobody found the monster this weekend, not even me. And not for lack of trying, but maybe that's not what this is all about. What if it's not real? Would that be annoying?
Maybe, yes. It might be annoying for some people, might be not. It's just a fun myth.
It's just a fun myth?
Yeah, if it's not real.
But are you a believer or not a believer?
I'm a believer.
In a world of high tech and hard facts, it's nice to know there's still a place for magic and mystery.
What would it take for you to decide there's no such thing as the Loch Ness Monster? To put away your binoculars for good?
Well, they would probably need to drain the loch and just prove that nothing has been there and nothing is there. But I think there's always going to be a small part of me that wants to believe.
So short of draining one of the world's largest lakes and checking out every nook and cranny, you're going to believe?
Yeah, I think with everything, someone's always going to say there's going to be something that makes you believe, that wants you to believe. And again, it's the same with every myth out there. It just takes one person to believe in it, it just continues.
So it might not surprise you, but the weekend ended and nobody found the monster. But the search continues, and as you can see, none of these people are giving up anytime soon.
Oh, but it makes such a good legend, doesn't it?
mean,
It's such a good story.
I'm impressed he got in the water. And they say faith is believing in the unseen. So just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not real,
Right.
folks.
As the daughter of a scientist, I have a little bit of trouble with it, but I think it's all good fun. All good fun.
Definitely.
I love how much fun Matt Bradley had getting in the wetsuit.
You know, and the kid. I stand by the kid's stance.
Yes.
Maybe it's a myth. We'll see.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zink Clay. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
Hi, everyone, and a good Monday to you. I'm Zink Clay Asamoah.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, August 28th, 2023, breaking news, Florida on edge. Tropical storm Idalia is rapidly picking up strength as it closes in on the Sunshine State. Now it's set to make landfall as a major hurricane. We're tracking when and where.
Behind the rampage, new details are emerging following that deadly shooting in Jacksonville, Florida. How the community is remembering the lives lost as we learn more about the alleged gunman's troubling past.
Flying under the radar. Could you have been on a flight where the pilot concealed serious health issues? The thousands suspected of doing just that, and what's being done about it now.
And marching on, today marks 60 years since Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. dared Americans to dream of a better future. How his family is trying to keep that dream alive.
My, how far we've come, and it's so good to be here with you today.
Yes, it's nice to be back.
Welcome back. I understand you had a college student now?
I have a college student now, and I had a little bit of rest and relaxation. Good to be back with you all.
Yeah.
We're going to begin with that breaking news this hour. There's that major storm developing right now, forecast to hit Florida as a dangerous hurricane on Wednesday. At this hour, Idalia is a tropical storm off the coast of Cuba. It's intensifying rapidly, though, and already there are flood alerts and evacuation orders in place along the Gulf Coast of Florida.
In a worst-case scenario, if the storm hits at high tide, there could be a storm surge of up to 11 feet in some areas. Let's begin this hour with NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns and NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra. Bill, time out the next 24 to 48 hours for us. What are you watching for?
Yeah, we're going to see a tropical storm going into a hurricane and likely a major hurricane in about 40 hours of time. So this is going to be developing rapidly, and we're trying to get the word out to people in the evacuation zones in western Florida to get out of the way, especially people that are in like the RVs or mobile homes or low-level areas with only houses with one level in them, because that's the issue. So 70-mile-per-hour winds now. By the time we get towards landfall, maybe 120, 125, getting very serious. So we think that the storm could undergo, or likely will undergo, rapid intensification during the day Tuesday, maybe right up until landfall. Notice that Tampa is on the south side of this. Tallahassee is on the west. Our computer models are all pretty much in line right in the middle of those two. We call this the Big Bend area of Florida. This is a very swampy, low-lying area. It's probably the least populated area of all of Florida. So if you're going to get a major hurricane with possibly doing the least amount of damage, this is, likely where you'd want it to hit. But for the people that live here in the small communities, this could be a devastating blow. Notice all of our computer lines are pretty much into the same area. But again, any slight shift will make a huge difference, especially with storm surge. The west coast of Florida is shallow. The water is going to pile up 7 to 11 feet to the right of the center, but even far to the south, Tampa could get 4 to 7 feet. Then, of course, a lot of rain issues from Florida through the Carolinas all day Wednesday and Thursday morning.
All right, Bill, thank you. Let me go over to Marissa Parra. How are people and state officials preparing in Florida for what's coming?
Yeah, so officials are really communicating exactly what we just heard Bill saying, which is that they should be prepared for this to get a lot worse than what we're seeing at this moment. Yes, it is a tropical storm, and people in Florida, as a native Floridian myself, I can tell you, when you hear a tropical storm, you tend to shrug your shoulders, but we're expecting this to get a lot more intense, and what we saw with Hurricane Ian, that developed rapidly. So officials are saying, please take this seriously. They've already issued evacuation orders in certain areas. In the county that we're in right now, within the hour, they actually are issuing mandatory orders for people in those low-lying areas along the coast and in those mobile home areas. So what you'll see over my shoulder, both sides here, you see people picking up sandbags. Some people are picking up sandbags because they're getting ready to evacuate, so they're trying to prep their home. And some people are preparing to weather the storm from inside of their home. So we're going to take you to what we've heard.
Are you going to stay put, or are you going to evacuate?
I'm going to stay put, and I hope I always will. I hope I never have to leave my home.
We're going to tough it out. I'm so grateful that we was able to come and get this sand. I really am.
So we have already seen schools closures across the area. We're seeing cities announcing that different city offerings will also be closed. Regardless, what we're seeing across the board is they are preparing for the worst, but hoping for the best here, guys.
Marissa Parra, Bill Cairns, thanks to you both. Appreciate it.
Today, we're also following breaking news out of North Carolina. Police are responding to reports of an armed and dangerous person on or near the campus of the University of North Carolina.
This is some video that we have coming in from our affiliate WRAL down there. We don't have a lot of details, but the university sent out an alert telling people to shelter in place until further notice.
Right now, police have released this photo of the person they say is a person of interest. At this point, we don't know the name of this person. UNC police say anyone who sees him should keep their distance and call 911 immediately. We're monitoring this developing situation, and we'll bring you updates as we have them.
Meantime, we are learning more today about a deadly shooting in Jacksonville, Florida, that the local sheriff said was clearly a racist attack.
3 people were killed when a white shooter, who police say was targeting black people, opened fire at a Dollar General store. The FBI is now investigating the attack as a hate crime. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from Jacksonville. George, of course, our hearts go out to these families and are aching with them. I mean, the youngest victim, just 19 years old. What more are we learning about the people who were killed, and how's the community doing?
Yeah, good afternoon, Zinkley and Kate. Yes, you're absolutely right. This community is hurting, and you might hear some jackhammering here behind me. That is a fence that was put up here outside of the Dollar General. It looks like they're trying to keep people out of it now that the last car was literally moved this morning. So now that police crime scene there is still active to a degree as, again, they put up this fence. You mentioned the community. There was a vigil here yesterday, hundreds in attendance, people really just taken aback by this showing of love and support. People saying, look, they weren't going to resort to violence. They weren't going to resort to unrest. They just wanted to show the world that they could come together. We talk about the victims. They've all been identified. Angela Carr, who was an Uber driver, and Noel Laguerre Jr., better known as AJ, who was an employee here at the Dollar General. And last but not least, Gerald Gallion, who was known as Little D. I spoke with a relative of his yesterday at that vigil. It was a very emotional conversation. He says he was behind a little girl, some family. They are just devastated by this loss. Here's a little bit more of my conversation with him.
He didn't deserve this at all, you know what I'm saying? The only thing he did was work and take care of his kids. He didn't deserve it. I'm really hurt, and I'm really hurt for his mother. Just trying to do the best I can to stay up for him and his family and look out for his little girl.
Another vigil is planned today to remember more of the victims. But again, guys, the healing here just starting.
Yeah. And George, you know, we always hesitate to talk too much about the shooter. We don't want to glorify any of this horrific violence, but we are learning about the weapons that were used, an AR-15 style rifle, a Glock handgun. We know he was receiving mental health treatment at one point as a teenager, but police are saying that he was able to purchase these weapons legally.
Yeah, that's right. According to the sheriff, TK Waters here, these weapons were purchased legally. There was nothing on his record that would have prevented him from obtaining these weapons about him. He's a man in his 20s, 21-year-old, living with his parents in Clay County, Florida, about 30 minutes from the shooting. He left behind some racist writings that were delivered to both the sheriff, to the media, and to his parents. There's also a suicide note left behind. Some more about just some of the things on his record. We know that there was a domestic violence call that was something to do with the shooter's brother. And then you mentioned that mental health evaluation. That was an involuntary mental health screening known as the Baker Act. But again, the sheriff's saying these weapons were purchased legally. Nothing that would have prevented him from owning them. And the sheriff also saying that it's really hard for this community to make sense of this shooting. They will continue investigating. But again, the people here just united here in the face of all this hatred. Guys.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of violence truly is senseless. George Solis, thanks so much for that update.
We're following several developments today in the election interference cases involving former President Donald Trump.
A federal judge in Washington, D.C. has set a trial date in the special counsel's case for March 4th, 2024. And a judge in Georgia is weighing arguments on whether to move former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows' state case to federal court. As for the former president, his arraignment in Georgia is set for September 6th at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. That is 1 week from Wednesday.
NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley's in Washington for us, and NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is down in Georgia. Ryan, I'll start with you. March 2024 is just 2 months later than the start date that prosecutors had been asking for. Take us through the judge's decision and how the former president's legal team is reacting.
Yeah, you know, I think the special prosecutor's office or special counsel's office is pretty happy with this decision. Essentially, it gives a little bit more time than they would have had if they had set this trial for December with jury selection and then January with the arguments. But the judge essentially disagreed with Trump's argument, essentially, that he needed 2.5 years to get through all this evidence. She sort of set aside this notion that a person was actually going to have to physically look through the millions of pages of evidence that have been presented in this trial, and agreed with the prosecutor's office in their argument that a lot of this had already been available to the former president, whether it be through some of his companies, whether it be his personal material that he produced. Essentially, they didn't need that much time that they were claiming that they did, and they said that, and the judge decided that March 4th would be a significant amount of time for the Trump team to get prepared.
Blaine, let's bring you in. You're on the ground in Georgia. Remind our viewers why Mark Meadows actually wants to move his case to federal court, and how did the judge in Georgia react to that?
Well, the reason that he is arguing that he has grounds to move it is because he says he was acting in his capacity as the White House Chief of Staff, so a federal position at the time of his alleged actions. That's why he says he has grounds to move it. The judge appeared to agree, at least on face. That's why we're having a hearing today to kind of lay out the evidence and dig further into his request to move it. So we know that Mark Meadows, just within the past 10 minutes or so, just wrapped up his testimony. He had been on the stand for the better part of 5 hours throughout the day. A lot of it was answering questions about what his duties entailed as the chief of staff, answering questions, of course, about that infamous phone call from the former president to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, and just answering a number of questions around that. So as to whether or not a judge agrees, time will tell. We don't know quite yet. The hearing is still ongoing, guys.
All right, Blaine Alexander and Ryan Riley, thank you both so much.
Time for today's CNBC Money Minute now. An upcoming announcement from the Biden administration.
And a flaky addition to IHOP's menu nationwide. I'm really hoping it's croissants.
Ooh, that sounds about right. Morgan Brennan joins us now with the answers. Hi, Morgan.
Oh, I have the answers. Well, it's good. It's good to see you guys. The Biden administration is expected to announce 10 drugs this week that will be up for price negotiations. This is the first time the federal government is allowed to negotiate drug prices since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. Analysts expect arthritis, cancer, and diabetes medications to be among the 10 selected for the potential 2026 price reductions. Paris, meantime, is expected to become one of the only European cities to ban rented e-scooters this week. The 3 e-scooter companies in the French capital have all confirmed their combined 15,000 scooter fleet will be removed by September 1st. And here's the answer. Breakfast lovers are in for a treat. IHOP's biscuit menu is now available nationwide for the first time. IHOP's chief marketing officer says the company is looking to boost sales with the fan favorite featured items like the buttermilk biscuit and a chicken biscuit sandwich with gravy. So not croissants, but
I can cope with a biscuit.
biscuits
are good. You know?
All good with biscuits.
Little butter, little jam. All right, Morgan Brennan.
Thank you. Coming up, unfit to fly, why federal investigators are now scrutinizing nearly 5,000 airline pilots. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Just weeks after that devastating fire in Lahaina, a brush fire in Maui forced some evacuations over the weekend. The fire burned close to a number of homes, but was brought under control, and people returned home after a few hours. This is just a few miles, though, from the area where fires earlier this month killed at least 115 people. NBC's Steve Patterson joins us now from Hawaii. Steve, the fire is out, but still a very scary situation for people who live there, I'm sure. What are they telling you? What do we know about the sirens that went off?
Kate, this fire in total was all of 10 acres. It was out in a matter of hours. It caused no damages. It caused no injuries. But, I mean, I've been talking to families on the ground here who have children who see the morning mist and equate that with the fire, who see the sun in the sky and equate that with the fire. The trauma here is real, and this, of course, did not help. It was a very scary situation just a few miles north of Lahaina in an area that burned very close to homes, maybe 15 to 20 feet away. and it did spawn those sirens. It also happened while a woman was being interviewed about all the property that was just lost. I want to play that moment for you. Listen to this.
You've lost your jobs because your business is gone, so hi. I've got to go. I have staff members that are in Kahanapali and they need to be evacuated. So I must go and evacuate more staff right now.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Take the word out.
Okay. Unreal there. The sirens did go off. Notable because they did not go off during the fire that destroyed the town of Lahaina. It may lend some credence to the fact that now they're more vigilant about sounding those sirens no matter what. And that's the case that happened there. Kate.
All right, Steve Patterson for us. He's been in Hawaii a long time now. Keep up the great reporting, Steve. Thank you.
Close to 400 people are still unaccounted for after those deadly fires on Maui. For their family members, the desperate search for answers is just the first step in a long grieving process. NBC's Stephen Romo spoke to one survivor who lost 4 loved ones.
The grief is still fresh for Holly Tone.
Some days I wake up and I forget, you know? So it's hard to accept it all again. This picture was from my college graduation.
Her parents, sister, and 7-year-old nephew died in the Hawaii wildfires, trapped in a vehicle as they tried to escape the flames.
They left at the same time, but only one of the cars made it out.
Holly's brother was in a car ahead of them, but the smoke was so thick, they got separated.
And we kind of spent the day looking for my parents. I went to all the shelters and the hospitals.
Her brother eventually going back to Lahaina, only to find their remains in that burned out car.
And I remember just hanging up because I could hear his voice cracking.
The aftermath of the wildfires now keeping the family from even being able to plan the funerals.
When you don't have the remains in your possession, we don't want to set a date and then have to push it back.
Holly, like so many others left picking up the pieces after these fires, is dealing with a great deal of trauma.
This is one of the only pictures I took. You can kind of see the smoke getting a little thicker on this side.
Living day by day, not sure what the future will hold.
But I think everything all at once is super hard, your childhood home, the town that you know so well, as everything starts adding up, you know?
She's finding it difficult to stay in a place with so many now painful memories, but she's also not willing to give up on her home.
But I think that everyone should get the opportunity to have what we had before. Obviously it's not going to be the same, but we can try, you know?
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
So much trauma there. Coming up, honoring Dr. King's dream. On the 60th anniversary of his I Have a Dream speech, MLK's family reflects on the progress made and the work still very much to be done. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
So when was the last time you went to the mall? It seems like we're now a society of online shopping, right? And same-day deliveries. But believe it or not, even though some malls are disappearing, more and more people are still shopping at brick and mortar at malls that do still exist. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan joins us now. Courtney, you know, we've seen all these reports about malls turning into apartments, I've been talking about pickleball courts with some of my friends in malls. What is the latest here? What are we really seeing? Are we seeing a comeback of the mall?
Yeah, Kate, that is true, certainly. We are definitely seeing some malls close, but that doesn't mean that all malls are dying. As a matter of fact, the strongest malls are actually getting a little bit stronger. If you look at some of the traffic data over the last several months, Placer.ai says May was stronger than the month before, June was stronger than May, July was stronger than June. Because especially this time of year, you've got a certain cohort of shoppers that still really like going to the mall for back-to-school clothes. And I'm largely talking about teens. So just like any business, only the strongest will survive. And so not all malls are disappearing. And actually, some of them have weathered a little bit better than some might have thought through the pandemic. Some of the malls that often get a B grade are kind of starting to look a little bit shinier, perhaps, than others had thought that they would look.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I'm one of those people that for back to school, I want to, you know, go to the Target store and go to the actual mall. But I'm old school. So what else is driving this trend, and how is it going post-pandemic as well?
Yeah, exactly. So you know what? Teens really like to socialize, and certainly that's going to impact and help certain brands more than others. I actually spoke with the Abercrombie & Fitch CEO. The company, of course, owns both the Abercrombie brands and the Hollister brands. Here's what she had to say.
The teen consumer still loves to go to the mall. They still love to socialize with their friends. And even if they start their purchase online for research, they will still come to the store. The majority of our business in Hollister is still done in stores.
And what's really interesting is so many people, of course, are using both. And so that means in some cases conversion is up, meaning when people go to the mall, they're actually leaving with a purchase more than they were before. So they go with the intent to shop. They've sort of pre-shopped, used the app or the website, and they know what they're looking for. And maybe the store is just that final check for fit and style. And then they check out. So it's a more productive trip.
It's not just the Friday night hang anymore at the mall. Courtney Reagan, thank you so much.
Thanks.
In today's Daily Health, we're going to focus on how you can get a better night's sleep. There's a new study out today from Harvard, and it has a new recommendation on bedroom temperature for adults over the age of 50. The standard recommendation has always been 65 degrees Fahrenheit, but the new sleep study suggests that older adults' optimal sleep temperature is actually between 68 and 77 degrees. Joining us now is Dr. Carol Ash. She's a sleep expert at Robert Wood Johnson Barnabas Health. Dr. Ash, thank you for being here. So why do adults over 50 tend to sleep better in a warmer bedroom?
Well, Kate, as you said, it's 65 degrees that we've always stated. And what we have is a problem with thermoregulation in older adults. And we believe that thermoregulation is not as robust in adults. And so they need a little bit more of a warmer room to allow them to really transition into sleep and get that deep sleep that we really all look for. That's the magic, you know, all the things that happen there in sleep, the good physical and mental health. So it's the thermoregulation that we believe is a problem in older adults.
I mean, with that said, it makes me wonder if 65 degrees is no longer optimal for people over the age of 50, what might that actually mean for those who are younger?
Well, Kate, it's a very good point, because all adults, we've said 65 degrees. And as you suggested, this study was 50 and older. So we probably need another study that would look at people younger than 50. 65 is quite chilly. I leave my room at 68 degrees. So, no matter what the temperature actually is, you have to remember it's really personal to you. It's only a 1 or 2 degree temperature drop from your normal waking temperature of 98.6 degrees. So you could use, these wearable tech and monitor your sleep, adjust the temperature 1 or 2 degrees, and see if you're no longer tossing and turning. Because they found that once the temperature is 77 degrees or more, a lot of tossing and turning, and you lose sleep. 5 to 10% decrease in your sleep.
Absolutely. I know I'm a warm sleeper, and everyone kind of sleeps differently. Dr. Carol Ash, thank you so much, and thanks for watching Daily.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Now is raw. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A judge has ruled that the trial for the father of the Highland Park shooter will continue. His lawyers had previously argued that he could not be held accountable for his son's attack, but prosecutors say he is responsible because he signed the firearm identification application. He was indicted on 7 counts of reckless conduct, 1 for each person killed by his son. The trial is set to begin November 6th.
Tesla is facing 2 trials involving its autopilot feature. The first lawsuit, scheduled for mid-September, alleges the autopilot system caused a 2019 crash where the car suddenly veered off a highway, crashed into a palm tree east of Los Angeles. 1 person was killed and 2 more seriously injured there, including an 8-year-old boy. The second trial, set for early October, alleges autopilot failed to brake, steer, or avoid a collision that killed a man north of Miami. That crash also happened in 2019. Tesla has denied liability for both accidents and blamed driver error. The company said autopilot is safe when drivers pay attention and keep their hands on the wheel.
Singer Elton John is reportedly at home and in good health after spending the night in a hospital. According to his representative, John was hospitalized with minor injuries after slipping and falling at his house last night in the south of France. The 76-year-old has been spending time there with his husband and 2 children after finishing his final tour earlier this summer.
In Australia, investigators are working to figure out what went wrong during a military training mission that led to the deaths of 3 U.S. Marines. This happened on Sunday. Several other service members were injured in a training mission that involved troops from multiple countries. And there are new questions today about the aircraft that crashed. It's called an Osprey. This isn't the first time troops have been killed or injured in an accident involving one of those aircraft. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube knows all about this. She joins us now. Courtney, where does the investigation into the cause of this crash stand today?
It's ongoing, and the reality is it's still pretty early stages of the investigation. We aren't likely to know a real final cause of this crash for some time, Kate. But you mentioned that the Osprey has had a difficult history. There was an issue over the course of about a decade, from 2012 until 2022, where Ospreys had a problem with the clutch. It was what ended up being a relatively basic mechanical issue, but it was believed to have been tied to a number of crashes. There were 2 in 2022 alone, one in Norway, one in California that killed 5 Marines. But most of those problems had been fixed over the last year and a half now. So we don't really have a good sense yet of what caused this crash. These Ospreys, which you can see on screen here now, they're called a tilt rotor aircraft. Now, what that means is they take off, they land, and they can hover like a helicopter, what we see right there, with those rotors. But when they get up to a certain altitude, the rotors can actually tilt forward and they can fly like a plane, meaning that they can fly at a pretty fast pace. They also are used primarily by the Marine Corps and the Air Force as a people mover. They can carry up more than 20 people, upwards of 24 individuals at a time. We know that there were 23 people on this Osprey aircraft when it crashed right near Melville Island off the coast of Australia, Kate.
All right, Courtney Kube, our Pentagon correspondent. Courtney, thank you.
Federal officials are investigating nearly 5,000 pilots for allegedly falsifying their medical records to hide conditions that could prevent them from flying. According to the Washington Post, the pilots are military veterans who failed to report they were also collecting benefits for disabilities. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello joins us now. So, Tom, nearly 5,000 pilots, that is a big number. How much of a risk does this pose to people who are flying on commercial airplanes, every day?
Yeah, the FAA thinks it's a minimal risk at best. And let's be clear, the vast majority of these pilots are not commercial pilots, right? These are people flying business jets, for example. They may be also flying a cargo flight. They may have tour operator type of licenses. But yes, the concern here, as the FAA was double-checking its list, it found that it had about 5,000 people collecting benefits from the VA for disability. So these are veterans, people who served mostly, a lot of them anyway, in Iraq and Afghanistan. They had some disabilities. They are collecting disability benefits from the VA, but they tell the FAA they're perfectly healthy. So there's a contradiction there. They are required by law to be fully transparent with the FAA. In the words of one investigator, it's not unreasonable, or it would be more like human nature that people over-exaggerate to the VA what their disability is and then underreport it to the FAA. And so now the FAA is working through all of these cases and contacting these pilots.
That's an interesting point. What has the FAA said about this?
So right now they've told 60 pilots, 60, that they can't fly, period. And their disabilities could range from a serious mental health issue to a serious heart issue, for example. Of the 4,800 pilots investigated, half of the cases have already been closed, as you see there, and only 600. Now, yes, 600 are licensed to fly passenger airlines, but that's 600 out of almost 5,000. They're working through this step by step, and the FAA says, listen, we're giving pilots the opportunity now to come clean, to tell us, okay, what is the truth? What's the reality about why you're receiving disability benefits from the VA? And then you need to go through full transparency with us and go through a full medical checkup. And there are waivers for specific conditions. But the FAA is also saying we are very mindful that these are veterans. Many of them were wounded or injured in the line of duty, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. And so the FAA is trying to give them that flexibility while also making sure that it's safe.
More to come, I'm sure. Tom Costello, thanks so much.
You bet.
60 years ago today, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his most famous speech on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial.
Says, I have a dream. My 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech highlighted the March on Washington on August 28, 1963. It was at the height of the civil rights movement, and on Saturday, thousands gathered on our nation's capital to mark the 60th anniversary of that event. Today, President Biden met with members of King's family at the White House. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Trymaine Lee here in studio, and also Dr. Russell Wigginton, president of the National Civil Rights Museum in Memphis. Trymaine, let's start with you. You actually spoke to one of Dr. King's children, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. III. What are they saying about continuing their father's work?
That's right. Martin Luther King III really put things in perspective. We think about history as if it was a long, faraway time that Dr. King did all this work, we got civil rights, and that was over. But the way he framed it is that, you know, this work is on a continuum, right? It started with Dr. King, but it's incumbent upon this generation, all of us, to make sure we carry the torch forward. Let's take a listen.
The clock has been turned back in so many areas, whether it's history of African Americans being skewed in a direction that is not accurate. We need the full history and understanding of the impact. Something is wrong in this climate right now, and we have to make a dramatic turn. So that's why this is not a celebration. This is really about moving forward.
His father talked about the fierce urgency of now, and it sounds like Martin Luther King III is picking up that mantle.
Trymaine, thank you. I want to turn to Dr. Wigginton. 60 years ago, you know, the March on Washington was focused on the right to vote, on economic inequality, on ending racial discrimination. It strikes all of us that these things are still happening. What do we learn from the past to change things going forward?
That's absolutely correct. There is still a call for urgency at this particular moment. 60 years ago, when Dr. King made that speech, it was a galvanizing moment and it was inspiring to so many people. But the work has trickled over that last 60 years. While we had some important legislation that came in the next year or two, the actual work that needs to be done has come to a modest amount. And it's also important that 55 years ago, we remember that Dr. King was assassinated on the balcony of the Lorraine Motel, where we now house the National Civil Rights Museum.
No, that's a really important point. A lot to celebrate, but also a lot to mourn, and work continues. Trymaine, it also strikes me that this work spans generations. We were talking about the march just last week, and our floor director, Joel Fulton's father, was actually at the march back in 1963. We have kind of a cool photo right there. On the right is Joel, on the very same spot where his father was on the left 60 years ago. Of course, his story is not an anomaly, because on Saturday, so many others shared that continuity. So what did they tell you about passing the torch to the next generation?
These are the deep contradictions, right? On one hand, we lament the work unfinished. But on the other hand, this weekend, seeing so many people, tens of thousands of people of all generations, older and younger, coming together, and the older folks having that kind of duality, saying, like, it's amazing that we're able to pass the torch to a new generation who's hungry for freedom. But again, it's sad that so much work needs to be done. But then talking to young folks who are leaning on the elders to say, you know what, I know the job is unfinished, but we're leaning on you and your wisdom to try to get through. There were so many beautiful moments. But also seeing Dr. King's son, but then also his granddaughter, Yolanda Renee King, 15 years old, a brilliant orator who clearly inherited some of her grandfather's skills.
I mean, clearly, she was even outspoken, I believe, enough is enough, those protests just years ago. And so clearly it runs in the family.
I want to let Dr. Wigginton have the final word here. When you hear the words, I have a dream, what do you think now?
I think that we should point to today's 12-year-old and ask them what they're dreaming about. What's the world they want to live in? And we have an obligation to set them up to have the world and the dream that they desire. That's what Dr. King would want.
Trymaine Lee, Dr. Russell Wigginton, to our floor director, Joel, who's standing right over here. Joel, thank you for sharing that beautiful photo. And thanks to all of you.
Thank you so much. Well, coming up, gymnastics superstar Simone Biles is still on top after winning her 8th U.S. gymnastics title. Next stop, Paris. What she's saying about her return to the Olympics next summer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now to the growing fallout over the Spanish soccer official who kissed a player on the mouth during the Women's World Cup award ceremony. Spanish prosecutors today say they have opened an investigation into Luis Rubiales, the nation's soccer federation chief, and there are calls for him to resign. They're mounting. In a strange twist today, Rubiales' mother announced that she's holding a hunger strike to protest against what she calls her son's, quote, inhumane treatment. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now to break all this down. So, Molly, first of all, what do we know about this investigation by Spanish prosecutors?
Yeah, Kate, there are a lot of moving parts, and that late development about his mother is another twist in this ongoing story. Of course, we have been following it hour by hour. Really, it's only been going, of course, in the last week for about 7 days. There are a lot of different bodies involved. I'll get to the prosecutors in just 1 second. What we're waiting for right now, Kate, in the evening, of course, over here in Europe, is the Spanish FA is meeting, and we are waiting for some kind of outcome or decision from them. There's also a government-linked body, Kate, the Spanish Sports Tribunal. They're also meeting. And, of course, over the weekend, we know that FIFA, the governing body, suspended Rubiales for 90 days, banned him from talking to Jenni Hermoso, of course, the player in question. What we know about the prosecution and about what they are doing, they have opened what they call pre-trial inquiries into the kiss. So they announced today, quote, they believe the facts may constitute an offense of sexual harassment. Now, what happens next? Jenni Hermoso has 15 days to formalize the complaint, Kate. The complaints, though, and the calls for him to resign, Kate, as you mentioned, they're not only mounting, they are getting louder and louder globally.
And Molly, talk about some of the support that Jenni Hermoso is receiving. I mean, how are other men and women's teams across the world responding?
Yeah, not just in Spain, where I am, of course, here in the UK. The Lionesses, of course, they lost to the Spanish in the final. They put out a statement. I think we have that graphic, actually, to put up on the screen. They said unacceptable actions allowed to happen by a sexist and patriarchal organization. Abuse is abuse, and we have all seen the truth. Over the weekend, a lot of pro soccer teams, women's pro soccer teams, the NWSL, all held up signs. They wore wristbands, Kate, saying Contiga, Jenni, we are with you, Jenni. They held up signs. I think we have a picture, actually, of the San Diego Wave doing that. And then we also got a statement in support as well of that FIFA ban from U.S. Soccer. Kate?
All right, Molly Hunter tracking all of that for us. Molly, thanks so much.
Staying on sports, Olympic gold medalist Simone Biles showed us once again why she's still got the greatest gymnast of all time title.
Yeah, exactly. Over the weekend, Biles won her record 8th U.S. championship after returning from a 2-year break from competition. And with the Paris Olympics now less than a year away, this could be the beginning of an historic comeback, right? Joining us now, senior writer for The Athletic, Kalyn Kahler. Kalyn, Team USA posted a photo on X. I want to show it, formerly known as Twitter. It says, quote, Simone Biles ate this up. Get it? 8. Talk to us about the significance of Biles' win and what it could mean for next year's Olympics.
Yeah, Simone is back, and she's not only back, but she's better than maybe we've ever seen her before. And there's one event on vault that she's really doing something that is completely unprecedented. She is performing the Yurchenko double pike, which is a vault that no other woman has ever done. And it is so dangerous that her coach actually is willing to take the deduction. It's a 5/10 deduction to stand on the mat to actually spot her while she does it. Because if something does go wrong, it is so complicated and so dangerous that he's willing to take that deduction because it is such a high scoring vault. She scored a 15-7 on that vault at championships, and that is like an unheard of score. I mean, anything above a 14 is where you want to see your elite world championship level competitors. And so Simone just completely blew that out of the water. And, you know, she excelled on floor as well, and she did super well there. And she's just, I mean, she is back. And like I said, she is better than we've seen her before.
I mean, Kalyn, clearly Biles is bold, and she was bold when she stepped away from gymnastics to focus on her mental health, right? That followed the last Olympic Games in Tokyo. So what is she saying about that time, how she's doing now? I hear you say a few times she's better than before.
Yeah, so she really has made a big impact in the mental health space because she's been super vocal about what she experienced in Tokyo. And actually, a couple of weeks ago, when she first returned to competition in Chicago for the U.S. Classic, I was there, and she spoke a lot about how the experience in Tokyo. She wanted to go into that Olympics to do it for herself, and that was her goal. But she said she was unable to do that because of internal and external pressure. And she talked about the pressure on social media, but also the pressure from the USA Gymnastics internal leadership team. She wouldn't say who, but she said somebody on that team called her the gold medal token, which is putting a lot of pressure on one athlete and one gymnast to perform. And we all know she's the greatest of all time. She's the GOAT, but that was a lot that weighed heavily on her. And so she's spoken a lot about that. She has since seen therapists. I think she sees a sports psychologist weekly. And I think just by talking about it, she's been able to overcome it and bring awareness to it.
Just about 30 seconds left, real quick. What about others? What about the non-Simone Biles? Suni Lee, Jade Carey, how do they do and what do we expect?
Yeah, so there's three more returning Olympians from the 6 that were in the 2022 or the 2021 Olympics, and that's Suni Lee, Jordan Childs, and Jade Carey.
Yeah.
Suni only did 2 events because she has a kidney illness that she's coming back from. Jade did well on both, but we still need to see more from her.
Kaylin, thank you.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, as rescuers continue to search for missing people in Maui, other people are looking to bring some healing to the community that is obviously still reeling.
NBC's Steve Patterson visited an after-school program helping children find solace in the sea.
Much has been said about the calm that comes
You got it, dude.
just from feeling the sky kiss the sea. Fitting that in its darkest hour, this small stretch of sand in West Maui is where the community is starting to come back.
This is the first time all of the families in West Maui will have been in like one place since the fire. So I just expect a lot of joy.
In Lahaina, Tamara Conniff co-founded Mana Mentors, a skate and surf after-school program. Until the wildfire took it all away.
Oh my
apple.
Tamara's home was destroyed. She says she's lucky her and her 3 children made it out alive, but she soon noticed, not without scars.
My 3.5-year-old always wants to talk about the fires.
That's when she knew her life's work had to continue. Now, once again, an escape. For Maui kids to be, well, Maui kids again.
You just came from the water. How's it feel?
It was fun, yeah. It feels super nice to be in the water.
Definitely like the ocean changes things.
Uncle Bully will put you in the right spot.
Over the years, Lahaina legend Robert Cotter, affectionately known as Uncle Bully, has taught most of these kids how to surf. Now he's teaching them how to heal.
Joy is one of the most powerful tools as far as medicine goes to helping people recover.
Go, Gray, go!
Tamara says as long as there's a little need for a slice of joy, she'll be ready with the boards.
They don't know where they're going to live. They don't know when their kid's school is going to be ready. There's so many unknowns right now. That's one thing. We want to give some certainty in a time where there is no certainty.
A wave of ocean therapy, washing in just when it's needed most. Steve Patterson, NBC News, Maui.
Sometimes water is just what you need.
You know, it heals. It's so important for those young people to have a space to process.
Steve, thank you for that.
Well, let's take a look now at some of the other stories trending right now.
Hundreds of people tuned in to West Point Military Academy today to watch a nearly 200-year-old mystery finally be solved. The Academy live streamed this opening of a lead box believed to be a time capsule left by cadets back in the 1820s. So, what was inside?
I have to know.
Absolutely nothing. The Academy believes that there might have been something organic in the box that eroded or, dissolved over time. They say they're going to run tests on the silt and the rock and see if maybe something was in there at one point.
Okay, that's what we call underwhelming. But here's something that might be a little overwhelming. Shakira, the Colombian superstar, will become the first South American artist to receive the VMA's Video Vanguard Award on September 12th. Previous winners of the coveted award include David Bowie, Beyonce, and Janet Jackson. It will be a big night, though, for Shakira, since she is also a 4-time nominee this year and will perform on the VMA stage for the first time in 17 whole years.
Go Shakira.
Yeah.
Wow. A big weekend at the box office. Moviegoers got out there and celebrated National Cinema Day. Sony says that Gran Turismo opened this weekend with $17.3 million. That tops Barbie for this weekend by more than $2 million.
Wow.
But all is still rosy in Barbie's world. Don't worry, the movie surpassed Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 this weekend.
Whoa.
So Barbie now becomes Warner Brothers Discovery's highest grossing global release ever.
Honestly, a flex, not just for Barbie, but Greta Gerwig. I mean, a good moment for women directors.
Right?
Yes,
Exactly.
we love to see that. Well, let's talk about a field of dreams for one California Little League team over the weekend. They're from El Segundo, and they took home the win in the Little League World Series. They beat out Curaçao. Thank you, Curaçao. Hello, 6-5, despite giving up a 4-run lead. This was the first time the LA-based team made it to the finals, earning California, get this, its 8th title, the most by any U.S. state.
Look at the celebration. I love it.
I mean,
those guys are having so much fun.
I'd be jumping up and down, too.
Right. If I hit a home run at the Champion World Series, yeah. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zing Clay. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top Story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If it's Monday, a federal judge orders former President Trump to stand trial the day before Super Tuesday, setting the special counsel's 2020 election interference case on a collision course with the race for the White House. Plus, President Biden condemns the racially motivated shooting in Jacksonville, Florida, that killed 3 and left a community reeling, as officials identify the 3 black victims and release new details on the gunman and his hate-fueled ideology. And bracing for Idalia, Florida declares a state of emergency. Disaster crews hit the ground, and Governor DeSantis leaves the campaign trail as the state prepares for a potential Category 3 hurricane to slam its Gulf Coast. Welcome to Meet the Press. Now I'm Ryan Nobles in for Kristen Welker on another remarkable day here in Washington, as a federal judge has just scheduled one of the most important trials in our democracy's history, alongside one of the most important days on next year's presidential calendar. Following a contentious hearing between federal prosecutors and Donald Trump's attorneys, Judge Tanya Chutkan ruled that the former president will stand trial on March 4th of next year to face criminal charges that he orchestrated a conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election. So here it is, folks. Look at this. The current legal calendar facing the Republican frontrunner, with today's trial date now the 3rd confirmed criminal trial set to begin in 2024. Tangled between the start of the Republican presidential primary in Iowa and the Republican convention ahead of Election Day. Not only that, but today's news puts the start of Trump's election interference trial on the eve of Super Tuesday, which is typically the single biggest day of the nominating contest. Now, we should note that Judge Chutkan made her ruling after a hearing in which Trump attorney John Lauro accused special counsel Jack Smith's prosecutors of seeking what he called a show trial, while insisting that Trump's attorneys won't have enough time to prepare. All of this playing out amid another key legal hearing tied to the criminal case of election interference in Georgia, as Mr. Trump's former White House chief of staff and co-defendant Mark Meadows testified in court as he tries to move his case out of Fulton County to federal court. For more now, I'm joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dilanian, NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander in Atlanta, and Tim Hempy, the former U.S. attorney who served, of course, as the lead investigator for the January 6th Select Committee. So, Ken, let's start with you. How the heck is all of this going to work? How are they going to schedule all of this and make it happen?
Well, first of all, Ryan, it's important to note that this date is not set in stone. There's every reason to believe there will be additional delays, but it's deeply significant that the judge ruled that essentially this trial is going to happen at some point before the election, and maybe even before the Republicans reach a decision on a nominee, which is huge. And the judge reached that decision by having very little patience for the arguments from Donald Trump's defense team today that, look, there's just so much discovery, so many documents we have to go through that we need 2 years to prepare. So their proposal of April 2026 was a non-starter for Judge Tanya Chutkan. She said that right away, and she begged them essentially to offer a more reasonable alternative, and they just refused to do it. And so what she ended up with was a date that was really just 2 months distant from the January proposal of Jack Smith.
And you mentioned this could still get pushed back a little bit more, but by setting a marker in March, is she actually probably zeroing in on maybe May or June for the actual start of this trial?
Your guess is as good as mine on that. But, you know, for example, there are things that can delay it. Like Trump attorney John Lauro today said that he was going to argue and make a motion that Donald Trump is immune through presidential immunity from these criminal charges. That's the kind of thing that could be appealed all the way up to the Supreme Court before there is a trial. So that's going to take some time. That could delay things. There are other issues that could delay things. And so, you know, we don't really know when this is going to go to trial, but on this timetable, it seems likely that it would be at least before the November 2024 election.
So was this decision then a victory for the special counsel?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
100%.
Explain why.
Because the judge really adopted their view of the case, which is that, that there's a reasonable time frame here for the defense to get ready that's not 2 years, and that they don't need to actually read 12.8 million pages of documents that have been turned over. We live in an electronic age. They can do keyword searches. And she also made it very clear in a number of occasions inside the courtroom that she's going to treat Donald Trump like any other defendant. He doesn't get any special deference because he's running for president. In fact, he's like any other prominent defendant, a CEO or someone with a busy schedule. He's going to have to adjust his schedule to meet her schedule. And she also said that she had communicated with the judge in New York about, deconflicting, because he's also set a trial date for March, and it sounds like they're going to work that out.
And your point that he's not going to be treated any differently than any other defendant was definitely a point she made, but she did make note of the fact that he has all these other legal issues. You mentioned the situation in Manhattan. Is she going to take into account all the other things that he's dealing with as well in terms of his legal problems and other courtrooms he may need to sit in?
She will, but it seems like she's got first position now. She's kind of out ahead of the other judges in terms of setting this early trial date. And a lot of legal experts believe that this is the case most likely to go to trial first. We're all focusing on the Atlanta case because that just happened.
Right.
That's a complex case with a lot of defendants and a lot of room for delays, and it's a state prosecutor who has a history of having trouble picking a jury in a racketeering case. So I'm not confident that that case, for example, would go ahead of this very similar case in Washington.
Okay, Ken, you're setting up Blayne Alexander now, who is in Atlanta, to talk more about the situation there. Of course, Mark Meadows testifying today, actually on the stand. Do we have any sense as to what came out of today's hearing as to whether or not this case is going to be moved to federal court?
Well, we do know, Ryan, that there are still a lot left to go. We know that Mark Meadows just wrapped up his testimony not too long ago. He spent the better part of 5 hours on the stand, and that's notable because we started the day not even knowing whether or not he was going to come down to Georgia. So the fact that we saw him walk into that federal courtroom and then saw him stay on the stand for about 5 hours was remarkable in and of itself. So we know right now Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is on the stand. He's answering questions, of course, about that infamous phone call from the then president to him right now. But there are 4 people who were subpoenaed to testify today. We've only gotten through part of one of them, so I would suspect that this is still going to likely go for some time. We don't expect the judge to rule from the bench on this, so we still have some days to wait and see what the decision is on this.
And you touched on this a little bit, Blayne, but maybe expand upon it even more. I mean, there was a chance Mark Meadows wasn't even going to be in the courtroom. How surprised were folks paying attention to this hearing that he actually got on the witness stand?
I think it was very notable. Remember, he was the one who was fighting the most vigorously to avoid having to surrender at the Fulton County Jail. So really, he was trying to stop himself from coming down to Georgia almost in any capacity in the first place. So the fact that obviously that request was denied, he turned himself in at the jail just like all of the other co-defendants. But yes, there was a lot of question among those who were covering this, who were watching this very closely, as to what role he was going to play in today's hearing. So hearing from him, though, on the stand certainly was notable because we heard from him for the first time in his own words about a number of the things that we knew the DA was looking into and ultimately made their way into that indictment, right?
Yeah, there were so many people who wanted to hear his perspective. This was the first time since this controversy really began. We also got some news about the former president. His arraignment now expected to take place on September 6th in Georgia. What could we expect to happen on that day?
Ryan, we can expect a mighty long day on September 6th. That's because it's not just the former president. He kind of kicks things off. His is set for 9:30 that morning, but then every few minutes thereafter into the afternoon, we are seeing defendant after defendant after defendant set to go before a judge for their own arraignment. So we're talking about a rather lengthy day. The hanging questions, of course, in all of this is what will those arraignments look like? Will the former president or any of the defendants actually appear in person? Is virtual still on the table, as we had been told for quite some time that it is, or will they waive their appearances altogether? Those are all the questions that remain to be seen. But as it's stacked right now, September 6th at 9:30 a.m. is when the former president is set to go before a judge here in Georgia.
Okay, Blayne Alexander, Ken Dilanian, thanks to both of you. Let's bring in Tim now to get his perspective on all of this. So, Tim, are you confident that Donald Trump's D.C. trial is going to take place on or around the date that was set today by Judge Chutkan, or could something delay it?
On or around, yes, absolutely. Look, the Federal Speedy Trial Act provides a right for both sides to have a trial within 70 days or up to 6 months thereafter if it's a particularly complex case. It sounds like Judge Chutkan just essentially extended this to the very end of that statutory period, right? The Federal Speedy Trial Act contemplates a trial right away if the defendant or the government wants it and there's no impediment, or at most up to 6 months later. She's applying that standard. It's been clear from the beginning, since the very first proceeding before Judge Chutkan, or even the magistrate judge before Judge Chutkan, that she's determined to move this case along. There's a vital public interest in a speedy resolution. Today, she noted that a lot of the information that will be presented in that case has been public, going back to our hearings or even before with some of the reporting. So yes, I think it's absolutely clear that barring something really unexpected, that trial is going to happen close in time to the March 4th trial date that she set today.
So to that end, did you get any sense of how Judge Chutkan will handle this case moving forward based on what you saw happen today?
Look, she's a no-nonsense judge. She's very smart, very capable, and very experienced. And I think she's demonstrated that thus far by holding lawyers to timeframes, setting deadlines, expecting briefing, resolving cases quickly. I think she will be resistant to anything that is designed to delay. And I think the other factor that plays into this, Ryan, is that the president's really incendiary public statements that have the potential to impact a jury pool or put parties and witnesses to the case at risk actually are a good argument to hasten trial. The sooner we get this case to trial, the sort of more you're minimizing the potential damage of his pretrial statement. So all of this is contributing to her moving the case very, very quickly.
And one of the arguments that the Trump legal team has made is that they just don't have enough time to go through all the discovery, terabytes of information that they need to go through. But the judge told John Lauro, the Trump attorney, that the grand jury investigation's been public knowledge since last September, that his lawyers should have been reviewing these documents and preparing for this indictment. Does that seem fair, especially since Lauro himself has only been Trump's attorney for a few months?
Yes, absolutely. It's fair. Again, what the judge wants to make sure is that the defendant's team has an adequate opportunity to understand the evidence that will be presented against them. It sounds like the government has already completed discovery, has provided everything and then some that the law requires them to disclose in advance. And the key thing that Judge Chutkan relied upon today is that a lot of those facts have been public knowledge for some time. All of our materials, for example, the Select Committee's information, which really forms the spine of the factual allegations in this case, were made public in very early January. So there isn't a lot in the discovery material, I expect, that is new to the president's defense team.
Speaking of your work on the January 6th Select Committee, let's turn to Georgia now. Mark Meadows took the stand, answering questions that I know your committee and your investigators desperately wanted to ask him and never got that chance. Was it risky for him to take the stand today?
It's certainly rare, Ryan, for a defendant in a criminal case to take the stand in a pretrial hearing. It suggests to me that the Meadows defense team considers this to be a pretty significant and important motion, and they're putting their best case forward on the motion, even if it makes it a little bit more difficult for them at trial. And the line Meadows is trying to draw seems to be, hey, I'm doing all of this in my professional capacity because it's my responsibility to monitor what the president is doing. The problem is that he did a lot more than monitor. He actively participated in the call to Brad Raffensperger, facilitating calls on behalf of the president. It sounds from the reporting about his testimony that he paints himself as this sort of neutral observer, that is, it's in his professional interest to keep track of what the president is doing. The likely response to that is he was actually doing a lot of very affirmative things separate and apart from what monitoring the president that forwarded this intentional scheme to disrupt the joint session. So I think that's what will be the key factual distinction the judge will have to resolve.
And obviously there's a lot to unpack about Mark Meadows' role in all of this, but the specific argument he was making today is that he was acting in his official capacity as a White House chief of staff, and therefore this case should be in federal court. Do you think he has a case or an argument to be made in that respect?
Look, he's made the same argument with respect to executive privilege, right? When he refused initially to testify before the grand jury, he said, I'm beyond the reach of this because everything is protected by an executive privilege because I was doing it all in my official capacity. The judge in D.C. disagreed and said there are subject matters that are beyond executive privilege because they were beyond the scope of your responsibility as White House Chief of Staff. It's essentially the same analysis for the judge in Atlanta. The argument by the DA will be a lot of what Mr. Meadows did was not pursuant to his professional responsibilities as Chief of Staff, but was a campaign type activity that exceeded the sort of job description of his time as Chief of Staff.
And then finally, Meadows, of course, under indictment for his role in trying to overturn the election in Fulton County. But in the federal case, he's still considered to be an unindicted co-conspirator. Does he still risk being charged in that case as well?
Yeah, look, yes, absolutely. The special counsel put forward the very surgical indictment that seems designed to be adjudicated quickly. He did not charge all of the co-conspirators as the DA in Georgia did. He charged the main principal proximate cause of the threat to the joint session. But there are a lot of people that have exposure that may yet be charged or may be thinking about some sort of deal to cooperate in lieu of being charged. Meadows is in that category.
All right, Tim Hemke, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Unique perspective on all of this, so we're glad to have you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Turning now to some breaking news that we're following, a developing situation in North Carolina, where the University of North Carolina's Chapel Hill campus is on lockdown as police search for a suspect amid reports of shots fired. There's been no injuries or deaths reported. And moments ago, our NBC affiliate WRAL reported that the suspect is now in custody. It comes after the UNC police tweeted this photo of a person of interest in today's armed and dangerous situation, warning people to keep their distance from this person and call 911 if they see them. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins me now with more. So, Julia, what do we know about this situation?
Well, it looks like we've actually have some good news, at least for the people who have been on lockdown all day, or at least since 1 o'clock in Chapel Hill. The police there, the UNC police, just alerted, all clear, resume normal activities. But this is without the police putting out a statement saying the suspect is in custody. We were able to get that from WRAL that this suspect, this person of interest, was taken into custody. It hasn't been confirmed here by NBC News, and the police haven't officially said that. In fact, they haven't had a press conference. They've actually been a little reluctant on information today, but now, according to their alert system, they're putting out the all clear. This is after they canceled all activities on campus for the day, canceled all classes, but now they're saying it's safe to return. So we'll keep you updated on the situation and to see exactly what we can learn about this person of interest. We were told this was an armed and dangerous person situation. They did not call it a shooting or an active shooting. They didn't talk about people being wounded or injured. There was an earlier report of one shot being fired. And when we were able to track down the identity of this person, who you see here on your screen, we learned here at NBC he's a graduate student at UNC Chapel Hill. So that's what we have right now. We can't independently confirm he's in custody, but right now the police are feeling safe enough to tell people on that campus and in that community that they are no longer under lockdown.
Yeah, so just to reiterate that point, Julia, at one point the campus was on lockdown. They were telling people to shelter in place, but now they've cleared it and said that it's safe for people to leave.
That's right. They have already canceled all those activities and classes, but they can resume daily activities as they were. But we're still looking for more details. Was this a personal motivation, a grievance perhaps? Why was this person armed and dangerous, and what exactly led to this full force law enforcement response that we saw here in Chapel Hill today, just a week after they started classes?
Okay, Julia Ainsley with the breaking news. Thank you so much, Julia. And coming up, Jacksonville in mourning. We'll have the latest on that deadly, racially motivated attack at a Dollar General store in Jacksonville, Florida, as a community tries to come to terms with what happened and remember the victims. Plus, Tropical Storm Idalia is churning through the Gulf of Mexico and is headed for Florida's west coast, where it's expected to intensify into a major Cat 3 hurricane. You're watching Meet the Press now.
come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. The community of Jacksonville, Florida is grieving today after 3 black people were shot and killed at a Dollar General store on Saturday. The sheriff's office is calling it a racially motivated attack. The 3 victims were identified as Angela Michelle Carr, Gerald Deshaun Gallion, and Enolt Joseph Laguerre Jr., who was an employee at the store. Police released this video showing the shooter in a tactical vest before opening fire in the parking lot and then inside the store. The 21-year-old gunman then took his own life. Officials say the shooter left behind a suicide note as well as several pages of racist writings. The FBI is investigating the shooting as a hate crime. Last hour, during an event commemorating the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington, President Biden briefly addressed the shooting.
As I've said to the country, we can't let hate prevail, and it's on the rise. It's not diminishing. Silence, I believe, as we've all said many times, silence is complicity. We're not going to remain silent. And so we have to act against this hate-fueled violence.
And I'm pleased to be joined now by Jacksonville's Sheriff, T.K. Waters. Sheriff, thank you so much for being here. I know you spoke with President Biden. What was his message, and what did the two of you talk about?
Well, one, he was very supportive of our community. And basically, some of the things he said just then in that clip, how there's no place for hate. And I agree 100%. There's no place for hate in our community and any community in this country.
So what have you learned at this point in your investigation about the gunman, and what is the status of your investigation at this point?
Well, you know, an investigation like this, when you have something so sudden happen and so tragic, you have to start from the end of that event and move backwards. So we're moving backwards, and we've uncovered some more things that we're going to share with our community in an hour or so. I think it's very important for us to know about. And listen, I don't want to talk about him too much. I do know that he was a racist. He did not like people of color. He didn't like black people. He did not. That was very, very clear in his writings. It was a diary of a madman who, I won't give him mental illness, maybe, but I'll say he calculated what he wanted to do and he carried it out in our city.
So to that end, do you have any idea why he chose to stop at Edward Waters University first? And did he have any connection to the school?
Well, there's some more information coming out, so I would hold on to that thought of Edward Waters University first. We're gonna release some more information here, and like I said, in about an hour or so to our community to explain his movements that day.
Okay, so let's talk about the shooter prior to all of this. He was temporarily restrained under the Baker Act, but then was still able to purchase a gun legally. I know you were frustrated by the fact that he was able to purchase that gun legally. What does Florida need to do? Should it expand its red flag laws to prevent something like this from happening?
Well, in 2017, he was a 15-year-old juvenile, which adds a whole nother layer of protections for people. But I'll say this, he went in under a 72-hour observation. He was not declared mentally ill. Well, from what we have, from the information we were able to gather, the gun dealers were able to do the proper checks from everything we've seen. He was able to purchase the guns illegally, but he used an object to conduct an evil act in our community. And we just don't know why he did it, other than he didn't like a certain group of people, and that was black people.
I want to play for you what Senator Tim Scott had to say about the shooting in Jacksonville. Take a listen.
We saw 3 African Americans die because of the color of their skin over the weekend. That's devastating. We obviously released a statement, but more importantly, we released our prayers. We have to combat violence in this country, and specifically racism, when it leads to death, without any question. And
I guess the question I have for you is, given the fact that he was able to purchase this gun legally, just walk into a convenience store. I mean, how do you prevent this kind of violence? What resources do you need?
Oh, the investigative process is long. So you have to be able, this person has to pop up on your radar for us to be able to track and follow. And there has to be something there outside of a 15-year-old that was submitted into a Baker Act. And we just didn't have that. He purchased those guns illegally. This was an evil man. This was a wicked man who did something with a gun that, you know, quite frankly, it's very difficult to stop if you don't know ahead of time that something like this is going to happen.
Now, we've seen other hate-based shootings in places like Buffalo, New York, Pittsburgh, El Paso. Have you been able to speak to any of those officials from those communities about how they've handled these kind of incidents and what you can do to make sure that your community feels safe again?
We have not spoken to any of those communities. What we have done is we've watched. This is my 32nd year in law enforcement. I have a brilliant team of people in this building that we are working constantly on ways to combat this kind of violence, whether it be racial violence, which quite frankly, this was 100% racist, or just regular violence within our community. We are confident in our agency and what we are able to accomplish, and we are confident in our city and the people in this city. And we're going to still work really hard every single day to make sure we can keep our community members safe.
Sure. We obviously saw the reaction that Governor DeSantis got at the vigil. Do you think that he's personally done enough to address gun violence and in particular race-based hate crimes in your community?
I think the governor's responsibility is to govern this state. It's a sheriff's responsibility to govern a city or to deal with safety in the city. He gives us in our legislature, in our governors, the folks in our local governments give us the tools in place to be able to fight that. So I would say Governor DeSantis is very supportive. He's done the things that he's needed to do for us. I do know that this morning he announced some money to some of our communities and some of the families. It's our job as law enforcement officials to handle law enforcement issues, and we are going to continue to do that and work that.
Okay, well, Sheriff Waters, you have a monumental task in front of you as this investigation unfolds, and then the future challenges you have keeping your community safe. We appreciate you taking the time, and we'll look forward to that information you say that you're going to release here in the next hour or so. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And after the break, evacuations are underway as Florida braces for impact. What to expect from Tropical Storm Idalia as it nears Florida's west coast and is expected to intensify into a major hurricane. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You got to see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Florida is bracing as Tropical Storm Idalia is expected to intensify into a Category 3 hurricane before hitting the state. The National Weather Service warns Idalia could bring dangerous storm surge and flash flooding in parts of the west coast of Florida and the Florida Panhandle as early as tomorrow. President Biden has already approved the state's emergency declaration ahead of the storm. And Governor Ron DeSantis, who has left the campaign trail to help manage the disaster preparations, is back home and urging residents to heed the warnings of local officials.
This is going to be a powerful hurricane, and this is absolutely going to impact the state of Florida in many, many different ways. So please heed the directives from your local officials. Please make the appropriate accommodations and take the appropriate precautions. We'll have all these people there. They're going to be able to help everyone get back on their feet. But you got to do what you need to do to protect yourself and your family on the front end.
Joining me now with the latest on the storm is NBC's meteorologist Bill Karen. So, Bill, update us now. What's the current path of this storm, and do we expect any deviation at all before landfall?
Yeah, Ryan, we never give up on these things until they actually get close to shore. But this one, as far as where it's going, has been pretty consistent over the weekend and right through today. The intensity, that's a different story. Intensity is always the hardest thing to forecast. We're much better at saying where they're going to go than at what intensity they'll be when it gets there. So right now, it's at the top end of a tropical storm. At any time now, it could kick up to a hurricane, and it is now passing from the Caribbean into the southern portions of the Gulf of Mexico. The storm is as close as it's going to get now to the tip of western Cuba. The Hurricane Center's forecast, again, this was about from 11 a.m. Eastern time. The new one's coming out in roughly about a half hour from right now, and I don't expect many changes. They do have it going away from Key West and Fort Myers. That's good news for them. And then, but from Tampa northwards is where you get close to that cone of uncertainty. So the really Apalachicola, Tallahassee, Cross City, Gainesville to Tampa, that's the area of greatest concern. Hurricane Center has it intensifying up to a major hurricane right before a landfall. So my rule of thumb is always assume it could be one worse. So anywhere between a category 2 to 4 at landfall. Our computer models are all these different color lines. The Hurricane Center's forecast is a black line. You notice we're really targeting what we call the Big Bend area of Florida. This is a really swampy, mostly unpopulated region. So if we get a powerful hurricane anywhere in Florida, this is probably where you want it because this is where the least number of people live. But for the few people that do live in this area, this would be one of the worst storms they've ever seen. And as far as the biggest concern goes, it's storm surge, just like it was with Ian and many other powerful hurricanes, 7 to 11 feet above where the water normally is. Florida is very flat. Some of the cities in here are below like 10 feet. So you can almost picture what 7 to 11 feet of water. And that's why they're telling everyone to get out of this region. And even to the south here, this onshore wind out ahead of the storm is going to increase seas, as much as 4 to 7 feet rain, even in Tampa Bay itself. And that's why they've done Zone A evacuations right along the immediate coast. They're getting people out of barrier islands, RV parks, mobile homes, one-story level dwellings. All those people, they're saying they got to get out now.
And what's the biggest concern right now? Is it going to be wind? Is it rain? Is it both? Or flooding? What are we most concerned with right now?
Yeah, the number one concern with any tropical storm that takes the most lives is not wind, it is water. And typically it's when the storm surge comes in. The other thing is you get the inland flooding, you get the river flooding, and that also can be deadly. So as far as we get the landfall, we deal with the storm surge Wednesday morning. After that, the storm surge concerns will shift up to the coastline of South Carolina and Georgia, especially with that high tide Wednesday evening during the full moon. That's when we could see very high water levels here, even though the storm will be much weaker at that time. And this area of maroon here, moderate risk of flash flooding. So we're going to have the coastal flooding coming in. At the same time, we're going to be raining from the skies, pouring, and that water is going to be trying to head down to the coast. So we just got way too much water, Ryan, and that's the concern. The winds will have some damage, but if we get that landfall in that Big Bend area where there's not a lot of people living, not a lot of cities or towns, it'll mostly be just wind damage to trees.
All right. Hopefully everyone taking the proper precautions in Florida. Bill, thank you so much for that update. Turning now to Hawaii, where Maui's main power company is pushing back on allegations that it was the cause of the deadly wildfire that killed at least 115 people. Hawaiian Electric says their grids were, quote, de-energized for over 6 hours by the time a fire broke out in West Maui. Last week, Maui County filed a lawsuit against the Hawaiian Electric, claiming the fires could have been avoided if the company shut down power. The company admits an earlier fire on that same day as the Lahaina fire was likely caused by downed power lines, but says that fire was 100% extinguished. Meanwhile, the cause of the deadly Lahaina fire is still under investigation. On a local, state, and federal level, hundreds remain missing and thousands of structures have been destroyed. Up next, the battle for South Carolina. Rival Republican presidential candidates Tim Scott and Nikki Haley both barnstorm their home state as they try to peel off votes from the field's frontrunner in one of the most important contests. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the conditions should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. South Carolina voters are seeing some familiar faces on the campaign trail, with former state governor Nikki Haley and their current senator Tim Scott both on the stump in the Palmetto State ahead of their third in the nation primary contest. Scott has 4 events lined up in South Carolina today and is using the occasion to lay out an education plan. Haley just wrapped up a packed town hall just south of Charlotte. It was her first one since last week's debate in Milwaukee. Joining me now to talk about all this is Camila DeShellis. She's the congressional reporter for The Washington Post. Faz Shakir, the senior advisor to Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders, and Brendan Buck, a former advisor to Republican speakers John Boehner and Paul Ryan, and he's also an NBC News political analyst. So, Camila, let's talk about this. I mean, what do you make of this effort by Haley and Scott? Taking different approaches, really largely ignoring President Trump, and Nikki Haley saying stuff like this. Take a listen.
Donald Trump is a friend of mine. It was an honor to serve in the administration and work on foreign policy with him, and I agree with a lot of his policies. But the fact is, I don't know if it's 4 or 5 or 6 or how many indictments it is now, but he's going to spend a lot of time in a courtroom and not on a campaign trail. And my concern is we cannot have Kamala Harris as president. We can't chance this.
Haley did appear to have a pretty good debate performance if you read the reviews after the fact. I mean, where do you think she stands in this race right now?
I mean, I think what's pretty noticeable is that her campaign put out a statement saying that she received the most online donations from that debate in the last 24 hours after that than at any point in time during her campaign. And I think that's really telling. A lot of her supporters came out saying that she was very poised, that when she talked about abortion, that she's really trying to curry favor and try to talk to the independent Republicans or those voters that haven't made up their mind on who to support. Her going after Trump, I mean, that was also a topic of conversation at the debate. And it was very clear that Trump still has a robust support group. I've talked to several voters in Atlanta when he was being arraigned in the courtroom, and a lot of them went out to the streets to show their support for him. So to ignore that, you can't, but also to limit on the fact that this is not just one indictment he's facing. He's facing several criminal charges, and that may take up his time. It's her putting this out is just something that we kind of all know at this point.
You know, Brendan, if you closed your eyes and you watched Nikki Haley talk at that debate, you might have thought maybe we were back in 2012, 2008, a different time for the Republican Party. She was doing things like defending aid to Ukraine and saying that Trump can't win a general election. But is she campaigning for a party that no longer exists, that Trump is now in control of?
Yeah, that's the big question. And when she had that big moment with Vivek Ramaswamy, it was very impressive. You were like, wow, she really took it to him. But then you have to stop and remember, he's probably closer to where most Republican voters are right now on the issue of Ukraine, which is what they were talking about. Right. So you have to step back and say, you know, what are the voters actually looking for? That, what she just said right there, is one of the most interesting things I've seen this entire campaign. That's as forward-leaning, criticizing Donald Trump as I've heard any candidate not named Chris Christie so far. And she did it a little bit in the debate. And if she starts changing her tune, like, I think that is a great message. You can't outright criticize Donald Trump and say he's just a terribly bad guy if you're a Republican. People are going to tune you out. Make the point that you supported him when he was there, but you need to make an argument of why he can't be your nominee right now. And she started to do that. That's actually really impressive.
Yeah, to that point, Faz, let's talk about Donald Trump's ongoing legal peril, which seems to grow by the day. Cedric Richmond, who obviously is a top advisor to President Biden, said that Democrats are just not going to touch Trump's legal jeopardy. Take a listen to how he responded to that question.
Well, the president has said from the beginning that he wanted an independent Justice Department, and we have just that. So we're not going to comment. We're not going to focus on Donald Trump's legal problems. We will let the justice system take care of what the justice system should take care of.
Is that a sustainable plan for the Biden campaign? Should they be pointing out these legal troubles of the former president?
Well, a lot of other people are doing that work for them right now, so I think it's an easy posture for them to take, that there's going to be a bunch of commentators on TV like ourselves and others around the country who are talking about Trump nonstop. But I think at some point they are trying to figure out what their posture has to be in order to take him on directly. You're right. I mean, you're implying the answer to the question, which is that you can't hold this position for very long. At some point, you're going to have to move into general election posture and start making arguments against Donald Trump, many of which are familiar to them. They've made them before, and they'll probably make them again. That said, right now, let him dig his own hole with the internal Republican Civil War.
And of course, what's going to be unique about all this, Camila, is that there's going to be trials taking place while voters are voting. When you take a look at Trump's legal calendar, you compare that to when the primaries and when the caucuses are going to take place. How is this going to be sustainable for Trump and his campaign?
I mean, that is the defining question, and whether that will sway voters to either detract from him and look at other candidates or to stick by his side. I mean, it can go both ways. I've talked to multiple people across the country just about where they stand in support of him, and it's divided. There's a camp who believe that the charges against Trump are totally invalid, and there's another camp that says that they want a Republican candidate to run for presidency that doesn't have as much baggage as the former president. You know, you see him on the campaign trail, and he talks about draining the swamp, and he can't really make that argument this time around, just given the fact that he was in the Oval Office for 4 years. And so they're kind of on his campaign side, kind of banking on the side that people are going to stick to their disposition and say that the charges against him are completely false and this is a partisan attack against him. But this still remains to be seen. There's still so many months out of the election campaign, and you see these other candidates kind of making a little bit more headway and talking directly to the American people. But whether they're messaging and actually really talking to the voters on getting them to support them, that's what we're going to be seeing in the upcoming months.
To Camila's point, Brendan, could there be a bit of a sugar high with Donald Trump? You know, he's raising money by putting his mugshot all over coffee mugs and T-shirts. They say they've raised $7 million selling merchandise like this. Could people be excited about it right now just because they're caught up in everything? But once the trial starts, once the evidence starts to be laid out, when they see him dealing with the trial as opposed to a campaign, could there be a little bit of fatigue associated there?
Well, I will say I've been waiting for the Donald Trump hangover for 7 or 8 years. And we haven't quite gotten there yet, so we'll see. But I don't think that this timeline could set up any worse. I mean, you're effectively starting the trial, you are starting the trial the day before Super Tuesday. At that point, Donald Trump could very clearly have sewn up the nomination at that point. And then you start going to trial, and day after day after day, you're starting to face these facts that are really ugly, and it could weaken him by the point that it's too late to change your nominee. So if you're Joe Biden, you got to be looking at this like that sets up perfectly for me.
Yeah. So, Faz, let's turn now to the suggestions that your boss, Senator Bernie Sanders, had for Joe Biden's campaign on the Meet the Press show on Sunday. He basically said that he should just be focusing on the issues, that is what is going to drive voters to the polls. Can he run an effective campaign without mentioning Trump?
No. You've got to mention Trump, but I think you also have to generate enthusiasm around some fights. And Joe Biden, while wonderful at talking about his accomplishments, often ducks the what would be tense fights, whether they be fights against corporations that he's taking on, pharmaceutical companies. They're about to announce these 10 prescription drugs. Have you ever heard them talk about pharma? And I think what you hear us saying is if you're going to move in this progressive policy making, you got to couple it with progressive politics. You got to tell people we're in a big fight. And the historical lineage that Bernie Sanders was referring to was FDR. FDR laid this out after his first term. He said, I welcome the hatred of those who are up against me. We're in some big fights, stick with me, and he wins by a landslide. And I think that's where we're trying to urge a politics that doesn't say, oh, we're doing great things in America while everyone's suffering. You're saying we're doing great things, and we got some big fights to pick on your behalf.
And I think what's important to note is that Bernie Sanders is not the only person that's brought this up. I talked to several freshman Democrats in Congress right now, which they're probably talking to senior advisors around Biden and saying, you need to do more to get out the word message more about what exactly you've done in the last 4 years, because it's just not enough to pass a bill and say, okay, this is how it's helping the American people. People want to see you on the ground actually really touting your accomplishments. So there is a internal dialogue that's happening that I've been hearing others, Democrats really kind of privately lament about, hey, we need to be a little bit more effective on the messaging part. It's not enough just to get bills passed. We really need to tout that, and how we do it is really going to make a difference.
I mean, that is kind of a unique place for Senator Sanders to be, right, Faz? He's normally the guy saying we're not doing enough. Right. So for him to tell the president, you've actually done a pretty good job here, you need to get out and tout that, that's pretty remarkable, right?
Yeah, but it also leveled the reality with people that if you have America who's still suffering, in large part. You don't BS them. You don't say, hey, your life is amazing now because I'm in office. Right. Your life is improving, but you're still struggling out there. And that's why I've got left work undone here. And I've got some people who are taking on. That's what we're trying to urge. There's a fight and a friction that's missing in action. Right. And I think Biden is better positioned not only to have the foil against Donald Trump, but to show that he's taking on corporate America as well.
All right, we're running out of time, but quickly, Brendan. Glenn Youngkin, we have some reporting from our Gary Grumbach that he's talking about potentially a 15-week abortion ban in Virginia. Virginia, the last state in the South to not have any restrictions on abortion. Is this him, setting the stage to potentially run for president and jump into this race if the DeSantis campaign in particular continues to falter?
Yeah, I checked in with folks close to them. I think what this is them seeing that what's happening right now for most Republicans is not working. Sitting back, waiting for Democrats to hit you on it is not working. Doing a 6-week abortion ban is not working. I think this is him trying to take a little more control of the situation, maybe find what he's calling a consensus middle ground. Maybe it won't work, but clearly what we know, the path Republicans are on right now isn't working very well politically.
And Camila, it doesn't matter unless he can win back those 2 state houses in the fall election, right?
Right. And I mean, this is something where, again, to your point, this is where the Republican Party is shifting, but you have some kind of dissenting and saying, hey, maybe we're going too extreme on these policies. We need to kind of dial it back because in this upcoming general election, people are going to be looking at where Republicans are standing, and that is going to kind of cast whether they support Republican candidates or they start backing away from them.
All right, Camila, Brendan, Faz, thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. Still to come, my interview with the top Democrat on the House Select Committee on China as the Biden administration sends another cabinet member to Beijing in an attempt to ease tensions. That interview's next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Secretary of Commerce, I should say, Gina Raimondo is the latest member of the administration to visit China as the White House seeks to improve ties with Beijing and Washington. Raimondo kicked off the trip with a meeting with her Chinese counterpart, calling it, quote, profoundly important for the two countries to have a stable economic relationship, but added there was, quote, no room to compromise or negotiate on matters of national security. Joining me now is Illinois Congressman Raja Krishnamoorthi, who is, of course, the ranking member on the House committee focused on competition with China. So, Congressman, what do you hope to see stem from this trip? What areas do you think we can build an economic relationship with China that doesn't butt up against our national security issues?
Well, I think that the most important message that I'm hoping that Secretary Raimondo takes to them is that, if we want to have a win-win relationship economically, the CCP needs to cease with its economic aggression, and for that matter, its security aggression. But with regard to economic aggression, that goes to issues of not dumping products below their cost to drive businesses here out of business, but not engaging in cyber hacking or dumping or cyber theft and forced technology transfer. Those types of practices really sour the mood, the economic mood, and are counterproductive to what I believe the Chinese need to reverse the tailspin that their economy is in.
Now, this is, of course, not the first trip from a cabinet member this summer. We also had Secretaries Yellen and Blinken that have also visited. Is that a good sign, or does it cause you any level of concern over the diplomatic relationship with China?
No, I think the Biden administration should be commended for this level of engagement. When we're talking, we're not fighting. Of course, actions speak louder than words. And so now we need to see actions that kind of match the softened rhetoric on the part of the CCP. And so we'll see in the days and weeks to come whether they actually change their behavior.
So this tension with China comes as the BRICS bloc of developing nations expanded its membership. This is something that Beijing has heavily pushed for. Does that effort make the effort to define the boundaries on our economic relationship that much more important?
I think it's always important, regardless of what's happening with regard to other partnerships, that we explain to the CCP kind of the rules of the road that we expect them to observe as they do business with us. Raiding our businesses in China right now under the guise of counter-espionage laws, shrouding in secrecy various economic data about their economy, and basically doing those things that make it difficult to do business with the CCP are types of actions that they should avoid if they want to improve their relationship.
Are you concerned at all that BRICS becomes an economic bloc that can truly counter the G7?
No, I'm not concerned. I think Russia is apparently one of the BRICS, and Russia is a disaster, as you know. In fact, Vladimir Putin didn't even show up to the BRICS summit because there's a warrant for his arrest issued by the International Criminal Court, and South Africa asked him not to come. So, with leadership like that, I'm not really concerned. And we have strong partnerships with some of the member countries in BRICS, such as India, which is, of course, a key strategic partner to us economically and from a security standpoint.
So you've called the president's executive order restricting certain investments in China as an essential step. Can you improve economic ties while still defending national security? Are those goals always going to be at odds, though? How do you reconcile those two things?
It's very easy. They should not, for instance, use our investments or know-how or technical information that they gain from the U.S. To, for instance, perpetrate the genocide against the Uyghurs in the Xinjiang province, which they're doing using, some of our know-how to perfect their facial recognition technology and artificial intelligence technology. They should also not use our AI against us, whether it's being used in hypersonic missiles or their nuclear weapons program and so forth. That's where I think those export controls are very important.
And what more should Congress do? You said the executive action is not enough. Is there bipartisan support to put in some sort of restraints?
I think that, first of all, I'm very glad about what the Biden administration did. I think that's a very important first step. The question is, what other types of investments might be fueling some of these technologies that could harm our national interests or our values? They could even be passive investments that come from the United States into various funds in China. And so we have to take a look at the broad sweep of these types of investments as we kind of move forward.
Okay, so let's turn now to the 2024 election. And Cedric Richmond, the president's top advisor, said yesterday that the president's not going to make Donald Trump's legal troubles central to his campaign. As a supporter of the president, do you think that's a mistake? And is he going to have to address it come the general election?
No, it's not a mistake. I think everybody knows about Donald Trump's legal troubles and the 91 charges across 4 indictments relative to him. I think President Biden needs to talk about the future. And what is he going to do to improve people's health care, their educational prospects, and their job prospects? I think that's what's most important and on the minds of Americans, and certainly my constituents.
There have been some murmurs that Democrats should perhaps put up a primary challenger to the president. Is that something you think should be considered? Would he even maybe perhaps benefit from a robust primary?
I don't think that there should be a primary challenge. I think President Biden has done a tremendous job. Whether it's the CHIPS and Science Act or the bipartisan infrastructure bill, or it's the Inflation Reduction Act and what we're seeing with regard to the IRA, I think that he has accomplished in 2.5 years what other administrations haven't accomplished across 8 years. And so I believe that he should be our nominee.
All right, Congressman Raja Krishnamoorthi, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. But NBC News coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
The latest track just in a couple of seconds ago from the National Hurricane Center on that powerful system set to threaten a deadly storm surge up and down the Gulf Coast of Florida. We're going to take you live to the center of the action on what could end up as a serious Category 3 storm. Plus, also breaking tonight, the lockdown lifting in just the last couple of minutes at UNC Chapel Hill. The search for a person of interest in a possible shooting there, and what we're hearing from campus police and students. Then some just terrifying video of a rescue chopper dropping out of the sky, with new questions tonight on how this deadly crash could have happened. We'll have the latest on where the investigation stands. And the soccer scandal that will not go away. As we learned tonight, the head of the Spanish Federation is now the target of a criminal investigation after kissing the women's team's star player. His mother now on a hunger strike. Protesters now calling for a reckoning over machismo. So what's next? We're live overseas, and we're live down south for our original tonight on this first day of school for a now transformed college at the center of Governor Ron DeSantis' controversial curriculum overhaul. We've got more on the college culture wars coming up. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are starting tonight with the latest track on Tropical Storm Idalia. In just the last 2 minutes, we've learned it is getting closer to hurricane strength, and it has shifted. So Tampa, the city of Tampa, is just outside the cone. You see the latest track here, again, just into us here, as this storm is expected to make landfall in Florida early Wednesday morning, late Tuesday night, as at least a Category 3 hurricane. It'll be the first big hurricane of this year's Atlantic season to hit the U.S. We're talking about a storm surge that could be dangerous, tons of wind, a state of emergency already in place for nearly 50 counties, including most of the west coast of Florida. Some people being told they must evacuate. Others are being told, get ready for it. You've got schools and colleges shutting down now in dozens of places starting tomorrow. And the big airport in the area also closing, with Tampa International saying nothing's going to fly in or out starting around midnight Tuesday. The state's governor, Ron DeSantis, jumping off the 2024 campaign trail to be on the ground as the hurricane rolls in, warning people to be ready as the storm will get even stronger as it gets closer. Watch.
It looks like it's going to continue to strengthen over the very warm waters of the Gulf, but it's the surge in the water that is really the most deadly when it comes to these hurricanes.
Marissa Parra is live for us there in Tampa. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is also standing by. And Bill, because we have just gotten the track in, I want to go to you first. This National Hurricane Center update is in within literally the last 4 minutes here. What's it telling us that we didn't know before?
Well, it's telling us that we're getting closer to the landfall, and we're still not having a direct hit on the Tampa area where the highest population center is, because that's the biggest fear, right? I mean, the biggest fear is that we have a strengthening storm up to a Category 3 or 4, and all of a sudden it's heading towards Tampa. As of now, we're still about 40 hours away from the landfall. It looks like it's more towards the Big Bend in Florida. So as you mentioned, not quite a hurricane yet, still has a little bit of wind shear, but Tuesday should be an entire 24-hour period of just a strengthening storm over very warm water. So the Hurricane Center brings up to 120. They say it still could intensify after that. So, we could possibly be bordering on a Cat 4 at landfall. It wouldn't surprise me at all. In between Tallahassee and just north of the Tampa area. This region here is very swampy. I've driven most of it. I've been out here to Cedar Key. There's not a lot out here. Very, very small towns, some fishing villages, but that's about it. They're telling all of these people, get out of there. Don't even be near this place. Go away, because it's very flat, it's very swampy, and when this comes on shore with the storm surge, they want people to survive. We're in the mode of saving lives right now and trying to tell the right people to get out and who has to evacuate. It's nice to see Tampa out of the cone, but the cone of uncertainty shows the storm could be over here or could be over here. The closer the storm is to Tampa, the more storm surge they will get. It does not have to be a direct hit for Tampa to have a horrific storm surge, and that's one of the concerns. Our computer models, yesterday they were kind of pointing at Cedar Key and Cross City. They've shifted a little bit closer towards Tallahassee, so the Hurricane Center is that black line. It hasn't really changed much. We're not really seeing many trends. We're calling it, for the most part, saying the forecast where it's heading is not changing. And here's the storm surge forecast. This area that I was telling you about, the Cedar Key location, 7 to 11 feet. That is a lot of water in areas that are very shallow. And then about 6 to 9 feet. Notice, far away from the center, even in Tampa Bay, a 4 to 7 foot storm surge. That's why they're evacuating everyone on the Barrier Islands and right along the coastal peninsula. We call it Zone A. They're telling people to get out of their RVs, their mobile homes, any low-level dwellings. They're being told to evacuate. And then, of course, the rainfall problems. That's always an issue with these storms. Someone could get a foot of rain, and we're not just concerned with North Florida, but all coastal areas of the Carolinas and Georgia. And as far as the max winds go, again, where the center goes, that's 118 possible there around Cedar Key. But notice around Clearwater, St. Petersburg, Tampa, more in a tropical storm range. So power outages, because of the low population center to the north here, as long as this track holds, Hallie, we do not expect to see crazy number of people without power. But as we saw with Ian, remember 48 hours before Ian was supposed to be up here, and then it went all the way down to Fort Myers. So that's why everyone... We're going to stare at this. We're going to study everything and give you all the information as soon as we get it. Because I know people in Tampa area, they're on the edge of their seats.
They sure are. That brings us, Bill, thank you to Marissa Parra, who is there in the Tampa area. The big concern, as Bill has laid out, is what if this storm in the next 40 hours suddenly takes a tack further southward and aims more directly at Tampa? Even if it doesn't, there is still going to be an impact where you are, Marissa.
Absolutely, Hallie. And to kind of piggyback off of Bill there, I just went out to get supplies and I just got back. And as I was going out, people were talking about it at the store. They were asking me, what do you think is going to happen? And that's the big question. They were wondering whether or not this is that time period, that really crucial time period as people are making those decisions. Are we going to weather it out at home, or are we going to evacuate? Either way, we're in front of one of the places where people are making those preparations. This is one of the sandbag centers. They have them not just all over the county that we're in the Tampa Bay area, but in counties all around on this Gulf Coast side of Florida, because people are preparing for the storm surge. So we had a chance to talk to people in line here. It's kind of 50-50 in terms of whether they're using the sandbags to prep their home before they leave it, or using those sandbags to prep their home while they're inside of it. Take a listen for yourself.
We've been extremely lucky here in Tampa and have been bypassed by bad ones. And I'm just afraid that our luck is going to run out. We're not going to be prepared one time.
You got to be safe than sorry. You can't just assume that it's not going to hit. Last year they said, was it going to hit Orlando? And it did.
And I will add, too, we are seeing a lot of hesitation. I'm already seeing a lot of hesitation from people that normally felt in a place of confidence when it comes to hurricanes. I think people have a very strong memory of what happened with Ian. People were feeling pretty confident in the Fort Myers area about Hurricane Ian. And at the last second, when it was already too late for a lot of those families to realize how devastating this was about to be, it was already too late for them to evacuate, Hallie. So I think there's a lot of people who are taking this a lot more seriously than they might have a few years ago. And then when we talk about all the preps that are being done, of course, not just sandbags, you've got people prepping their homes or if they're on the go, getting ready to pack up those waters, those to-go bags, whatever that might need, whatever they might need for those few days. I'll add this too. Gas. Gas is a big part of this. We talk about needing to prep the car whether you're trying to stay in the car or hit the road for an extended period of time. We've seen those traffic jams before, how bad those can get, especially outside of gas stations. Take a look at this map because this is something that is pretty concerning. We heard that there were gas contamination concerns with one particular company. This is Citgo. You're looking at all of those gas stations there. What they're saying is there might have been a concern if you filled up at a Citgo at those gas stations after Saturday at 10 a.m., you may not be able to use that gas. It might actually cause your car to break down. There was a concern that regular fuel was contaminated with diesel fuel. And Hallie, that is just, when we're talking about moments like this, every minute counts. And you can't have something go wrong like having your car break down as you're trying to make your way out of here. So obviously, there's a lot more to be determined when it comes to that particular problem, but certainly not making things easier for families as they're trying to make those crucial decisions in these last hours before the tropical storm, soon to potentially be hurricane, gets here. Hallie?
That's right, those last-minute preps. Marissa Parr, thank you very much for being there live on the ground. I know we'll be talking more in the days to come. Appreciate it. To some other breaking news tonight, where in just the last few minutes, UNC Chapel Hill is giving the all-clear after an hours-long lockdown after saying there was an armed and dangerous person on campus. I want to show you. You can see what it looked like this afternoon. All those police cars, emergency responders. There was a shelter-in-place order that had been issued for the campus. And this picture of a person of interest was also released by officials. Julia Ainsley is joining us now live with the latest. And Julia, let's be transparent here. We have just laid out the facts of what we know. There are so many questions here about what happened, what triggered this lockdown, and what is the status now? What answers do we have, if any?
Yeah, Hallie, I can give you this play-by-play. At 1 o'clock, we know that there was reports of at least one shot fired, and the police put the campus on an all-out lockdown, even asking elementary school students at Chapel Hill schools to also be on lockdown across the sprawling campus and community. As the hours went by, we heard the suspect was at large. They were told to remain in place, shelter in place, and stay away from that individual that you just put on screen. That is a man who we understand to be a graduate student at UNC and who police said was known to be a person of interest in an armed and dangerous persons investigation or incident. And so they were telling people not necessarily that he was a suspect of a shooting, but that he was a person of interest. As the hours went by, we later learned a person was taken into custody. That's from our affiliate in the area, WRAL. We have not independently confirmed that, but around that same time, without saying to the public that anyone was in custody, the police at UNC did send out an all clear, telling them that remain in place order had lifted, although all classes and events were canceled for the day. Now, as for whether or not there were any injuries or casualties yet, we don't know, Hallie. We haven't seen confirmed reports of that. We will continue to monitor that situation. But as far as neighboring and nearby hospitals, they had told us that they had not taken in any victims from a shooting on UNC's campus. But certainly a really tense moment for students who are just now returning to class. This is their second week of class at UNC. It's a big campus. It's a sprawling campus and one that includes a community. So students and community members alike today on standby after a very scary situation. And we'll continue to tell you as we learn more who might have been a victim in this case.
Julia Ainsley, thank you very much for that update. Elsewhere in Washington now, we are learning tonight the former president is set to go to trial on federal election interference charges the day before Super Tuesday in early March. The closest collision yet between Donald Trump's legal calendar and his political one, and a move that could have a huge domino effect in the race for the White House. So, March 4th, pencil it in. And we do mean pencil, as the judge in that federal case has rejected the Trump team's push to hold off on his trial until after next year's election. You see what the judge said in court here, that Mr. Trump, like any defendant, will have to make the trial date work regardless of his schedule. Now, Overlay that to the political calendar. Remember what happens March 5th. So March 4th trial, March 5th. People in more than a dozen states go out and vote for their primary pick. You have tons of delegates up for grabs. Blayne Alexander is live for us in Atlanta with another key twist in a separate case involving the former president. But I want to start with Ryan Riley outside federal court in Washington. So significant, Ryan, that in early March you're going to have potentially this trial smack dab on top of Super Tuesday. But will that date hold?
I think it's a good range for when this trial will take place. There always is going to be the chance that basically because of some of these unique issues that are being argued in this case, that there's going to be essentially a stop clock being hit at some point and say, okay, we need to put a pause on this because we're figuring out these broader issues, whether that be to the appellate level or whether that be to the Supreme Court. But we remember a lot of these issues with this broader question about this grand jury in the first place have already been litigated in court here. They've gone up to the chief judge. Some of them have gone to the appellate level. So this is a case that has already sort of worked through the system even before we got to the indictment point. And that's a point that Judge Chutkan repeatedly brought up over the course of this hearing today is that, listen, this isn't new. This wasn't like, oh, Donald Trump woke up one day and surprised I've been indicted. Actually, she said something along those lines. This was something that he knew about, for a very long time. But really the start date goes back to September of 2022 when this grand jury really got underway and when he was notified about some of these investigations. And remember, he's been supplying the legal defense for a lot of the other witnesses in this case overall. So I think basically March could be a good range for when this could happen, and really does. It was a real loss, I think, for the defense team here. They were saying that if they were to bring this to case in January, that would be nothing more than a show trial. But the prosecution team was pretty prepared for a lot of the defenses, and the judge seemed determined to move forward. In fact, she already consulted with that New York attorney, New York judge at some point about when this trial date would be set in March.
Right, and the Trump team would have wanted like 2026 or something, and she was like, no, that's not going to happen. What is so interesting here, Ryan, I'm going to ask you to sort of wear both of the sort of legal and political hats here, because Donald Trump is wearing both of them. If this holds, right, and this trial and Super Tuesday, this really key election contest happened in the same week, there are so many hypotheticals, right? What if Donald Trump has done very well in Iowa and New Hampshire and Nevada in the contests prior to Super Tuesday, and he's got a big delegate lead? What if he goes to get a bunch of delegates on Super Tuesday? We have seen him in the past have his legal issues put some wind in his sails when it comes to things like fundraising, when it comes to things like solidifying Republican support behind him. Does it have an impact on other candidates, for example, who might be going, well, wait a second, you've got the front runner potentially set to be on trial on federal criminal charges? I mean, there's so many questions we don't have the answer to, but this is a split screen that is going to have an impact on the race for the White House.
Yeah, and I think that's something that, there's other candidates can be aware of. But, overall, she's not going to take into consideration any of these things. In fact, she sort of compared, the judge in this case sort of compared Donald Trump to a professional sports player, saying that, I wouldn't be taking into consideration what the sports schedule is like for an athlete. So he's not going to take that into consideration here. But the dates that I sort of keep in mind are that 90 days after a potential verdict in this case, because that's when you'd have sentencing set. That's typically 90 days out from a verdict. So theoretically, if you're to get a verdict in this case in, say, mid-April, that puts you smack dab in July in the middle of the RNC when you're talking about a sentencing for the president here. Now, of course, that's it's a really remarkable situation that you could have a split screen between the RNC and a sentencing potentially, or at least that be in the future. Now, there's a lot of contingencies. Obviously, this is talking about, far into the future after conviction. But just in terms of that sentencing, there's a theoretical world here in which Donald Trump has a pending prison sentence over his head when he actually runs. And I think it's a long shot still for him to actually start serving that sentence, because even then you'd be able to self-report theoretically. But that really is what we're looking at here down the line, as long as some of these other issues are settled before this case ultimately goes to trial somewhere in that spring territory. And I think March is basically the starting date now.
Ryan Riley, live for us in Washington. Thank you. Let's take you live now to Atlanta, where Blayne Alexander is posted up. There has not been a trial date yet set in a different case involving the former president, but there is a new twist where you are in Fulton County, Blayne. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows taking the stand today. He's trying to get that Georgia election interference case moved, and your team on the ground, Blayne, is hearing they're in closing arguments now, right? Bring us up to speed.
Yeah, I just talked to Diane Morales. She is our producer who's been inside this and literally running back and forth from overflow to update me as much as she can. And she told me that as of about 45 minutes ago or so, they were getting ready for closing. So here's what we understand. We know that Mark Meadows was on the stand for the better part of 5 hours. After that, we heard from Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger himself. He testified for about an hour. During that testimony, they played 4 excerpts of that now infamous phone call that all of us know, and he was asked several questions about that. He talked for just under an hour. They then took a break and said that each side would get about 30 minutes for a closing statement. That's the process that we're in right now. So yes, if the timeline is correct, we expect it to wrap up at any moment. What's notable about all of this, Hallie, is that we started this day not expecting Mark Meadows to take the stand. In fact, we really didn't even know whether or not he'd be in Georgia today for the hearing. So the fact that he spent much of the day on the stand is certainly notable in this hearing, Hallie.
We're also just learning, as you talk about this specific Georgia case here, Blaine, that the arraignment for both Mr. Trump and his 18 co-defendants will happen a week from Wednesday, so next Wednesday. But still a ton of question marks about what that even looks like. He could show up, like he could be allowed to appear virtually, right? He could be allowed to waive his appearance. Like, what does Wednesday look like?
So we do know one thing about Wednesday. It's going to be long because one by one, all of these defendants have been stacked right after another. So, but as for how they're going to appear, we don't know. We've been told that virtually is on the table. We want to make sure that that's still the case. And then, of course, some of them could choose to waive their appearance altogether. So it could certainly be a mixed bag on next week.
Blaine Alexander live for us there in Atlanta. Blaine, thank you for covering every minute of it. We'll check back in with you next hour to see where that Mark Meadows testimony stands. Appreciate it. 2 people are dead tonight, with 2 others in the hospital after a Florida rescue helicopter crashed. The FAA, the NTSB, saying they're going to investigate what happened in video that is just terrifying. We're only going to show it to you once because it is so disturbing. It's from today in the city of Pompano Beach. So this is the chopper from Broward Sheriff's Office. Obviously in distress here. It's got smoke coming off the tail. Then you're about to see it. It goes into a tailspin. It looks like the tail almost breaks off. It spins. It comes crashing down to earth, specifically down into an apartment building. Huge crater in the roof. One of the people killed was a fire captain and a paramedic who was on board the chopper. A woman on the ground was also killed. I want to bring in NBC's Tom Costello, who is following this one for us. And Tom, what else do we know? How did this happen?
Horrific. This was a sheriff's department, fire department, fire rescue chopper headed for an emergency traffic accident with serious life-threatening injuries. And they had just lifted off. And immediately after lifting off, they were reporting problems, a potential fire on board. We don't know where the fire was. Think about this. They're en route to a life-threatening traffic accident. They've got a fire on board, and the pilot radios to the firefighters on the scene of the accident, we need to turn around. We've got to deal with a mechanical issue. He's being credited for that selflessness to tell the firefighters on the scene of the traffic accident, keep treating the patients you have. Nonetheless, the plane, or rather the chopper, as you said, went down onto an apartment building. A resident, an elderly woman in that building, was killed in total. The fire department captain was killed. He was on board, a paramedic captain, as well as a woman on the ground, and 4 people in total injured, including the pilot. Take a listen to what the sheriff of Broward County said just a short time ago.
They went airborne at about 8:42, and roughly around 8:43, they start recognizing that they were having mechanical issues on board. They put out a distress signal notifying the local fire rescue team that they would not be able to land. Therefore, they were not going to have an opportunity to help these people who were injured. They were fighting for their own life.
Let me just tell you about the victim. He is a 19-year veteran, I should say, 50 years old, paramedic captain. There you go, right there. Terrison Jackson, who loved his job, say all of his colleagues, and he lived for his job. He lived for helping others. He's being heralded as a hero, and the departments are in mourning, as you can imagine, the sheriff's department and the fire department there in Broward County.
Of course. Tom Costello, thank you very much for that update. Appreciate it. To Maui now, where the big electric company there is saying tonight it can't be blamed for those deadly wildfires in Lahaina because its power lines were already turned off before that second fire started. This is part of their response to a lawsuit from the county, one of several suits that have been fired since those devastating firestorms, essentially, that left at least 115 people dead. Now, Hawaiian Electric acknowledges that its lines caused a fire in the morning, but that was put out without anybody getting hurt, without any damage, and that their electric lines had been powered down before the second fire in the afternoon. It was that second fire that caused all the destruction. The power company says it has the records to prove this. I want to get to Steve Patterson now, live for us in Maui. Talk us through what this means, because it does seem to be a potentially significant development if Hawaiian Electric can prove this.
It is potentially significant, but we're in a full-blown blame game at this point. Residents blame the county for not sounding the sirens. The county blames the electric company for not de-energizing the lines. The electric company says, wait a minute, we did de-energize the lines. It was you guys who left a fire scene. And so it's sort of a back and forth. I want to take you through the timeline, though. I think we can throw it up on screen. Here's what the electric company, Hawaiian Electric, 95% of all power in the state, here's what they say happened. They say on August 8, 2023, the morning of the fire was caused by the power lines. They sort of admit that. Yeah, okay, maybe our lines did fall, but that Maui County Fire Department declared it 100% contained and it was extinguished. So then the electric company says crews kept the power lines, the power off in the area. Then 3 p.m. is when that big fire strikes. A second fire in the area broke out. But by then, the power company says, look, we de-energized the lines, unlike what you guys said about us in the lawsuit that alleges we did not. As far as what the reaction is on the ground here, Hallie, look, I think it's important that we talk about this. Somebody is likely to blame here, and they will maybe have to pay with their war chest, their stock price, their reputation is on the line as well. But as far as what people think, I mean, look, there's still a list of 388 names of people missing. People here are more concerned about finding their aunt or their kids. Teachers are more concerned about when they call roll next week, how many kids are going to raise their hands and say, we're here. People who have survived the fire are more concerned about, where am I going to live next week? How long is this government funding going to keep me going? So I think it's still too early to sort of get that reaction, but it's interesting to see the back and forth and how this plays out. And last thing I should say is that there's no official cause. The investigation into this is not over. So it's going to be some time before we actually know, based on scientific evidence, how this fire actually started. Hallie?
Steve Patterson, live for us there on the island of Maui. Steve, thank you very much. Coming up, some new details on a security officer now being called a hero for chasing a potential shooter at an historically black college in Florida. Plus, several Marines still in the hospital after that deadly Osprey crash in Australia. We'll tell you what we know about the survivors and our 5 things. And a college student killed after trying to go into the wrong house. How South Carolina's Stand Your Ground law could play a part in that investigation. Next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer delivered.
All right, it just fit too.
New details late tonight about a security officer now being called a hero at a historically black college in Jacksonville after he chased a potential shooter off campus. That attacker then went on to kill 3 people at a nearby Dollar General store. That officer thanking the students at Edward Waters University for helping him do his job. Listen.
It was actually the students. We preach, you see something, say something, and they did just that. I did see what appeared to be a tactical vest, a mask, along with a hat covering his head at that time.
It comes as President Biden, too, is talking about this racist attack, saying as a country, we cannot let hate win. Listen.
Can't let hate prevail, and it's on the rise. It's not diminishing. And we have to speak out that there's a whole group of extreme people trying to erase history.
You can see some of the chilling moments here when police say the shooter, armed with an AR-15 style rifle, a gun, a tactical vest, walked into that Dollar General store, an attack that cut short the lives of 3 people. Anot LaGuerre Jr., who had recently graduated from high school and was working as a cashier at that store. His dad said he hasn't even lived his life yet. Gerald Deshaun Gallion, whose brother described him as a good person who didn't deserve this. And Angela Carr, she'd been Ubering somebody to the store when this happened. Her daughter says her mom was a dedicated and great woman who wasn't even supposed to be there. Gabe Gutierrez is live for us in Jacksonville tonight. Gabe, we saw a video from TikTok showing the shooter, what appeared to be the shooter on campus, not long before the attack at the Dollar General. We know the FBI is looking into this as a hate crime. Where do things stand?
Hi there, Heather. Well, actually, as we speak, and we hope to turn around this video for you in the next hour because it's happening right now, but the sheriff is releasing some new surveillance video of officers responding to the scene and of the gunman speeding away. Now, just a short time ago, I actually spoke with that security officer. It's incredible to speak with him, Hallie. He talks about how, you know, he doesn't think that he himself is the hero, even though that's exactly what the university president is calling him. He says that the heroes are the actual students who flagged him down, and this is, he reverts back to his training. He patrols that campus to keep these students safe. And when they saw something, they said something, alerted him, and he was able to confront that gunman. Now, I asked the university president, did he think, if not for the actions of this security officer, would that gunman have targeted this university? And he said, without a doubt, absolutely he thinks so. Although the sheriff has been a little bit more cautious, saying he's not sure if that university was the intended target. Regardless, this security officer is being hailed as a hero. In terms of the investigation, Hallie, yes, you mentioned this is being investigated as a hate crime. And now we're also learning more about the gunman's background. It turns out he had no criminal history, according to police. But several years ago, back when he was 15 years old, he was held for an involuntary mental health evaluation. That's Florida's Baker Act here in this state. Still, though, that would not have turned up in a background check. He legally purchased these firearms, according to police, Hallie.
Hundreds of people now are grieving this loss of life and grieving the scar that is now on their community because of this attacker, because of the shooter here. There's been a vigil already. Give us a sense of what it's like where you are.
You know, Hallie, there's another vigil that's also being planned for later on tonight. This community is shocked. You mentioned that, you know, hundreds of people gathered for this prayer vigil yesterday, and this is something that Vice President Kamala Harris said that the country was experiencing an epidemic of hate. We were called the grocery store shooting back in Buffalo last year, and the rise in hate crimes back, from 2020 to 21, the last years we have dates for. Here in this community, it is devastated. I also just spoke with the daughter of one of the victims here. Her name is Ashley Carr. That daughter told me how her mom was an Uber driver. You mentioned her in the introduction. Take a listen to what some of she told me.
It's a traumatic, unreal, incredible experience that you never are ever prepared for that amount of emotion, of that, it's unfathomable.
Her mother leaves behind 3 children, and Hallie, get this, 16 grandchildren.
Gabe Gutierrez, it's just heartbreaking. Thank you so much. We're going to be looking for an update, I know, from you and your team as we get a look at that surveillance video that, as you say, being released as we speak. Thanks, Gabe. Let's take it down to South Carolina, where students at the University of South Carolina are back in class today after one of their fellow students was shot and killed trying to get into the wrong house. Police say somebody shot 20-year-old Nicholas D'Onofrio on the porch of the home he was trying to get into that wasn't his. He apparently lived on that same street. It's a couple miles from campus. He'd just moved in a few days ago. We have seen situations similar to this before, people being shot at, in some instances killed for what seemed to be a simple mistake. You'll remember from earlier this year, a white man in his 80s shooting 16-year-old Ralph Yarl when Yarl rang the wrong doorbell while trying to pick up his little brother. Yarl says he still has some of those, of course, lingering impacts from getting shot in the head. There's 20-year-old Kaylin Gillis, who died when somebody shot at the car she and his friends were in when they accidentally pulled into the wrong driveway. Kristen Dahlgren is covering what happened in South Carolina and joining us now. Police say investigators are still looking into the circumstances here. Talk about what we know.
Right. So we still don't know anything about the person who was the shooter, who presumably lived in that house and was there at the time. What we do know and are learning more is about this 20-year-old Nick D'Onofrio. He recently moved into a house on that same street as the shooting. And take a look at this police statement. Here's what they have released so far. They say at 2 a.m., police got a call. At first, it came in as a burglary call, but it was quickly upgraded then to a shooting. And by the time Columbia police got there, D'Onofrio was dead on the porch with a gunshot wound to his upper body. We also did, through our affiliate WIS, get a statement from D'Onofrio's family, just really heartbreaking. His parents saying, "We were very lucky to be his parents, and we love him very much. He was the son that every parent would wish for," Hallie.
How does South Carolina's stand your ground law impact sort of the potential investigation here or steps moving forward?
Right. So that's the question now. And police say they continue to work with the solicitor's office on this investigation, on determining if there was any fault and any charges that might be coming. It's also known as the castle doctrine. So in South Carolina, you don't have to retreat. And keep in mind, the castle, the home, could also be your business or your car, something, that you own. You can use deadly force and you don't have to retreat if you feel like you're acting in self-defense, and that is going to be key here, Hallie.
Kristen Dahlgren, thank you very much. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, 3 Marines were killed, 20 others hurt after an Osprey crashed during a training exercise in Australia. Officials say 8 of those Marines were still in the hospital, 12 are out. No more details other than that. Investigators are still looking into this. Number 2, a rep for Elton John says he is now back home and doing well after being hospitalized when he fell at his home in France. His rep says he went into the hospital just as a precautionary measure. Elton John's had some health issues over the years. Remember back in 2021, he needed hip surgery after a fall. He had to postpone some tour dates back then. Number 3, a technical issue affecting Britain's flight planning system today left thousands of people with delays. Fortunately, things are now fixed up, but London's Heathrow Airport say there were still going to be significant disruptions, for most of the evening. Number 4, President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcoming D.C. students back to school on their first day. They dropped into a middle school math class, one of a whole bunch of back-to-school events. Later in the week, the First Lady, who, of course, teaches community college, will travel to the Midwest to talk about mental health for students. Number 5, the first round of the U.S. Open kicking off today with a big new change. Officials can actually use video replay to figure out whether a ball bounced twice. This could be a game changer, literally, like truly potentially change games. The U.S. Open is the first Grand Slam tournament to have this. We'll see if it makes a difference coming up. When we come back, more calls for Spain's soccer chief to resign, and they're coming from people at the top. The new investigation just opened today into whether that super controversial World Cup kiss was also a crime. Plus, a big mystery, looking like a big bust at West Point today. What happened when they opened a more than 200-year-old time capsule?
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
In just the last few minutes, we found out that members of Spain's soccer federation want the resignation of their own president after Luis Rubiales was seen kissing the women's team's star player just moments after they won the World Cup. These team members, these federation members, calling that unacceptable examples of behavior that have severely damaged the image of Spanish football. So let me put it into context if you're not like a super soccer fan. This is like the equivalent of every NFL team asking the NFL commissioner to resign. That's what this would be like, right? It's happening as prosecutors in Spain are launching a new investigation tonight into whether Rubiales broke the law when he kissed Jennifer Hermoso, with people in Spain furious, responding, hitting the streets to support Hermoso, calling for both Rubiales' resignation and an end to so-called Spanish machismo and sexism. Rubiales is not doing any of what these people want him to do, right? He is not going to resign. He's defiant in the face of it, but FIFA has suspended him for 90 days already. As for Hermoso, she's been pretty clear about her feelings about this on X, formerly known as Twitter, calling it a sexist, out-of-place act without any consent on my part. And because of that, we're not going to show you the video of what happened, of that kiss. Spanish authorities say Hermoso has 15 days to report herself as a possible victim in the investigation. But again, Rubiales and his family are not going down without a fight. His mother is holding up inside this Spanish church. She's gone on a hunger strike. She says her son has been treated unfairly. NBC's Molly Hunter is following this story for us. And Molly, we started covering the story right when it happened, right? I think it was like the night that this occurred, the morning after. It has spun off in a whole lot of different directions and is really creating this moment of reckoning, not just in Spain, but around the world.
Yeah, that's exactly what this is. This is a moment of reckoning, by the way, that the Spanish players are saying, we told you this was coming. This is structural. This has been happening, which I think is really interesting, Hallie, which I hope we'll talk about in these next couple of minutes, is that do women have to be winning for them to be listened to? But a little bit more on the investigation I will give you. As you just mentioned, a massive federal investigation has been launched today. They are looking specifically what they believe are the facts may constitute an offense of sexual harassment. It's also being called sexual sexual aggression. That is the crime they are talking about. As you mentioned, Jennifer Hermoso, the national player, now has 15 days to formalize that complaint. She has been very, very clear. But the onus is now on her legal team to really put that forward. It's very clear, though, how FIFA feels. They responded, not as quickly as some wanted, Hallie, suspending him for 90 days. Also, very interestingly, and this is very rare, banning him from contacting Jennifer Hermoso or anyone in her environment or anyone that she is close to, her family or her friends, which is quite rare. This Deputy Prime Minister, Hallie, I do just want to play a little bit of sound from her and then talk to you on the back end, because she speaks to the magnitude of this moment.
No matter how hard they try to use force against the women of this country, I think they will not succeed. There has to be a profound renewal of the sporting structure in our country. In other words, it is clear that what we are experiencing is not normal.
And yet, it's not normal. It hasn't been normal. They've been saying this for the last year or so. And finally, though, the World Cup champs on a world stage. It is the moment, the crowning moment they should be celebrating. And this is on video, Hallie. I really respect the show for not showing that video. And that's what we're talking about a week later. We're not talking about that amazing first half goal that won them the World Cup. We are still talking about this. This is what's making national headlines. Now, tonight, that FA, the Spanish Federation, has been meeting all day. The regional presidents, as you led your show with just now, as you led your intro, are suggesting that he resign. Right now, it only looks like that's going one direction.
Pull on that thread more, Molly, right? Because you traveled with a bunch of these teams throughout the tournament. You know how much this was such a dream come true for these Spanish women. The focus has shifted, and there has been this broader cultural moment that comes from this.
Yeah, exactly. This was a first-time winner. We knew, Hallie, and we talked about this during the tournament, that we would either get the England Lionesses or the Spanish team. Neither have ever won. This is a huge moment for this team, and you watch that final. They are out there. They are excited. They are celebrating. They are so happy, and then this happens, and this handicaps it. This overshadows it. This is what we are still talking about, and you've seen over the weekend from NWSL players, from all of these U.S. women pro players, they've been wearing these wristbands. They've been holding up these signs saying, "We are with you." But I think this is the broader conversation, and we saw it with the U.S. women and their fight for equal pay. We are seeing these athletes lead these social and progressive changes, but only when they're good, Hallie, but only when they're on top.
Molly Hunter, glad you're here, being able to cover this story for us. Again, taking so many new twists and turns. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, the end of an era for a huge downtown San Francisco store. Why some are seeing bright spots in this otherwise bad retail news for the city. Plus, where hunters caught a record-breaking gator that one commenter called nightmare material. If you'd like some fodder for yours tonight, stick around. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, officials in Phoenix say they've run out of more than 1,500 kits of a key drug to help stop overdoses. This is just days after they started offering them at a whole bunch of libraries there. This is part of a big distribution program to try to prevent people from dying from opioid ODs. 1,500 people, more than 1,000 people died in that city just last year. The city's working to restock. Out of our Southern Bureau, a group of hunters in Mississippi have broken a record for the longest alligator ever caught in the state, 14 feet long, weighs 800 plus pounds. Took them 7 hours. They say they almost ruined their equipment. Public gator hunting has been legal in that state for nearly 20 years. Out of our Northeast Bureau, West Point, opening up a time capsule today from more than 200 years ago. So much anticipation, so much mystery. Turns out nothing was inside. They went and had this like big reveal, big ceremony. They just found some dirt and like a little marking. They say this capsule was found inside the base of a monument and was thought to be left by cadets. So still a mystery, just not the one you expected. To San Francisco now, where that so-called Doom Loop walking tour, the promise to show evidence of the city's decline, was canceled over the weekend after the organizer cited too much media attention. Of course, the attention was part of the product of that tour. And even though that's not happening, San Francisco's struggles are still on display after the flagship Nordstrom store in the city's downtown closed up for good. Here's Jake Ward.
After 35 years, the doors of Nordstrom's department store in downtown San Francisco closed for good on Sunday. It's the latest in a series of retail closures in the city by the Bay as it struggles to regain its footing.
It's unfortunate to see what's been going on in the city, but hopefully somebody steps in to clean it up. And it's unfortunate that Nordstrom has to go.
When Nordstrom opened its doors in 1988, the surrounding neighborhood was considered, well, pretty rough. But the massive store was a success and helped spark a rebirth of the city's downtown. Fast forward to this May, when the company made the call to close the space. It said the area's changing dynamics were impacting foot traffic and our ability to operate successfully. The data is striking. Researchers tracking urban cell phone data confirm that as of June, downtown San Francisco was at the bottom of their recovery list, with just 32% of pre-pandemic foot traffic, trailing similarly sized cities like Austin and Seattle. Residents say they can feel the difference.
I do see less foot traffic.
Like I work down here on Market Street, and there's like just half as many places to go to lunch now. Looking out of our window into other buildings, you see floor after floor after floor of empty desks, which is a little bit ominous.
The city, like many across the country, also grappling with crime, homelessness, and drugs, putting an additional strain on local businesses. But crisis can create opportunity. The mayor's office has floated the idea of replacing Nordstrom and its surrounding mall with a soccer stadium. And business leaders say empty spaces are being turned over to tenants that could never have afforded them in the old days.
To nonprofits, to artist groups, to entities which will come in and create interesting activities which will attract people.
Next month, the city begins giving temporary leases to organizations like this one, an art studio for people with disabilities, in the hopes that a new crop of tenants can do for San Francisco what Nordstrom once did.
Jake Ward is joining us now live. So, Jake, you know the Bay Area well. Open up your crystal ball, right? What are the long-term prospects? Because there are some of these immediate issues that you're talking about there in that report. And I'm being facetious. I'm not asking you to predict. But what do experts and analysts say about like the 10-year, 20-year prospects?
Well, the good news is that even though everyone, including myself, has, a sort of a offhand opinion about the future of San Francisco, Hallie, we don't have to rely on my gut. We can go with, for instance, the California Department of Finance, which did a big projection of the next 30 years between 2020 and 2060. They looked at what populations are likely to do in the Bay Area. And, here in Oakland, the very large Alameda County that I'm standing in is supposed to grow by about 20% in that period of time. Well, here's the thing, Hallie. In San Francisco, the number's supposed to go the opposite direction. According to that forecast, by 2060, the population is going to reach about 800 and just shy of 850,000 people. That's about 2.9% less people than there were in 2020. So, the thing to remember here is that there's a lot of video you see and a lot of talk you hear from businesses about, the conditions on the ground, and it's the homelessness, and it's the crime, and it's the drug use, and all of those things are undoubtedly a factor. But if you are a big corporation looking at the long-term possibility of building a retail or maintaining a retail space in a city like San Francisco, you're looking at where the people are, right? That's where you're going to build. And so if you see the numbers going in the wrong direction, maybe you're going to think to yourself, perhaps this is my opportunity to downsize. We've seen people in the past, like Walgreens, say to their investors, in fact, we may have overstated the amount of theft that we had been dealing with. So it's not just that. It is, of course, the changing demographics of these cities. There's fewer people in them. That's fewer money to, less money to be spent in these stores. You've got e-commerce and the rest of it transforming it. So there's a lot going on here. But, I have to say, it is a quieter downtown San Francisco. It is a quieter place, I think, in cities across America. And now the question is, are we going to see the rebirth that we've always wanted to see in these cities?
Jake Ward, thank you very much for bringing us that perspective. Appreciate it. Still to come here on the show, students stuck in the middle of a political fight heading back to class in Florida today. Our Noah Pransky is there looking at what's different this year as the culture wars go to college. That's our original in just a minute.